Chapter 1155. After the beautiful auctioneer finished speaking, everyone in the auction hall became noisy. Inside room C13, Qian Tong hurriedly cupped his fists to Yang Kai and said, "After this auction, nephew Yang, please don't be in a hurry to leave. This old master still has something to discuss with you. This old master has to go grab this origin condensing pill, so I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai did not try to persuade him to stay and simply nodded, "Elder Qian, please." Qian Tong left in a hurry. The beautiful auctioneer stretched out her hand and gestured for everyone to calm down before continuing. Everyone knows the role of an origin condensing pill. It can increase a third-order Saint King cultivator's chances of breaking through to the origin returning realm. Shadowed Star is short on resources and has no origin king realm masters. Origin returning realm masters are our greatest foundation, but every year the number of origin returning realm masters on our side is very small. The biggest reason for this is that not many people can refine an origin condensing pill. This pill is a Saint King grade high rank pill, but its refining difficulty is no less than that of an origin grade pill. The success rate of refining one is less than 20 to 30%. My treasure trove pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to collect one. Now the auction will begin. The base price is 100,000 Saint crystals, and each increase must be no less than 2,000. The beautiful auctioneer's words reached Yang Kai's ears, causing him to be dumbfounded. This origin condensing pill was clearly his to auction, and it was only one of two pills. When did Treasure Trove Pavilion spend so much effort to collect it? This woman was really lying through her teeth, but in the entire auction hall except for a few people who knew the truth, everyone else obviously did not understand the origins of this origin condensing pill. The beautiful auctioneer was obviously trying to raise the price of this origin condensing pill. An origin condensing pill was equivalent to an origin returning realm master, so any great force present would want it. However, Yang Kai had clearly taken two origin condensing pills, but now Treasure Trove Pavilion was only throwing out one. Obviously, they wanted to make a big deal out of the other origin condensing pill. This first origin condensing pill was just a warm-up, so even if someone tried to snatch it, it wouldn't be too difficult. A cultivator's advancement did not have to rely on elixirs. Elixirs were only supplementary means. Yang Kai's guess was correct. The competition for the origin condensing pill was indeed fierce, but the private rooms with the solemn atmosphere just now had actually refrained from making a move. On the contrary, the cultivator sitting in the hall fought to bid. In a short period of time, the starting price had soared from 100,000 to 280,000. The forces behind the cultivator were not as wealthy as the forces in the private rooms, and the number of return to origin stage cultivators they had was also very small. An origin condensing pill might not be much to a large force. After all, it could only nurture one return to origin stage cultivator. However, it was a different story for small forces. With one more return to origin stage cultivator, perhaps the status of their sect or family would rise significantly. For example, the Haiku family and the Su family both had more than a dozen third-order Saint Kings but no origin returning realm masters. If they were given an origin condensing pill, they could completely break away from the shackles of the outer forces and enter Shadow Moon Hall, enjoying a completely different treatment. That was why they were fighting over this origin condensing pill. After the price reached 280,000, the bids in the hall gradually weakened. 280,000 high-rank Saint crystals was probably the bottom line of these people. Even if they wanted it, they couldn't afford it. Number 321 has bid 280,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The beautiful auctioneer once again called out sinisterly as her beautiful eyes swept around. As for the person who called out the price of 280,000, he stood up excitedly and looked left and right. His face was filled with nervousness and eagerness, as if he was afraid that someone else would make a bid to suppress him. He even impatiently shouted at the beautiful woman, "Quickly call out the number, no one is increasing the price, hurry up." The beautiful auctioneer seemed to be very understanding as she smiled lightly and shouted, 280,000 going once. 300,000. From one of the private rooms, a low voice suddenly called out, interrupting the beautiful auctioneer's words. The beautiful auctioneer froze for a moment before turning her gaze towards the private room, a look of understanding flashing across her beautiful eyes as she waited quietly. As for the cultivator who was about to succeed, When he heard that the bid of 300,000 came from an A-class private room, he immediately sat down with a gloomy expression and hung his head dejectedly for a while. Without even mentioning the fact that someone else's bid was higher than his, the identity and status of the person in the A-block private room alone was not something he could afford to provoke. This person hadn't made a move yet, obviously not wanting to compete with the cats and dogs in the hall, and was only preparing to make the final call at the critical moment. It could be said that this person's methods were quite good. First, he gave the cultivator in the hall a chance to bid before making a strong move to show off his wealth. Sure enough, no one in the hall made another bid. The beautiful auctioneer lightly opened her mouth, preparing to call out the number again. In her mind, although an origin condensing pill was precious and rare, the price of 300,000 high-rank Saint crystals was about right. But before she could open her mouth, someone actually made a bid again, and this time the price was quite outrageous. 400,000. After the bidder made his bid, he chuckled meaningfully. An origin condensing pill is such a precious thing, naturally one should raise the price to their heart's content. What's the point of adding up to 10 or 20,000? These words sounded like they were mocking the cultivator in the A-block private room who had previously bid 300,000, but no one thought there was anything wrong with them because the person who made this bid was also from the A-block private room, so his status was obviously no lower than the previous bidders. On Shadowed Star, the various great forces were not harmonious. Many of them fought openly and secretly, and many of them were even life-or-death enemies. The smart ones had already guessed that there was some kind of grievance between these two bidders, or perhaps there was some kind of grudge between the forces they belonged to. Otherwise, why would they be so hostile? Elder Qian. Inside private room C13, Wu Yi muttered in amazement because she recognized that the person who made the bid of 400,000 was actually Qian Tong. This old man had just left and in the blink of an eye had suddenly become so extravagant. Where did he get so many Saint crystals from? Yang Kai's expression became strange as he frowned secretly, wondering what Qian Tong was trying to do. He clearly knew that this origin condensing pill was up for auction, so why would he deliberately raise the price so high? If he lost this pill to himself, wouldn't he be suffering a loss? Or did he really want it? If he was deliberately raising the price, then he was trying to buy it back at a high price to earn Yang Kai's favor. But thinking about it again, Qian Tong definitely knew that there was an even better origin condensing pill, so there was no need for him to do this. If he really wanted to earn Yang Kai's favor, he could have just raised the price of the other origin condensing pill. It seems that Qian Tong has some kind of grudge with the previous bidder, Yang Kai secretly guessed. 410,000. The man didn't seem to hear the ridicule in Qian Tong's words and coldly snorted before raising the price by another 10,000. 500,000. In comparison, Qian Tong seemed much richer, continuously raising the price in round figures, causing many cultivator in the hall to secretly admire him. 510,000. 600,000. The two seemed to be competing with each other, and only the sounds of Qian Tong and the man bidding could be heard in the auction hall. The price of the origin condensing pill soared, making Yang Kai feel like he was in a dream, almost unable to believe that the pill he had casually refined was so expensive. He had asked Wu Yi before which pills were more expensive, and Wu Yi had said origin condensing pills and origin nirvana pills. He couldn't refine an origin nirvana pill, so he had casually refined 2 origin condensing pills. He was also afraid that Yang Yan's 2 origin grade artifacts wouldn't be able to sell for too high a price, so he had tried his best. How could he have imagined that the price of an origin condensing pill would be enough to satisfy him? With 600,000 high-rank Saint crystals, he could purchase a large number of precious materials, and Yang Yan could arrange a spirit array to cover the entire Dragon Cave mountain. On top of that, Qian Tong and the man's bids continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, the price had soared to 710,000. Sighs rang out from countless private rooms as if everyone thought that these two had gone crazy, actually raising the price of an origin condensing pill so high. Even if there was a deep hatred between them, they shouldn't do this. With this precedent being set, what would happen if another origin condensing pill appeared in the future? Would it be auctioned at such a high price? Only a fool would buy it. So many Saint crystals, rich people really are terrifying. Wu Yi smiled bitterly. Wu Yi smiled bitterly, thinking about how the Haiku family was struggling to earn a few thousand Saint crystals. But in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction house, there were many rich and powerful people who spent money like water. Soon these saint crystals will be ours, Yang Kai said, sniffing. Why? Wu Yi looked at him in amazement. That origin condensing pill is mine to auction. What? Wu Yi and Yang Yan were both stunned as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Even the two women from Shadow Moon Hall couldn't help gaping slightly, as if they hadn't expected the person they were in charge of serving to be so rich. No matter what his background was, with more than 700,000 saint crystals, his status would immediately rise. 800,000. Qian Tong's voice still sounded unhurriedly as if he wasn't bidding 800,000, but 80,000 saint crystals. 8,000 saint crystals, he didn't seem to care at all. 900,000. The man competing with Qian Tong also became enraged and abandoned his previous method of increasing the price by 10,000, directly raising the price by 100,000. At the same time he shouted angrily, "Old dog Qian Tong, if you want to fight, this old master will accompany you. There's no need to disgust me like this. A trivial few 100,000 saint crystals is nothing to my sea temple." Ha! Qian Tong's laughter rang out. "Zhang Huayan, what do you mean by that? Is this your first time participating in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? Don't you understand the principle that the highest bidder wins? This old master likes this origin condensing pill, so naturally he can bid as much as he wants, but if you can't afford it, don't try to compete with this old master. This old master doesn't have much, but he does have a lot of saint crystals. This old master has just picked up a few tens of millions of saint crystals and has no place to spend them. If I don't buy something I like, what else can I do? Am I supposed to take them to my grave?" As soon as these words came out, disdainful voices immediately rang out from the private rooms. The Sea Temple master named Zhang Huayan was so angry he almost coughed up blood. The saint crystals Qian Tong had picked up were something almost everyone in the private rooms had a share of, so naturally Sea Temple had a share as well. Taking someone else's saint crystals and competing with them for something was simply inhumane. Qian Tong's approach was simply too immoral. Chapter 1156. Although everyone despised Qian Tong in their hearts, most of them were envious. Who told Qian Tong to seize this great opportunity to make money? Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was held every 2 or 3 years and had been held in the territories of all the great forces. Turning this kind of event into a money-making opportunity required both luck and foresight. No one spoke up for Zhang Huayan. Without even mentioning the fact that Qian Tong's words were reasonable at an auction, it was only natural that everyone would bid for the items. On top of that, there was some grievance between Shadow Moon Hall and Sea Temple, so Qian Tong was targeting Zhang Huayan. This was already a matter between two great forces, so the other great forces naturally wouldn't intervene casually and wade into these muddy waters. "I understand," Wu Yi suddenly said in a low voice. "Understand what?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "I know why Zhang Huayan is willing to pay such a high price to buy an origin condensing pill." Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. "He is the third temple master of Sea Temple, and I heard that he has a very favored son named Jiang Zhiren. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhiren's aptitude is average. Over the years, Zhang Huayan has used countless precious treasures to raise his cultivation to the Third Order Saint King realm. Unfortunately, Third Order Saint King is Jiang Zhiren's bottom line. Without an origin condensing pill, he will never be able to break through to the origin returning realm. I heard that Zhang Huayan has been looking everywhere for origin condensing pills and has even collected several sets of materials to refine them, but none of them have been successful. So he's determined to obtain this origin condensing pill?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly thought to himself, "No wonder Qian Tong is raising the price so unscrupulously. It turns out that he has grasped Zhang Huayan's weakness and isn't afraid he won't buy it. That should be the case. Sea Temple's third temple master is willing to pay such a high price because he wants to buy it for Jiang Zhiren. But one should know when to stop. Zhang Huayan isn't a fool. I estimate that if Elder Qian raises the price again, he might just throw this origin condensing pill into his own hands." Yang Kai was slightly worried. Qian Tong had treated him well, so Yang Kai naturally didn't want Qian Tong to suffer a loss at his hands. Wu Yi smiled. "What are you afraid of? Didn't you hear Elder Qian say he picked up several tens of millions of saint crystals? Although it's not true, Elder Qian is really rich. Alright, how much did he give you just now?" "I don't." Only then did Yang Kai remember that he was still holding a space ring in his hand. Just now, Qian Tong had hurriedly left after delivering the space ring, So the auction for the origin condensing pills had begun immediately. Yang Kai's attention had been attracted by the sounds of bidding below, and he hadn't had time to check his space ring. Sweeping the contents of his space ring with his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression instantly froze. Wu Yi saw Yang Kai's expression change and asked nervously. She didn't know why, but her heart was pounding. Even Yang Yan was craning his neck, waiting for Yang Kai's answer. Yang Kai took a deep breath and handed the space ring to them. Take a look for yourself. Wu Yi took it suspiciously, but after using her divine sense to check the number of saint crystals inside the space ring, she couldn't help exclaiming and covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Seeing this, Yang Yan snatched the space ring and checked its contents, his expression not much better than Wu Yi's. 3 million high-rank saint crystals. The space ring sent by Qian Tong contained a total of 3 million high-rank saint crystals. This exaggerated number not only caused Wu Yi and Yang Yan to go crazy, even Yang Kai was stunned on the spot. Yang Kai had thought that Qian Tong was just being polite, giving him 200,000 or 300,000 high-rank saint crystals at most, but it turned out to be 10 times that amount. No wonder Qian Tong said that as long as he didn't buy anything too expensive, these saint crystals should be enough for him to spend. 3 million, just how many things could he buy? It seems that Elder Qian really did pick up tens of millions of saint crystals and wasn't just boasting, Yang Kai muttered to himself. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He knew that these saint crystals were tolls collected by Qian Tong, but he hadn't expected Qian Tong to be so bold as to collect tens of millions of saint crystals in tolls. These 3 million saint crystals might only be a tenth of that amount. Wu Yi glanced over at the two female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall cautiously before whispering to Yang Kai. Don't try to curry favor for no reason, be careful. Yang Kai snorted. What's there to be afraid of? I contributed greatly to those tolls. If it weren't for me, Elder Qian wouldn't have been able to collect so many saint crystals. We'll take these 3 million saint crystals with no qualms. That would be for the best. Wu Yi was still a little worried. While the three of them were talking, Qian Tong and Zhang Huayan had been ridiculing each other for quite some time. Seeing that they were about to continue arguing, Yan Pei, who was drinking tea in an A-block private room, suddenly became unhappy and coldly snorted. Are you two done yet? Everyone here is waiting to see how the auction progresses. If you really don't like each other, why don't you go out and fight? Don't waste my Treasure Trove Pavilion's time to do business. Hearing the words of Treasure Trove Pavilion's chief manager, Qian Tong and Zhang Huayan finally stopped arguing. Even if they didn't give face to anyone else, they had to give face to Treasure Trove Pavilion. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to participate in future auctions and would suffer a great loss. Many precious things on Shadowed Star were auctioned off by Treasure Trove Pavilion. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and said, This old master just can't stand some people being so stingy. Forget it, there's no point in arguing, it's just who gets it. And young lady, where did the origin condensing pill go? The beautiful female auctioneer pursed her lips and smiled. Elder Qian, Temple Master Jiang has bid 900,000. 900,000, what a high price, teehee. That's enough to buy 3 origin condensing pills. As soon as Qian Tong's voice fell, the sound of a chair being crushed rang out from Zhang Huayan's private room. The Sea Temple's third temple master obviously wanted to skin Qian Tong alive. It was Qian Tong who had raised the price, but now he was making sarcastic remarks. It seemed he wouldn't give up until he angered Zhang Huayan to death. Qian Tong shouted again, 1 million. The audience went into an uproar again. The auction had been going on for 3 hours now, and finally an item worth 1 million appeared. Although everyone knew that this price was much higher than the market price, this was still an auction, so with so many people competing for it, the price would naturally be higher. The sound of something breaking once again rang out from Sea Temple's A10 private room. Qian Tong smiled and said, Zhang Huayan, don't say this old master didn't take care of you. You and I have known each other for many years. Now that we are fighting over an origin condensing pill, others will see us as a joke. This is the last time this old master will raise the price. If you can outbid this old master will give you this origin condensing pill. 1,010,000. Even if he knew that Qian Tong was trying to bargain, Zhang Huayan had no choice but to raise the price. At this point in the auction, it was no longer just a matter of the origin condensing pill, but also a matter of face. Moreover, Zhang Huayan had gone to great lengths to obtain this origin condensing pill. The herbs he had collected over the years were worth nearly 1,000,000 saint crystals. Now that there was a ready-made pill in front of him, of course he had to grab it. What made Zhou Xian want to vomit blood was that he had clearly spent several times the price to buy this origin condensing pill. But in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, this origin condensing pill was actually being given to him by Qian Tong. If this wasn't Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, if this wasn't Heavenly Fate City, Zhou Xian would have fought Qian Tong to the death. This was going too far. After the price of 1,010,000 was called out, no one else increased the price. Qian Tong also didn't say anything. The beautiful female auctioneer quickly stepped forward and shouted 3 times before the origin condensing pill was finally won by Zhou Xian. If not for the 3,000,000 saint crystals given by Qian Tong, Yang Kai and the others would have been very happy with this additional million. But with 3,000,000 saint crystals in hand and now an additional million, all 3 of them remained calm. After all, once money reached a certain point, it would become nothing more than a pile of numbers. However, this didn't hinder the 3 of them from looking forward to the other auction items. Even Yang Kai was the same. He wanted to know what kind of price his other origin condensing pill would sell for, as well as Yang Yan's origin grade mid-rank artifact, both of which would definitely be quite valuable. By now the auction had reached the second half. With the appearance of the origin condensing pill as the starting point, the second half of Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was really different. Whether it was the grade or quality of the items, they were all much higher than before, so naturally the price of these items also soared. At this point, the cultivator sitting in the hall had basically lost the qualification to participate in the auction. Now only those in the private rooms were bidding while the people in the hall were simply watching the fun. Almost every auction item sold for no less than 200,000 or 300,000 saint crystals, with a few of the best items going for more than 1,000,000 saint crystals. This made Yang Kai sigh again. On Shadowed Star there were still many rich people, it was just that ordinary people couldn't see them. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had brought all these rich people together. With 3,000,000 saint crystals on hand, there was still 1,000,000 saint crystals to go. Yang Yan and Wu Yi also wanted to participate in the auction, but Yang Yan was an origin-grade artifact refiner, so they naturally wouldn't bid on these artifacts. Originally they wanted to buy some pills, but they were stopped by Yang Kai. Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so how could he let them spend their money in vain? After bidding for a while, Yang Yan could only buy some precious raw materials for arranging spirit arrays and artifact refining. A piece of star's iron the size of a human head cost 250,000 saint crystals. 10 pieces of high-quality blue spirit would cost 370,000 saint crystals. And some 9th order monster beast body materials plus its monster core cost nearly 1,000,000 saint crystals. So the 3,000,000 saint crystals quickly shrank. Yang Kai didn't make a move because he didn't see what he wanted. It wasn't until a cratered stone the size of a wash basin appeared in the auction that Kai Yang bought it with a base price of 150,000 gold coins that he couldn't determine its origin and quality. According to the beautiful auctioneer, none of the appraisal grandmasters of Treasure Trove Pavilion could tell what this strange stone was, and some artifact refiners had tried to melt it but failed. Countless masters in the auction hall had also used their divine senses to investigate it, but none of them could find anything, almost making it the first item to go unsold at the auction. Because no one knew what this stone was, but something that even artifact refiners couldn't melt was obviously not ordinary, so the base price set by Treasure Trove Pavilion wasn't too low. It wasn't until the last moment that Yang Kai lazily announced the base price and easily won the auction. Chapter 1157. Everyone else thought that Yang Kai was simply burning money and wanted to buy a rare item to keep, but only Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation knew that Yang Kai wasn't acting like this because while waiting for a Treasure Trove Pavilion disciple to deliver the stone, Yang Kai's expression was clearly very excited and somewhat strange. A moment later, a woman from Treasure Trove Pavilion delivered the strange stone into private room C13. Yang Kai handed over 150,000 saint crystals and happily played with the strange stone for a while before storing it into his space ring. Yang Inflammation leaned over and asked softly, "Do you know what this is?" "I don't." Yang Kai shook his head. "If you don't know, why did you buy it?" Yang Inflammation rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. "Although I don't know what it is, I know it's useful to me," Yang Kai said solemnly. If he didn't know it was useful to him, Yang Kai wouldn't have bought it. 150,000 high-rank saint crystals was not a small amount, Even if he had enough money now, he wouldn't spend it so carelessly. Useful to you? Yang Inflammation frowned and suddenly whispered, "Do you have exotic insects?" Exotic insects? Yang Kai looked at her puzzledly, his brow furrowing as he asked, "Do you know what this stone is?" Yang Inflammation nodded gently. Even the appraisal grandmasters of Treasure Trove Pavilion couldn't identify the origin of this strange stone, and none of the masters present could tell what it was either. Just how old was Yang Yan, so how could she possibly recognize it? On top of that, she was an origin-grade artifact refiner and a spirit array grandmaster. This little girl exuded a sense of mystery. Yang Kai had long guessed that Yang Inflammation was a person with a story, and now it seemed he was right. "What exactly is that stone?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice while Wu Yi also listened carefully. "A profound insect stone." Yang Inflammation spat out these two words. "It has no use for anyone, it can only be used to cultivate some exotic insects. It is a very rare thing and contains a very mysterious energy. This energy cannot be used for artifact refining, nor can it be absorbed by a cultivator. But once you let the exotic insects settle down on it, they can quickly grow. That's why I asked you if you have any exotic insects." Yang Kai suddenly understood why the soul-devouring insects that had been living on the six-colored island in his knowledge sea suddenly became irritable and excited when this strange stone appeared. These soul-devouring insects were exotic ancient insects, so they were naturally a kind of exotic insect. These soul-devouring insects were obtained from Tong Xian realm and had been living on the six-colored island in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, being nourished by the six-colored soul-warming lotus. When Yang Kai first obtained them, they weren't very strong, only invincible under the Saint realm. If a transcendent realm cultivator had their knowledge sea invaded by them, they would instantly die. Later, after a large-scale mutation and being nourished by the six-colored soul-warming lotus for many years, these soul-devouring insects had become much stronger, but they were still only capable of dealing with Saint realm cultivators. Saint kings could easily destroy them. As Yang Kai's strength improved, these soul-devouring insects had become of little use. Yang Kai didn't abandon them though, allowing them to reproduce and develop on their own. If it weren't for the appearance of this profound insect stone today, causing the soul-devouring insects to suddenly react differently, Yang Kai would have even forgotten about their existence. It was because of the excitement of the soul-devouring insects that Yang Kai had bought the profound insect stone without a trace. Now, after listening to Yang Inflammation's explanation, Yang Kai immediately knew he had bought a treasure. These 150,000 saint crystals had not been spent in vain. If the profound insect stone could really allow the soul-devouring insects to evolve further, allowing them to deal with saint kings and origin-returning realm cultivators, their usefulness would be enormous. "What kind of exotic insects do you have?" Yang Inflammation asked curiously. "I'll tell you when we get back," Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Yang Inflammation looked at him strangely but didn't say anything more. "Look, that twin dagger is being auctioned." Wu Yi suddenly called out excitedly. She knew she couldn't reveal that it was Yang Inflammation who refined it, so she didn't dare mention Yang Inflammation's name. Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation both looked towards the auction stage and saw the twin daggers appear on the stage. Moreover, there was more than one origin-grade artifact being auctioned. A row of 12 women in palatial robes appeared, each holding a jade plate. Each jade plate held an artifact of the same grade, all of them origin-grade low rank. The aura surrounding them was extremely dense, attracting everyone's attention at once. The beautiful female auctioneer smiled again and said, "Everyone should be clear about the items being auctioned this time. And these are 12 origin-grade low-rank artifacts. Everyone present should also know that it won't be long before one of Shadowed Star's 3 great forbidden areas, the Lu Yen Sandfield, opens. This is a great opportunity that only appears once every several hundred years. If you want to enter the Lu Yen Sandfield, you must have enough strength, and not only that, you must also have excellent equipment. These 12 origin-grade low-rank artifacts were specifically collected by my Treasure Trove Pavilion for the upcoming opening of the Lu Yen Sandfield. They are all things that can be used to protect your life. There are not many origin-grade artifacts on Shadowed Star, and my Treasure Trove Pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to collect these 12 artifacts, resulting in many casualties among our disciples." The beautiful female auctioneer continued to speak from the high platform, causing Yang Kai to frown as he turned to Wu Yi and asked curiously, What are the 3 great forbidden areas? Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. You haven't been on Shadowed Star for long, so naturally you haven't heard of them. The 3 great forbidden areas are infamous existences on Shadowed Star, and everyone who talks about them pales. The first one is the Luoyan sandfield she just mentioned. That place covers an unknown area and is shrouded in intense heat all year round. Even the outermost layer of this heat is not something a person can resist. There was once an origin-returning realm master who thought he was strong enough to rush into the Luoyan sandfield to search for treasures. But no matter how strong he was or how well prepared he was, as soon as he entered the Luoyan sandfield, he was melted away along with his artifacts. It's that powerful. Yang Kai was shocked. Yes, and that's only the outermost layer of this heat. It is said that if one were to venture deeper, even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to resist it, but that's just a rumor. There are no Origin Kings on Shadowed Star, so no one knows how strong an Origin King Realm Master really is. Wu Yi smiled sweetly. Then why did this woman say that the Luoyan sandfield was about to open? Yang Kai frowned. If the Luoyan sandfield was really a place where death was certain, who would be so stupid as to enter? No one would complain about having a long life. Because every once in a while the power of the flowing flame sandfield will greatly decrease. This period of time is not fixed, it may be a few dozen years or even a few hundred years. Once the power of the flowing flame sandfield weakens, cultivators will be able to enter. I have read in my family's ancient books that the last time the flowing flame sandfield opened was 400 years ago, so no one has entered that place for 400 years. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. A place where no one had entered for 400 years, how many good things were hidden inside. No wonder the beautiful auctioneer had said that this was a great opportunity. Yang Kai knew that many precious treasures like to grow in hot environments, and the hotter they were, the more vigorous they would be. The Luoyan sandfield might have some of these treasures. However, what excited Yang Kai the most was not these precious treasures, but the high temperature. This place was very suitable for him to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. On Rainfall Star, Zhong Ao once said that if he wanted to refine the profound Yin sunflower water, he had to find a place with extremely high temperatures. Yang Kai had more than 20 drops of profound Yin sunflower water and had already collected all the materials needed to refine it. Now all he needed to do was find a suitable place. The Luoyan sandfield undoubtedly met his requirements. As long as he could refine a single drop, his strength would definitely improve again. Wu Yi continued, the second forbidden zone is the Emperor Garden. It is said that it was once the back garden of the great emperors of Star Territory. Yang Kai was shocked. The great emperors of Star Territory? A legendary master. It is said that many years ago the entire Heng Luo star field was under the control of one of the great emperors of Star Territory. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, this star emperor disappeared and no one knows where he went. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He had heard rumors about the star emperor before from Shen Tu on the floating continent. At that time, Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, thinking that this so-called star emperor was a fabrication. But now it seemed that there really was such a person. Because even a remote cultivation star like Shadowed Star had such a legend, it was impossible for it to be groundless. A star emperor in charge of an entire star territory, just how powerful was that? Forget about a star emperor, even a star master was something Yang Kai had never seen before. He only knew that in order to become a star master, one needed to be at least an Origin King realm cultivator and had to take the risk of fusing with a star's source. Once one failed, even an Origin King would die. The flowing flame sandfield has always existed, but no one has been able to enter it. The Emperor Garden, on the other hand, is elusive, no one knows where it is. Occasionally it will appear for a brief moment, attracting many people to enter it, but no one has ever come out alive. Only under some special circumstances will the Emperor Garden stabilize, and once it does, it will be a great opportunity. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little excited when he heard this. The Star Emperor's back garden was filled with countless precious treasures. The third forbidden zone is located in the territory of the sea. It's called Serene Soul Island, which is also extremely dangerous. If the Luoyan sandfield has always existed and the Emperor Garden occasionally appears, then the Serene Soul Island is truly untraceable. No one has ever seen it and no one has ever been able to find it. All those who have seen it have died. Wu Yi's words were filled with a gloomy aura, causing Yang Yen to shiver uncontrollably. This little girl's courage had always been quite small. Since no one has ever seen it, why does anyone know about Serene Soul Island? Yang Kai frowned. Of the 3 great forbidden zones, he felt this one was the most unreliable. Wu Yi smiled faintly. Its existence is reasonable. Since everyone knows about Serene Soul Island, it must exist. Yang Kai didn't dwell on this issue, but the impending opening of the Lu Yen sandfield made him very excited. There was no better place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water than that. Zhong Ao had said that when refining the profound Yin sunflower water, as long as it was within the limits of one's body, the higher the temperature, the better. The higher the temperature, the better the profound Yin sunflower water's power would be. Should I go there when the time comes? Yang Kai thought to himself. Chapter 1158. While Yang Kai's mood was soaring on the high platform, the beautiful female auctioneer had already begun the auction of the first origin-grade low-rank artifact. Because of the flowing flame sand field and the scarcity of origin-grade artifacts, even though Treasure Trove Pavilion had displayed 12 artifacts at once, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the masters in the private rooms from bidding for them. On the contrary, it only served to further stimulate their determination to obtain them. There were only 12 origin-grade low-rank artifacts, so once they were sold out there would be none left. Yang Kai heard the muffled voice of Thunder Typhoon Sec's Fong Tianzhong, heard Heaven Battling Union's Chu Chong Feng proudly raise his bid, heard Yin Su Dai from Colored Glass Sec's Yin Su Dai's melodious voice, and even heard the competing voices of the young masters from other great forces. These rising stars all seemed to want to buy some origin-grade low-rank artifacts in order to prepare for entering the flowing flame sand field. The starting price of an origin-grade low-rank artifact was raised to 600,000 Saint crystals in an instant, and the bids were still increasing. Yang Kai suddenly found that he had underestimated the purchasing power of Shadowed Star's great forces and the preciousness of origin-grade artifacts. He had thought that a Saint King-grade high-rank artifact would sell for 30 to 50,000 Saint crystals, while an origin-grade low-rank artifact would sell for 2 to 300,000. However, this was not the case at all. Although there was only a 1-grade difference between origin-grade low-rank and Saint King-grade high-rank, the difference in price was like the difference between heaven and earth. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai understood. These great forces didn't lack purchasing power. After many years of accumulation, they had accumulated a large number of Saint crystals. What they lacked was the opportunity to see something good. Once it appeared, even if they had to spend more Saint crystals, they wouldn't feel distressed. Origin-grade low-rank artifacts were such good things. On Shadowed Star, the highest grade artifact refiners could reach was origin-grade low-rank, but it was impossible for them to be like Yang Yan, who could guarantee success every time they refined an artifact. Just like alchemy, when an artifact refiner refined an artifact, there was a great chance that it would be damaged. Once it was damaged, not only would it be impossible to refine an artifact, but all the raw materials would also be lost. The chance of raw materials being damaged was very high, which naturally caused the price of origin-grade artifacts to remain high. The price of the first origin-grade low-rank artifact quickly broke through 1,000,000 Saint crystals, and although the number of people bidding gradually decreased, there were still some who were considering increasing the price. Yang Kai wanted to see how much this artifact could sell for, but suddenly his expression changed and he whispered to Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi, "I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back soon." The 2 women looked at him in surprise, but they didn't ask anything and just nodded lightly. Yang Kai quickly left private room C13 and walked straight out of the Trove of Treasures building. He lingered for a while in a shop opposite the Trove of Treasures building before he slipped into the crowd on the left. Although Yang Kai had been paying attention to the progress of the auction, he had not relaxed his observation of the cultivator who had won the map fragment. The appearance of the 12 origin-grade artifacts had caused the atmosphere in the auction hall to soar, and while most people's attention was attracted by the origin-grade artifacts, the First Order Saint King cultivator who had won the map fragment quietly left the auction hall. Obviously, he felt that this was a good opportunity to escape. Before, he had spent 100,000 Saint crystals to firmly win the map fragment, which had attracted the attention of many people. If he wasn't afraid of attracting even more attention, he would have already left. However, it was too late to leave now. A cultivator like him shouldn't have competed for this map fragment. Yang Kai's divine sense was comparable to that of an origin-returning realm master, so it was naturally easy for him to monitor such a person. Yang Kai also found that many people had the same idea as him. After he left Trove of Treasures building, one cultivator after another quietly left, all of them following behind the owner of the map fragment. Yang Kai was speechless for a while. He thought that besides himself not many people would pay attention to this cultivator, but now he realized that it wasn't that no one was paying attention, but rather that everyone was quietly paying attention. The forces behind these people obviously believed that the owner of this map fragment had more than one map fragment. Once they obtained two, they might be able to obtain some useful clues. Yang Kai's face went black. Although there was no good way to snatch this map fragment, it was impossible for him to just give up. After all, Yang Yun definitely had a map fragment. For the time being, he could only take one step at a time and head out of Heavenly Fate City. Although the owner of the map fragment had deliberately concealed his aura along the way and tried to keep his expression normal, how could a little First-Order Saint King escape the eyes of so many masters? After a stick of incense worth of time, he left Heavenly Fate City, followed by one figure after another. Yang Kai fell behind, and although many people's divine senses swept towards him, many of them origin-returning realm masters, no one paid any attention to Yang Kai. 50 kilometers west of Heavenly Fate City, Falling Horse Slope. This place was desolate and filled with strange rocks. If one went further, they would arrive at a stone forest that was definitely a good place to kill and rob. Gu Xiong had noticed that someone was following him, but even if he had noticed, there was no way he could get rid of them because he knew exactly why these people were targeting him. His legs were trembling and his face was pale, wishing he could slap himself a few times. This time, when Treasure Trove Pavilion was holding an auction in Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai had spent a lot of money to buy an admission token from a friend. He had also brought all the saint crystals he had accumulated over the years with him in order to buy something good at the auction to improve his strength. But instead of buying something good, he had actually bought a broken map fragment. Only the heavens knew why he had shouted out a high price of 100,000 saint crystals at that time. That was all of his savings as well as the accumulation of his ancestors for generations. If he was given another chance, Gu Xiong swore he would never have entered these muddy waters. Whoever wanted to buy that broken map fragment could buy it, but he would never have bought it. Unfortunately, no matter how much he regretted it now, it was too late. Walking along the Falling Horse Slope, Gu Xiong felt a chill run down his spine, as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him from all directions. He didn't even dare summon his star shuttle to escape. He was sure that once he took out his star shuttle, he would die here the next moment. Looking up and seeing the stone forest 10 kilometers away, Gu Xiong stopped and didn't dare to go any further. If he went there, he would also die. A gust of wind blew past, causing Gu Xiong's clothes to flutter. Gu Xiong's already tense nerves finally reached their limit. With a plop, he knelt down. Facing the gust of wind, he cried and wailed, "Seniors, please spare this junior's life. This junior was muddle-headed and shouldn't have bought that broken map fragment. Please spare my life, I just broke through to the Saint King realm, I don't want to die yet." The whistling wind blew Gu Xiong's cries a little off-key, adding a touch of eeriness to this desolate place. Seeing no movement from all directions, Gu Xiong knew that these people weren't afraid of him but rather of each other. Unable to bear it any longer, Yang Kai quickly took out the broken map fragment from his space ring, held it high in his hand and continued to shout, "This map fragment is here, if any of the seniors want it, please come and take it, but please don't take this junior's life." Although no one had appeared yet, Gu Xiong could clearly sense that an invisible pressure was shooting towards him from all directions. All of these pressures swept past the map fragment in his hand, and then quickly retracted. Gu Xiong continued to cry and beg for mercy, but after a long time he shouted again, "Seniors, I will leave this map fragment here, if any of you want it, this junior will withdraw first, okay?" Still no one answered. Gu Xiong shouted 3 times in a row before saying in a self-deceiving manner, "If none of you have any objections, this junior will take his leave." Saying so, Yang Kai put down the map fragment in his hand on the ground, picked up a stone and slowly stood up. As soon as he turned around, he suddenly saw a young man standing behind him, causing Gu Xiong to fall to his knees in fright. This young man was wearing an artifact armor, so at first glance, it was obvious he was not an ordinary person. What frightened Gu Xiong the most was that behind this young man stood 2 masters with cold expressions. Judging from the auras these 2 were exuding, they were definitely 2 origin-returning realm masters. Do you think this is an auction where shouting 3 times will result in a deal? The young man sneered. Gu Xiong quickly waved his hand and said, I wouldn't dare, this young master must be joking, but I've been shouting here for a long time yet no one paid any attention to me. Young master, I'll leave this map fragment here if you want it, feel free to take it, just don't kill me. You're not qualified to bargain with me. The young man remained unmoved and motioned to the master behind him to pick up the map fragment. He didn't want to come out so early because there were at least 30 people lying in ambush on this falling horse slope. But seeing this timid Saint King Realm cultivator really want to leave, he couldn't hold himself back and was the first to step out. One of the origin returning realm masters behind him stepped forward, picked up the map fragment, examined it and nodded. It's the one that appeared at the auction. Saying so, he handed the map fragment to the young man. The young man took it and threw it into his space ring before turning to Gu Xiong and saying, Let me see your space ring. Gu Xiong was stunned for a moment as if this was the first time he had been robbed. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to resist and obediently took off his space ring and handed it to the young man. The young man swept the space ring with his divine sense and his face suddenly became gloomy as he shouted angrily, You don't have any other map fragments? I didn't say I had any. Gu Xiong defended himself weakly. Bastard. The young man was furious and kicked Gu Xiong in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground, gritting his teeth as he said, If you don't have any other map fragments, why did you bid? Didn't that beautiful woman say that this map fragment contained a shocking amount of wealth, top-grade secret arts and artifacts? Gu Xiong felt wronged. It was precisely because he believed the words of that beautiful auctioneer that he had bid 100,000 Saint King Realm cultivator. You believed her just because she said so? The young man's expression darkened as he shouted, Do you think you can find any clues with this map fragment? Gu Xiong nodded lightly as if this was a matter of course. Chapter 1159. The young man was speechless, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he wished he could immediately kill this idiot Gu Xiong. It was because of this idiot that he had randomly increased the price that he had come out here to enjoy the breeze, but in the end he didn't have any other map fragments. The young man suddenly felt a sense of anger at being played, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Slowly raising his hand, the young man condensed his Saint Qi into the shape of a sword. Gu Xiong wept bitterly and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Before the young man could act though, one of the origin returning realm masters behind him suddenly whispered, Young master, you can't kill him. The young man froze for a moment before asking, Why? If we kill him there will be no witnesses. Others will probably think we obtained 2 map fragments. Obtaining 1 map fragment isn't a problem, but obtaining 2 will be a big problem. Hearing this, the young man thought for a while before finally understanding. Cursing loudly, he kicked Gu Xiong fiercely, threw his space ring at his face and left. Surprisingly, no one tried to stop him. Not long after the young man and the 2 origin returning realm masters left, another person walked out from a hidden place and came up to Gu Xiong, who was lying on the ground with a frown on his face, asking a few questions. Gu Xiong answered truthfully. The man picked up the space ring on the ground and examined it before slowly shaking his head in disappointment, tossing it to the ground and quickly leaving. A third person walked out and did exactly the same thing as the second person, followed by a fourth, a fifth. After experiencing such a huge fall from life to death, Gu Xiong's mood seemed to have calmed down a lot, but being interrogated by masters whose status and strength were far higher than his still made him feel a little uneasy. Fortunately, these people only asked him a few questions, checked his space ring and let him go. None of them had any intention of taking his life, nor did anyone try to steal anything from his space ring. After half an hour, Yang Kai was the last to come out. Gu Xiong was already familiar with this kind of situation, so without waiting for Yang Kai to ask, he quickly explained, I don't have a second map fragment. I just listened to that beautiful woman's words and thought that with this map fragment I would be able to find shocking wealth and top-grade martial skills. My space ring is on the ground. If you want to see it, you can check it yourself. Just don't kill me. Yang Kai sighed, no longer in the mood to check Gu Xiong's space ring. So many people had seen it. If there really was a second map fragment, it would have been impossible for it not to be discovered. Next time, don't randomly buy things, Yang Kai said in a slightly amused tone. Of the dozens of people who came out, which one of them wasn't a scheming person? But they were all fooled by Gu Xiong. It wasn't that Gu Xiong's acting skills were amazing, but no one thought that this guy was such a fool. He believed the beautiful auctioneer's words so easily. Zhou Xian nodded repeatedly. I'll never buy anything at an auction again. Let's go. Yang Kai waved to him. You're lucky that no one killed you this time, but next time it's hard to say. Yes. Zhou Xian said gratefully, grabbing his space ring and scrambling away. He had been so frightened that he hadn't even realized that Yang Kai was a cultivator in the same realm as him. Otherwise, how could he have been so polite to Yang Kai? It wasn't until Zhou Xian had run far away that he summoned his star shuttle and flew away. Vaguely, Yang Kai seemed to be able to hear him crying out in fear. The map fragment that had appeared at the auction had been taken away by the first young man to appear, which made Yang Kai very depressed. Yang Kai's strength was too low right now, so naturally, it was impossible for him to compete with this young man for this map fragment. The reason why the others hadn't tried to snatch it was because everyone knew that a single map fragment was useless. Otherwise, they would have already bid for it at the auction. How could it have been won by Zhou Xian? On top of that, that young man probably had some background, so naturally, they wouldn't easily offend the force behind him for a useless map fragment. Now it seemed that the map fragment would have been better off in Zhou Xian's hands. Now that it had been taken away by that young man, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be able to retrieve it in a short time. Fortunately, he had already memorized the other party's appearance, so it wouldn't be too late to think of a way later. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai returned to Heavenly Fate City again and headed straight to Treasure Trove Pavilion. Inside room C13, Yang Kai pushed open the door, sat down on his chair and took a sip of spirit tea. Seeing Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation both immersed in excitement, he couldn't help asking, how did the auction go? You're back? Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation seemed to have just noticed Yang Kai, Wu Yi smiling widely and saying, the price was unexpected, each artifact sold for more than 1,000,000 gold coins. Now the one being auctioned is the twin daggers. Yang Kai raised his head and looked down. Sure enough, next to the beautiful auctioneer was the final two-pronged daggers. But what surprised him was that no one was bidding for it. What's the price? Yang Kai thought that it was impossible for such an artifact to go unsold. 2,100,000. Wu Yi replied excitedly, not waiting for Yang Kai to ask again before taking the initiative to explain. The grade of the twin daggers is close to origin grade mid-rank, much better than the previous 11, so the price is also much higher. It seems the people here are quite knowledgeable. At that moment, the beautiful female auctioneer shouted, 2,100,000 going once, 2,100,000 going twice, 2,100,000 going thrice sold. Congratulations to the friend in private room C3 for winning the exquisite twin daggers. This mistress wishes this friend great success in the Luyan sandfield and a fruitful return. The beautiful woman said a few pleasantries with a smile. She had the woman from the Treasure Trove Pavilion carry the exquisite twin forks to private room B3 with a jade plate. Oh, C3 not colored glass sect? Yang Kai was stunned. He thought that this exquisite twin dagger would be won by In Su Dai of colored glass sect. After all, it was an artifact suitable for women, but he remembered that In Su Dai's colored glass sect was in a private room in the A block. Why colored glass sect? Wu Yi was puzzled. It's nothing, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai went out for a stroll. This round of 12 origin grade low-rank artifacts had been auctioned off, so the next item to be auctioned was actually a pill, an origin grade low-rank pill at that. Treasure Trove Pavilion had made ample preparations for this auction and was certain that the Luyan sandfield was about to open, so none of the great forces would be stingy with money. As long as there was something good, there was no need to worry about not being able to sell it for a high price. As such, after the origin grade low-rank artifacts were auctioned off, origin grade low-rank pills were immediately put on the stage, once again igniting the hot atmosphere in the auction hall. Yang Kai had a profound understanding of just how expensive origin grade pills were here. A bottle of 10 pills that could quickly supplement one St. Chi sold for a high price of 600,000 St. Chi, averaging out to 60,000 per pill. The wild rose pills that could be used to heal wounds also sold for a bottle of 10 pills, even more expensive than ordinary pills, selling for a total of 730,000 per bottle. 5 meridian pills that could repair meridians sold for 800,000 St. Chi. The most expensive of all was the snow and ice pill that could help a cultivator disperse the heat, selling for 1,100,000 St. Chi. Luoyang sandfield was filled with scorching heat, so the snow and ice pill had a great effect there. As such, as soon as this pill appeared, it was almost immediately snatched up by the great forces. A total of 5 bottles were auctioned off, each one selling for a higher price than the last. Pills weren't like artifacts. As long as an artifact wasn't damaged, it could be used countless times, but once a pill was consumed, it would be gone. In order to enter the Luoyang sandfield, these great forces had spared no expense. Normally, although these origin-grade pills were precious, it was impossible for them to sell for such a high price. However, in this favorable environment, Treasure Trove Pavilion was able to sell these pills for 3 or 4 times the usual price. The beautiful female auctioneer stood on the stage and smiled brightly, her face flushed red. After more than an hour, all the origin-grade low-rank pills were auctioned off, and every great force in the private rooms had more or less gained something, so everyone was happy. Just when many people thought that the auction had come to an end, the beautiful female auctioneer spoke once more in a delicate voice. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. The next item to be auctioned is the finale of my Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction." As soon as the words finale were spoken, the entire auction hall fell silent. Only heavy breathing could be heard as countless eyes focused on the beautiful female auctioneer. A few keen cultivator even noticed that the beautiful female auctioneer's voice was trembling slightly and immediately understood that the finale of this auction was quite extraordinary. Because this matter is of great importance, the auction of this finale item will be personally presided over by my Treasure Trove Pavilion's Grand Manager, Manager Yen Pei. "Manager Yen, please." After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she stepped aside and looked in a certain direction with a smile. Yen Pei's face was dark and his expression was cold as he strode over from that direction. Yen Pei is actually presiding over this auction himself. Not only was there a flurry of discussion in the auction hall, but even the private rooms were filled with whispers. Old Blackface Yen Pei was known as the blackest and most ruthless auctioneer in Endless Treasures Pavilion. In the past, every time he presided over an auction, he would rip off the bidders until they wished they were dead. In recent years, Yen Pei had grown older and his status had risen, so he rarely appeared at auctions. No one had expected that Yen Pei, who had not presided over an auction for many years, would actually appear in person this time. Everyone knew that since he had appeared, the auction hall would be filled with a bloody storm. For a time, all the Master Realm Masters in the private rooms wore bitter looks as they touched their space rings and sighed, secretly worrying about the Saint crystals in their space rings. That thing actually became the finale item. Inside room C13, Wu Yi and Yang Yan looked at each other and almost jumped up in excitement. Not to mention the grade of this artifact, just the fact that it was the finale of the auction had already raised its price by a huge margin. The two women could almost imagine that after this auction, they would definitely become rich women. Yang Yan was already calculating how many precious materials she should buy. Private room A5 was a private room belonging to Shadow Moon Hall. At this moment, in addition to Qian Tong, there were 5 or 6 young people inside, all of whom were rising stars of Shadow Moon Hall. However, only a man and a woman were qualified to sit next to Qian Tong. The man was handsome and his eyes shone with a reserved light, indicating he was a third-order Saint King cultivator. The woman was slender, had a picturesque face, and was also a third-order Saint King. However, her aura wasn't as reserved as the man's and was instead more flamboyant, obviously because she had just broken through not long ago. Chapter 1160. The status of this man and woman in Shadow Moon Hall was obviously not low, otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to sit next to Qian Tong. When the other young disciples standing next to them looked at the two of them, there was a hint of envy in their eyes. "Elder Qian, you have a good relationship with Manager Yen. Do you know what this finale item is?" One of the female disciples standing nearby asked curiously. Qian Tong's expression was serious, as if he hadn't heard the female disciple's words. Seeing him like this, everyone couldn't help holding their breaths, feeling more and more that this finale item was extraordinary. Elder Qian Tong definitely knew some inside information, otherwise he wouldn't have such a dignified look on his face. "Luo Qing!" Qian Tong suddenly shouted. "Disciple is here." Luo Qing, who had been standing to the side, quickly stepped forward. "How many saint crystals did you raise?" Luo Qing quickly replied respectfully, Disciple has followed elder's instructions and managed to raise 50 million saint crystals, but a large part of it was transferred from the sect. 50 million. Qian Tong narrowed his eyes slightly. I still have nearly 30 million, so we have about 80 million saint crystals. Inside the private room, most people were shocked. Even if they were from Shadow Moon Hall and had high status in the sect, 80 million saint crystals still shocked them. What shocked them even more though was that Qian Tong actually muttered to himself, I wonder if that's enough. The beautiful woman sitting next to Qian Tong finally couldn't help asking, Master, what is this finale item? Even 80 million saint crystals isn't enough? She wasn't the only one who was curious. Even the other handsome man who had been wearing a calm expression was curious, turning his head to look at Qian Tong, hoping he could explain. From the start of the auction until now, the most expensive item up for auction was the exquisite twin forks that had been auctioned before, but that had only sold for 1 million saint crystals. Could the finale be an Origin King grade artifact? If it really was an Origin King grade artifact, 80 million saint crystals might not be enough. But where would Treasure Trove Pavilion find such an item? You don't understand. Qian Tong laughed bitterly. 80 million seems like a lot, but other people probably have even more. My Shadow Moon Hall is one of the great forces on Shadowed Star. However, compared to Thunder Typhoon Sect, Star Emperor Sect and Heaven Battling Union, there was still a gap between them and Colored Glass Sect, Grand Fire Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Floating Mist Palace, and the other great forces are also stronger than us. I'm just afraid they've collected even more saint crystals. Master, what exactly is that thing? The delicate and pretty girl asked again. See for yourself. Qian Tong was not in the mood to answer. Because even if he answered, these juniors might not be able to recognize the value of that thing. It would be easier for them to understand if he explained it after everyone had started to fight for it. The people in the private rooms no longer spoke and all turned their eyes towards the auction stage. Black-face Yen Pei stood there, his eyes sweeping around as he loudly declared, This old master Yen Pei would like to thank everyone for participating in my Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction this time. The auction has progressed to this point, and this old master is generally satisfied. The only thing that displeases this old master is that everyone is holding their wallets too tightly. This old master hopes that everyone can bring out the imposing manner and boldness of a great sect and great force. There is no need to give face to others or my Treasure Trove Pavilion. If you fancy something, so what if you go bankrupt? As long as you can obtain it, it's fine. Yen Pei's blunt words made all the experts in the private rooms suck in a breath of cold air. This old black face harbored evil intentions. Listening to his tone, it seemed that he would only give up after all of them went bankrupt. It was truly too vicious. There were even many people who had the thought of immediately leaving this place. If they stayed, they might really go bankrupt. Yen Pei, however, did not give them a chance and continued, Without further ado, I will now introduce this auction's finale item. With a wave of his hand, a woman in palace robes immediately walked up with a jade plate. The jade plate was covered with a red cloth, making it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, causing everyone to grit their teeth in anger. The woman in palace robes stood in front of Yen Pei, and Yen Pei loudly declared, Everyone, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Saying so, she lifted the red cloth and revealed a long red whip on the jade plate. This long whip's shape was smooth, with sections like a scorpion's tail that were tightly connected without any gaps. The tip of the whip was like a sharp spike that flickered with a dark green light. At a glance, it was clear that this spike was extremely poisonous. Dragon beating whip. Yen Pei shouted. In room C13, Yang Kai had just taken a sip of tea when he heard the name Yen Pei gave to this long red whip and almost spat it out. The Treasure Trove Pavilion had given the previous twin prongs the exquisite twin prongs. It wasn't a bad name, but it was a mediocre name. This long red whip was called Dragon Beating Whip by Yen Pei, a truly domineering name. Old Blackface's face was really thick, daring to give it such a name. Burning gazes came from all directions as countless divine senses swept over this item, causing the sounds of discussion to ring out in the private rooms of the hall. Yen Pei quickly shouted, This is a genuine Origin grade mid-rank artifact. According to the appraisal of my Treasure Trove Pavilion's Grandmasters, the main material of this whip is the tail of the 9th Order monster beast, the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, supplemented by a variety of Origin grade ores. This old master will not explain what an origin grade mid-rank artifact represents, as everyone here should be clear in their hearts. This is a work of art that far surpasses the standard of artifact refining on Shadowed Star. This whip is over 20 meters long and can be changed in length by pouring Saint Qi into it. What's more, the Grandmaster who refined this dragon-beating whip perfectly preserved the toxicity of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion's tail. Although it is somewhat sinister, it greatly increases the power of this dragon-beating whip. Yan Pei said as he picked up the dragon-beating whip from the jade plate and swung it around the high platform, letting everyone feel the power of an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Sure enough, upon seeing the power of this dragon-beating whip, countless people's breathing became rapid. After a while, Yan Pei put the dragon-beating whip back. At that moment, a voice rang out from one of the private rooms in a block. "Manager Yan, is this the thing you said would make us go bankrupt? Although origin-grade mid-rank artifacts are rare, they aren't enough to break our bones. I thought Treasure Trove Pavilion had collected an origin king-grade artifact this time. And we were all looking forward to it, but it turned out to be just an origin-grade mid-rank artifact." Yan Pei stood there as if he hadn't heard anything, only a faint sneer on his face. The people in the private rooms had all received the news in advance and had ordered people to collect Saint crystals, but no one knew what kind of precious item Treasure Trove Pavilion had taken out this time. After all, this was a secret, so Yan Pei wouldn't spread it around. He also believed that with Qian Tong's shrewdness, it was impossible for them to leak any information to others. Each of them had collected a lot of Saint crystals, but now they only had a single origin-grade mid-rank artifact, which was naturally disappointing and made them feel like they were making a big fuss over a minor issue. However, this artifact still had to be snatched. With an origin-grade mid-rank artifact in front of them, even if they couldn't win it, they had to raise the price as much as possible to make others suffer. For a time, everyone secretly waited with the mentality of harming others without benefiting themselves. Yan Pei then said something that made everyone cough up blood. "This artifact is most suitable for women. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can buy it and give it to a woman you like. This old master can guarantee that any man who buys it will be able to win the heart of a beautiful woman." Disrespectful old bastard. Inside the private room of Colored Glass Sect, Yin Su Dai ground her teeth and cursed. The reason she hadn't snatched the exquisite twin daggers just now was because she wanted to wait and see if there was anything better coming up. Sure enough, now that the Dragon Striker Whip had appeared, she had secretly made up her mind to snatch this Dragon Striker Whip. She also believed that with her popularity, once she made a bid, many people would give up trying to compete with her, but she hadn't expected Yan Pei to say such words. Wasn't this just creating a lot of competition for her? A middle-aged woman next to Yin Su Dai gently patted her hand and comforted her. "Rest assured, we'll definitely win it." "Thank you, second madam." Yin Su Dai smiled sweetly. Dragon Striker Whip, starting price 1 million. Each increase must be no less than 100,000. Everyone make your bids. Yan Pei had said everything he needed to say and had roused the mood of the crowd, so now it was time to watch people fight to the death. This was his favorite part of the auction. Every time someone fought to the death, he would feel happy and feel many years younger. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of bidding immediately rang out from the various private rooms. 1,100,000. 1,300,000. 1,500,000. 2 million. The masters who had been constantly belittling this Dragon Striker Whip seemed to have forgotten what they had just said and began bidding with red eyes. Not only were there masters and masters from various great forces participating in this bidding war, but there were also some rising stars among them. "I bid 2,100,000. Chu Chong Feng of Heaven Battling Union was always so confident in his bid, as if he was born to be superior to others, as if others should give in to him. 2,300,000. The one who opposed Chu Chong Feng was always Fong Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. The two of them came from one of the top great forces on Shadowed Star, so their reputation and strength were on par, so neither of them feared the other. "Brother Fong, why do you want to buy this Dragon Striker Whip? It's not suitable for you, isn't it just a waste of money?" Chu Chong Feng grinned meaningfully and continued to bid. 2,500,000. "I can't use it, but you can?" 2,800,000. Fong Tianzhong did not back down. "I'm naturally buying it as a gift. I heard that junior sister Een of Colored Glass sect is currently in need of an artifact, so this junior brother wants to use this opportunity to offer Buddha 3 million. This was a blatant display of love, and it was done in front of all the masters from Shadowed Star's great forces, causing many of them to hiss in disbelief. Inside Colored Glass sect's private room, the middle-aged woman's face went cold while Een Su-dai's expression was also very unpleasant. She didn't want to be involved in any scandals because of today's events, so she softly said, "Brother Chu's good intentions Su-dai appreciates, but if I want this Dragon Striker whip, naturally I will bid for it. 3,200,000. Chapter 1161. Een Su-dai didn't want to bid so early because she really liked this Dragon Striker whip. She had never owned an Origin grade mid-rank artifact before, and now that she was entering the Lu Yen Sandfield, who knew what kind of dangers she would encounter? Having such an artifact would greatly increase her safety. However, Chu Chongfeng had actually led the topic to her, which really annoyed Een Su-dai. Even if she didn't want to bid, she had no choice but to do so. Although Colored Glass sect wasn't as strong as Heaven Battling Union, it still had the ability to buy an Origin grade mid-rank artifact, so there was no need for Chu Chongfeng to cause such a stir and ruin the reputation of her sect. As soon as Een Su-dai bid, everyone knew what she was thinking. Obviously, she didn't want to accept Chu Chongfeng's favor. For a time, many people cast meaningful glances towards Heaven Battling Union's private room, showing gloating expressions. Chu Chongfeng, however, didn't care at all and simply declared, "Since junior sister Een wants to bid, this Chu will not overstep his authority. Junior sister Zhu wins this treasure, so I ask everyone to show mercy. Junior sister Een rarely bids, so please don't disappoint her." His words were spoken casually, but these half-harsh half-soft words still made many people unhappy. There was nothing they could do about it though. After all, this man was a member of Heaven Battling Union. Only Thunder Typhoon sect and Star Emperor sect could be compared to Heaven Battling Union. These three great forces were recognized as the most powerful on Shadowed Star. Sure enough, after Chu Chongfeng finished speaking, no one in the noisy auction hall increased the price. Even Fong Tianzhong, who had been opposing him tit for tat, fell silent. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, the delicate woman stared at the Dragon Striker whip with a look of excitement. Qian Tong glanced over at her and asked, "Xian, do you want this artifact?" The delicate woman called Xian's beautiful eyes flashed for a moment before she shook her head. "Xian doesn't want it." "You really don't want it?" Qian Tong asked. "If you want it, we can bid for it now." The woman smiled lightly. "It's true, master. If it was just an ordinary Origin grade mid-rank whip, I would still want it, but the poisonous spike at its end is quite insidious, so Xian doesn't want it." The handsome young man who had not spoken until now grinned and said, "Junior sister Xian has a kind heart. Even if she encounters injured animals, she will bring them back for treatment. That poisonous spike at the end of the whip really is quite a contrast with her temperament. I like junior sister Xian most." Hearing the young man say such words in front of so many people, the delicate and pretty woman couldn't help but blush. Seeing this, Xian's to test to be to her, to be to herself to not toot. How could he not know that his disciple's words were an excuse? But Xian's dice would of course is Xian's too. After all, Een Su-dai had already started bidding and Chu Chongfeng was obviously helping her. These two juniors were playing an ambiguous game, so Qian Tong didn't put them in his eyes. He believed that even if he bid for this whip, he wouldn't really offend Colored Glass sect and Heaven Battling Union. But what if he spent Saint Crystals now and didn't have enough Saint Crystals to buy the final item? It was precisely because Qian Tong knew better than anyone how precious the final auction item was that Shadow Moon Hall hadn't made a single move during this Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, and had instead been saving their strength for the final battle. His disciple's understanding made Qian Tong feel both warm and bitter. He was an elder of Shadow Moon Hall. When had he ever had to think twice before buying an artifact for his disciple? Just as he was feeling sad, the handsome young man suddenly shouted, 3,500,000. The appearance of this price caused the originally quiet auction hall to once again burst into discussion. Like I said, it's impossible for an Origin grade mid-rank artifact to sell for only 3,200,000. Finally, someone has increased the price. Who is this? So bold, isn't he afraid of being targeted by Chu Chongfeng? He's also from an A-block private room, not a small force. What's there to be afraid of? This is Shadow Moon Hall's private room. I remember Qian Tong's voice coming from inside. The one who bid is the most talented disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang. His personal strength is no worse than Fong Tianzhong and Chu Chongfeng's. It's him? Then he must be buying it for Dong Xianer. I heard that the two of them grew up together and have long since developed feelings for each other. I wonder if that's true or not. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Dong Xianer looked at Wei Guchang in amazement, seemingly not having expected him to directly bid. Wei Guchang smiled and said, "If you want it, we'll bid for it, no need to care about others." Saying so, he turned to Qian Tong and asked, "Elder Qian, can I mobilize these several million saint crystals?" Qian Tong smiled lightly, "Yes." He was greatly relieved. Dong Xianer was his disciple, and although he and Wei Guchang were not master and disciple, Qian Tong had been teaching him cultivation for many years. Although they were not master and disciple, their relationship was closer than that. Both of them had excellent aptitude, and Qian Tong felt that if they had not been born on Shadowed Star and had instead been born outside, they would have had greater achievements in the future. What satisfied Qian Tong the most was that Wei Guchang took good care of Dong Xianer, doting on her like an elder brother and tolerating some of Dong Xianer's personality. On top of that, Dong Xianer also had a calm temperament and did not have the shortcomings of disciples from great forces. It could be said that these two disciples were the most outstanding in Shadow Moon Hall and were regarded by Qian Tong as the sect's greatest hope. Now that Wei Guchang was participating in this auction for Dong Xianer, Qian Tong naturally supported him. 4 million. Inside Colored Glass Sect's private room, Yin Su Dai's voice called out again. Although her voice was flat, Yin Su Dai inside the private room was secretly gnashing her teeth. Originally, if not for Wei Guchang's bid, she might have been able to buy the Dragon Striker Whip for 3.2 million saint crystals, but now that Wei Guchang had jumped out, the price had increased significantly. It was tantamount to spending money in vain. On the high platform, the black-faced Yan Pei was calm and unmoving like a mountain. Only when he wasn't paying attention would the corners of his mouth curl up into a faint sneer, which would disappear immediately. An origin-grade mid-rank artifact, wanting to buy it for between 3 million and 4 million? If this old master doesn't sell it for more than 10 million today, this old master won't be called the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion. Just now, even if Wei Guchang hadn't bid, someone else would have, so Blackface Yan Pei wasn't worried about this Dragon Striker Whip selling for a low price. For 2 million. Inside Shadow Moon Hall's private room, Wei Guchang raised the price again almost without hesitation. For 5 million. Yin Su Dai also seemed to have become angry, and although her voice was still soft and pleasant, her tone was quite anxious. Wei Guchang was about to raise the price again when Qian Tong suddenly shook his head. "Don't bid anymore." Wei Guchang looked at Qian Tong and asked puzzledly, "Why? Even if this Dragon Striker Whip is sold for a few million, it won't be expensive." "Yes, but if it ends up in our hands, we will lose the qualification to compete for the final item. And, do you think old Yan Pei is a vegetarian? He will make Colored Glass Sect bleed. There's no need for us to participate." "There's another auction item?" Wei Guchang was shocked, and Dong Xian also asked curiously, "Didn't Senior Yan just say that this was the finale of the auction? Can't the finale have 2 items? Qian Tong grinned meaningfully before turning to Wei Guchang and saying, "Xian already understands your intentions. That's enough. There's no need to continue bidding." "I understand." Wei Guchang wasn't a person like Chu Chongfeng who acted wantonly to win a smile from a beautiful woman. So when Qian Tong said so, he immediately understood the elder's meaning and no longer increased the price. With Wei Guchang not bidding, everyone thought he had withdrawn from the competition and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Blackface Yan Pei rolled his eyes towards the box in Shadow Moon Hall and spat disdainfully. "Old dog, how cunning." He didn't seem to realize that he and Qian Tong were both difficult to deal with. One had released some news in advance in order to maximize the benefits of this auction item, while the other had directly collected tolls from Heavenly Fate City's space array, causing the various great forces to cry for their mothers and fathers without anyone to complain. Narrowing his eyes, Yan Pei looked around the auction hall and saw only the sounds of discussion. No one from any of the private rooms had any intention to bid, causing him to secretly feel annoyed. Just as he was about to use the cards he had arranged to raise the price of the Dragon Striker whip, someone suddenly shouted, "Excuse me for 6 million. This voice came from a B block private room, and no one knew if he was talking about offending Yin Su Dai or Chu Chongfeng. In any case, before anyone had even started bidding, this man's momentum was already weaker than the others. It was likely that the person in this private room really wanted to bid for the Dragon Striker whip but felt a little uneasy, so he first spoke up to show weakness so others wouldn't try to settle accounts with him. Sure enough, as soon as this voice came out, Chu Chongfeng's cold snort came from Heaven Battling Union's private room, the threat in his voice obvious. Just now, when Wei Guchang participated in the auction, although Chu Chongfeng was dissatisfied, he couldn't say anything. After all, Shadow Moon Hall's strength wasn't weak and Wei Guchang was bidding for Dong Xianer, so it was reasonable, but now a person from AB Block private room had jumped out to question his prestige, naturally causing Chu Chongfeng's anger to erupt. He had clearly said just now that his junior sister Yin liked this Dragon Striker whip and had politely asked them to be lenient. But now there were so many people who didn't have eyes looking for trouble. Just as Chu Chongfeng was about to say a few words to show off, Yin Su Dai's slightly angry voice rang out from Colored Glass Sec's private room, 5 million. Looking at this situation, Yin Su Dai was determined to win this Dragon Striker whip. She hadn't bid for the origin grade low-rank artifact that had appeared before, so it was impossible for her to miss this opportunity. As soon as the price of 5 million was announced, the B block private room went silent, either because there were no more Saint Crystals to bid or because they were wary of Chu Chongfeng's cold snort. Of course, the latter was more likely. Inside the auction hall, there was another awkward silence. After the price of 5 million was called, no one continued to bid. Inside private room C13, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully, his expression flickering a few times before he suddenly called out a shocking price, 6 million. Chapter 1162. The auction for the Dragon Striker whip had always been stable, and although the price was rising steadily, everyone's bids were still reasonable, only increasing by 200,000 or 300,000. However, Yang Kai had suddenly bid 6 million, a full million higher than Yin Su Dai's bid. The audience was once again in an uproar. On the auction stage, the beautiful woman who had presided over the auction before glanced at old Yen Pei suspiciously, thinking that this was some kind of shill arranged by old Yen Pei. But this shill was obviously too obvious. How could she have known that Yen Pei would actually shake his head slowly, meaning that the shill she had arranged was not in that private room, causing the beautiful woman to be stunned. Inside room C13, hearing Yang Kai actually bid a high price of 6 million, Wu Yi and Yang Yen both covered their mouths and stared at him in amazement, not knowing what he was trying to do. 6 million. If this Dragon Striker whip fell into their hands, wouldn't they have nowhere to cry? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, his eyes filled with confidence. He believed that the price of this Dragon Striker whip was more than 6 million. At the very least, it was more than that on this occasion. Since participating in this auction, Yang Kai had already estimated the value of various artifacts and found that there was a huge difference from his initial estimate. He had thought that the origin grade low-rank artifacts would only sell for 200,000 or 300,000 Saint Crystals, but each one had sold for more than 1 million. The twin daggers refined by Yang Yen had sold for a high price of 1 million Saint Crystals. Now that the Dragon Striker whip was a genuine origin grade mid-rank artifact, how could it only sell for a few million Saint Crystals? It was possible for it to sell for 10 million Saint Crystals. If it weren't for Chu Chongfeng's words, there would definitely be countless people bidding for this Dragon Striker whip, causing its price to skyrocket. However, because of Chu Chongfeng's words, there were very few people bidding now, none of them willing to offend Yang Kai and Yin Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect, resulting in an awkward silence. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Chu Chongfeng, nor did he have the slightest friendship with Yin Su Dai, so of course he wouldn't allow his things to be taken advantage of by strangers. Since no one was willing to bid, Yang Kai had no choice but to bid. At worst, he would buy back the Dragon Striker whip, but he couldn't allow others to take advantage of it. You sure talk big. 6 million, can you take it out? Chu Chongfeng's cold voice called out from the private room, apparently feeling that a person from the C block private room couldn't afford so many Saint Crystals. What does it have to do with you whether others can take it out or not? If he can't take it out, Treasure Trove Pavilion will naturally make him pay the price. If you want to bid, then bid. So much nonsense, Fong Tianzhong said mockingly. Brother Fong, this has nothing to do with you, right? Why are you talking so much? Chu Chongfeng's voice became even colder. Normally, he and Fong Tianzhong were at loggerheads, but at this time the other party was actually trying to humiliate him, making Chu Chongfeng unable to bear it. I just don't like the way some people behave. Juniors, don't be so condescending. If you dare to be so long-winded again, then both of you will be chased out of Treasure Trove Pavilion and never allowed to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions again. Yan Pei snorted coldly. Since old Yan Pei had spoken, no one dared to refuse, so Chu Chongfeng and Fong Tianzhong quickly apologized. Yan Pei nodded slightly and said loudly, 6 million for room C13. Are there any higher bids? 5 million. Chu Chongfeng immediately increased the price. Before Yang Kai could open his mouth though, Fong Tianzhong's voice rang out, 7 million. Without waiting for Chu Chongfeng to bid again, Yang Kai ruthlessly shouted, 8 million. I can't let you juniors steal the limelight. This old master bids 5 million. Qian Tong's laughter rang out. Yang Kai froze for a moment, thought about it for a moment, smiled slightly, picked up his teacup, took a sip and leisurely said to Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation, get ready to collect your money, it's about time. Qian Tong had already bid 5 million. He wasn't bidding for the sake of bidding, but rather to draw attention and hatred to himself, immediately increasing the price after Yang Kai made his bid. Qian Tong was a very good person, and this favor was something Yang Kai would accept. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer both looked at Qian Tong in confusion, not knowing why he had suddenly participated in the auction. Although they were puzzled, they didn't ask any questions. Qian Tong naturally had his reasons for doing so. The auction of the Dragon Striker Whip was quite dramatic. At the beginning of the auction, not many people dared to ask about this origin grade mid-rank offensive artifact, but no one could have imagined that at the end, its price would soar, each increase shocking everyone. After Qian Tong bid 5 million, Yin Su Dai immediately followed up with a bid of 9 million, eventually winning the bid. Although the Dragon Striker Whip didn't reach 10 million, this price still shocked countless people. 9 million, how many great forces on Shadowed Star could afford such a price? Inside private room C13, Wu Yi and Yang Yan were both stunned, their faces flushed with excitement as they clenched their fists tightly and stared towards Yang Kai in worship. If it weren't for Yang Kai stirring up trouble at the end, this Dragon Striker Whip would only have sold for 5 million, but now it had sold for nearly double that price. Counting the Origin Condensing Pill and the Twin Daggers from before, the three of them had reaped a huge harvest from this auction. 10 million high-rank Saint Crystals had been obtained so easily. In the past, neither of them had even dared to dream of such a thing. Do you think 10 million is too much? Yang Kai chuckled. 10 million isn't too much? Wu Yi was stunned. Then how much do you want? Just watch, there's something even more terrifying. Yang Kai took a sip of tea as he stared up at the high platform with a slightly excited expression. He could vaguely feel that this final item would fetch a higher price than the Dragon Striker Whip. Although he didn't know what kind of final price it would sell for, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had put it up for auction after the Dragon Striker Whip, its value was indisputable. On the high platform, Yan Pei lightly coughed and announced, the next item to be auctioned is the finale. While he was speaking, the beautiful auctioneer from before personally carried a jade plate in front of Yan Pei. Everyone could see that the beautiful auctioneer's delicate body was slightly trembling, and the hand that held the jade plate was also trembling. This scene made the experts in the various private rooms extremely curious. This beautiful auctioneer was a member of the Endless Treasures Pavilion and could be considered as someone who had seen the world and had rich experience. Just what could actually make her so excited? The smile on her pretty face seemed a little stiff. Everyone please look. Yan Pei lifted the red cloth covering the jade plate and the final auction item immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was a transparent bottle that was neither gold nor jade, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. This bottle was definitely of great value, but what attracted everyone's attention was not the bottle, but the pill lying quietly inside. This pill was round and full, and there were clear crisscrossing lines on its surface, similar to the meridians of a human body. Pill veins. An origin condensing pill with pill veins. Countless cries of alarm rang out from all directions. At this moment, all the major private rooms were filled with varying degrees of commotion. Some people crushed the chairs they were sitting on, some overturned tables, and some broke teacups. At this moment, the various masters of Shadowed Star could no longer remain calm. They who had always been able to remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of them, were now like country bumpkins who had never seen the world, panicking and making a fool of themselves. The cultivators in the hall were also in an uproar. An origin condensing pill had been auctioned off in the middle of the auction and was bought by Sea Temple's third temple master Zhou Xian for a price of 1.01 million saint stones. Now that another origin condensing pill had appeared, everyone naturally recognized it. However, this origin condensing pill was clearly different from the previous one. It was an origin condensing pill with pill veins. An origin condensing pill was a Saint King grade high-rank pill and was extremely difficult to refine. Only origin grade low-rank alchemists could refine it, but an origin condensing pill with pill veins was something even origin king grade alchemists could not necessarily refine. At this moment, one had appeared on the auction stage. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk one figure after another flew out from all directions, each of them concealing their auras and their eyes flashing like lightning. These people were all origin returning realm masters of Endless Treasures Pavilion. They flew out and stood on the high platform, surrounding the origin condensing pill with dignified expressions on their faces, as if they would kill anyone who dared to approach. The murderous aura exuding from their bodies was so dense that it was almost tangible, causing the entire auction hall to instantly fall silent. When the masters in the private rooms saw this scene, their emotions gradually calmed down and they slowly took their seats, but their brows were still filled with shock and determination. They finally understood why Yen Pei had sent them a message and told them to go back and collect Saint Crystals. It turned out that the real finale of the auction was not the Dragon Striker Whip, but this origin condensing pill with pill veins. Such an origin condensing pill was absolutely priceless and worth all of them going bankrupt. Yen Pei looked around and waited for everyone's emotions to calm down and the noisy auction hall to fall silent before proudly declaring, "Did everyone see it clearly? Since everyone has seen it clearly, we won't waste any more time and will now begin the auction for this origin condensing pill. The starting price is 5 million, and each increase must be no less than 500,000. As soon as Yen Pei's voice fell, countless bids rang out from all directions, many times more intense than any of the previous auction items. On top of that, every person who called out a price was full of vigor and momentum. Those big shots all personally participated in the auction. There were too many bids being called out and almost every private room had someone calling out a price. Yen Pei didn't pay any attention to them and simply turned his eyes to the highest bidder. 6 million, 8 million, 10 million, 15 million, 20 million. In less than 10 breaths of time, the price of this origin condensing pill had already reached 30 million. What's more, the sounds of bidding still did not weaken and were still as intense and fierce as before. Every time the price increased, it was terrifying to the extreme, increasing by the millions. Yen Pei didn't even have time to interrupt, nor did he need to deliberately say anything. All he needed to do was look around and everyone else would automatically increase the price. 35 million, 40 million. The price rose straight up without stopping, then 50 million, 60 million. Chapter 1163. Treasure Trove Pavilion would hold an auction every 2 or 3 years. But there were very few auctions where the competition was as fierce as today's. Many of the cultivator spectators in the hall had their mouths wide open, unable to close them for a long time. The numbers being reported from the private rooms made them feel like they were in a dream, unable to believe what they were seeing. If they hadn't happened to attend this auction, none of them would have known that these great forces had such a powerful heritage. After 60 million, many of the elders in the private rooms sighed sadly and withdrew from the competition. This number was a watershed, enough to make 80% of the great forces on Shadowed Star sigh. Inside Colored Glass Sect's private room, Yin Su Dai's pretty face was filled with shock. When someone bid 50 million, Colored Glass Sect had already given up. The middle-aged woman sitting next to Yin Su Dai sighed heavily and smiled bitterly. "Let's just watch the show." "Second, madam, have these people gone crazy? Even if an origin condensing pill with pill veins is valuable, it shouldn't be so expensive, right? Why are they acting so crazily?" Yin Su Dai turned her head and asked the middle-aged woman. Not only was Yin Su Dai asking this question, but all the leading figures of the younger generation in the private rooms were also asking the same question. None of them understood why their elders were spending so much money to bid for an origin condensing pill. An origin condensing pill could only increase the chances of a third-order Saint King cultivator breaking through to the origin returning realm. It wasn't an origin nirvana pill. If it were an origin nirvana pill that could increase a third-order origin returning realm cultivator's breakthrough to the origin king realm, everyone could understand why they were bidding so high, but this was clearly just an origin condensing pill. Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, Wei Guchang and Dong Xian all looked towards their respective elders, hoping they could solve their doubts. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, after Qian Tong called out the price of 65 million, he took a moment to say, "Do you think everyone is just bidding for an origin condensing pill? You're wrong. This origin condensing pill has formed pill veins and can definitely allow a third-order Saint King realm cultivator to smoothly break through to the origin returning realm. If this was the extent of its true value, then it wouldn't be too expensive, at most 2 million to 3 million Saint crystals. Its true value is that it is rumored to be able to develop the full potential of a cultivator. Think about it, if it really has such an effect, then after a cultivator takes this origin condensing pill, their future cultivation will be smooth sailing. Perhaps after reaching the third-order origin returning realm, they will be able to break through the shackles of Shadowed Star and break through to the origin king realm." Wei Guchang and Dong Xian were both shocked, the former asking in horror, "Elder, do you mean to say that they are not bidding for a pill that can create an origin returning realm master, but for a chance to become an origin king?" "Indeed." Qian Tong nodded seriously. "You juniors don't understand the true value of this pill, so I don't blame you, but us seniors have studied the origin king realm for hundreds of years. Before us, there were many seniors who spent even more time searching for a way to break through to the origin king realm. Taking an origin condensing pill that has formed pill veins is one of the feasible methods. Whether this method can succeed or not, no one knows, but even if there is only a glimmer of hope, we must try to seize it." There was no origin king realm on Shadowed Star, but once an origin king appeared, they could dominate all of Shadowed Star. For this possibility, what was a few million Saint crystals? As long as they could dominate Shadowed Star, these Saint crystals could be taken back at any time. "Disciple understands." Wei Guchang nodded lightly. Qian Tong glanced at him and smiled. "An origin condensing pill can only be taken by a third-order Saint King cultivator, so we are bidding for it now for the younger disciples of our respective sects. In my Shadow Moon Hall, only you and Xian are qualified to take it, but your aptitude is better than Xian's, so if you can obtain it, this origin condensing pill will be yours. You don't have to worry about that." Wei Guchang grinned. "Disciple doesn't think so. If we can obtain it, either Xian or I can take it." His expression was calm without the slightest pretense, and after exchanging a glance with Dong Xian, the two of them smiled at each other. Qian Tong nodded with satisfaction. He was very confident about these two disciples of his. He believed that even if this origin condensing pill was sold to him, the two of them would still try to push it out of each other's hands. It was impossible for senior brother and junior sister to become enemies over a single pill. However, whether he could obtain it or not, Qian Tong wasn't sure. There were only 5 forces still bidding right now: Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Sea Temple and Shadow Moon Hall. All the other great forces had already lost their qualifications. If it weren't for Qian Tong collecting so many tolls before, Shadow Moon Hall would have withdrawn, but even so, Qian Tong wasn't confident he could obtain it. Now that the price of this origin condensing pill had reached 68 million, he only had 80 million Saint crystals left, which would soon break through the bottom line he could afford. Qian Tong frowned anxiously as he glanced over at Luo Qing standing next to him, wishing he could beat this bastard up again. Feeling the elder's malicious gaze, Luo Qing couldn't help shrinking his neck. He didn't know how he had offended the elder, but it seemed the elder found him particularly unpleasant today. 70 million. From Heaven Battling Union's private room, a vigorous bid rang out. It should be one of the elders of Heaven Battling Union. In a game of this level, a junior like Chu Changfeng wasn't qualified to bid. 75 million. Heaven Battling Union's bid was immediately refreshed, and the person from private room A1 followed decisively without the slightest hesitation. Inside private room C13, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked by this price. Like Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer and the others, he didn't understand why these people were acting so crazily. It was as if they had lost all sense of reason. In his opinion, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had used this origin condensing pill as the final auction item, it would definitely sell for a higher price than the Dragon Striker Whip. But this price was simply too outrageous. He had once again misjudged the value of the item he had taken out. With such a situation occurring, Yang Kai felt that it wasn't his fault and that there was something else he didn't understand. How could he have known that the cultivator on Shadowed Star would actually use an origin condensing pill that had formed pill veins to develop the potential of a cultivator in order to reach the Origin King realm? At this moment, Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing that he hadn't refined both origin condensing pills with pill veins. At that time, in order to participate in the auction, he had deliberately refined an ordinary origin condensing pill and one with pill veins. His original intention was just to get some saint crystals for Yang Yen to buy the materials he needed to arrange the spirit array, but in the end he had obtained a shocking amount of money. Yang Kai, don't tell us this origin condensing pill was also auctioned by you. Wu Yi bit her red lip lightly as she turned to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Haha. Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. Wu Yi and Yang Yen both covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes filled with surprise and shock. Compared with the price of this origin condensing pill, the 10 million or so saint crystals they had obtained before was nothing. The bidding continued, and Yen Pei's black face showed a rare blush as he stood on the high platform and smiled. Only 5 forces were bidding, each of them exerting their full strength. After the price reached 80 million, Sea Temple and Shadow Moon Hall had no choice but to withdraw one after another, deep sighs coming from their private rooms. Such a price had exceeded their bottom line. After these 2 forces withdrew, only Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect remained. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 private rooms they had been assigned. Every time they increased the price, the people from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect would hesitate for a long time before bidding again. On the other hand, the A1 private room belonging to Star Emperor Sect increased the price as decisively as ever, demonstrating their boldness and wealth. Yang Kai had noticed this private room a long time ago. From beginning to end, it seemed they had only purchased some origin-grade artifacts and pills. After asking Wu Yi, Yang Kai learned that this was Star Emperor Sect's private room. Moreover, according to Wu Yi, although Star Emperor Sect was one of the top great forces on Shadowed Star, its people rarely appeared outside. It seemed that there weren't many people in Star Emperor Sect, most of them in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain. The reason for this name was that the founders of Star Emperor Sect had obtained some of the Star Emperor's inheritances, and all of them claimed to be the Star Emperor's disciples. Under normal circumstances, Star Emperor Sect would not have any conflicts with other great forces and could be considered a relatively peaceful sect. However, no one dared to underestimate them because it was rumored that they had many top masters at the Third Order Origin returning realm. After another stick of incense worth of time, the price of the origin condensing pill rose to 90 million saint crystals, the price quoted by Thunder Typhoon Sect. 100 million. The A1 private room directly raised the price by 10 million, showing great determination and courage. Inside Thunder Typhoon Sect's private room, the master who bid smiled bitterly, knowing that even if he increased the price again, Star Emperor Sect would still compete, so he could only loudly announce, Thunder Typhoon Sect withdraws from the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, Heaven Battling Union also announced their withdrawal from the competition. Spending 100 million saint crystals to buy a chance to break through to the Origin King realm, and even if it succeeded, it would be at least a few hundred years later. Who knew what would happen in a few hundred years? Perhaps some other more effective method would be found. After weighing the pros and cons, Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union naturally decided not to bid again. Yen Pei also knew that no one was richer than Star Emperor Sect, so he stepped forward and quickly shouted 3 times. The entire auction ended with Star Emperor Sect's final victory. Congratulations to Star Emperor Sect for winning. The finale of the auction rang out one after another from the private rooms. Naturally, people from Treasure Trove Pavilion went to Star Emperor Sect's private room to hand over the goods. Yen Pei stood on the high platform and announced the perfect end of the auction. Once again thanking all the great forces for coming, winning him a round of applause and greetings. The people in the auction hall got up and left one after another, and the masters in the private rooms also left one after another. Yang Kai's group of 3 didn't move. Qian Tong had said before that they shouldn't rush to leave after the auction was over as he still had something to say. Yang Kai also happened to be looking for Qian Tong, so he naturally stayed behind. Chapter 1164. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong remained motionless for a long time, a faint look of annoyance appearing on his face. If he had known that even after receiving 30 million spirit stones, he still wouldn't have been able to obtain the origin condensing pill, Qian Tong would have definitely bought the Dragon Striker Whip for his disciple. Now that he had obtained nothing, he naturally felt some regret. After waiting for a stick of incense worth of time, Qian Tong turned to the Shadow Moon Hall disciples standing nearby and said, "You can go back first. The Lu Yen sand field will open soon. After you go back, make sure to cultivate well." The disciples nodded and left, leaving only Wei Guchong behind. Qian Tong got up and said, "You too, come with me, I'll take you to see someone." Yes, Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer obediently followed behind him. Inside private room C13, Wu Yi took out some saint crystals and gave them to the 2 female Shadow Moon Hall disciples who had been waiting nearby, sending them away under their joyful thanks. The 3 of them waited for a long time, but Qian Tong didn't arrive. Just as they were feeling bored, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Yang Kai signaled to Wu Yi and she immediately ran over to open the door. Qian Tong walked in with a smile on his face, a young man and a young woman behind him. "Nephew Yang, I've kept you waiting." Qian Tong cupped his fists and politely greeted. "Senior is too polite, Junior has nothing to do anyway." Yang Kai got up and greeted him. Hearing Yang Kai's change in address, Qian Tong's eyes lit up and his smile became wider. Before, Yang Kai had always called him Elder Qian, but now he had become senior, obviously with a trace of respect. How could Qian Tong not understand that it was because of his help this time that Yang Kai was somewhat grateful to him? He didn't point it out and sat down at Yang Kai's invitation. Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer, who had been following behind Qian Tong, wore strange expressions on their faces. Originally, when Qian Tong said he was taking them to see someone, they thought they were going to meet an elder of some family, but when they arrived they discovered that the person they were going to meet was actually a young man who was younger than them and whose strength wasn't too high, only a first-order Saint King. What did such a person have to be treated so seriously by the elders? The 2 of them had followed Qian Tong for a long time. From Qian Tong's words and demeanor, they could even sense a hint of caution. He was definitely not someone from the 3 top forces. Where did this guy come from? These 2 are. Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer suspiciously. Although he had already guessed their identities, it was better to pretend that he didn't know. Why did Qian Tong bring them here? However, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before he immediately understood Qian Tong's intentions. Qian Tong also seemed to have just remembered and chuckled. "I forgot to introduce them to nephew." Pointing to the handsome man, he said, "This is my Shadow Moon Hall's most talented disciple in several hundred years, Wei Guchong." Then he pointed to the woman and said, "This is this old master's inferior disciple, Dong Xianer. You two quickly greet brother Yang Kai." When Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer heard Qian Tong's introduction, they were secretly shocked. It had always been the juniors who bowed to their seniors. Among those of the same generation, the order of greeting was based on their cultivation and status. This guy named Yang Kai was a nobody and his cultivation was much lower than the 2 of them. Why did the elder want them to greet him first? Thinking so, the 2 of them were stunned for a moment. For the first time, they didn't act according to Qian Tong's instructions. Seeing this, how could Qian Tong not know what they were puzzled about? Although these 2 disciples had good temperaments and didn't have the bad attitudes of disciples from other great forces, they also had their own pride. It could be said that even if Fong Tianzhong and Chu Chongfeng were standing here, they weren't qualified to make these 2 lower their statuses. After all, these people were all peers. Qian Tong was secretly anxious, fearing that the 2's attitude would displease Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was displeased, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Qian Tong was also annoyed. If he had known earlier, he would have made things clear to them before coming here and wouldn't have made things so awkward. Yang Kai, however, didn't care and just chuckled and cupped his fists. "So it is brother Wei. I have long heard of your great name." He had only heard of Wei Guchong's name today, so although he didn't mean what he said, Qian Tong still had to give face. Wei Guchang gently nodded and also cupped his fists, but didn't say anything. Yang Kai then turned to Dong Xianer and said, "Greetings, Dong Xianer." Dong Xianer gracefully returned the gesture and like Wei Guchang didn't say anything. Qian Tong laughed and said, "This Qian is old but you are about the same age. In the future you should get to know each other better." Yang Kai didn't say anything. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer also didn't say anything. They didn't feel that there was a need for them to get close to Yang Kai. Although the elder seemed to think highly of this person, only the strong could win their respect. If it was only because of status, no matter how high one's birth was, it wasn't worth it for them to bow and bend their knees. Qian Tong also seemed to feel that he didn't handle this matter well. Originally, he brought Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer to find Yang Kai because he felt that they were about the same age and it would be easy to make friends with them. As long as they made friends with Yang Kai, they wouldn't have to worry about not getting benefits in the future. However, he found that he had underestimated the arrogance of his two disciples. Immediately, his interest waned and he had them wait outside. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer bowed and left as if they had come here just to see Yang Kai. After they left, Qian Tong smiled bitterly and said, "We've shown nephew Yang a disgrace. This old master has failed to discipline his disciples properly." Yang Kai shook his head. "Today, I also saw a lot of shadowed stars' young talents. To be honest, these two gave me a better impression than the others." There was no need to mention Chu Changfeng. Yang Kai hated this kind of person. When Feng Tianzhong confronted Chu Changfeng in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, he didn't care about others at all. If it weren't for Yang Kai's strength, he would have made a fool of himself on the spot, causing Yang Kai to have a bad impression of him. Yin Su Dai also didn't look like a good woman. Although she was young, she was quite tactful. At the very least, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer didn't have the shortcomings of these people. Their temperaments were also relatively straightforward. Otherwise, Qian Tong wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Of course, Yang Kai was just comforting Qian Tong. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to make friends with these two. These two had their own pride, but so did Yang Kai. No one was perfect. Sure enough, Yang Kai's words completely relieved Qian Tong and he began chatting with Yang Kai with a smile on his face. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, "Senior, before the auction began, Senior said he had something to discuss with me. What is it?" Hearing this, Qian Tong's expression became solemn as he asked, "Has nephew Yang heard of Lu Yen Sand Field?" Yang Kai glanced at him in surprise, wondering if the matter he wanted to discuss with him was the same one he wanted to discuss with him. Nodding gently, Yang Kai replied, "I've heard of it and know about its strangeness." "Good." Qian Tong took a sip of tea before continuing to ask, "I wonder if nephew Yang would like to go to the Lu Yen Sand Field? What does senior mean?" Although Yang Kai wanted to go there, he didn't want to immediately express his intentions. He didn't know why Qian Tong had specifically come to him to discuss this. "Nephew Yang, please don't misunderstand." Qian Tong smiled. Originally, this old master wouldn't recommend you to go to a place like the Lu Yen Sand Field. After all, it is too dangerous. Every time someone enters it, they suffer heavy losses. 60% of those who come out alive are already very good. But I heard that nephew Yang once killed a third-order Saint King cultivator. Is that true? Indeed. Although Qian Tong had heard about this from Luo Qing, hearing Yang Kai admitted himself still surprised him. He immediately understood that Yang Kai's combat strength was also very good. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to kill a cultivator above his own realm. If that's the case, nephew Yang is qualified to go there. I just don't know if you want to go, but if you do, this old master can arrange for you to enter. Yang Kai frowned. Are there any restrictions on entering that place? He thought that once the Lu Yen Sandfield opened, all he needed to do was find a place to enter, so he wanted to ask Qian Tong about its location and opening time. Naturally, there are restrictions. Qian Tong looked at him in surprise. You don't think that place is open to everyone, do you? I only know that it can only be entered at special times. Qian Tong laughed. It seems that nephew Yang doesn't know much about the Lu Yen Sand Field. Please enlighten me, senior. Yang Kai immediately asked for guidance. The Lu Yen Sand Field can only be entered at special times, but not everyone can go there. First, origin returning realm cultivators cannot enter. If they enter, they will die without a doubt. Qian Tong said seriously. Why? Yang Kai was shocked. Because of sure. Shi is a power unique to an origin-returning realm cultivator, but the Lu Yen Sandfield doesn't seem to allow Shi to exist. Once an origin-returning realm cultivator enters, whether they use their Shi or not, they will immediately be burned to death. Yang Kai's face paled as he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he hadn't been able to use Shi during his retreat some time ago, otherwise he would have missed this opportunity. It seemed that there were gains and losses in everything. To the side, Wu Yi and Yang Yan were dumbfounded. Obviously they didn't know about this either. This was discovered by the seniors on Shadowed Star at the cost of many lives. Qian Tong sighed slightly. Moreover, the Lu Yen Sandfield is useless to those with low strength. When it is open, the power of the heat is indeed reduced greatly, but it is still not something a Saint Realm cultivator can resist. That's why all those who go to the Lu Yen Sandfield are Saint Kings. Nephew Yang is only a first-order Saint King. If this old master didn't know you could fight those above your realm, he wouldn't have dared mention this matter to you. Of course, whether you want to go or not is up to you. I want to go. Such a rare opportunity, wouldn't it be a great loss if I didn't go? Yang Kai grinned. That place was an excellent place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. Qian Tong looked at him approvingly. I knew Nephew Yang wasn't a mediocre person. Since you've decided to go, take one of my Shadow Moon Hall's spots. In any case, my Shadow Moon Hall doesn't lack spots. Chapter 1165. Quota. Yang Kai frowned, turning to Qian Tong and asking, is there a limit to the number of people who can enter the Lu Yen Sand Field? That's what this old master wanted to tell you. Qian Tong nodded. In fact, when the Lu Yen Sandfield first opened, there was no limit to the number of people who could enter. But as you know, Shadowed Star is short on cultivation resources. The higher the quality of the things, the fewer there are. The Lu Yen Sandfield is one of the 3 great restricted zones, so naturally there are many good things inside. All the great forces are coveting that place, so a problem arises. A long time ago, when the Lu Yen Sandfield opened, all the Saint King realm cultivators who were qualified to enter entered at once. With so many people entering, everyone's harvest became smaller and smaller, so the next time the Lu Yen Sandfield opened, no one would be able to obtain anything. Excessive mining can indeed cause such a problem. Yang Kai nodded. What Nephew Yang says is correct, so the great forces on Shadowed Star joined forces to set some restrictions on the Lu Yen Sandfield. That is, each force cannot send too many people into the Sandfield. For example, Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect are allowed to send 60 people into the Sandfield, while lesser forces such as my Shadow Moon Hall are allowed to send 50 people in. Even smaller forces can only send 2 or 3 people into the Sandfield. On the one hand, this is to reduce the loss of Saint King realm cultivators on Shadowed Star, and on the other hand to maintain the number of precious treasures in the Lu Yen Sandfield. After thousands of years of the flowing time Great Emperor, all the great forces have been very conscientious. Every time the Lu Yen Sandfield opens, they will select people according to this quota, so there is a limit to the number of people who can enter. Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating he understood. Qian Tong continued, even so, every time the Lu Yen Sandfield opens, no less than 10,000 people enter. However, the Lu Yen Desert is very big. No one knows how big it is, so even if 10,000 people enter it, it won't matter. At this point, Yang Kai immediately understood what Qian Tong meant. If he wanted to enter, he would have to use one of the slots in the Shadow Moon Hall. However, the Shadow Moon Hall could accommodate 50 people, so one slot was not a problem. Moreover, if you want to enter the Lu Yen Sandfield, you can't go anywhere. You have to go through some special places. The forbidden area of the Lu Yen Sandfield is very strange. We once suspected that it was a huge formation set up by a powerful person in antiquity times, but we couldn't find a way to break it. When the power of its heat weakens, there will be some weak links similar to the formation door in different places. Those who enter must go through these weak links to enter the Lu Yen Sandfield. Otherwise they can't enter. Yang Kai heard what Qian Tong said and immediately understood that he had underestimated the problem. Entering the Lu Yen Sandfield required a slot, and it had to be done at a special time and through a special place. It was not like what he thought before, that once the Lu Yen Sandfield opened he could enter at will. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly said, Senior, I want to enter the Lu Yen Sandfield. I will have to trouble you. Qian Tong laughed. Nephew Yang is too polite. If I had treated you as an outsider, this old master would not have said so much to you today, But since you intend to enter this place, leave the rest to this old master. I will make sure you are satisfied." He was afraid that Yang Kai would not ask him for help. Although Qian Tong felt that he had confided in Yang Kai and sincerely wanted to make friends with him, he was afraid that Yang Kai would not appreciate it. After all, young people were proud and arrogant. It was normal that they did not care about old men like him. Now that Yang Kai wanted to ask him for help, he was naturally happy. Changing the topic, Qian Tong said, "But nephew, if you want to enter, you have to be fully prepared." "What do I need to prepare?" Yang Kai asked modestly. "You must refine some secret treasures that can resist the heat. If you don't have a suitable secret treasure, I can provide you with some ice monster beast body materials. Secret treasures refined from these materials are most suitable for use in the Lu Yen sand field. I have also prepared a lot of materials so you don't have to worry about not having enough." Yang Kai was about to refuse, but suddenly his heart moved. He thoughtfully asked, "Brother Wei and Miss Dong are also going to the Lu Yen sand field, right?" Qian Tong nodded, "Of course. Although that place is dangerous, they are the two most outstanding disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. How can they grow without experiencing some hardships?" "Then the secret treasures they have," Qian Tong smiled awkwardly. "I have purchased a few, but most of them are Saint King grade high rank. I don't know how useful they will be. My Shadow Moon Hall originally had an origin grade artifact refiner, but he is too old to perform artifact refining." Yang Kai raised his brow. "If Senior is not worried, you might as well give the ice monster beast body materials to me. In a few days I will give them 2 origin grade secret treasures to protect themselves." Qian Tong had already determined that there was an origin grade artifact refiner behind him, so Yang Kai didn't need to hide it. Moreover, he had deliberately said that he had collected a lot of materials, obviously intending to ask his imaginary master to refine them. Qian Tong had helped him a lot these days, providing him with a spot to enter the Lu Yen sand field and all kinds of information, so Yang Kai didn't mind returning the favor. If others respect him, he would respect him tenfold. Sure enough, seeing that Yang Kai was so thoughtful, Qian Tong was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, this old master can rest assured." Then I'll have to trouble nephew Yang. Just now, he had been thinking about what to do if Yang Kai couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. For the future of Shadow Moon Hall, he could only put down his old face and ask for help directly. He hadn't expected that just by saying a few words in a roundabout way, Yang Kai would actually understand. Saying so, Qian Tong directly took out a space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. He had already prepared the materials and was just waiting for this moment to come. Moreover, he had deliberately brought Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer here. On the one hand, he wanted to let them meet Yang Kai, and on the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to ask Yang Kai to help him refine the secret treasures. Unfortunately, those two didn't have good eyesight and wasted Qian Tong's painstaking efforts. Yang Kai took the space ring and glanced through it casually, quickly discovering a large number of monster beast materials exuding a cold aura. Judging from the richness of this aura, it was definitely a 9th order monster beast. Even the monster beast's monster core was inside. Shadowed Star didn't lack alchemy and artifact refining raw materials. What it lacked was high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners. With so many materials, it was enough to refine 4 or 5 secret treasures. "Nephew Yang, I'll leave this matter to you. This old master is very grateful. Senior has helped me a lot, so there's no need to be so polite. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know." Qian Tong nodded repeatedly. Although Yang Kai was just being polite, he felt very comfortable listening to him. "By the way, Senior, when will the Lu Yen sandfield open?" Yang Kai asked. Qian Tong hesitated for a moment before replying, "This kind of thing is hard to say. It may take 1 or 2 months, maybe 3 or 4 months, depending on when the power of the heat weakens. However, you can rest assured, the Lu Yen sandfield is surrounded by masters from various great forces who are constantly monitoring it. Once it opens, we'll receive news and it won't be too late to set off. You should take advantage of this time to recover your strength. Once I receive news, I'll inform you immediately." Saying so, Qian Tong handed a communication artifact to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and threw it into his space ring. At that moment, there was a knock on the door again. Wu Yi walked over and opened the door, only to see Luo Qing walk in with a cautious expression on his face. Qian Tong smiled and said, "It must be that old dog Yan Pei who asked Luo Qing to deliver the Saint crystals." Yang Kai's spirit shook while Wu Yi and Yang Yan's beautiful eyes also lit up. At the auction, Yang Kai had sent 4 items to Qian Tong, each of which had sold for a high price. It wasn't until now that the total amount of Saint crystals had been settled. Yang Kai had been waiting here not only to wait for Qian Tong, but also to wait for his earnings. Thinking about the hundreds of millions of Saint crystals, even Yang Kai couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Luo Qing stepped forward and respectfully placed a space ring on the table before saying, "Manager Yen said that there should be 165.045 million Saint crystals. But because of the huge amount of Saint crystals being auctioned, the total amount is 107 million Saint crystals. Brother Yang, please count them." 107 million. Yang Kai frowned. This number was somewhat wrong. Qian Tong thought about it for a moment before explaining with a smile. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions charge a processing fee of 10% of the auction proceeds, which is to say, out of 100 million Saint crystals, they will take 10 million. Too greedy. Wu Yi and Yang Yan exclaimed in unison. 10 million Saint crystals gone just like that, causing them to feel distressed. Qian Tong continued. However, Yen Pei seems to have only taken half of it this time. At least he still has a bit of conscience and probably wants to cooperate with you more in the future. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There won't be such good things in the future. That origin condensing pill was obtained by Master by chance and is the only one of its kind. However, Senior, why are they so frantically competing for that origin condensing pill with pill veins? Seeing the puzzled look on Yang Kai's face, Qian Tong laughed and said, Gu Chong and Xian are also asked this old master this question before. After explaining the reason, Yang Kai understood that it wasn't that these people were crazy, but rather that they were too obsessed with the pursuit of the origin king realm, so they didn't care how many Saint crystals they had to pay. After knowing this, Yang Kai's heart settled. An origin condensing pill with pill veins was something he could refine at any time with his alchemy skills, but he was currently missing one of the main ingredients to refine this origin condensing pill. There were countless precious treasures in his black book space, thousands of origin grade herbs, and 200 to 300 origin king grade herbs, but only 2 stalks of emerald silk grass, which were necessary to refine the origin condensing pill, had been used up. So before he obtained the emerald silk grass, Yang Kai couldn't refine an origin condensing pill, so naturally he wouldn't have a chance to cooperate with Treasure Trove Pavilion. What's more, now that he had over 100 million Saint crystals, he didn't need to sell anything. Even Shadow Moon Hall couldn't take out 100 million Saint crystals. Chapter 1166. With Saint crystals he naturally needed to buy things. Yang Yan made a long list and ordered a large number of materials from Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong took a look at the list and was shocked. Each of these materials was extremely precious and the quantity was huge. If he wanted to buy all of them, it would cost at least 40 to 50 million Saint crystals. Qian Tong wasn't worried about the Saint crystals. After all, Yang Kai had just made more than 100 million Saint crystals. He was just wondering why Yang Kai wanted to buy so many raw materials. Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask any questions and simply nodded. Shadow Moon Hall can't gather all these materials, but nephew Yang can rest assured. This old master will contact the forces with which my Shadow Moon Hall has a good relationship and will definitely gather all these materials and send them to you within half a month. Then I'll have to trouble Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Having said what needed to be said, Qian Tong told Yang Kai to go back and wait for news from Lu Yen about the opening of the sand field. Yang Kai immediately took his leave. Qian Tong personally escorted Yang Kai out of Treasure Trove Pavilion before handing the list to Luo Qing. Quickly gather all the materials we can find. If it's not enough, contact the surrounding forces. As long as we don't lose money, we'll be fine. Yes. Luo Qing immediately left. Only then did Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer come over. Seeing the excited look on Qian Tong's face, Dong Xianer asked softly, Master, is that person amazing? Why do you think so highly of him? Amazing. Qian Tong nodded heavily before glancing at his 2 disciples and sighing, Don't underestimate him. He is a first-order Saint King, but he can kill a third-order Saint King cultivator. Wei Guchang's eyes flashed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, but he quickly calmed down. Because when he was a first-order Saint King, he could also kill ordinary third-order Saint Kings, so he didn't think this was anything special. From the looks of it, he does have some skills. Dong Xianer pondered for a moment before pursing her lips into a smile. But even so, it's not worth it for Master to personally befriend him. Could it be that Master intends to absorb him into the Shadow Moon Hall? Absorb him into the Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong laughed and said self-deprecatingly, I'm just afraid that he won't take a liking to him. Can't be, right? Although my Shadow Moon Hall can't compare to the Star Emperor sect and the other two peak powers, it's not weak either. Dong Xianer exclaimed. Do you know who's behind him? What's his background? Qian Tong shook his head slowly. If you knew, you wouldn't look down on him. Elder, can you explain it in detail? I'm suddenly very interested in him. Wei Guchang grinned. A person who could be favored by an elder like this was definitely not a simple character. Let's talk as we walk. Qian Tong beckoned to the two of them. After all, they were still in Endless Treasures Pavilion, so it wasn't appropriate to talk about such things while standing in front of their door. As the three of them walked towards the largest palace in Heavenly Fate City, Qian Tong asked, Guess who put up the Dragon Striker Whip and the Origin Condensing Pill for auction today? Dong Xianer was slightly surprised. Master, you mean? And it was him who put them up. Qian Tong nodded slightly. The Origin Condensing Pill is fine. Although it is rare and precious, I'm afraid there's only one of it in the world. It should have been obtained from somewhere and it's impossible for a second one to appear, but the Dragon Striker Whip was refined by his master. What? Wei Guchang was also shocked. Doesn't that mean that person's master is an Origin grade mid-rank artifact refiner? When did our Shadowed Star produce such a master? That's the biggest reason why I want to befriend him. Shadowed Star really doesn't have such an artifact refining grandmaster, but he came from the outside. The outside. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer looked at each other, a look of yearning flashing across their eyes. He came from the outside. Shadowed Star can almost be said to be isolated from the outside world, and the nearest cultivation star is far from us. The level of artifact refining on Shadowed Star is not enough for us to refine luxurious starships that can pass through the vast star territory and resist all kinds of dangers, so we don't know how wonderful the outside world is. We only know that there are Origin King Realm Masters, Origin King Grade Alchemists and artifact refiners out there, all of which are outside our territory. If we can't go to the outside world, how did he come here? Dong Xianer asked suspiciously. It was just a coincidence. Qian Tong smiled. When I first met him, this old master didn't dare inquire about him for fear of offending him, but some time ago I specifically asked Luo Qing to collect some information about him and found that he was brought back from the star field by a starship belonging to the Haiku family. At that time he was the only one brought back, and he admitted that he came from a place called Rainfall Star. This old master has heard of Rainfall Star, and there is indeed such a cultivation star. Since he was the only one brought back, why did Master say that there was an Origin grade mid-rank artifact refiner behind him? I don't know what the intentions of the person behind him are, but that person must have been secretly protecting him, because when the Haiku family starship was about to return to Shadowed Star, it was attacked by a large group of black rock beasts. At that time, the Haiku family starship was in imminent danger and was on the verge of being destroyed, but at the most critical moment, a golden spear suddenly appeared and swept through the black rock beasts, saving all of them. Afterwards, the Haiku family disciples didn't even know who had saved them because that person never showed up. Qian Tong said unhurriedly, this information was obtained by Luo Qing and was witnessed by many of the Haiku family disciples, so this old master is certain that there was someone protecting Yang Kai from behind at that time, and that person should be his master. It had to be said that Qian Tong's inference was reasonable. Anyone who obtained this information and combined it with the various high-grade artifacts Yang Kai sold would have come to the same conclusion. However, he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength and also underestimated Yang Yan's strength. Qian Tong believed that the existence of his master was reasonable. No wonder if he had come from the outside, then he may have been an Origin grade mid-rank artifact refiner. Wei Guchang gently nodded. You are all people who know what's important. I'm telling you all this today not to discourage you, but to let you know the advantages of others. I'm telling you not to underestimate anyone. It's enough that these words come out of my mouth and enter your ears. There's no need to let others know. Disciple understands. Both of them nodded heavily. Moreover, this old master suspects that Yang Kai's master is not just an Origin grade mid-rank artifact refiner, but no matter what, as long as we don't have any malicious intent towards him, it's fine. He has also promised to refine an origin-grade artifact for each of you to protect yourselves. This time when you go to Luyen Sandfield he will also be there. You will have plenty of time to get familiar with each other, so don't neglect him. Disciple will remember. Wei Guchong and Dong Xian both nodded in unison, both of them feeling some regret in their hearts. When their master had asked them to enter the private room just now, the two of them really shouldn't have acted so arrogantly. They also secretly decided that after Luyen Sandfield opened, they would get along well with Yang Kai. In front of Dragon Cave Mountain's cave, Yang Kai wrapped himself in his star shuttle and landed. Wu Yi and Yang Yan both looked at him strangely. When he returned, the two women had been staring at him like this, causing Yang Kai to feel confused. What do you want to ask? Yang Kai frowned. Do you really have a master? Wu Yi couldn't hold back her curiosity. Why do you ask? You asked me before what kind of pills were valuable and I said origin condensing pills and origin nirvana pills. Then you took out 2 origin condensing pills. Did your master give them to you? Yang Kai laughed. What do you think? I don't know. Wu Yi shook her head honestly. If I had a master, wouldn't you be able to see it? Then the origin condensing pills. If I said I refined them myself, would you believe me? The two women shook their heads together. Even if they didn't believe him, Yang Kai finally understood why Yang Yan had gone around announcing that he was an origin-grade artifact refiner, but no one believed him. It was the same reason as the current situation. Not wanting to dwell on this issue any longer, Yang Kai tossed the space ring Qian Tong had given him before to Yang Yan. Refine 2 defensive artifacts. They don't need to be too powerful, just origin-grade low rank will do. I understand, Yang Kai nodded. Refining 2 origin-grade low-rank defensive artifacts wasn't a problem for her, especially now that she had the help of the stone mongoose. The speed at which she could refine artifacts was countless times faster than before. The most time-consuming part of refining artifacts was the tempering of materials. Refining them over and over again was not only a waste of time but also a great deal of energy, but the stone mongoose could complete this process in a very short time. No wonder Yang Yan said that the stone mongoose was the best assistant to an artifact refiner. In the past it would have taken Yang Yan 1 to 2 months to refine an origin-grade artifact, but now it only took her 3 or 4 days. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. I'm going to enter retreat to prepare for entering Luyen Sandfield. Pay attention to things here. Yang Kai ordered before diving into the cave and entering his stone room, closing the stone door and entering secluded retreat. The time when Luyen Sandfield would open was uncertain, but it would be at least 1 to 2 months before it opened. Yang Kai needed to use this time to improve his combat effectiveness. In terms of artifacts, he needed to nurture the Purple Shield and 100 Mountains picture as soon as possible. Both artifacts had already been refined, so all he needed to do was make them more compatible with him and he would be able to use them in battle. As for pills, Yang Kai was preparing to refine 1 or 2 bottles of snow and ice pills. The snow and ice pills that appeared at the auction were origin-grade low rank, and were the only pills Yang Kai could refine at this stage, so he wasn't lacking in materials. As for other things like healing pills, Yang Kai already had a lot of them, so there was no need for him to refine them. On top of that, he had great confidence in his body's restorative abilities. If he really couldn't handle it, he could just explode a drop of golden blood. With the enormous vitality contained in his golden blood, as long as his foundation wasn't damaged, he should be able to recover. What remained was the most important thing. Yang Kai wanted to improve the power of his space blade as soon as possible. Chapter 1167. The space blade was a direct manifestation of Space Force and was an attack method that only Yang Kai could use. It was extremely mysterious and impossible to guard against. Once he could use this method at will, he would have another trump card to protect his life and deal with his enemies. He had never been to the Luyen Desert before and did not know much about it, but from Qian Tong's introduction, it was likely to be extremely dangerous. Yang Kai did not dare to be careless and could only make the most comprehensive preparations. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai first took out the profound insect stone he had obtained at the auction. Yang Yan had said that this stone contained a very strange energy. It could not be absorbed by a cultivator, nor could it be used for artifact refining. It could only be used to cultivate some exotic insects, and the soul-devouring insects were one of those exotic insects. At the auction, it was because of the abnormal reaction of the soul-devouring insects that Yang Kai had bought this profound insect stone. Otherwise he would have missed out on it. As soon as the profound insect stone was taken out, Yang Kai felt the soul-devouring insects on the six-colored island in his knowledge sea become restless, as if they wanted to fly out of his knowledge sea and rush into the profound insect stone. However, without Yang Kai's permission, they could not leave the island no matter what, causing them to become even more excited. Yang Kai did not stop them and instead released the defenses of his knowledge sea, using his divine sense to sweep up the countless soul-devouring insects and pour them into the profound insect stone. As soon as the soul-devouring insects entered the profound insect stone, they immediately became extremely violent, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, each of them exuding a strange aura. Yang Kai listened carefully and seemed to hear a rustling sound, like silkworms eating mulberry leaves. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that the soul-devouring insects had once again begun to devour each other, setting off a frenzy of internal strife within the profound insect stone. At this moment, the weak soul-devouring insects had no right to live at all. They were instantly wiped out by their stronger counterparts. After cleaning up their weaker companions, the stronger soul-devouring insects also began to conquer and devour each other. The number of soul-devouring insects rapidly decreased. Yang Kai was overjoyed. The last time the soul-devouring insects devoured each other was a long time ago, but after that incident the soul-devouring insects' power had obviously increased a lot. This time the same thing happened again. Yang Kai was sure that once they stabilized, their power would definitely increase again. He was looking forward to it. If his soul-devouring insects could evolve to the point where even origin-returning realm masters were unable to resist them, Yang Kai would be invincible on Shadowed Star. At that time, there would be no need for Yang Yen to continue arranging the spirit array. With just his soul-devouring insects alone, no one would dare offend him. After observing for a while, Yang Kai found that the soul-devouring insects were still going to attack each other for a long time, so he didn't waste any more time on it. He directly put the nightmare stone in a corner and let them evolve on their own. Taking out some spirit grasses and spirit herbs, Yang Kai took out his alchemy furnace and began to refine the ice and snow pills. Refining origin-grade low-rank pills was not difficult for him now. In just over a day, Yang Kai had refined 2 bottles of 20 ice and snow pills, 7 of which had formed pill veins. After doing all this, Yang Kai began to enter retreat to nourish his artifacts and cultivate his space force. Time flew by and soon 3 months had passed. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai closed his eyes and concentrated, holding a piece of space spirit crystal in his left hand as he constantly used his space force to absorb its energy. His other hand seemed to be waving unconsciously, and every time he did so, a blade-like crack would appear in space. As soon as this crack appeared, it would shoot out in all directions. The entire stone room was a mess, with traces left behind by Yang Kai's space blade. After entering retreat for 3 months, Yang Kai's space blade was undoubtedly much more powerful than when it was first formed. Whether it was in terms of speed or stability, it was incomparable to when it was first formed. The space blade's lethality lay mainly in its speed and stability, especially the latter. Unlike other offensive methods where the more Saint Chi used, the more destructive it would be. Its main lethality had nothing to do with the amount of Saint Chi used, but rather its ability to devour space. As long as it was stable enough, it could swallow anything in its path into the void, even the attacks of others. Just imagine when someone attacked Yang Kai with a killer move or artifact, the space blade would directly swallow that attack or artifact. At that time, Yang Kai would no longer need to use any defensive means as attacking was his best defense. However, this stability would be interfered with by the attacks of other cultivators. Once the interference was severe, the void crack would close, rendering the space blade useless. As such, Yang Kai had been studying the stability of the space blade during this time, so its speed hadn't improved much. After consuming a large number of space spirit crystals, Yang Kai's method of burning money became a reality, allowing him to gradually gain some insights into the use of his space blade. While cultivating, Yang Kai couldn't feel the passage of time at all. It wasn't until Yang Kai received a divine sense fluctuation from the communication artifact that Yang Kai was suddenly awakened. Qian Tong had sent him a message. Yang Kai quickly picked up the communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, then immediately stood up and walked out. 3 months was still too short for him to thoroughly study the space blade. At this stage he couldn't use it against his enemies, but now that Lu Yen Sandfield had opened, Yang Kai didn't have time to continue his retreat. After 3 months of cultivation, both the Purple Shield and the 100 Mountains picture had become much more compatible with his body and could be used in battle. He had also refined 2 bottles of snow and ice pills, which should be enough for an emergency. After leaving the cave, Yang Kai was slightly startled as he found that Dragon Cave Mountain seemed to have undergone some significant changes. Not only was the world energy here extremely rich, but the various peaks were also shrouded in a dense fog. Many exquisite houses had been built around the cave as well as a number of strange objects. The several dozen cultivators who followed Wu Yi were all busy while Wu Yi and Yang Yan were both concentrating on something, both of them looking very excited. Seeing Yang Kai come out of seclusion, the 2 women were stunned for a moment, but soon understood and put down what they were doing and walked over. "Are you going to leave?" Wu asked. Yang Kai nodded gently and said, "After I leave, don't let anyone enter my stone room and don't touch the profound insect stone inside. There are some very dangerous things inside." "I know," Wu Yi responded quickly. "The 2 origin-grade artifacts Elder Qian requested have been delivered, right?" Yang Kai turned to Yang Yan again. "I gave them to them long ago. About 10 days after you entered seclusion, Elder Qian personally delivered a large number of materials. At that time I gave the 2 artifacts to him." "It's good. You can go, but Xiao has to stay. Without his help refining things is too laborious," Yang Yan added. Xiao was the stone mongoose, a name Yang Yan had given him without permission. Yang Kai didn't care in any case on this trip to the Lu Yen Sandfield, he wouldn't need the stone mongoose, so he nodded and agreed. After exhorting them a few more things, he hurriedly rushed towards Heavenly Fate City. Halfway there, Yang Kai saw a blue light fly over from the distance, and upon arriving he discovered that it was Luo Qing. "Young Master Yang." Luo Qing stopped his star shuttle and cupped his fists to Yang Kai. "Elder Qian said to take you to the space array as soon as possible. Everyone is ready, you're the only one left." "Many thanks." Yang Kai returned the courtesy and rushed towards Heavenly Fate City with him. On the way, Yang Kai asked Luo Qing about the Lu Yen Sandfield. Luo Qing didn't know much, only that the restricted area was about to open. Now, all the great forces on Shadowed Star were rushing to different entrances, waiting for the restricted area to open before immediately swarming in. Flying over Heavenly Fate City, the pair arrived directly in front of a palace. After entering the palace, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were almost 200 people gathered here, 90% of whom were Saint King Realm cultivator. Most of them were 2nd or 3rd order Saint Kings, with a few 1st order Saint Kings present. Lu Yen Sandfield was very dangerous, so even a 1st order Saint King wouldn't be of much use inside. Yang Kai frowned. Didn't Qian Tong say that there were only 50 spots in the Shadow Moon Hall? Why are there so many people here? And looking at their posture, it seemed that they were all going to the Lu Yen Sandfield through the space array. As soon as Yang Kai arrived, he attracted countless gazes. Qian Tong even came out laughing and greeted him enthusiastically. "Nephew Yang, you've come at the right time. We have just finished gathering here and will soon open the space array. Come with this old master." Last time, Yang Kai promised to help him refine 2 origin-grade artifacts, and it only took him 10 days to obtain them. Although they were only origin-grade low-rank artifacts, they were infinitely close to origin-grade mid-rank. Now these 2 defensive artifacts had been taken away by Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer. If these 2 artifacts were to be put up for auction, they would be worth at least 4 million Saint Crystals, not to mention they were ice attribute artifacts, which were the best way to restrain the heat of Lu Yen Sandfield, so their price would likely be even higher. Qian Tong's previous efforts to show goodwill to Yang Kai had all been taken back. Now Qian Tong was naturally extremely polite to Yang Kai. Even this time, when everyone was gathered, Qian Tong had first gathered everyone before sending a message to Yang Kai, afraid that Yang Kai would wait too long. Seeing Qian Tong personally greet Yang Kai, many of the cultivator in the hall couldn't help looking over in surprise, wondering what was so special about this first-order Saint King cultivator that made Qian Tong act so politely. "Senior Brother Wei, who is that guy? We waited for so long, could it be that we were waiting for him?" A pretty girl took the opportunity to get close to Wei Guchang's side, and asked in a soft voice. "He doesn't look like someone with a great background, and his strength is so low, only a first-order Saint King, someone nearby immediately echoed. Wei Guchong glanced at them and moved away from the woman, saying lightly, "You don't need to know who he is, just don't provoke him." After eating Wei Guchong's neither soft nor hard rebuke, the woman smiled awkwardly and stepped aside, her heart filled with bitterness. Wei Guchong was the most talented disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, a man of striking appearance and upright character. Naturally, he would attract the gazes of many women, causing many of the women in Shadow Moon Hall to secretly fall in love with him. However, he didn't show any concern for other women, as if in his eyes, there was only Zhou Xian. Chapter 1168. Inside the hall, there were nearly 50 people wearing Shadow Moon Hall's disciple robes, looking very neat and uniform. The other 100 or so people were not the same. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Qian Tong took the initiative to explain, "My Shadow Moon Hall, including nephew Yang, has a total of 50 spots. The others are from families or sects affiliated to Shadow Moon Hall. They also have some spots but not many. There are also some families and sects that have nothing to do with my Shadow Moon Hall. They are all passing through Heavenly Fate City and will be leaving with us." Yang Kai suddenly understood why there were so many people gathered in the hall. The great forces of Shadowed Star did a good job in this regard and didn't try to monopolize the benefits. Instead, they allocated some spots to the smaller forces and small families. Whether or not they could obtain any benefits after entering would depend on their own efforts and means. Thinking about it this way, last time Qian Tong said that every time Lu Yen Sandfield opened, no less than 10,000 people would enter. Shadowed Star was simply too big, so even if each force did not have many spots, the total number would not be less than 10,000. While following Qian Tong inside, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. From that direction he saw a pair of eyes staring at him with hatred. Yang Kai was very sensitive to this kind of gaze and naturally felt it. When the two's eyes met, the man's eyes flashed a few times before he quickly looked away. Xia Hongwen. He was also going. Last time when Xia Hongwen went to Dragon Cave Mountain to find trouble with Yang Kai, if Qian Tong had not arrived, Xia Hongwen would have died. This playboy young master's character was terrible. Although he was a first-order Saint King, his true combat strength was nothing to scoff at, so why was he going? What made Yang Kai even more puzzled was that Xia Hongwen's clothes were not the same as those of Shadow Moon Hall. There were also 2 third-order Saint King Cultivator accompanying him, seemingly responsible for protecting him. "Senior, can Lu Yen kill people in the sand?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Seeing Yang Kai and Xia Hongwen's eyes meet, Qian Tong naturally knew what was going on. He sneered and nodded. "Yes, so nephew must be careful. Don't make enemies easily, but if someone dares to bully you, there is no need to be soft-hearted. If anything happens, this old master will take care of it for you." "Thank you, senior." Yang Kai also sneered. If Xia Hongwen stayed in Lu Yan's sand, he would let him go. But if he really dared to seek revenge, Yang Kai would not show mercy. He did not kill him last time out of respect for Qian Tong. Qian Tong looked a little annoyed. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to save Xia Hongwen's life. Who knew that this idiot not only did not know how to be grateful, but also held a grudge in his heart? If he wanted to seek his own death, Qian Tong couldn't do anything about it. That idiot wasn't qualified to enter Lu Yan's sand. My Shadow Moon Hall won't waste a spot on such a waste. For some reason, Qian Tong explained to Yang Kai in a low voice, but his father spent some money to buy 3 spots from a small family affiliated with Shadow Moon Hall, allowing him to enter. Those 2 third-order Saint Kings are disciples of his Xia family, not my Shadow Moon Hall. What he meant was that there was no harm in killing them. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that these spots could be transferred, so he immediately asked. Qian Tong chuckled. "Naturally, they can be transferred. The allocation of spots was decided in advance by each great force. Each force has a fixed number of spots, but no one cares who goes. Doesn't that mean that as long as a force has enough courage and means, they can send more people than what they've been allocated?" Yang Kai immediately thought of something. "That may be the case, but Lu Yan's sand is too dangerous. Which great force dares to send too many elites in? Once the losses are serious, there will be a gap in manpower which will be extremely detrimental to the development of any great force. But what my dear nephew says is right as well. Besides the 50 people that my Shadow Moon Palace has on the surface, we have indeed obtained more than 20 spots from some of the smaller family clans. Hence, among those who are going this time, There are more than 70 disciples from my Shadow Moon Palace. I understand, Yang Kai nodded gently. There are many things you need to pay attention to in Lu Yan's sand. Last time nephew Yang left in a hurry, so this old man didn't have time to tell you. You can follow Gu Chong and Xian to the teleportation array. On the way they will explain everything clearly to you. If there's anything you don't understand you can ask them, Qian Tong advised. Okay. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He knew that Qian Tong was creating an opportunity for Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer to befriend him, so naturally he wouldn't be polite. As they spoke the two arrived in front of the space array. Qian Tong waved his hand and Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer immediately walked over. The two of you will teleport with Yang Kai. When you arrive at Jian City, you don't need to wait. Just go directly to Lu Yan's sand field. Your martial uncle Wang and martial uncle Yan will be waiting there. When you get there they will tell you what to do. This old man will bring these people to meet up with you. Yes, Wei Guchong nodded respectfully and grinned at Yang Kai. Greetings, brother Yang. His attitude this time was much better than last time. It was clear that Qian Tong had carefully instructed him. Dong Xianer also bowed gracefully. Yang Kai exchanged some pleasantries with them and the three of them immediately stood on the space array. The space array had already been prepared and could be activated as soon as they arrived. When the Shadow Moon Hall disciple guarding the space array saw that the three of them were standing firmly, he quickly activated the space array. With a flash of white light, the three of them disappeared from everyone's sight. Qian Tong then hurriedly arranged for the others to use the space array. The space array could only teleport a maximum of 5 people at a time, and it would take 1 to 2 hours to teleport nearly 200 people. On the other side, Yang Kai only felt a slight dizziness. When his vision recovered, he found that he was already in another large hall. This large hall also had a space array. It was unknown which faction the disciple guarding the space array belonged to. When the three of them appeared, one of them asked, "Are you from Shadow Moon Hall?" Wei Guchong nodded, took out a token from his sleeve and handed it over. The guard took it and checked it before returning it and happily letting them pass. After leaving the hall, Wei Guchong said, "Brother Yang, please come with me. This is Jian City, 1,000,000 kilometers away from Heavenly Fate City. We need to fly for a day or two before we can reach the edge of the Lu Yan Desert. Brother Wei, please lead the way." Yang Kai nodded. He was not familiar with the places on Shadowed Star, so naturally he would follow Wei Guchong's lead at this moment. Wei Guchong did not say a word, simply summoning his star shuttle and extending his hand to Dong Xianer. Dong Xianer's face blushed slightly as she glared at him, seemingly blaming him for acting so boldly in front of others. Wei Guchong laughed and said, "Brother Yang is not an outsider, what's there to be shy about?" Dong Xianer couldn't argue with him, so she stretched out her hand and allowed Wei Guchong to pull her up onto the star shuttle. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling as this scene made him feel a little warm. His impression of Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer couldn't help changing as he quickly summoned his star shuttle. 2 blue lights flashed and the group of 3 flew off in a certain direction, soon leaving Jian City. Wei Guchong's star shuttle was the same as Yang Kai's, both Saint King grade high rank, so even if it carried one person, the difference in speed wasn't great. After leaving Jian City, Wei Guchong said, "Elder Qian said that Brother Yang doesn't know much about the Lu Yan Desert. Does Brother Yang have anything he wants to know? If this Wei knows, he will definitely tell you the truth." Yang Kai was just about to ask about these things when Wei Guchong took the initiative to speak. "I only know that we need to pass through some special places to enter the Lu Yan Desert. As for the situation inside the Lu Yan Desert and what we need to pay attention to, I don't know, so I hope Brother Wei can give me some pointers." Seeing Yang Kai speak so politely, Wei Guchong also smiled. "I wouldn't dare give you pointers, but this Wei has some elders to guide me, so I understand a little more than Brother Yang. It's not a big deal as long as Brother Yang asks around, he will be able to understand." He learned from Qian Tong that Yang Kai came from the outside world, so Yang Kai probably really didn't know anything about the Lu Yan Desert, so he patiently told Yang Kai everything he knew. Dong Xian interjected from time to time, each time hitting the nail on the head and speaking bluntly. With the cooperation of the brother and sister, Yang Kai quickly gained a comprehensive understanding of the Lu Yan Desert. The Lu Yan Desert was shrouded in scorching heat all year round, so origin-returning realm masters and Saint King realm cultivators were not allowed to enter. Only now could a Saint King realm cultivator enter to explore. However, not all parts of the Luoyan desert were covered in scorching heat. It could be considered a large circular territory, and the Luoyan desert was divided into several layers. The outermost territory was the scorching heat zone, so the deeper one went, the more dangerous it became. In this scorching heat zone, there were some precious treasures, but even more rare ores. These ores had been baked by the scorching heat for many years and were extremely pure. Some of these ores could even be directly used for artifact refining, and their quality was extremely high, several times more valuable than those mined outside. The danger of the scorching heat zone wasn't just the unbearable heat, but also the fire spirit beasts and Luoyan flying fires. These two were life-threatening threats. Fire spirit beasts were a kind of monster beast formed by the accumulation of fire attribute world energy to a certain extent. Their bodies were illusory, and the more solid their bodies were, the stronger they were. They had no sentience, so ordinary direct attacks had no effect on them. Divine sense attacks were also ineffective, so only Saint Chi attacks could destroy them. It was best to use an ice attribute offensive artifact. As long as one had the ability and conditions, almost everyone who entered the Luoyan desert would prepare an ice attribute offensive artifact. Fire spirit beasts also had fire crystal stones inside their bodies. Fire crystal stones had a great effect when used to refine some special pills and artifacts, improving the quality of these pills and artifacts. On Shadowed Star, the standard of alchemy and artifact refining was only origin grade low rank, so if one wanted to refine origin grade mid-rank pills and artifacts, fire crystal stones were essential. Chapter 1169. Because of the preciousness of the fire crystal stones, many of the cultivators from the major forces who entered the Luoyan sandfield had come specifically to hunt fire spirit beasts. Some cultivators from small families and forces also had the same idea. After obtaining the fire crystal stones, they would be able to make a huge profit by selling them. This kind of thing could not be found outside and could only be found in the Luoyan sandfield. It was the favorite of alchemists and weapon refiners. Brother Yang, if you encounter a fire spirit beast with a physical body, do not fight with it. A fire spirit beast with a physical body is almost equivalent to a ninth-order monster beast. It is the most difficult to deal with, Wei Guchong warned with a serious look. A ninth-order monster beast was equivalent to a master of the origin returning realm. Naturally, a Saint King realm cultivator would not be able to gain any advantage over it. One careless mistake and they would be killed. After saying this, he sneered and said, "But this kind of thing is very rare. It is basically impossible to encounter it." Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "I understand the situation of the fire spirit beast. What is Luoyan flying fire?" Wei Guchong's expression immediately became serious and he said in a deep voice, "Luoyan flying fire is more harmful to the cultivator who enters the sand field than the fire spirit beasts. Fortunately, it is not as abundant as the fire spirit beasts. Luoyan flying fire is very rare. Some people may never encounter it. Even if they do, they will only encounter one or two at most. But Brother Yang, do not underestimate Luoyan flying fire. This kind of thing is extremely fast, even faster than the spread of divine sense. It is extremely difficult to detect. You may not even notice it when it flies past you." Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. Being able to spread faster than the spread of divine sense, one could imagine how strange this thing was. Not only is it dangerous, but it is also very lethal. If one's guard is not up to par or if their strength is insufficient, once they are hit by one, their soul will be incinerated and they will be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Elder Qian told me that every time the flowing flame sand field opened, some unlucky fellows would be killed by the flowing flame flying fire. Isn't this an undeserved disaster? Yang Kai was surprised. Wei Guchong smiled and said, "Brother Yang is right. This is an undeserved disaster. But since one dared to enter the Luoyan sandfield, one must be prepared to bear a certain degree of risk." Luoyan's flying fire. To be. Brother. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement, thinking to himself that this Luoyan flying fire was also a good thing. Wei Guchong laughed and said, "That's exactly what I was going to say. Luoyan flying fire is indeed very terrifying, but it is also an extremely precious treasure. Brother Yang should know that some people have different divine senses, right?" Variant divine senses? Yang Kai's expression changed. Yes, variant divine senses. Some people's divine senses contain some strange attributes, such as conflagrated knowledge sea, divine sense poison and divine sense ice. Although these variant divine senses are different from ordinary people's divine senses, without exception, they all have extraordinary powers. Needless to say, conflagrated knowledge sea is the variant divine sense that alchemists and artifact refiners desire the most, while conflagrated knowledge sea and divine sense poison are unpredictable. These variant divine senses are extremely rare. Some are born with them, while others are obtained through cultivation of certain secret arts and martial skills. Of course, these secret arts and martial skills are also very rare and ordinary people can't even come across them. Even my Shadow Moon Hall doesn't have such things. Some of them are obtained through some fortuitous encounters. Yang Kai deeply agreed. His conflagrated knowledge sea was obtained by chance. When he was in the central capital, he wanted to swallow the true spirit born in a piece of fire attribute jade to enhance his strength, but as a result his divine sense mutated. He knew more about the wonders of conflagrated knowledge sea than anyone else. And Lu Yan's flying fire has a chance to mutate one's divine sense, allowing one to possess a conflagrated knowledge sea. Wei Guchang's eyes lit up. Brother Yang, think about it, which alchemist and artifact refiner doesn't want to possess a conflagrated knowledge sea? So if you can obtain Lu Yan's flying fire, those artifact refiners and alchemists will definitely fight over it. Saying so, Wei Guchang intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Yang Kai. Under the influence of Qian Tong, Wei Guchang believed that Yang Kai had an origin-grade artifact refiner master behind him. Since he was an artifact refiner, there was no reason for him not to be tempted by Lu Yan's flying fire. As a disciple, Yang Kai would naturally want to show filial piety to his master. But to Wei Guchang's disappointment, Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't care at all. Wei Guchang quickly continued, "Of course, there is a certain risk involved in mutating one's divine sense. It is very likely that one's divine sense will fail to mutate and will instead be burned to ashes by Lu Yan's flying fire. In any case, Brother Yang just needs to pay attention. Basically no one can obtain Lu Yan's flying fire, so if you encounter it, avoid it as soon as possible." Yang Kai nodded, remaining calm on the surface, but in his heart he was wondering if he should chase after it if he really encountered it. Lu Yan's flying fire could mutate one's divine sense and give birth to a conflagrated knowledge sea, but Yang Kai already had a conflagrated knowledge sea, so he shouldn't be afraid of Lu Yan's flying fire. The situation in this flame area is roughly like this. In addition to resisting the heat, one only needs to pay attention to the fire spirit beasts and Lu Yan's flying fire. The power of the heat in the outermost flame area is not the same. The further in you go, the stronger the heat and the more difficult it is to resist. But if you can pass through the outermost flame area and enter the second layer, then you'll be in heaven. Why do you say that? Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. Because the second layer is the treasure area. There is no heat, only treasure area and a small number of monster beasts. Once you enter the second layer, in addition to guarding against the sneak attacks of others, it's fine as long as you don't get targeted by a high-level monster beast. It can be said that as long as you enter the second layer, your harvest will definitely not be small. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There is such a territory area like this. Wei Guchang looked at Yang Kai with a smile, very satisfied with Yang Kai's current expression. Of course. Otherwise, how could the Lu Yan sand be so attractive? Although some good things are suitable for growing in places with high temperatures, they are still in the minority. Without the treasure area, the value of the Lu Yan sand would be reduced by at least half. Us brother and sister are mainly going to the treasure area this time. Naturally, there will be others who will hunt the fire spirit beasts. There is no need for us to do it. He and Dong Xian'er's position in the Shadow Moon Hall was not low, so this kind of manual labor was naturally left to the junior brothers and sisters. They were only responsible for getting as much benefit from the treasure area as possible. It wasn't just the Shadow Moon Hall, but all the other major forces did the same. Of the disciples who entered, more than half of them would go to the flame area to hunt fire spirit beasts and fire crystal stones. Only the elites of the elites would enter the treasure area to search for good things and their own opportunities. The Lu Yan sand is divided into 2 territory areas? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. This was beyond his expectations. It's not just 2 territory areas. Wei Guchang shook his head, because if you go deeper into the treasure area, you will encounter a second flame area. The second flame area is much more dangerous than the outermost flame area. Elder Qian strictly ordered us not to go there. Since there is a second flame area, is there a second treasure area? Yang Kai's expression changed. I don't know, because since the founding of the Shadow Moon Hall, no one has ever broken into the second flame area, but many elite disciples have died tragically inside. Not to mention the Shadow Moon Hall, even great forces like Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Sect probably don't know the situation inside. In other words, everyone is concentrated in the territory of the two outermost flame areas. You can put it that way, but Brother Yang can rest assured, that damned place is very big, so unless you use some special means to contact others, you may not even meet a single living person in there for half a year. What do you mean by half a year? Right, I forgot to tell Brother Yang that every time the Luoyan Sandfield opens, it only lasts for half a year. Once the half-year period is up, everyone will be sent out and no one can stay inside for long. In addition, star shuttles are not allowed inside as there is some kind of mysterious force that suppresses the ability of star shuttles. Even we can't fly. If we want to hurry, we can only rely on our movement skills and martial skills to increase our speed. This is the most troublesome part. Wei Guchang shook his head and said, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. If it weren't for some kind of inexplicable force that restricted all flying artifacts and abilities, the harvest of those who entered would definitely be several times greater. Hearing this, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced. He didn't know what methods others had to increase their speed, but he had the wind and thunder wings. Although the wind and thunder wings were mainly used for flight, they could definitely increase one's speed. The only thing Yang Kai didn't know was whether the wind and thunder wings could be used inside. After all, this thing wasn't a flight-type artifact, so it shouldn't be restricted. It seemed that he would have to test it out as soon as he entered. In addition, Brother Yang, there is one thing you need to pay attention to. Although we will enter the Luoyan Sandfield from the same entrance, the places we will appear in may be very different, so each of us must carry a special communication compass to make it easier for us to find each other. When Wei Guchang said these words, Dong Xianer immediately took out a communication compass from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Communication compasses were refined in sets, and the number of each set varied. Generally speaking, only 3 to 5 or 7 would be refined in a set. Of course, there was no upper limit to the number of communication compasses, and an artifact refiner could refine as many as they wanted. Each communication compass could only be used to transmit information to and from the same set of artifacts, so there was no need to worry about irrelevant people eavesdropping on them. Qian Tong had given Yang Kai a communication artifact last time, but that was only for the two of them to communicate with each other. Unlike this one, Yang Kai also had several artifacts he could use to communicate with Wu Yi and Yang Yan. Yang Kai had several of these artifacts in his space ring. Although Yang Kai didn't intend to act together with Wei Guchang and the others, he still took the communication compass and tossed it into his space ring. Junior sister, I didn't say anything wrong, right? Wei Guchang asked Dong Xianer. He was also worried that he would say something wrong and cause Yang Kai to encounter danger inside. You shouldn't, Dong Xianer shook her head gently. Then that's all for now. If Brother Yang has anything to ask, just ask, Wei Guchang grinned. Good. Chapter 1170. Wei Guchang was actually a very talkative person, and after gradually becoming familiar with Yang Kai, the two of them began to talk about more and more. From the distribution of the great forces on Shadowed Star to the famous young talents, Wei Guchang was able to speak clearly and logically, allowing Yang Kai to benefit greatly. Wei Guchang also intentionally or unintentionally tried to lead the conversation to the outside world, but every time he did, Yang Kai would subtly change the subject. After a few times, Wei Guchang tactfully stopped bringing it up. He thought that Yang Kai was unwilling to talk about the wonders of the outside world, but in fact, it was because Yang Kai didn't know much about it. Since entering Star territory, he had only been to Water Moon Star and Rainfall Star, and the people he had dealt with were basically people from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. He didn't know much about the distribution of the great forces on Star territory, so how could he possibly talk to Wei Guchang? Dong Xianer, on the other hand, was relatively quiet. Most of the time she was alone in contemplation, occasionally revealing a happy expression, as if as long as she was held in Wei Guchang's arms, it didn't matter where she went. A day later, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the temperature in the air had become much hotter. Everywhere he passed, the landscape gradually became barren. The ground was filled with reddish-brown sand, and the further he flew, the more serious this situation became. The Luoyan sand field covered Shadowed Star, and its scorching temperature had already affected the surrounding environment. At a certain moment, Yang Kai raised his head and stared into the distance. All he could see was a sea of red. It was as if the entire world had been dyed red, and a huge amount of heat was radiating from that place, distorting his vision. That's the edge of the Luoyan sand field. Wei Guchang pointed to the territory where the dark red energy curtain flowed, a dignified look appearing on his face. It seems that there is still some time before we can enter the Luoyan sand field. Is there any way to tell? Yang Kai asked. The change in color of the energy curtain is the best sign. When it turns light red, we will be able to enter through those entrances. If we go in now, we will all die. Wei Guchang took a deep breath, and a look of fear appeared on his face. After flying forward for a long time, the three of them finally arrived at the periphery of the Luoyan sand field. At this time there were at least 500 people gathered here. These people were divided into groups of different sizes. They each found a good place to sit and rest. It seemed that they had arrived here first and were waiting for the cultivator of the Luoyan sand field to open. Seeing Yang Kai and the other two arrive, these people all looked at them. These people were all Saint Kings, with the occasional origin returning realm cultivator among them, but they were nothing more than elders leading the group. Further ahead, there was a group of origin returning realm masters scattered around the periphery of the Luoyan sand field, all of them solemnly observing the changes in the Luoyan sand field. This group of people was the most powerful group of people on Shadowed Star, all of them third-order origin returning realm masters. Many of them had been observing this place for months or even half a year in order to pass on information about the Luoyan sand field to their respective sects as soon as possible so that they could make preparations. Shadow Moon Hall was relatively far away from here, so naturally they had arrived late. After the three landed, they casually found a place where no one else was around. Wei Guchang looked into the distance and said, "Brother Yang, wait here, I'll take junior sister to find my martial uncle and martial sister and greet them, lest they complain about our lack of etiquette." "Brother Wei, you don't need to worry about me," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer summoned their star shuttles and flew off in a certain direction, disappearing a moment later. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them and instead looked around. The cultivator groups that had come here were all in groups, with the smallest group consisting of 20 or so people while the largest group was as large as the Shadow Moon Hall, with a total of 50 people gathered together. They all looked at Yang Kai curiously, many of them with contempt and disdain in their eyes. Yang Kai's cultivation was too low and he had come with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, so it was easy for people to mistakenly think that the three of them were from some small family. Only small families would have 2 or 3 spots to enter Shadow Moon Hall. Not long after Yang Kai sat down, a group of 2 people walked over and stood in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Yang Kai could clearly see that these 2 were from a group of about 30 people. Being able to obtain 30 spots to enter Luoyan sand field. Although this group couldn't compare to the Shadow Moon Hall, it shouldn't be small. And it wasn't just them, many people from the large and small groups had already stood up and wanted to approach him, but these 2 were the fastest, so they could only temporarily give up and stand in place to observe. Why are they looking for me? Yang Kai was puzzled. These 2 weren't very old, about 30 to 40 years old. One was a third-order Saint King cultivator while the other was a first-order Saint King. They didn't look like evil people, but the leading third-order Saint King had a palm-sized scarlet scar on his forehead that gave him a somewhat fierce look. "Friend." The man with the scar on his face called out, "Are you also going to enter Luoyan sand field?" Although there was nothing wrong with what he asked, Yang Kai could clearly hear the doubt and disdain in his tone. On the other hand, the man behind him was staring at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, as if Yang Kai had something he wanted. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to these 2, but this time he had come here with the Shadow Moon Hall. If there was any conflict, it would make things difficult for Qian Tong, so after thinking about it he patiently nodded, "Yes." The man grinned, "Your strength isn't high, it will be very dangerous for you to enter." "That's my business." Yang Kai vaguely guessed what they wanted to do. Before, Qian Tong had said that the spots to enter Luoyan sand field could be transferred, so these 2 were probably after his spot. The other people who stood up and wanted to come over probably did so for the same reason, but the scarred man beat them to it. Sure enough, the scarred man shook his head and said, I'm saying this for your own good. Look, there are only 3 of you and that man and woman seem to be in love with each other. They probably won't be able to take care of you once you enter. You're really going to die. As he spoke, he showed an extremely exaggerated expression, as if he was really worried about Yang Kai's safety. But when he saw that Yang Kai's expression was calm and not afraid at all, he couldn't help but feel a little bored and said, I have a business here, do you want to do it? Not interested. Yang Kai decisively refused. Since he knew what they wanted to do, Yang Kai was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. The scarred man smiled, squatted down and whispered, Look friend, you're risking your life to enter Lu Yen Sandfield and you might not be able to come out. You're only going in to look for some benefits, right? I have an idea that will allow you to reap some benefits without putting your life in danger. Saying so, he took out an artifact from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. This is a Saint King grade low-rank artifact. Its quality is very good. I'll give it to you as a gift. I believe that after you refine it, your strength will definitely soar. Of course, I'm not giving it to you for free. All I want is your entry pass. What entry pass? Yang Kai was stunned. It's the pass to enter Lu Yen Sandfield. Don't play dumb. The First Order Saint King cultivator who had been staring at Yang Kai with burning eyes shouted. There's such a thing? Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard Wei Guchang mention such a thing, and Qian Tong hadn't given him any proof either. Seeing Yang Kai's blank look, the scarred man thought he was playing dumb and couldn't help sneering. Don't be so shameless, friend. My junior brother just wants to enter Lu Yen Sandfield with us, but unfortunately my Blue Sparrow sect doesn't have enough spots. Now that we've taken a fancy to your entry pass, we're giving you face. Besides, I'm not asking for your entry pass for free. Didn't I already give you an artifact? You want to buy my entry pass with a Saint King grade low-rank artifact? Yang Kai sneered, not to mention I don't have any entry pass. Even if I did, I wouldn't sell it to you. Friend, are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Can you let me see your space ring? The scarred man's face also became gloomy. You want to see my space ring? Do you have the ability? Yang Kai's expression became cold. Every cultivator's space ring was a very private thing, and under normal circumstances, it was impossible for others to make such a request. The scarred man's words made Yang Kai burn with anger. This was no different from directly slapping his face. Brother, don't talk nonsense with him, just grab it, he won't dare say anything. The First Order Saint King cultivator seemed to want to enter Lu Yen Sandfield and couldn't help urging the scarred man. Seeing the scarred man hesitate, he actually reached out to grab Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai's patience had long since reached its limit. These two had been chattering in front of him, trying to snatch his space ring by force, which was really disgusting. Seeing the First Order Saint King cultivator reach out to grab him, Yang Kai didn't dodge and instead reached out to grab him. How could a trivial First Order Saint King avoid Yang Kai's attack? Caught off guard, he found that his hand had been firmly grasped by his opponent. While he was still in shock, a series of cracking sounds were heard. He looked at his hand in shock and found that his arm had been twisted into a fried dough twist by the other party. The intense pain only came now, and an earth-shattering scream came from his mouth. His forehead was instantly covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. You dare? The scarred man didn't seem to react until now. Seeing his junior brother suffer such a big loss, he pushed his Saint Chi and sent a punch towards Yang Kai's face. This fist was filled with powerful strength and was aimed at Yang Kai's vital points, obviously intending to kill him. Yang Kai dragged the junior brother in front of him. The scarred man was unable to withdraw his fist in time, and his expression changed drastically, only managing to withdraw half of his strength in a hurry. With a muffled bang, the junior brother's face turned pale as he fell to the ground, twitching. Chapter 1171. Without waiting for the scarred man to make a move, Yang Kai also threw a punch towards the scarred man's face. With another muffled bang, the scarred man flew through the air and spun several times before landing heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was just a third-order Saint King, and if it weren't for his junior brother being injured by him, causing him to be momentarily distracted, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily by Yang Kai. At the very least, he should have been able to resist a few moves. However, his carelessness had allowed Yang Kai to succeed with a single blow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the First Order Saint King cultivator grabbed Yang Kai to the moment the scarred man was knocked to the ground, only a single breath had passed. This caused the other cultivator who had been secretly paying attention to the situation here to be shocked, all of them revealing looks of disbelief. A First Order Saint King cultivator had actually sent a Third Order Saint King flying with a single punch? Even if the latter had been slightly careless, he shouldn't have been so weak, right? Which family does this little brat come from? How is he so fierce? Fortunately, I didn't go over just now, otherwise I'm afraid I would have ended up like Yin Jian. This little brat is finished. Although he looks very powerful, he actually dared to hit Yin Jian in front of so many Blue Sparrow sect disciples. His family is finished. A burst of whispers sounded from the surrounding teams. The nearly 30 people from Blue Sparrow sect all wore cold expressions as they stood up and glared towards Yang Kai with unfriendly looks on their faces. Some of them were even filled with righteous indignation and quickly rushed over. The only second-order origin returning realm old man from Blue Sparrow sect who had come to lead this group watched with a gloomy expression. He didn't move because of his status, but he also didn't stop his subordinates from stirring up trouble. Obviously, he intended to teach Yang Kai a lesson. In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang was surrounded by 30 people. All of them were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Many of them were letting out strange laughs that sounded extremely gloomy. The scarred man named Yin Jian struggled to get up from the ground. There was a look of astonishment on his face. It seemed that he didn't expect to suffer such a big loss under Yang Kai's hands. After standing up, his face turned green and then white. The other First Order Saint King cultivator, whose arm had been broken by Yang Kai, howled even more miserably. "Don't do anything!" Yin Jian angrily shouted, stopping his fellow disciples from coming forward to beat up Yang Kai. He rubbed his somewhat blurred eyes and stared at Yang Kai with a murderous look. This kind of humiliation, of course, he had to wash it off himself in order to regain his face. "Brat, you've got guts. I'm doing business with you. It's fine if you don't agree, but you actually dare to play dirty." Yin Jianzhong shook his neck. He didn't think that his failure was because his skills were inferior, but because he was attacked by Yang Kai. When he said this, many people showed a look of understanding, thinking that Yin Jian had been attacked by a sneak attack, which was why his eyes were swollen. "Business?" Yang Kai laughed, his expression becoming cold as he shouted, "You're trying to force a deal, aren't you?" An unnatural expression flashed across Yin Jianzhong's face. He no longer bothered with this issue and coldly snorted, "Brat, don't talk nonsense. You dare to hurt my junior brother. Today I'll make sure you can't bear the consequences." Saying so, Yin Jian's Saint Qi fluctuated and a ruler-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. Yang Kai's punch made Yin Jian understand that there was something wrong with this First Order Saint King, so he summoned his artifact as soon as the battle began. He wanted to end this quickly so he wouldn't suffer another loss at Yang Kai's hands. If he were to suffer a loss again, he would have no excuse to cover up his incompetence. Yang Kai was from a trivial small family that didn't even have an elder to lead the team. Even if he killed him here, the most he would have to do was pay some saint crystals as compensation afterwards. Yin Jian didn't put the force behind Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But before he could take action, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out from the distance. "Interesting, this way has only left for a short while. How come someone has already dared to bully my Shadow Moon Hall?" Shadow Moon Hall? Yin Jian looked shocked as he looked Yang Kai up and down in amazement, a slight panic appearing in his eyes. The faces of the nearly 30 Blue Sparrow sect disciples surrounding Yang Kai also changed. Not far away, Wei Gucheng's whole body was shrouded in black mist as he strode over. In his hand, there was a pitch-black energy ball that he was tossing up and down as if it was a real object. That energy ball contained a terrifying power. An almost suffocating aura emanated from his body, causing the faces of all the Blue Sparrow sect disciples to turn ugly. Zhou Xian, who was following closely behind Yang Kai, also seemed to have some kind of inexplicable energy flowing around her as faint arcs of wind swirled around her tender body, like butterflies fluttering about, a beautiful sight to behold. "Are you from the Shadow Moon Hall?" Yin Jian no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai and quickly asked. "Although it has nothing to do with you, I still have to tell you that I'm not from the Shadow Moon Hall." Yang Kai looked at him mockingly. "If you want to fight, hurry up. Don't worry about Shadow Moon Hall's retaliation." Just now, Yin Jian had been acting so domineering, but when Wei Guchang mentioned the words Shadow Moon Hall, this guy immediately became like a mouse that had seen a cat. After listening to Yang Kai's ridicule, Yin Jian's expression changed dramatically. Although he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, he didn't dare to show any obvious hostility to Yang Kai. Wei Guchang walked straight over with Zhou Xian, and the Blue Sparrow sect disciples in front of him involuntarily moved aside, allowing him to easily walk to Yang Kai's side. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Wei Guchang looked at Yang Kai and found that he was unharmed, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qian Tong said that he could kill a third-order Saint King cultivator after all, seeing was believing. He didn't know Yang Kai's true strength, but now that he saw Yang Kai being surrounded by 30 people without any change in expression, Wei Guchang was secretly surprised. If he didn't have the ability, it was impossible for him to be so calm. Was he confident he could escape from the siege of 30 Saint King Realm cultivator? Brother Wei came a bit early. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Wei Guchang was surprised. He suddenly realized that this Yang Kai wasn't someone who would sit still, seemingly eager to fight with these people from Blue Sparrow sect. Wei Guchang, he's Wei Guchang. Someone from Blue Sparrow sect immediately recognized Wei Guchang and exclaimed. Although they had never met before, Wei Guchang had said that he was from Shadow Moon Hall the moment he arrived and called himself Wei. A Saint King Realm cultivator with such power and influence could only be Wei Guchang. What's more, there was a woman beside him. They had heard that Wei Guchang from Shadow Moon Hall and another woman named Zhou Xian had always been inseparable. Seeing this scene, if the people from Blue Sparrow sect still couldn't guess Wei Guchang's identity, they would really be blind. Among Shadowed Star's younger generation, Fong Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, Yin Su Dai, Wei Guchang, Zhou Xian, and a number of other outstanding young talents were famous, but Wei Guchang wasn't as ostentatious as Chu Changfeng. He was usually very low-key, so low-key that many from Shadow Moon Hall had only heard of his name but never seen him in person. But this didn't affect his deterrence. After learning that the person who had come was Wei Guchang, Yin Jian's expression changed and his mouth filled with bitterness. If he had known this information earlier, how could he have brought his junior brother to Yang Kai to buy a pass? It was too late to avoid him, so how could he have delivered himself up to be humiliated? Unlike Yin Jian's annoyance and bitterness, the cultivator who had wanted to come to Yang Kai but had been beaten to it by Yin Jian were secretly rejoicing at this moment. Fortunately, Yin Jian had acted quickly enough, otherwise, it wouldn't be Blue Sparrow sect that would be embarrassed but them. "Brother Yang, what happened?" Wei Guchang was very curious. He had only left with Zhou Xian for a short while to say hello to his martial uncle Wang and martial uncle Yan, but as soon as he returned he saw Yang Kai surrounded by people. Yang Kai didn't look like someone who liked to cause trouble. "Oh, this person brought his junior brother to me to buy a pass to enter Luyan Sandfield." "Brother Wei, what is a pass? Why haven't you mentioned it before?" Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchang suspiciously. I forgot." Wei Guchang scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "But you can't blame me. I haven't gotten my hands on the entry passes yet. They are all in Elder Qian's care. When he comes over he will distribute them to everyone. When the entrance to Luyan Sandfield opens, those who enter must hold a pass. Only then will the seniors let us in. Without a pass they won't let us in. These passes are specially made by the masters of the major forces. It's impossible to copy them. By the way, Elder Qian will not only distribute the passes, but also give us something called a yuan magnetic compass. When we enter Luyan Sandfield we need to rely on that thing to determine the direction." "Understood." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Since Wei Guchang hadn't obtained it himself, Yang Kai naturally didn't expect him to tell him about it. Wei Guchang probably thought that it wasn't a big deal and that when Qian Tong came, Yang Kai would naturally understand. While the two of them were chatting, the Blue Sparrow sect disciples all had ugly expressions on their faces. These people clearly didn't put him and the others in their eyes. Otherwise, why would they talk about the passage pass and the yuan magnetic compass with such an indifferent expression? After Wei Guchang and Yang Kai finished talking, Yin Jian struggled for a moment before cupping his fists and pretending to be cordial. "So it's Brother Guchang of Shadow Moon Hall. Is Brother Guchang something you can call?" Wei Guchang did not wait for him to finish speaking and directly interrupted him. This kind of arrogant strength made Yin Jian's face flush red, and his eyes were about to split open, but he did not dare to have any complaints. Although everyone here was a third-order Saint King, Yin Jian understood that if he really fought with Wei Guchang, he would be defeated within a few moves. These famous young talents were all monstrous existences. Yin Jianzhong still had some self-awareness. Chapter 1172. No matter what, Yin Jian was still the most talented disciple of Blue Sparrow sect. Although his reputation wasn't as great as Wei Guchang's with his ability, he was indeed qualified to call him Brother Guchang. In the past, when he dealt with the geniuses of other sects, no one cared. But this time, Wei Guchang didn't give him any face at all. His reprimand made Yin Jian's expression turn ugly. He clenched his teeth and changed his words. Brother Wei, just now you said that Brother Yang wouldn't be able to bear the consequences? Wei Guchang stared coldly at Yin Jian and began to criticize him. Qian Tong asked him to bring Yang Kai here first to create an opportunity for him to befriend Yang Kai. He didn't expect that as soon as he left, someone would find trouble with Yang Kai. This made Wei Guchang very angry. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go. If he couldn't even get back at Yang Kai, then he didn't have the qualifications to befriend Yang Kai. What happened just now was really a misunderstanding. If I knew that this friend was from Shadow Moon Hall. I said I'm not from Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai interrupted him again. Yin Jian's face turned red. He really didn't know what to say. In front of 30 of his fellow disciples, he had shown weakness to Wei Guchang. It was already embarrassing enough. Who knew that the other party would be so unforgiving? He suddenly knew that if he didn't show a clear attitude, there would be no way to be kind. He could only say with a depressed face, "This time it's my fault. I was blind. I hope that Brother Wei and this friend won't take it to heart." As he said this, he slightly cupped his hands and was about to leave with his fellow disciples, far away from this place of trouble. Come and go as you wish. I'm afraid it's not that easy, right? Wei Guchang snorted. He despised people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If Yin Jianzhong had dared to go against him, he might have thought more highly of him. However, it was hard for him not to despise this kind of person who liked to bully the weak. In comparison, Yang Kai did not change his expression even when surrounded by 30 people, which made him admire him a lot. Yin Jianzhong had no choice but to stop. He clenched his fists and the veins on his forehead bulged. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "What else does Brother Wei want? My junior brother's arm has been broken by this friend, and I myself have been punched. Your friend is unharmed, so he didn't suffer any losses, right? I'm not sure if he's at a disadvantage or not. After all, when I arrived, you guys had already surrounded him. Even if Brother Yang doesn't seem to be injured, he might have suffered some shock." Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as he nodded in agreement. The dozens of people from Blue Sparrow sect couldn't help but open their mouths wide. How could such a person be frightened? Obviously, he was not afraid of heaven or earth. Even if a blade was at his neck, he wouldn't blink, so how could he possibly be frightened? This was clearly a blatant lie. Even if they knew that Wei Guchang and Yang Kai were talking nonsense, no one dared to question them. These two were deliberately looking for trouble, so who would be stupid enough to add fuel to the fire? Brother Yang really was frightened. Wei Guchang glanced at Yang Kai seriously and said in a pained tone, "Brother Wei, state your price, this Yin will accept it." Yin Jianzhong sighed helplessly, his left eye bloodshot, either from anger or from Yang Kai's punch just now. 1,000,000 Saint crystals. Wei Guchang didn't beat around the bush and directly stated a number. "Brother Wei, don't go too far." Yin Jianzhong shouted angrily, grinding his teeth. 1,000,000? How do you want me to take it out? Although Blue Sparrow sect was not bad, it was impossible for a disciple like him to carry so many Saint crystals around at all times. You don't even have a trivial 1,000,000 Saint crystals, yet you want to buy a pass from Brother Yang? Did you eat too much lard and lose your mind? Yang Kai glanced at Wei Guchang in surprise. He suddenly discovered that although this guy appeared to be gentle and upright on the surface, he was actually filled with evil intentions. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of person this guy was when he was alone with Dong Xianer. Yang Kai guessed that a good and quiet girl like Dong Xianer would definitely be eaten by him. Yin Jianzhong's nostrils flared as a look of unbearable rage appeared on his face, seemingly wanting to fight a good fight with Wei Guchang. Even if he was killed, it was better than standing here and being humiliated wantonly. Some of the other Blue Sparrow sect disciples cast pleading eyes not far away. Over there, the second-order origin returning realm old man who had led the Blue Sparrow sect disciples here stood there with an ugly look on his face. Although he noticed the pleading eyes of his sect's disciples, he didn't show any intention to help. Not to mention that Blue Sparrow sect was in the wrong in the first place. The ones involved in this conflict were all young people, so an old man like him running over would be breaking the rules. Blue Sparrow sect had an origin returning realm master, but Shadow Moon Hall didn't. If he really dared to come over, it would only make the situation worse. So even if he was angry, he could only stand there and watch from afar, not wanting to intervene at will. Then how many Saint Crystals do you have? Wei Guchang suddenly changed the subject. Yin Jianzhong turned his head to look at his fellow disciples and asked a few more questions before dejectedly saying, 500,000. Wei Guchang turned his eyes to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai simply said indifferently, 500,000 it is, it's barely enough to make up for the trauma in my heart. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about a trivial 500,000 Saint Crystals, but since these people from Blue Sparrow sect dared to provoke him, they had to pay a certain price. The fact that he didn't kill them was already the best result. As for the other party's face, if Wei Guchang didn't care, how could Yang Kai care? When Yin Jianzhong brought his junior brother here to force him to sell his pass, did he ever care about his face or wishes? If it weren't for him having some ability, if it were any other cultivator from a small family, Yin Jianzhong would have already succeeded. Then 500,000 it is, hurry up. Wei Guchang shouted in a dissatisfied tone. Only Master Brother Yang is magnanimous enough to settle this with a trivial 500,000. If it were me, I wouldn't be Wei Guchang if I didn't rip off your pants. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Guchang's face suddenly changed slightly. Dong Xian'er's small hand had unknowingly pinched the soft flesh on his waist, causing her face to blush slightly as she said, "Can you not say that? They have many female disciples." Not only did Dong Xian'er blush, but the dozen or so female disciples of Blue Sparrow sect also blushed, all of them glaring at Wei Guchang with extreme resentment. Blue Sparrow sect had 30 people, so after a long time, they were only able to gather 500,000 Saint Crystals. After all, everyone had come to the Lu Yen sand field, a place filled with dangers, so naturally, none of them had brought too many Saint Crystals with them. These Saint Crystals were all for the purpose of restoring themselves in the Lu Yen sand field. Once the 500,000 Saint Crystals were handed over to Yang Kai, Yin Jianzhong and the others left with their tails between their legs. Gutless rats. Wei Guchang looked at the departing backs of this group of people and shook his head disdainfully. Enough. Let bygones be bygones, don't pay attention to them anymore. Dong Xian'er said softly, changing the subject at the right time. Didn't you bring some fine jade liquid to entertain Brother Yang this time? Since it's still early, you might as well take it out. And if junior sister hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Wei Guchang laughed and patted his head, the ring on his hand flashing brilliantly as he took out some antique tables and chairs, arranged them in front of him and enthusiastically invited Yang Kai to sit down before saying, I just inquired with Martial Uncle Wang and Martial Uncle Yen, and both of them said that there should still be 3 days before the opening of the Lu Yen sand field. On top of that, Elder Qian hasn't come yet, so we might as well drink while waiting. Good. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse the kindness of others. The so-called fine jade liquid was taken out by Wei Guchang and arranged into 2 small jars. Once the seals were unsealed, a rich wine fragrance immediately spread out and poured into Yang Kai's nostrils. Dong Xian'er took out 2 plates of spirit fruits from her space ring. These spirit fruits were crystal clear and didn't seem to be ordinary things. Yang Kai didn't know much about wine, so when Wei Guchang handed one to him, he accepted it and drank it. After drinking it, he discovered that this was a kind of spirit wine, similar to the 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Tongxian Realm's Soaring Heaven sect, which had the effect of strengthening one's body and improving one's cultivation. However, this fine jade liquid was of a much higher grade than the 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Feiyu Martial Uncle. After all, this was star territory, so the materials available here were of higher grade and rarer quality. After taking a sip of this wine, Yang Kai immediately felt his Saint Qi circulate faster. This wine was like a spiritual liquid that penetrated into his body and lay dormant in his physique, seemingly waiting for the right moment to erupt. Wei Guchang took a big gulp, a satisfied expression appearing on his face before explaining to Yang Kai, This Wei brewed this fine jade liquid a long time ago when I was on an adventure. It can be said that on all of Shadowed Star, there is no one else who can brew it except this Wei. Yongkai, don't underestimate this thing. Although it isn't very strong, it has a long-term restorative effect. If you drink this jar now, it will help Brother Yang restore his Saint Qi for at least half a month. Listening to his words, Kai Yang immediately understood that his previous conjecture was correct. The wine was indeed waiting for the right moment to erupt. Hurriedly he said, I don't know much about wine. Letting me drink such a good thing is a bit of a waste of heaven's gift. Wei Guchang laughed. No matter how good something is, if no one can share it, it's not a good thing. Xian'er is not good at drinking, and this Wei doesn't have many like-minded friends in Shadow Moon Hall. Now that I've met Brother Yang and can share a good time with him here, it's a great blessing. Brother Yang, don't say such things, you're not giving this Wei any face. Yang Kai didn't know whether he was being sincere or because of Qian Tong's instructions, but in any case, Wei Guchang seemed to be getting along well with Yang Kai now. Then I won't be polite. Yang Kai laughed heartily and imitated Wei Guchang's actions, taking a big gulp of wine, causing Wei Guchang to cry out in agreement. Dong Xian'er sat quietly to the side with a happy smile on her face, watching Wei Guchang and Yang Kai drink one mouthful after another, making her look even more beautiful. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because of the wine or because he was reminded of the scene, but he secretly thought that if Su Yan or Xiaoning Chong were here at this moment, they would definitely be like Dong Xian'er, right? They would all sit quietly by his side. For these women, as long as they could be with the man they loved, even if the sky fell, they wouldn't frown. Chapter 1173. About half a day later, Qian Tong led the 200 or so people to the vicinity of the Lu Yen sandfield. After hurriedly informing his disciples and the cultivator who had followed him, he went off to find the two origin-returning realm masters from Shadow Moon Hall. As if everyone had discussed this beforehand, with the arrival of the people from Shadow Moon Hall, a large number of cultivators continued to arrive, each one looking for a place where no one else was present, either huddling together or gathering in groups of 3 or 5. Those who huddled together were all disciples from great forces, while those who gathered in groups of 3 or 5 were from small families and small sects. The entire periphery of Lu Yen Sandfield was clearly divided. In less than a day, the number of cultivators who had gathered here had reached more than 2,000. There should still be some who hadn't arrived yet, otherwise the number would have been even higher. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er were also squeezed in the middle of the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, surrounded by nearly 70 people. Wei Guchang wore a serious expression as he spoke to his fellow disciples. The Saint King Realm men and women all nodded in agreement. Yang Kai didn't find any disciples from Thunder Typhoon Sect, Heaven Battling Union or Colored Glass Sect here, so he figured they should have entered from another entrance. This was because there was more than one entrance to Lu Yen Sandfield. According to Wei Guchang, there were a total of 4 entrances in all directions. The great forces had all chosen to enter from the nearest entrance, so they weren't all gathered in one place. Compared with the liveliness of the others, Yang Kai sat cross-legged alone in a remote location. No one came to find trouble with him. Those who had seen the power of him and Wei Guchang before naturally didn't dare to provoke him again. Those who had come later seemed to realize that Yang Kai wasn't someone to be trifled with and didn't dare approach him. On the other hand, the cultivator from a small family was always surrounded by disciples from great forces. The purpose of these people was self-evident. They wanted to buy a pass from these small family cultivators. However, now that more and more people had arrived, these disciples from great forces didn't dare to bully others like Yin Jian had done before. All of them tried to persuade others with kind words and paid a sincere price. Some small family cultivator actually gave up on entering the Lu Yen Sandfield and instead sold their passes to these people. There were also some people who were determined to enter the Lu Yen Sandfield in search of benefits and opportunities, making the disciples from great forces who gathered around them unable to succeed no matter how hard they tried. When Kai Yang's eyes swept over a certain place, he suddenly paused. Letting out a soft cry of surprise, he slowly stood up and walked over. In that direction, there were 2 elderly men. They both had bitter smiles on their faces as they stood where they were. There were also a few people gathered around them, just like the people from the other small clans. Those people were taking turns to persuade them, enticing them with benefits, trying to buy the guild card from their hands. 150,000 Saint crystals, I can't go any higher. Go ask if this price is fair. 150,000 Saint crystals is not a small number for us. What do two seniors think? Do you think it's enough? Then we have a deal. A middle-aged man said earnestly. Although his cultivation was the same as these two old men, third-order Saint King, he was still a bit older. Moreover, now that they had a request, it didn't matter if they called them seniors. One of the two old men cupped his fists gently and said with a wry smile, "Several seniors, it's not that we don't want to give you face. It's just that we haven't seen what these passes look like yet. Our passes are in the hands of Shadow Moon Hall's Elder Qian and have not been issued yet." "That doesn't matter." The middle-aged man smiled heartily. "They haven't been issued yet, but they should be issued soon. You just need to hand them over to me when you get your passes and I'll give you the Saint crystals first." The middle-aged man spoke with great sincerity and really began to count the Saint crystals. The two elderly men looked at each other with a helpless expression. 150,000 Saint crystals was indeed a huge sum of money for them, but in comparison they were more willing to enter the Luoyan sandfield. Inside they might die, but there was also a chance they could gain a great deal and break through to the origin returning realm. They were old and had children, so their greatest wish in life was to break through to the origin returning realm before they died. For this wish, what harm was there in dying? They really didn't want to sell their passes. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to enter the Luoyan sandfield, and it was only by chance that the two of them would be able to enter. If they didn't seize this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. However, the middle-aged man was already counting the Saint crystals, so refusing now would only anger the other party. Although the two of them had come here with Shadow Moon Hall, they had no friendship with the people of Shadow Moon Hall. On the contrary, Elder Qian didn't see them as pleasing to the eye and hadn't caused them any trouble. Giving them 2 spots to enter the Luoyan sandfield was already an act of mercy, so how could the two of them possibly care about such trivial matters? Just as they were feeling anxious though, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in their ears. "What's wrong? Is someone trying to force a sale again?" This voice contained a hint of sarcasm, causing the middle-aged man who was counting the Saint crystals to look towards the source of the voice coldly. After seeing the face of this newcomer, he immediately cupped his fists with a smile and said cautiously, "This friend, I am not as arrogant and despotic as those people from Blue Sparrow's sect. I won't force you to buy a pass from these two seniors, but I'm willing to pay 150,000 Saint crystals. You can ask around and see if this price is fair." The middle-aged man smiled apologetically as he quickly explained, feeling bitter in his heart, wondering why this guy had suddenly come over to intervene. Did he have some kind of relationship with these two old men? A day ago, the scene of Yang Kai and Wei Guchong dealing with Yin Jianzhong had been witnessed by this middle-aged man from beginning to end, so he naturally knew that Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, was not someone to be trifled with. If he really became angry, it wouldn't be 150,000 Saint crystals that could be settled, but 500,000. 500,000. The middle-aged man couldn't help trembling just thinking about it. Yang Kai. After the two old men saw Yang Kai, they immediately called out cautiously with embarrassed expressions. "Foreign Elder Chong, Foreign Elder Hao." Yang Kai cupped his fists to them and greeted them. Yang Kai knew these two, otherwise he wouldn't have come over to meddle in their business. One was Chong Chi and the other was Haoan, both foreign elders of the Haiku family. The former had spent several months with Yang Kai in Starfield, while the latter was the one Wu Yi had always admired. Wu Yi often said that in the Haiku family, these two foreign elders treated her the best. In addition to these two, there was also a female foreign elder named Huang Wan who had a good relationship with her. This turned out to be true. When the Haiku family's patriarch Ian went to the city lord's mansion to invite a master to deal with Yang Kai, these 3 foreign elders used different methods to send Wu Yi a message, telling her to leave Dragon Cave Mountain as soon as possible to avoid disaster. Although it was the Haiku family that faced disaster in the end, the friendship between these 3 still made Wu Yi feel grateful. These days, from time to time, she would mention the 3 of them. Unfortunately, Huang Wan had disappeared after leaving the Haiku family. No one knew where she had gone. Chong Chi and Haoan had remained in the Haiku family and occasionally contacted Wu Yi. The awkward expressions on their faces were obviously because of their identities. Yang Kai and the Haiku family were not on good terms, so they still used the title of foreign elders of the Haiku family for fear that Yang Kai would cause them trouble. So when they saw Yang Kai in Heavenly Fate City's Space Array Hall, they didn't dare to come up and greet him. Firstly, they were afraid, and secondly, they felt embarrassed. But now, seeing Yang Kai actually take the initiative to salute them, the two of them immediately understood that they were measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Yang Kai didn't hold a grudge against them at all. Yang Kai certainly didn't hold a grudge against them. The Haiku family incident was simply because the patriarch named Yi and didn't have eyes. Yang Kai still had a good impression of Changqi and Haoan, so if Wu Yi cared about them, these two were worthy of his help. He wants to buy your entry passes? Yang Kai asked. Yes, Changqi nodded, his expression becoming more natural. He offered 150,000 Saint crystals? Yang Kai asked again. The two nodded again. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and said, Friend, you see, I didn't lie, a price of 150,000 Saint crystals is indeed not low. What do you think? Yang Kai didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man and instead turned to Changqi and Haoan. If the two of them intended to sell their entry passes, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't intervene. After all, entering this place was very dangerous, but if they didn't want to, the middle-aged man wouldn't be able to succeed. Yang Kai felt that it would be better for them to sell their entry passes. Although 150,000 Saint crystals wasn't much in his opinion, to Changqi and Haoan it was not a small fortune. They wouldn't have to risk their lives and would be able to obtain Saint crystals, so why not? To Yang Kai's surprise, Changqi and Haoan looked at each other and shook their heads firmly. We don't want to sell, we want to enter the Lu Yen sand field. Yang Kai looked at them in surprise before turning to the middle-aged man and saying, Friend, did you hear? These two seniors of mine don't want to sell their entry passes. I heard. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly before smiling apologetically. Then I won't disturb you any longer, farewell. Saying so, he quickly left with his fellow sect brothers. After they left, Changqi and Haoan breathed a sigh of relief as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise. They had arrived late and hadn't seen the scene of Blue Sparrow sect's disciples being humiliated, so they naturally didn't know why this middle-aged man was so afraid of Yang Kai, even sending him away with just a few words. Two foreign elders, please come this way, there are too many people here so it's not convenient to talk. Yang Kai beckoned to them and walked towards his previous resting place. Changqi and Haoan felt a mix of emotions, some gratitude, some embarrassment, but still followed behind Yang Kai. A moment later, the three of them were far away from the noisy crowd and arrived at a secluded place. Not paying any attention, they all sat down cross-legged. Chapter 1174. After all, Changqi had been with Yang Kai for a long time, so his expression quickly recovered and he asked with a smile, Are there many things you don't understand? Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Why did the two of you come from the Haiku family? It was precisely because there were many things Yang Kai didn't understand that he had brought these two here to ask them about the situation. Entering the Flowing Flame sand field was an opportunity that only appeared once every 400 years. The Haiku family was a small family and only had 2 or 3 spots at most. Such an opportunity should have been given to the elders or even the patriarch of the Haiku family in person. In any case, it was impossible for a foreign elder like Changqiu to come. Changqi sighed and said, None of them wanted to come. Otherwise, how could 2 old men like us be so lucky? How come no one came? Yang Kai was stunned. Haoan smiled and explained, After the last incident, the Haiku family is no longer welcomed by Shadow Moon Hall. From the patriarch to the ordinary disciples, every day everyone in the family is in a state of panic. Many foreign elders have even left the Haiku family, leaving only me and old Chang. The elders are also in retreat and don't dare to go out easily. Are they afraid of me? Yang Kai suddenly understood. More or less, Changqi nodded. Of course they are afraid that you will seek them out to settle accounts. The Haiku family has already given up a large part of its properties and Yi-in is doing his best to shrink the family's strength, calling back all the family's disciples and forcing them to enter retreat. Coupled with Shadow Moon Hall's disdain for the family, life in the family is becoming more and more difficult. Now in the entire Haiku family besides me and Brother Hao no one is willing to go out and no one dares to. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected Patriarch Yi-en of the Haiku family to be so cautious. Even if Yi-en had provoked him before, out of respect for Wu Yi, Yang Kai had long since decided not to bother with him and had no intention of seeking revenge against the Haiku family. How could he have known that Yi-en was now treading on thin ice? However, they deserved it. Yang Kai wouldn't find trouble with them, but he wouldn't pity them either. Elder Qian was kind enough to give my haiku family 2 spots to enter the Lu Yen sand field, so Brother Hao and I rushed over, Changqi continued. If Brother Hao and I don't break through, we won't have many years left to live. I just want to enter the Lu Yen desert to find some opportunities to break through, and see if I can fulfill my promise with the family head. Promise? Yang Kai frowned. And what patriarch means is that now that the entire family is in retreat, there is no need for us to offer anything. As long as we can hand over half of the benefits we obtained from Lu Yen Sandfield, we can leave the Haiku family and find another way out. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Is he bullying an honest man? The other foreign elders left without a word, and Ian didn't mention any conditions, but when it was Changqi and Hao An's turn, they had to hand over half of the gains they obtained from the flowing flame sand field. Ian's calculations were quite good. He didn't need his own family members to take risks. Perhaps they could even obtain some good supplies. If this wasn't bullying an honest man, what was? At this moment, Yang Kai became more and more disgusted with Ian. Changqi and Haoan were also quite strange. The other foreign elders had all left, so why did they stay? On top of that, they had made such an unreasonable agreement with Ian. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Changqi explained with some sadness, Brother Hao and I are the family's foreign elders. We have received many benefits from the family over the years, so leaving like this really makes us feel uneasy, so the two of us agreed to the patriarch's request. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although he didn't agree with their approach, the loyalty of these two made Yang Kai admire them greatly. If it weren't for the word loyalty lingering in their hearts, they wouldn't have agreed to this condition. His brow furrowed, Yang Kai asked, if the two of you can safely return from Lu Yen Sandfield, where do you plan on going? Changqi and Haoan looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. The two of us have spent most of our lives in the Haiku family. Once we leave the family, we really don't know where to go. Third-order Saint Kings aren't high, but they aren't low either. The key is that the two of us are already quite old, so I'm afraid there won't be many places that will accept us. They didn't have any children, so naturally, there was no place they could seek refuge. Yang Kai smiled. If the two of you don't mind, how about settling down on Dragon Cave Mountain? Wu Yi and Yu Feng often talk about you, and there are many disciples who originally belonged to the Haiku family there. With the two of you there, those little brats should be obedient. Changqi and Hao An's eyes lit up, the former exclaiming in disbelief, Can we go? Of course, it's not a restricted area. Junior is more than happy to welcome you, Yang Kai laughed. The two foreign elders' faces flushed with excitement as their beards trembled, Changqi stuttering, This? How could we accept this? It was obvious that he was very interested in going to Dragon Cave Mountain. Today's Dragon Cave Mountain was no longer the same as it used to be. The mountain peaks were shrouded in clouds and the world energy aura was extremely dense, enough to be used as a spirit land for the establishment of a sect. As time passed, the world energy aura there would only become richer and richer. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, none of us are outsiders. When you go there, you can also take some time to guide the cultivation of those disciples. The two foreign elders looked at each other, got up at the same time, cupped their fists and said in unison, If that's the case, it would be impolite of us to refuse. Changqi then added, If we can return safely this time, our 2 old lives will be sold to little brother. Senior is too serious, 2 seniors being alive is more important than anything else. Yang Kai quickly asked them to sit down before continuing to ask, I wonder if 2 seniors have made any preparations to enter the Lu Yen sand field. We have made some preparations, but I don't know if they will be of any use, Haoan sighed. Haoan sighed. Brother Chong and I spent all of our life savings and finally managed to purchase a Saint King grade high-rank ice attribute defensive artifact. In addition to that, there were also some healing pills, but we couldn't prepare anything else. This was where people differed from one another. A Saint King grade high-rank artifact usually cost between 30,000 and 40,000 Saint crystals. Even if the current era was special and ice attribute defensive artifacts were expensive, at most one would only cost 50,000 to 60,000 Saint crystals. These two foreign elders had exhausted their life savings. However, these Saint crystals were not worth mentioning to Yang Kai. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took out 8 jade bottles from his space ring and handed them to each of them, explaining, 1 bottle is for healing, 2 bottles are for restoring Saint Qi, and 1 bottle is for resisting the heat. Keep them for yourselves. The pills used to resist the heat were snow and ice pills. Yang Kai had refined a total of 2 bottles and now he had given them both to them. The 2 of them were about to refuse when Yang Kai added, I have a lot of these things, so don't refuse. Chang Qi and Haoan exchanged a glance and gratefully accepted the 4 bottles of pills silently, some tears even appearing in their old eyes. At this moment they couldn't help feeling a little touched. Both of them had spent most of their lives in the Haiku family and had devoted most of their lives to it, but now Yen wanted to drive them away and even put forward such conditions. However, when it came to Yang Kai, he didn't even blink an eye and took out 8 bottles of pills. The contrast was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chang Qi and Haoan suddenly felt that leaving the Haiku family and following Yang Kai wasn't necessarily a bad thing, the sadness and loneliness they had been feeling these past few days suddenly sweeping away. These saint crystals, take them as well. I heard that in the flame area, it is impossible to circulate one's secret art to absorb world energy. This world energy contains a kind of fire poison that if absorbed into one's body, it will cause great harm to anyone. All recovery can only rely on saint crystals and pills. Yang Kai took out another ring and handed it to the 2 of them. This time they didn't refuse and Chang Qi happily accepted it. After sweeping it with his divine sense slightly, he immediately paled and exclaimed, this is too much. The space ring Yang Kai gave them was the one Yin Jian had given him a day ago, and it contained a total of 500,000 saint crystals. Chang Qi had never seen so many saint crystals in his life and was so frightened that he almost threw his ring away. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, I still have more saint crystals, take them first. If you can't use them all up, take them back and use them slowly. Consider them a deposit for me, inviting the 2 of you to settle down on Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Dragon Cave Mountain was now under the care of Qian Tong and was protected by the spirit array arranged by Yang Yan, so it was extremely safe. However, the combat power of the people here was still a weakness. Among all of them, besides Yang Kai himself, who could be regarded as a valiant fighter, the others weren't worth mentioning. Wu Yi was just a first-order Saint King, and although her aptitude was good, she still needed a lot of time to grow. Chang Qi and Haoan were already third-order Saint Kings, so if they could break through to the origin returning realm, Dragon Cave Mountain's safety would be another layer of protection. An origin returning realm cultivator could use Sure, a power that even Yang Kai had a headache dealing with. Yang Kai had recruited them to Dragon Cave Mountain because Wu Yi had a good relationship with them and their loyalty was unparalleled. On the other hand, Yang Kai also wanted to add some powerful cultivator to Dragon Cave Mountain. The 2 foreign elders had been stuck at the third-order Saint King realm for many years, but because of their aptitude, they had been unable to break through. If they were given an origin condensing pill at this time, they would definitely be able to break through their current shackles. However, the emerald silk grass required to refine origin condensing pills seemed to be very rare. Yang Kai only had 2 stalks before, but they had already been used up. It seemed that after entering the Lu Yen sand field, Yang Kai would have to go to the treasure area to see if he could find some emerald silk grass. If he could obtain some, that would be best, but if he couldn't, he could still purchase it. In any case, Yang Kai didn't lack saint crystals right now. After much persuasion, Chang Qi and Haoan finally accepted the ring. Yang Kai then began to explain to them what he had heard from Wei Guchang about Lu Yen sand field. Although Chang Qi and Haoan had also obtained some information in this regard, it wasn't as complete as what Yang Kai had told them, so they listened attentively, not daring to miss anything. Chapter 1175. Yang Kai was originally wondering if he could let Chang Qi and Haoan follow the other Shadow Moon Hall disciples. After all, if everyone moved together, their safety would be increased by a lot. Although it felt rather out of place to have 2 half-grown old men sandwiched between all those young and beautiful girls, but at times, age was also a synonym for experience and experience. Their powers were not weak and they might not be unable to help the people from the Shadow Moon Palace. When he proposed this idea, both Chang Qi and Haoan shook their heads and refused. They were not worried that they would not fit in because of the age difference between them and the Shadow Moon Hall disciples. Instead, since they were determined to enter the Lu Yen desert to find their own opportunities, they naturally could not move together with others. If they did, they would have to share any benefits with others. The 2 of them did not even plan to stay together. They were prepared to split up after entering the Lu Yen desert. They were right. Yang Kai thought about it and did not insist. 2 days later, the Qian Tong came in a hurry and distributed everyone's pass. He also gave everyone a small secret treasure called a yuan magnetic pointer. The Luoyan desert was too big and there were no sun, moon, or stars inside. Once inside, it was impossible to distinguish the direction. This yuan magnetic pointer was used to help people identify the direction. Wei Guchang had mentioned it to Yang Kai before. After receiving it, Yang Kai immediately knew how to use it after fiddling with it a few times. This pointer was very delicate. No matter how it was turned, it would always point to a specific location. With the help of this thing, there was no need to worry about getting lost in the Luoyan desert. Yang Kai carefully put away the yuan magnetic pointer and sat cross-legged with Changqi and Haowen to rest. As time passed, the dark red energy curtain covering the Luoyan desert began to fade at a clear and discernible speed. Moreover, there were waves of extremely unstable energy fluctuations coming from inside the Luoyan desert. After noticing this, everyone stood up. They also understood that the forbidden area was about to open. They could not help but rub their hands together in excitement. Many people looked at the Luoyan desert expectantly, secretly imagining what benefits they would obtain inside. Only the return to void stage powerhouses who had led the team here wore worried expressions. Because they knew better than anyone else the dangers of the Luoyan desert. Many of these returned to Void Realm cultivators had personally ventured into the Void Realm 400 years ago and only returned after experiencing many hardships. Those returned to Void Realm cultivators who had not ventured into the Void Realm had read about it in the ancient records of their respective sects. Although they were worried, none of the origin returning realm masters showed their emotions. Because if they wanted to obtain benefits, they had to pay a certain price. Even if the price was thousands of lives, as long as their core disciples were fine, they didn't care. Origin returning realm masters continued to fly over the heads of the crowd, shouting loudly and cheering for these saint kings who were about to enter the Luoyan desert. Of course, they did not forget to remind them to be careful, try not to get into conflicts with others, and to show mutual respect. It was unknown how many people listened to this nonsense, but where there was profit there would be disputes. Every time the Luoyan desert opened, 20 to 30% of the people who entered would be killed because of fighting over treasures. Half a day later, the unstable energy fluctuations coming from the Luoyan desert suddenly subsided. Immediately, the light-colored energy curtain also stabilized after a series of dazzling changes. It was obvious that in a certain territory, the light red energy curtain had become even lighter and looked like an open door. The Luoyan desert had officially opened. The elders of the various sects shouted with all their might as they rushed to the entrance one after the other. Almost 3,000 people rushed to the entrance in an instant. More than a dozen third-order origin returning realm masters stood there, glaring at them, but when they saw these saint kings rush over, they all released their shur. The entire world seemed to freeze as all the saint king realm masters froze in place, struggling to even move. Those with poor endurance paled and their clothes were soaked in sweat. The feeling of being enveloped by shur was very disgusting. It was a feeling of not being able to control one's life or death, as if their lives were in the hands of the owner of this shur. What are you fighting for? An old man with a ruddy complexion flew up into the sky, swept his eyes around with dignity and shouted, "All of you line up for this old master and enter one by one. Anyone who dares to fight for a spot will be immediately disqualified." After listening to this old man, everyone began to line up obediently. Fortunately, the entrance was not too narrow and the line was directly divided into 5 lines. According to the old man's requirements, everyone who entered the Luoyan desert had to hold up their entry pass in front of them for the many origin returning realm masters to inspect. Those without entry passes would not be able to pass. Brother Yang. Yang Kai had just brought Changqi and Haowen to the end of a line when he heard Wei Guchang calling out to him. Looking towards the source of the voice, Yang Kai saw Wei Guchang and Zhou Xian standing in a line near him. Behind them were all disciples from Shadow Moon Hall. "Brother Wei," Yang Kai smiled at him. "Brother Yang, once we enter, I will send a message to everyone through the communication artifact. If you can receive my message, it would be best if you could act together with this Wei. I have a few junior brothers and junior sisters with me. If we work together, we can pass through the flame area as soon as possible," Wei Guchang said as he pointed to the people around him. These men and women also seemed to be core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Even if their status was not as high as Wei Guchang and Dong Xianers, it should not be too far off. However, they were not as perceptive as Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, so after hearing Wei Guchang's words, they all showed puzzled looks and some reluctance. In their minds, if Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King, really acted with them, he would definitely drag them down. They were all core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, so naturally, they were unwilling to bring along a stranger like Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said indifferently, "Good." Wei Guchang seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude and did not say anything more. When he was chatting with Yang Kai 2 days ago, he had noticed that Yang Kai seemed to want to act alone. The line passed through quickly. After all, there were more than a dozen Third-Order Origin returning realm masters standing on both sides of the line to check their entry passes. With a sweep of their divine senses, they were allowed to pass through one after another. The number of Saint Kings decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon it was Yang Kai's turn. Holding his entry pass through the divine senses of the many Origin returning realm masters, he immediately heard Qian Tong's voice. "Nephew Yang, you must be careful and return safely." Yang Kai nodded gently to Qian Tong before passing through the entrance directly. A slight sense of dizziness washed over him, and by the time Yang Kai reacted, he found himself in an extremely hot environment. From all directions, waves of heat washed over him one after another. The ground under his feet was a kind of reddish-brown soil that had been baked at high temperatures all year round. Cracks spread across the ground like a spider's web. These cracks varied in size, some as large as ravines while others as wide as canyons. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single blade of grass growing, with many rocky hills and slopes obstructing one's line of sight. Is this the flame area? Yang Kai did not use his Saint Qi to protect his body, but he still felt his skin tingle from the heat. Even with his powerful physique, he could still feel pain, let alone the other Saint Kings who entered this place. If they were slightly weaker, they would immediately have to use their Saint Qi to protect their bodies to resist the omnipresent heat. The world energy here contained a strange fire poison that could not be absorbed at all. As a result, the cultivator could only use his Saint Qi and pills to restore his strength. If he could not make ends meet, he would eventually run out of strength, and when that time came, he would be in danger. However, this slight tingling sensation was not a big problem for Yang Kai. He could even withstand dangers like the void storm with his physical body, let alone this kind of heat. This was only the outermost area, and Yang Kai believed that it would be even hotter if he went further in. There was not a single person to be seen, and the cultivator who had entered before had been teleported to some unknown place. Others could not feel the strangeness of this place, but as soon as Yang Kai entered, he noticed that the space here seemed to be a little unstable. It was because of this instability that the cultivator who had passed through the same entrance would appear in different positions in the Luyan sandfield. In front of him, a light red ribbon of fire attribute qi slowly floated by. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that there was a lot of this fire attribute qi that had already condensed into a solid substance. Each and every one of these fire attribute qi was like a spirit snake dancing in the air, looking very beautiful. Just as he was observing, a burst of space fluctuations suddenly appeared nearby, and immediately 2 figures appeared, one to his left and one to his right. They were the 2 cultivator who had passed through the entrance after him. Both of them were men, and before they had time to observe their surroundings, their faces changed when they felt the heat of this place. One of them immediately circulated his Saint Qi to protect himself, but the other did not do so. His strength was obviously higher, but he soon began to sweat profusely. Yang Kai frowned and found that the cultivator who was circulating his Saint Qi to protect himself was actually wearing the clothes of the Shadow Moon Hall, so he should be a disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall. After the 2 stabilized themselves, they began to look around. After discovering that there were 2 other people here, the expression of the disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall changed slightly, especially when he saw Yang Kai. A strange look flashed in his eyes. However, he had no intention of greeting Yang Kai and directly left the place, moving very quickly. The other person, however, looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, then suddenly grinned and said, "Friend, are you interested in traveling together with this one?" "Not interested," Yang Kai replied indifferently. He did not even want to talk to Wei Guchang, let alone this guy of unknown origin. The man did not seem to expect Yang Kai to refuse so bluntly. He pinched his nose awkwardly and did not continue to pester him. He cupped his fists to Yang Kai and left in another direction. Chapter 1176. After walking far away, the man who had invited Yang Kai to accompany him glanced back, a strange look appearing on his face as he muttered to himself. A First-Order Saint King can stand here without using his Saint Chi to protect himself? It's really strange. Even for him, a Third-Order Saint King, it was a bit difficult for him to cope and his clothes were soon soaked in sweat. But he found that Yang Kai wasn't in such a sorry state, which was why he had invited him. Because he subconsciously felt that Yang Kai wasn't simple. However, the other party seemed a bit unreasonable, so he tactfully didn't say anything. In this kind of place, the more words one spoke, the better. Who knew what kind of personality this First-Order Saint King had? If he provoked the other party, it wouldn't be good for him to fight. The Lu Yen sand field had only opened once every 400 years, so it could be said that there were treasures everywhere, so naturally he had to seize the opportunity to find them. After he left, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while. He felt that the voice of the cultivator who had invited him was a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but Yang Kai was sure he had never met this person before. How could someone he had never met before have heard his voice? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai stopped thinking about this problem and took out the Yuan magnetic compass from his space ring. The communication artifact that was placed next to the Yuan magnetic compass seemed to have some divine sense fluctuations, so it should be a message from Wei Guchang. Yang Kai took it out and sensed it, and sure enough, not only was there a message from him, but also the divine senses of Zhou Xian and the other disciples of Shadow Moon Hall shuttling back and forth, asking for each other's location before deciding on a meeting place. Yang Kai ignored it and threw the communication artifact back into his space ring before confirming the direction with the Yuan magnetic compass and heading towards the depths of the Lu Yen sand field. About 300 kilometers away from Yang Kai, Wei Guchang stood at the foot of a huge slope. This slope was very conspicuous, and even from a distance one could see its outline. He and the other core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall had agreed to meet here, so as long as they weren't idiots, they should be able to find this place quickly. Zhou Xian was the closest to him, so after half a cup of tea worth of time, Zhou Xian was the first to arrive. "Brother!" Zhou Xian called out happily as she flew over, a light blue halo covering her body that exuded a faint chill, isolating her from the heat. This was the protective effect of the origin-grade low-rank defensive artifact Yang Yen had refined for her. Wei Guchang, like Yang Kai, did not immediately use his artifact or Saint Chi to protect himself. Instead, he simply stood in place, seemingly enjoying this baking heat. Seeing Zhou Xian arrive, he immediately showed a gentle smile. "Brother, the junior brothers and junior sisters who are going to the treasure area with us have all replied, but Brother Yang hasn't. Is he too far away from us, beyond the range of this communication artifact?" Zhou Xian asked with some concern. "Not necessarily." Wei Guchang shook his head. "Our communication artifact was refined by Grandmaster Gulin himself, so its range is 500 kilometers. We didn't enter this place too far apart, so even if we were to split up, we should be nearby." Brother Yang not replying, he should have his own plans. "Brother, what you mean is that Brother Yang wants to act alone. He doesn't want to come with us?" Zhou Xian was also an intelligent woman, so after hearing Wei Guchang's words, she immediately understood Yang Kai's plan. "Those with ability all like to act alone." Wei Guchang grinned. "What about you, brother? Do you also want to act alone, free and easy?" Zhou Xian suddenly asked faintly. Wei Guchang laughed heartily. "Brother, I naturally want to go with you. The two of us together, under the moonlight, under the flowers, running amok in this forbidden area, wouldn't that be great?" Hearing his nonsense, Zhou Xian couldn't help but spit, but her small face was still brimming with a happy smile. Wei Guchang coldly snorted. "If possible, of course I would want it to be just the two of us, but there's no other way. Martial Uncle Wang and Martial Uncle Yen specially instructed me to take good care of those junior brothers and junior sisters, so I can't just leave them behind. It's funny that when I invited Brother Yang before, they looked dissatisfied. How could they know how strong Brother Yang is? I'd rather travel with Brother Yang than bring these burdens. Being in a sect, there are always some things that don't go your way. Brother, don't worry too much." Zhou Xian softly comforted. This was her biggest advantage and also what Wei Guchang liked most about her. She could always comfort him with the right words at the most appropriate time. Every time he was in a bad mood, as long as he said a few words to her, his mood would immediately calm down. Of course I know. Forget it, let's not talk about this. They should be coming soon and it would be quite sad if they heard it. Wei Guchang smiled and shook his head. He immediately stopped talking about this matter and instead discussed with Dong Xianer the direction and route they should take. At this moment Yang Kai encountered his first fire spirit beast. He originally thought that the fire spirit beast would be the same as the monster beast and would be easy to find. Since he came in he had been looking around wanting to see what was so strange about this thing that only existed in Luoyan sand, and even more so he wanted to see what was so special about the fire crystal stone. Who would have thought that he couldn't find any trace of the fire spirit beast? Just as he was looking around, a flame suddenly gushed out from a crack in the ground under his feet. Soon after, a fire spirit beast that looked like a fierce tiger appeared on the scene, shaking its head and swaying its tail. Yang Kai didn't rush to attack but carefully observed. Indeed, as Wei Guchang had said before, the fire spirit beast's body was illusory, constantly changing and very strange. Its aura was perfectly concealed by the heat of Luoyan sand, so even though Yang Kai was very vigilant, Yang Kai didn't notice it until it jumped out from the crack under his feet. This tiger-like fire spirit beast looked very weak, only at the level of a fifth-order monster beast. A fifth-order monster beast was equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. It didn't even have a complete body, only a majestic tiger head and half of its body. From the waist down all that was left was a mass of flame. Yang Kai was disappointed. The tiger-like fire spirit beast took the initiative to attack, but Yang Kai just threw a punch, Saint Qi gushing out from his fist, and directly scattered it. The flame burst and the tiger-like fire spirit beast disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a dark red sand-like object that fell from the sky. Yang Kai casually reached out and caught it in his hand. Is this a fire crystal stone? Even though this was the first time he had seen it, Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this was the fire crystal stone Wei Guchang had been talking about so much. However, this thing was simply too small. Although the world energy contained inside was pure enough, the amount it could store was nothing to be proud of. Yang Kai only needed to circulate his Saint Qi casually to absorb all of the energy inside this thing. Shaking his head with some dissatisfaction, Yang Kai estimated that the size of a fire crystal stone should be directly related to the rank of the fire spirit beast. The higher the rank of the fire spirit beast, the larger the fire crystal stone would be. This kind of sand-sized fire crystal stone was only a crystal from a fifth-order fire spirit beast, so sixth-order, seventh-order, and even eighth-order fire spirit beasts might be different. There was no challenge in the outermost flame area, so Yang Kai lost interest in carefully investigating this place. With a single thought, the sound of wind and thunder rang out as a pair of beautiful wings suddenly unfurled behind him. These wings were translucent and had arcs of lightning curling around them. These were the wind and thunder wings that Yang Kai had not used for a long time. When he was on Tongxian realm, the wind and thunder wings had provided him with great help, but since obtaining a flight-type artifact like a star shuttle, the usefulness of the wind and thunder wings had gradually decreased. After arriving at Tongxian territory, Yang Kai had not used the wind and thunder wings again. Yang Kai had not expected that in this kind of place, there would be a need to test them. Pouring his Saint Qi into the wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai's speed suddenly soared as he transformed into a stream of light and disappeared from where he stood. Yang Kai was overjoyed as he found that his guess was correct. Although it was impossible to use a star shuttle in this Luoyan sand field, and the cultivator could not fly, the wind and thunder wings were not greatly restricted. As long as he did not leave the ground he would be fine. However, once Yang Kai tried to leave the ground, an infinite pressure would descend from the sky and abruptly suppress him. After testing this a few times, Yang Kai obediently relied on the wind and thunder wings to travel on foot. This forbidden land was very strange. Yang Kai did not know what kind of mysterious world principles it contained, but in any case there were many restrictions. Along the way Yang Kai did not encounter a single person, as if he was the only one exploring this huge Luoyan sand field. Of course Yang Kai knew that this was just an illusion. The Luoyan sand field was simply too big. It was a circular territory and the closer one was to the outside the wider the perimeter, so the chances of encountering another cultivator were naturally lower. However, as long as one walked deeper in, the elites would gradually gather at the center, and the chances of encountering each other would increase. When that time came there would likely be more conflicts. Fire spirit beasts were indeed common in the flame area. As Yang Kai hurried along, from time to time, one or two fire spirit beasts of varying levels would emerge from the cracks in the ground, trying to obstruct his progress. There were even some fire spirit beasts that swaggered out and wandered around. Facing these fire spirit beasts, which were equivalent to 5th order or 6th order in strength, Yang Kai really couldn't bring himself to kill them, so he simply ignored them and left. The further he went, the higher the surrounding temperature became. Not only did the temperature cause Yang Kai's skin to sting, but even the fire poison contained in the heat waves became stronger, silently seeping into Yang Kai's body through his pores, affecting his bodily functions and the circulation of his Saint Qi. This fire poison was extremely overbearing. Even if Yang Kai circulated his secret art, he was unable to dissolve it. If too much of it accumulated, it would pose a great danger to anyone, so Yang Kai could only forcibly expel it from his body. As the temperature of the flame area increased and the fire poison raged, Yang Kai had to push his Saint Qi to protect his body, resisting both the heat and the fire poison. Chapter 1177. 3 days later, Yang Kai entered a valley-like area. During these 3 days he had been on his way, and with the bonus of his wind and thunder wings, his speed was much faster than others. During this time, except for encountering an 8th order fire spirit beast, which he killed with some effort, nothing else happened. The 8th order fire spirit beast's body had already solidified to a certain extent, so when it suddenly emerged from a crack in the ground, it really gave Yang Kai a fright. If not for his quick reaction and the help of his wind and thunder wings, this sneak attack alone would have been enough to injure him. Only now did Yang Kai understand that the real threat of fire spirit beasts was not their strength, but their ability to perfectly blend in with the environment of this Luoyan desert. As long as they did not take the initiative to appear, a cultivator would not be able to detect them. However, their appearance was always accompanied by a fatal sneak attack. An 8th order fire spirit beast was equivalent to a Saint King, so if it had been any other cultivator, they would have died long ago. However, Yang Kai finally managed to kill it and obtained a fire crystal stone the size of a pigeon's egg. This piece of fire crystal stone was much larger than the first one he obtained, so its value was definitely not low. As long as an alchemist or artifact refiner could perfectly integrate the pure fire energy contained in this fire crystal stone into the pills or artifacts they refined, they could improve the grade and quality of the pills and artifacts they refined. Such a harvest made Yang Kai a little happy, and he couldn't help but want to find another 8th order fire spirit beast to kill. After all, he was an alchemist himself, so this kind of thing would be helpful to him. After entering the valley, Yang Kai's divine sense covered a range of 300 meters around him, lest he encounter another sneak attack from a powerful fire spirit beast. The terrain here was very strange. In all directions there were barren mountains. The entire valley looked like a huge pit in the ground. The valley was so big that one couldn't see the end of it. There were crisscrossing ravines everywhere in the valley. The large ravines looked like bottomless abysses, which made people shudder. Yang Kai didn't care and instead urged his wind and thunder wings to continue forward. He had the same idea as Wei Guchang, which was to rush to the treasure area as soon as possible and collect some spirit grasses and spirit herbs before many people entered. Once all the elites from the various major forces entered, there would be less good stuff to collect. Everyone should be in a hurry right now. Yang Kai had the wind and thunder wings, which gave him a huge advantage. Half a day later, Yang Kai had already arrived at the interior of the valley. Surprisingly, he had not encountered a single fire spirit beast in this half a day. Previously, no matter how lucky he was, there would be 1 or 2 fire spirit beasts that recklessly rushed out to block his path every 1 or 2 hours. But now half a day had passed and there was no trace of any fire spirit beasts, which made him very puzzled. It was as if this valley was a forbidden area for fire spirit beasts and they would not come here. Yang Kai was happy to see this and continued to move forward. But suddenly Yang Kai's face changed and in a flash he hurriedly dodged to the side. Just now, when he used his divine sense to investigate, he felt an abnormal energy fluctuation. Yang Kai was very familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation. It was the sign of a fire spirit beast rushing out from the cracks in the ground to attack. Sure enough, when he changed his position, several fire spirit beasts of different shapes and levels suddenly rushed out from his original position. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to them and just wanted to move forward. But before he could stand firm, the abnormal energy fluctuation appeared again, and the place where it appeared was still under his feet. Yang Kai frowned and changed his position again. This time the energy fluctuation came from under his feet for the third time. At the same time in all directions, the entire valley seemed to be boiling, the chaotic energy fluctuating up and down, and flames rushed out from the crisscrossing cracks, transforming into strange fire spirit beasts. The number of flames rushing out from the cracks in the ground was simply too many to count, and there were even more flames flashing in the distance. Yang Kai's complexion finally changed. There seemed to be something wrong with this valley. He never thought that the fire spirit beasts would be so dense, and this place was completely different from what he had imagined. This valley was not a forbidden area for the fire spirit beasts. It was clearly their paradise. Who knew why so many fire spirit beasts had gathered here? In just a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, all of whom were glaring at him with malicious intent. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and his face sank. Just within a radius of 1,000 feet around him, there were already over 10,000 fire spirit beasts gathered. Although most of these fire spirit beasts were unsightly at the 5th or 6th rank, there were also 7th and 8th rank fire spirit beasts mixed in with them. Even further away from him, there were even more fire spirit beasts rushing over here one after another. Yang Kai felt as if he had inadvertently poked a big hornet's nest, his expression extremely ugly. Not being able to fly meant that he would have to kill his way out of this encirclement. With so many fire spirit beasts, how long would it take him to kill them all? Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, a loud roar rang out and the fire spirit beasts that had gathered around him took the initiative to launch an attack, rushing towards Yang Kai in droves. These beasts bared their fangs and charged towards Yang Kai, some of them even using fire attribute energy to attack. Some of these beasts spat out fireballs from their mouths, while others attacked like fire snakes towards Yang Kai. There were even some that shot out like sharp arrows, their speed extremely fast, and the sound of them tearing through the air rang out incessantly. These energy attacks could only be launched by fire spirit beasts that had reached the 7th order. Yang Kai roared as his Saint Chi surged and a long sword covered in demonic flames appeared in his hand. Swinging it forward, a shocking sword wave appeared and all the 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts that were struck by this sword wave were reduced to dust and dissipated into the air. Yang Kai waved his hand again and sent out a dozen pitch-black spears filled with demonic flames in all directions. Each spear was incredibly powerful and pierced through the bodies of countless fire spirit beasts before gradually disappearing. Profound heavenly sword, heaven punishing spear. Yang Kai continued to use these 2-9 heavens divine skills, killing the fire spirit beasts that rushed towards him. When others encountered so many fire spirit beasts, even if they were in groups, they could only wait to be killed because there were simply too many of these fire spirit beasts. Even if most of them couldn't withstand a single blow, it would still take a huge amount of energy to kill them all. Perhaps before a cultivator could kill them all, the cultivator would run out of energy and be overwhelmed by these fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai was different. He had never worried about the amount of energy stored in his body. Before he had stored his yang liquid, but now that his Saint Chi had transformed into demonic flames, all of his strength was stored in his physique. Yang Kai's Saint Chi reserves were hundreds or thousands of times greater than any Saint King Realm Master. Even Origin returning Realm Masters couldn't compare to him. Pouring out his Saint Chi recklessly, Yang Kai made the fire spirit beast swarming towards him completely understand what it meant to be slaughtered like flies. Soon Yang Kai furrowed his brow. When such a large number of fire spirit beasts appeared just now, he was really surprised for a moment, but in the next moment he became excited. Because with so many fire spirit beasts, how many fire crystal stones could he harvest? Even if the fire crystal stones in the bodies of 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts were useless, the 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts were different. The fire crystal stones in their bodies could definitely be used for alchemy or artifact refining. But now Yang Kai discovered a strange phenomenon. The fire spirit beasts he killed seemed to be fundamentally different from the fire spirit beasts outside. They didn't have any fire crystal stones in their bodies. After the time it would take to boil a cup of tea, Yang Kai had killed at least 300 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts, and even a dozen or so 7th order fire spirit beasts. Strangely, whether they were 5th order, 6th order, or 7th order fire spirit beasts, after their bodies dissipated, not a single fire crystal stone was left behind. Something is wrong. Yang Kai was puzzled, but after slaughtering for a while he suddenly turned his eyes to an 8th order fire spirit beast not far away. He really wanted to know if this guy's body was the same. The demonic flame sword in his hand swept out in a semicircle, and the fire spirit beasts touched by his demonic flame directly collapsed and dissipated. Yang Kai quickly opened a gap in the crowd of fire spirit beasts and rushed straight towards the 8th order fire spirit beast. Before Yang Kai even arrived, a heaven-punishing spear had already shot out. The 8th order fire spirit beast was quite extraordinary and quickly dove into the crowd of fire spirit beasts, using the bodies of its dozen or so companions to resist the attack of the heaven-punishing spear. Not waiting for Yang Kai to launch another attack, it opened its mouth and spat out a fire dragon. Yang Kai didn't dodge and instead pushed his Saint Chi to resist the raging fire dragon. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai arrived in front of the fire dragon and slashed out with his demonic flame sword. This time the 8th order fire spirit beast was unable to dodge, and the sword wave split open a meter-long crack on its head. After the sword wave raged on, the 8th order fire spirit beast let out a whimper and disappeared. Yang Kai searched carefully and found that it really didn't have any fire crystal stones. At this moment Yang Kai couldn't help having the urge to curse out loud. These countless fire spirit beasts had trapped him here, but after killing them all, there was no harvest at all. This was somewhat intolerable. If he could obtain a large number of fire crystal stones, Yang Kai felt that this slaughter would have been somewhat worthwhile, but with no benefits at all, how could he be in the mood to continue entangling with them here? After a loud roar, a giant black dragon several dozen meters long suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's body. It was condensed from the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body. However, after injecting Yang Kai's unique Saint Chi, this golden dragon transformed into its current appearance, one that was pitch black and covered in demonic flames. Its pair of dragon eyes were even larger than a human's face, giving it a powerful aura. The giant black dragon shook its head and waved its tail as it rushed into the fire spirit beasts and began a frenzied rampage. The densely packed fire spirit beasts couldn't avoid it in time and were quickly wiped out. At the same time, Yang Kai also took out the purple shield that Yang Yen had refined for him and placed it on his back to resist the attacks of the fire spirit beasts. He also took out the 100 Mountains picture that originally belonged to the Su family and summoned a series of mountain phantoms from it towards the fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai's strength was much higher than Zhou Xian's. Zhou Xian could only summon 6 mountain phantoms back then, but Yang Kai could summon 8 with ease at this moment. Chapter 1178. The 100 Mountains picture was an excellent artifact for one-on-one combat, but it was also very suitable for group attacks. The 8 huge mountain phantoms looked illusory and ethereal, but each one of them had the weight of a mountain. They didn't need to exert any kind of pressure, just the mere fact that they smashed down was enough. After Yang Kai crazily poured his Saint Chi into them, the mountain phantoms began to emit a faint demonic flame aura. For a time, the entire mountain valley was shaken by the mountain phantoms, and the fire spirit beasts rushed over in large groups before disappearing in droves. This was the first time Yang Kai had used the 100 Mountains picture and suddenly found that this artifact was quite useful. At the very least, it was much faster than using his profound heavenly sword and heaven-punishing spear to kill fire spirit beasts. Immediately he put away his demonic flame sword and focused on releasing the power of the 100 Mountains picture. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk violent explosions rang out from the mountain valley, deafening everyone's ears. At the same time, in the direction Yang Kai had come from, a group of 3 people appeared at the entrance of the mountain valley. 2 of the 3 were third-order Saint Kings while the other was a first-order Saint King. From the way the 3 of them walked, it was obvious the 2 third-order Saint Kings were sandwiching the first-order cultivator in the middle, seemingly protecting him. When this group arrived in front of the mountain valley, the cultivator walking at the front suddenly stopped, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he stared suspiciously into the mountain valley. Since he didn't move, the 2 people behind him naturally stopped as well. The cultivator at the back remained vigilant, but the short young man sandwiched between them didn't seem to care at all. From time to time he would look around as if he wasn't here to adventure in the Luyan desert but to play. After investigating the mountain valley for the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, the 3 of them didn't show any intention of moving forward. The short young man couldn't help urging the person in front of him, "Xieyong, what are you looking at? Hurry up and move." The cultivator called Xie Yong heard this and turned back to the young man. "Young master, wait a moment, there seems to be something wrong with this mountain valley." Saying so, he beckoned to the Third Order Saint King cultivator at the back of the group. After this cultivator stepped forward, the two began to investigate together, whispering to one another from time to time. When the young man saw the serious look on their faces, he coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. "Aren't you making a fuss over nothing? Along the way we haven't encountered any danger at all. Weren't those fire spirit beasts that jumped out easily killed by this young master? In my opinion, this Luoyan desert doesn't live up to its name at all. The rumors about how dangerous it is are obviously just rumors to scare those who don't know about it. Unfortunately, they can't scare this young master." This young man was none other than Xia Hongwen, who had a grudge with Yang Kai before. The other two Third Order Saint King cultivator were naturally the cultivator sent by the Xia family to protect him. Qian Tong had specifically told Yang Kai before that these two cultivator weren't from Shadow Moon Hall. After listening to Xia Hongwen's words, Xie Yong and the other cultivator exchanged a glance and shook their heads secretly. They also knew that Xia Hongwen was used to living a comfortable life and didn't understand the dangers of the outside world. Coupled with the fact that they hadn't encountered any danger these past few days, Xia Hongwen had underestimated this place. Although they had never entered Luoyan Desert before, since it was one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted zones, there must be something strange about it. If it had been someone else who said this, the two of them wouldn't have cared at all and underestimated the danger of this place. If they were careless, they would have died, but in the end they shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting Xia Hongwen. If Xia Hongwen died because of carelessness, they wouldn't have a good ending when they returned to the Xia family. The other square-faced cultivator felt that it was necessary to explain to Xia Hongwen, so after thinking about it for a moment he solemnly said, "Young master, this is the outermost area of Luoyan Desert and we were lucky before. The fire spirit beasts we encountered were only 5th order or 6th order. With young master's strength, killing them was naturally a piece of cake." Hearing this flattery, Xia Hongwen's impatient look finally eased a lot and he put on an arrogant look, as if he was the sole ruler of this world. The cultivator quickly changed the subject and said, "But young master, you must not take this place lightly. In addition to the 5th order or 6th order fire spirit beasts we encountered, there are also 7th order 8th order. When Xia Hongwen heard this, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the square-faced cultivator, sneering, "Xie Yun, you're underestimating this young master too much. This young master has many artifacts on him and his divine technique is exquisite. Forget about 7th order or 8th order, even if a 9th order fire spirit beast came, what harm would it pose? This young master can still easily kill it." This young master was afraid he wouldn't be able to encounter a high-grade fire spirit beast. "If you can find a few for this young master will kill them for you to see." He couldn't wait to prove himself. Xie Yong and Xie Yun remained calm on the surface, but in their hearts, they were cursing Xia Hongwen to death. They had long heard that Xia Hongwen was an idiot, but only now did they realize that the rumors outside were simply understating the stupidity of this young master. He was just a trivial 1st order Saint King, let alone a 9th order fire spirit beast. Even a 7th order or 8th order one could easily be killed. What was laughable was that he dared to boast so shamelessly. There was no way to reason with an idiot, so Xie Yun and Xie Yong tactfully agreed a few times, much to Xia Hongwen's satisfaction. He no longer held them responsible for staying here and nodded repeatedly, "You can rest assured, as long as this young master can get his revenge this time, when I return, I will definitely have my father write a letter to the patriarch. There will be no shortage of benefits for you." Xie Yun and Xie Yong's eyes lit up as they nodded. The reason they accepted this task was because Xia Hongwen's father, Xie Li, had promised them a huge reward of 300,000 Saint Crystals each after they completed this task. Otherwise, why would they accompany Xia Hongwen to the Luoyan Sandfield? Moreover, whatever they obtained from the Luoyan Sandfield, the family wouldn't ask them to hand over. Whatever they obtained would belong to them. A few months ago, when this task was delivered to the Xia family, countless Xia family members boiled over and responded to the call of the Xia family patriarch. In the end, it was Xie Yong and Xie Yun who won this task with an absolute advantage. They also knew who Xia Hongwen wanted to seek revenge on, a 1st order Saint King cultivator named Yang Kai. According to Xia Hongwen, Yang Kai was ignorant, arrogant, overbearing and lustful. Even he couldn't beat him and was only relying on the power of Elder Qian Tong to bully the weak. Xie Yong and Xie Yun certainly didn't believe this. There was no Saint King in this world who couldn't beat Xia Hongwen. Even if it was a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm, it would be easy for them to win against trash like Xia Hongwen. In the end, the two of them learned the truth from Xie Li. Although the young man named Yang Kai's cultivation was low, his combat power was extraordinary. He was able to kill a third-order Saint King cultivator, a so-called genius cultivator. He was an elite who could fight above his own realm. However, Xie Yong and Xie Yun were also elites of the Xia family, so they had absolute confidence in killing a cultivator like Yang Kai. Do you think that trash didn't take this path? Xia Hongwen suddenly asked. How come we've been chasing him for several days and still haven't seen him? Could it be we went in the wrong direction? Xie Yong grinned and proudly said, Young master, you can rest assured that he is walking on this path. No one has been able to escape my pursuit. It was precisely because Xie Yong was good at tracking and possessed extraordinary combat power that he was able to stand out from the other Xia family members and successfully take on this task. After determining the location Yang Kai entered, the three of them gathered together through the communication artifact and chased after Yang Kai. Then how come we didn't find him? Xia Hongwen asked puzzledly. Because he entered this mountain valley, Xie Yong pointed forward. Xia Hongwen's face lit up. Really? Yes. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and catch up with him and kill him for me. Xia Hongwen's expression became fierce as he suddenly shook his head. No, stop him first, this young master wants to torture him. Directly killing him would be too easy for him. I want him to taste all the tortures in this world. Young master, I'm afraid there's no need for that, Xie Yong said with a strange expression. What do you mean? Xia Hongwen squinted at him. Xie Yong smiled lightly. Once he enters this mountain valley, he's dead for sure. There's no need for us to pursue him, he definitely won't be able to leave this mountain valley alive. I'm afraid he's already dead. Why? How do you know? Xia Hongwen was even more confused now. Xie Yun smiled and explained, before coming here the patriarch gave us some information about the Lu Yen Desert, one of which was about this mountain valley. It seems that when the Lu Yen Desert opened last time, a senior of our Xia family also took this path, but less than an hour after entering the mountain valley he suddenly found countless fire spirit beasts gathered in the valley, surrounding a group of people and killing them. This group of people was made up of elite cultivators from various great forces, and there were more than 30 of them. At that time the battle was fierce and our Xia family senior didn't want to get involved, so he quietly withdrew from the mountain valley. Later, when he left the Lu Yen Desert and inquired about the situation, he learned that of the more than 30 cultivators trapped in the mountain valley, none survived, and they didn't even make it to the treasure area. They all died in the mountain valley? Xia Hongwen's expression changed slightly. Although he was bragging a moment ago, when he thought of the countless fire spirit beasts rushing in, he couldn't help but pale. Yes, they died in the mountain valley, and the only one who knows the reason for their deaths is our Xia family senior. As for the information about this mountain valley, other than our Xia family no one else should know. That Yang Kai entered it, naturally it was impossible for him to survive. Just now because I had some doubts I stopped, but after carefully confirming with Xie Yong, we found that the terrain here is exactly the same as the information left behind by our Xia family senior. That is to say, 400 years ago, our Xia family senior entered this mountain valley. When Xia Hongwen heard this he clapped his hands fiercely and sighed, what a pity, how could he die like this? This young master wanted to catch him. He sighed because he couldn't kill Yang Kai with his own hands. Chapter 1179. As soon as Xia Hongwen finished speaking, the three of them suddenly heard a rumbling sound coming from inside the valley. The source of the sound was extremely far away, but it still clearly reached their ears, and with each sound the earth seemed to shake slightly. Xie Yun and Xie Yong looked at each other, their expressions changing slightly. Although they didn't see what was going on with their own eyes, this kind of power showed that there was an earth-shattering battle taking place in the depths of the valley. Xia Hongwen thought of something, and after being stunned for a moment he cried out in joy, could this be caused by that trash? Xie Yong frowned and hesitated. It should be, after all, he's the only one who took this path and I'm afraid he's already surrounded by fire spirit beasts. Good ha, the heavens are helping this young master. Xia Hongwen laughed wildly, waving his hand and saying, "Come, let's go in and take a look. This young master wants to see that bastard die without a burial place with his own eyes. Otherwise I won't be able to take this lying down." Young master. Xie Yong and Xie Yun's expressions changed greatly, the former hurriedly stopping him. "This valley is definitely a forbidden area in the Luyan desert. You can't come out even if you enter. Since that person is going to die, why should we take this risk? It's fine if something happens to the two of us, but young master's delicate body is precious. What if something happens to you?" Xie Yong knew that Xia Hongwen liked to listen to good words, and if he forcefully stopped him at this time, it would definitely arouse his disgust, so he could only try to persuade him in a roundabout way. Sure enough, after Xia Hongwen heard this, he felt that it made sense, but his expression was still somewhat restless. Compared to those invisible dangers, he was more willing to see how Yang Kai died. After living for so many years, no one had ever dared to humiliate him like Yang Kai, and it was even more impossible for someone to casually take his life. Every time Xia Hongwen thought about it, he couldn't sleep and eat in peace, filled with grief and resentment. That old bastard Qian Tong wasn't a good person. He was clearly bullied by an outsider, but not only did he not help him take revenge, he was also very polite to that bastard. Sooner or later he would make Qian Tong pay the price. Xia Hongwen's thinking was different from ordinary people. Last time Qian Tong saved his life from Yang Kai. Not only did he not know how to be grateful, but he also hated Qian Tong. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart and the desire to see Yang Kai's tragic death with his own eyes could not be suppressed. His expression became firm as he said, "Going in and watching from afar, is that okay?" Xie Yong was shocked and was about to persuade him again when Xia Hongwen said, "Since one of our Xia family's seniors was able to escape unscathed, there is no reason why we can't. Or are you two not confident in yourselves? If that's the case, you stay here. This young master will go alone, but you don't need to take the 300,000 saint crystals." How could this be? Xie Yong and Xie Yun became anxious. They had accepted the task of protecting Xia Hongwen precisely because of the 300,000 saint crystals and the benefits they could obtain from Lu Yan's desert. If they were not given the 300,000 saint crystals, they would immediately lose more than half of their profits. For a time Xie Yong and Xie Yun both hesitated. They knew the dangers of this mountain valley better than anyone else. Before coming here, Xieli had clearly told them that they absolutely could not enter this mountain valley. Xieli wasn't worried about their safety, but rather that they wouldn't be able to protect Xia Hongwen. If something happened to Xia Hongwen, they wouldn't be able to live. But now that Xia Hongwen had made such a strong request, they couldn't refuse. Seeing the two hesitating, Xia Hongwen snorted and said, "As long as you take me in, we can watch that bastard die from afar. After we return, I will personally give you some benefits. And with your identities, you shouldn't be qualified to learn the Xia family's Azure Palm, right? This young master knows a thing or two about this martial skill." Hearing the words Azure Palm, Xie Yun and Xie Yong hesitated for a moment before exchanging a glance, both of them seeing the light in each other's eyes. Xia Hongwen continued to strike while the iron was hot. "You can rest assured we only need to watch from afar. This young master doesn't want you to kill him. When he dies, we'll immediately withdraw from the mountain valley." Xie Yong sighed heavily before turning to Xie Yun and asking, "What do you think?" Xie Yun frowned and helplessly said, "What else can we do? If they didn't listen to Xia Hongwen, there would be no benefits. If they listened to him, although they would have to take a little risk, the benefits would also be greater. Apart from accepting Xia Hongwen's proposal, there was no other way, unless they didn't want any benefits." After the two reached an agreement, Xie Yong said seriously, "Good young master, we will take you there, but you must promise not to act rashly. If there is anything wrong, we will take you away quickly. I hope young master can agree to this." "Good, I agree. You're really long-winded. Hurry up and go. If we're too late, that bastard may die," Xia Hongwen urged impatiently. The two Xia family cultivator had no choice but to continue to protect Xia Hongwen as they moved into the mountain valley. As they moved forward, the shaking of the mountain grew louder and louder. At the beginning, Xie Yong was still cautious, moving forward slowly, but he really couldn't stand Xia Hongwen's urging. Coupled with the fact that there really didn't seem to be any danger in the mountain valley, he couldn't help but speed up. Half a day later, the three of them saw a fiery red light in the distance. This fiery red light was obviously different from the color of the flowing flame sandfield's flames, and in fact, these streaks of red light had gathered together to form a sensational fireball over a large area. When he took a closer look, he realized that it wasn't a flame at all. It was clearly countless fire spirit beasts gathered together, and they seemed to be attacking someone who was surrounded by them. From time to time, huge mountain phantoms would fly through the middle of the fire spirit beasts and then crash down, each crash causing the ground to shake violently. Xie Yong and Xie Yun were dumbfounded. Although the two of them had long speculated from the information given by Xie Li that there were many fire spirit beasts in this mountain valley, it wasn't until they saw it with their own eyes that they realized the truth was far beyond their imagination. No wonder more than 30 elites from the various great forces had been wiped out here 400 years ago. With so many fire spirit beasts, even if an origin-returning realm master rashly entered Luyan Desert, they probably wouldn't be able to survive, not to mention that only Saint Kings could enter it. Xie Hongwen's performance was even more unbearable. Before, he had boasted about his strength, but now, after seeing the countless fire spirit beasts, he couldn't help shivering, his face extremely pale, unable to move. Hide! Xie Yong reacted quickly, grabbing Xie Hongwen and hiding behind a nearby hill a few dozen meters high, at the same time summoning an exquisite artifact. This artifact released an invisible shield that enveloped the three of them, isolating their auras. Climbing up the hill, the three pairs of eyes cautiously glanced over, all of them shocked. There were so many fire spirit beasts, almost 10,000 of them. Xie Yong and Xie Yun thought that if they were surrounded like this, it wouldn't take more than a cup of tea's worth of time for them to die. But the cultivator named Yang Kai was surrounded and was actually killing them all. From the time the three of them heard the commotion until they rushed here, more than half a day had passed. For such a long time, how much Saint Qi had he consumed to continuously use this mountain-shaped artifact? How had he recovered? How many fire spirit beasts had he killed? Under the pressure of the mountain-shaped artifact, a large number of fire spirit beasts had simply disappeared. What surprised them even more was that after the three of them hid behind the hill for 4 to 6 hours, the slaughter continued without any sign of abating. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, didn't show any signs of exhaustion. The number of fire spirit beasts killed by Yang Kai didn't seem to decrease either, maintaining a strange balance. This kind of strange slaughter seemed to continue until the end of the world. Why isn't he dead yet? Xie Hongwen muttered impatiently. He had caught a glimpse of the person surrounded by fire spirit beasts before and found that it was indeed Yang Kai, the one he hated to the bone. Xie Hongwen had thought this guy was about to die, but even now he was still alive and kicking, which made Xie Hongwen very puzzled. He's amazing. Xie Yong praised sincerely. Although they knew that Yang Kai was an elite in their minds, Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high, so even if he was an elite, his combat strength should be limited. But now, Xie Yong found that he had completely underestimated this person. If they were to fight one-on-one, Xie Yong had no confidence he could win. Xie Yun, kill him for me now, this young master can't wait any longer. Xie Hongwen suddenly shouted fiercely. Both Xie Yong and Xie Yun were chosen by Xie Li for this task because of their unique abilities. The former was proficient in tracking, as long as he could find some clues, as long as he wasn't an origin-returning realm master. Most people wouldn't be able to escape his tracking. In order to find someone in a place like Luyan Desert, his ability was indispensable. However, Xie Yun had another ability, the ability to kill with a single blow. To deal with an elite like Yang Kai, a sneak attack was undoubtedly the best way to deal with him, and this was Xie Yun's strength, so he was also chosen. After listening to Xie Hongwen's words, Xie Yun shook his head and said in a low voice, "Young master, I can't kill him from a distance, but there are too many fire spirit beasts gathered around this guy, and the purple shield behind him is also a defensive artifact. I can't kill him in this situation. Even if they attacked now, at most they could only injure Yang Kai. If they couldn't kill him in a single blow, it was better not to act lest they alert the enemy." Moreover, Xie Yun was also afraid that if they disturbed the fire spirit beasts, the three of them would be surrounded. He and Xie Yong didn't have the capital to kill tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts. Then what should we do? Xie Hongwen asked anxiously. His enemy was right in front of him, alive and kicking, yet he didn't have a chance to take revenge. This made him very annoyed and he couldn't wait to rush over and kill Yang Kai right now. Chapter 1180. Let's wait, young master. Xie Yong smiled slightly. He has been fighting for such a long time, even if he has a way to recover, it is impossible for him to be at his peak. If those fire spirit beasts can kill him, that would be the best, but if he kills them all, he will definitely be an arrow at the end of its flight. At that time, it won't be too late to ask Xie Yun to take action. Presumably he won't have any strength to resist. Now, young master, you should calm down and enjoy his ugly final struggle. Wouldn't that be perfect? Oh, that's right. Xie Hongwen was overjoyed and quickly turned his eyes towards Yang Kai. Sure enough, as Xie Yong had said, he wanted to enjoy Yang Kai's final struggle. Xie Yong and Xie Yun exchanged a glance and saw the helplessness and ridicule in each other's eyes. Only an idiot like Xie Hongwen could be so easily fooled by them. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so easy to fool them. The three of them continued to quietly lay in ambush. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, wore an extremely gloomy expression. He didn't notice that he was being followed, and the people who were following him had also entered the mountain valley. At this moment, they were lying in ambush at the foot of a hill not far from him, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, all of his energy was focused on the fire spirit beasts, so he didn't have time to worry about anything else. After killing for almost an entire day, he had only advanced less than 10 kilometers. If he wanted to rely on killing to get out of this mountain valley, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least half a month. In half a month, the elites of the great sects and families would have already passed through the flame area and entered the treasure area to collect spirit grasses and spirit medicines. What benefits would there be if he rushed over? He also knew that it was useless to be anxious now. The strangeness of this mountain valley was beyond his expectations. The fire spirit beasts were endless, and even if he couldn't kill them all, there were no fire crystal stones in their bodies. However, he finally noticed some flaws in these fire spirit beasts. Although they were pouring out from the cracks in the ground in all directions, their source seemed to be quietly lurking in the same direction. It was as if that direction was the source of endless fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out in that direction. If it was any other place, with his proficiency in Space Force, he could easily find the source, but in the Lu Yen sand field, his divine sense was greatly suppressed, so it would take him a lot of effort to search. Fortunately, after half a day of investigation and observation, Yang Kai finally determined the source of the fire spirit beasts. It turned out to be a huge fissure in the ground. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai discovered that a number of fire snakes had emerged from the fissure and quickly arrived at Yang Kai's side before transforming into fire spirit beasts and attacking him one after another. Having found his target and source, Yang Kai no longer bothered to entangle himself with these fire spirit beasts. With a thought, he summoned back the 8 mountain phantoms and smashed them forward fiercely. With the purple shield guarding his back, Yang Kai's hands surged with demonic flames and transformed into a long sword. His body was wrapped in sword light as he forced his way forward. The fire spirit beasts were thrown off their feet. Although Yang Kai's sudden intrusion had caused a lot of damage, there were simply too many fire spirit beasts. There were still some 6th order and 7th order fire spirit beasts that rushed to his side and tore his clothes to shreds. Some fire spirit beasts even left shallow wounds on his body. For some reason, when they saw Yang Kai actually rushing in that direction, all the fire spirit beasts rioted, displaying even more tyrannical strength than before. The 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts desperately blocked Yang Kai's path, preventing him from moving forward. Yang Kai mustered up all his strength. With the 8 mountain phantoms in front of him and the purple shield behind him, he was able to avoid any worries. The demonic flame long sword in his hand sent out a series of shocking black sword lights, cutting down all the fire spirit beasts that stood in his way like a hot knife through butter. Finally arriving in front of the huge fissure, Yang Kai saw the same scene he had seen before with his divine sense. From somewhere in the depths of the fissure, flames filled with world energy flew up and transformed into fire spirit beasts, blocking his path. Yang Kai's figure flashed and fell into the fissure, with tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts in hot pursuit. This scene stunned Xie Hongwen and the others who were secretly observing from a nearby hill. They didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly jumped into a crack in the ground, but now the entire mountain valley seemed to be very quiet. The previously densely packed fire spirit beasts had all disappeared, leaving behind only the earth-shattering roars of the fire spirit beasts. What is he doing? Xie Hongwen frowned. I don't know, but he should come out. If he doesn't, it means he's dead. Xianyun thought for a moment before pointing to a hill closer to the fissure. We'll go there and ambush him. If he doesn't come out, then forget it, but if he does, we can kill him. In that position, even if he's an origin returning realm master, he won't be able to avoid my killing blow. Good. Xia Hongwen saw Xianyun taking the initiative and had no reason to refuse, quickly nodding. The three of them quietly moved to another hill to ambush Yang Kai. Below the huge fissure, Yang Kai fell 1,000 meters. His goal was obvious. All he needed to do was follow the direction of the flames. He wanted to know what kind of mystery was hidden in this mountain valley that allowed fire spirit beasts to be born without fire crystal stones. He had already wasted an entire day here and consumed a huge amount of Saint Qi, so wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't fish up some benefits? No matter what kind of mystery it was that allowed fire spirit beasts to be born, it would definitely be rare. After falling for a long time, killing countless fire spirit beasts along the way, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that he had finally arrived at his destination because there was a cave-like location below him, and the fiery light that was like a spirit snake that could transform into a fire spirit beast was coming from this cave. He lightly stepped on a protruding rock, turned around and was about to shoot into the cave. At that moment, an abnormal flame suddenly flew out of the cave, one that was much stronger and more tyrannical than any of the previous ones. This flame flickered midair and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a python-like fire spirit beast. Ninth Order. Yang Kai's face changed as he was shocked to discover that this fire spirit beast actually had a physical body, completely different from the 7th Order or 8th Order existences he had seen before. It was like a giant python with flesh and blood. The giant python coiled into a ball, attached itself to the rock wall, and opened its bloody maw towards Yang Kai, spitting out a red light. Before this red light even reached him, Yang Kai felt the unbearable heat and hurriedly raised his Saint Qi to protect himself. At the same time, a loud dragon roar rang out and the giant black dragon once again appeared. The golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body contained the aura of an ancient dragon, so how could a trivial python compare to it? Above pythons were flood dragons and above flood dragons were dragons. There was a gap of 2 grades between the two. The pitch-black dragon and the fire spirit python instantly began to fight. For a moment the mountain rocks in the fissure began to crumble and fall to the ground. Yang Kai took this opportunity to flash into the cave, but when he looked around his face changed once more. In front of him, 2 more of those abnormal flames had appeared, seemingly on the verge of transforming into 9th Order fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. His giant black dragon could entangle one of them, but there was absolutely no way it could deal with all 3 at once. If he was really entangled by them, Yang Kai estimated he would have no choice but to flee. At that time all his efforts would be in vain. Unable to fly in this damned place, Yang Kai was afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to escape to the surface. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai suddenly saw a huge dark red stone. At this moment Yang Kai's eyes bulged. The aura emitted by this dark red stone was clearly the same as that of a fire crystal stone, but this one was much purer and richer. The pigeon egg-sized fire crystal stone that Yang Kai had obtained from the 8th Order fire spirit beast before couldn't even be compared to this one. In comparison, that fire crystal stone was simply trash. This dark red fire crystal stone was the size of a millstone and was lying quietly not far in front of Yang Kai. Almost reflexively, Yang Kai immediately rushed over to the fire crystal stone, scooped it up, and threw it into his space ring before retreating, wanting to leave the cave before the 2 flames had time to transform into 9th Order fire spirit beasts. However, after he rushed out of the cave, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that something was wrong. The 9th Order fire spirit beasts that were about to appear had actually disappeared. Thinking about it, Kai Yang raised his head and looked up, overjoyed. The giant python that had been entangled with his black dragon had also disappeared. Even the tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts that had chased after him had disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly realized what was going on. These fire spirit beasts were clearly born from the head-sized fire crystal stone, so no matter how many Yang Kai killed, he wouldn't be able to obtain a single fire crystal stone because their source was inside this cave. Now that Yang Kai had thrown the millstone-sized fire crystal stone into his space ring, these fire spirit beasts that had been formed immediately became rootless and could no longer exist. Understanding this, Kai Yong couldn't help but laugh out loud. This day's delay was worth it. Just this huge fire crystal stone alone made this trip worthwhile. Even if he couldn't obtain anything good later, it didn't matter. What's more, it had only been a few days since the opening of the Lu Yen sand field. Everyone was rushing inside, so who could guarantee that he wouldn't obtain something better? Satisfied, Yang Kai put away the 100 Mountains picture and the Black Dragon before letting out a sigh of relief. This battle had consumed a lot of Yang Kai's energy, but fortunately he had a large amount of Saint Qi stored in his body, so this loss was something he could afford. After restoring his physical strength and spiritual energy slightly inside the cave, Yang Kai used his hands and feet to crawl to the surface. Chapter 1181. Not being able to fly was really unbearable. This fissure was over 1,000 meters deep, so even if Yang Kai was extremely fast, it would take him at least half an hour to climb out. Fortunately, he had obtained some benefits and was in a relatively good mood, so he didn't care about this. After half an hour, Yang Kai finally returned to the ground again. After standing firm, he let out a sigh of relief and took out his Yuan magnetic compass from his space ring to determine his direction. But before he could move forward again, he suddenly felt a great sense of alarm in his heart and his physique involuntarily tightened as an unimaginable sense of crisis descended upon him. It was as if death was beckoning to him. Hurriedly, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Qi and dodged to the side. A flash of red light shot out from a certain direction and struck Yang Kai squarely on the right side of his chest. The huge force sent Yang Kai flying, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his chest. Under this strange attack, Yang Kai discovered that he had actually been injured, and not lightly at that. Before his body landed, Yang Kai's huge divine sense spread out wildly and instantly locked onto the source of this sneak attack. At a glance, Yang Kai's murderous intent surged. It turned out to be that idiot Xia Hongwen, and beside him were the two third-order Saint King cultivators Yang Kai had seen before. They were the two people sent by the Xia family to protect him. One of them looked like he was about to collapse at the moment and was holding a crossbow-shaped artifact in his hand. This artifact exuded a strange aura, as if it was madly absorbing his Saint Qi, causing him to become more and more exhausted. Not only that, Yang Kai also clearly saw that the cultivator holding the crossbow-shaped artifact had a deep red wound on his hand, from which blood was pouring into the crossbow-shaped artifact. The crossbow-shaped artifact was also like a fierce beast, disappearing as soon as the blood was poured into it, causing it to turn red like blood. Seeing this, the other cultivator quickly took out several pills from his space ring and stuffed them into the mouth of the weakened cultivator. As for Xia Hongwen, he seemed to think that he had been killed. He stood up excitedly from the hill where he was hiding and looked over with a face full of excitement and expectation. He was so excited that he danced and cheered loudly. However, when he saw that Yang Kai didn't fall to the ground, Xia Hongwen was stunned. Yang Kai did not immediately look for trouble with them. Xia Hongwen was nothing to be afraid of, and the cultivator who had used his crossbow artifact to launch a sneak attack at him seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. In Yang Kai's eyes, they were already dead. As for the remaining third-order Saint King, Yang Kai believed that with his ability, killing him would be a piece of cake. He was anxious to check his injuries. In the right side of his chest, there was a small and delicate arrow emitting a powerful aura. This arrow had sunk more than 3 inches into his body and seemed to have injured his lungs, causing Yang Kai to feel a burning pain in his lungs when he breathed. Yang Kai was both shocked and relieved. He was shocked that his opponent had such a strange artifact that could launch such a powerful attack, but he was also relieved that he had sensed the danger in advance and avoided being hit in his vitals. Needless to say, this arrow had been aimed at his heart, but because his figure had swayed slightly, it had hit his right chest instead, only injuring his lungs. Yang Kai's powerful physique was also the key to resisting this blow. If it weren't for his physique being condensed, this blow would have been enough to pierce through Yang Kai's entire body. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and his murderous intent was undisguised. He stretched out his hand and was about to pull out the arrow that had pierced his right chest, but unexpectedly, it disappeared without a trace, leaving only a bloody hole where Yang Kai had been injured, from which some golden blood flowed out. The vitality contained in this golden blood quickly began to heal the wound. He raised his head and glanced at the hill, then walked towards it step by step. Xia Hongwen fell to the ground, his face as pale as paper, and shouted in a trembling voice, Thank. even after thanking him for a long time he still couldn't call out the names of the two cultivator who had protected him. Xie Yun thought he was worried about his own weakness and reluctantly smiled. Young master doesn't need to worry, I'll be fine after 1 or 2 months of rest. Using this artifact has a price to pay. It was precisely because he had this strange artifact that he had absolute confidence in killing Yang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, the crossbow artifact that had been attached to the wound on his hand finally fell off, no longer spilling his blood. Xia Hongwen wanted to curse out loud, thinking, how could this young master worry about you? Even if you die, what does it have to do with this young master? Her heart was anxious and her mouth actually became nimble. She cried out in alarm, he's coming. What? Xie Yun and Xie Yong's expressions changed as they turned their heads towards the source of this voice. Sure enough, they saw Yang Kai slowly approaching, his demonic qi filling the heavens and earth. Every step he took seemed to stomp on the fragile nerves of the three, causing them to almost jump up in fright. Impossible. Xie Yun's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He can't still be alive. He knew better than anyone how powerful his artifact's attack was. On top of that, he had grasped the timing of his attack very well. Although he didn't quite understand how Yang Kai was able to walk out of that crack alive, his opponent had clearly been fighting for more than a day and his Saint Qi had been exhausted. His clothes were tattered and full of scars, so Xia Hongwen didn't hesitate to launch an attack. No one below the Origin Returning Realm could resist such a strange blow. Even if one was an Origin Returning Realm master, if they weren't proficient enough in using their Sure, they would still die. The only thing in this world that could resist such a blow was the Sure of an Origin Returning Realm master. But even if he couldn't believe it, the facts were right in front of him. Yang Kai was indeed still alive, and the injuries he had suffered seemed insignificant. This caused the already weak Xie Yun to suddenly lose all his strength and collapse to the ground. What kind of existence had Xia Hongwen, this stupid pig, provoked? Even Xia Hongwen's killing blow couldn't do anything to him, yet Xia Hongwen still wanted to seek revenge? Seeking revenge on him was one thing, but now he was dragging him into this mess as well? Xie Yong, what are you doing? Xia Hongwen suddenly called out again. Xie Yun weakly turned his head and smiled bleakly. Xie Yong had actually fled without saying a word, running away as fast as he could. It seems that he also understood that this person called Kai Yang was not to be trifled with, so he had left without a care for anything else. When one's strength reached their level, they all had an instinctive sense of crisis, so Xie Yong must have felt that something was wrong, which was why he had acted so recklessly. Xie Yong, get back here for this young master. Xia Hongwen didn't dare face Yang Kai, but he didn't show any courtesy to Xie Yong. He just wanted to keep him here and seek a sense of security, so he shouted loudly, if you dare to flee, this young master will report this to my father and have you suffer the family's punishment. How could Xie Yong pay any attention to him? He ran even faster. Don't waste your energy. If you want to live, run quickly, but I don't know if you can escape, Xie Yun said lightly. Xie Yun said lightly. He knew that he was going to die anyway, so his expression was quite calm as he said to himself, and I don't think you can escape, you're dead. I didn't think that I, Xie Yun, would have to go to the Yellow Springs with a stupid pig like you. What a shame. In the original plan, after Xie Yun used such a blow, Xie Yong should have been the one to protect him, but now that Xie Yong had run away, even if Yang Kai didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to survive alone in the Luyan desert. He didn't expect Xia Hongwen to take care of him. Xia Hongwen was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked at Xie Yun fiercely. What did you call me? You dare call this young master a stupid pig? Xia Hongwen suddenly couldn't continue because he realized that the Xia family, who had always been obedient to him, was now looking at him with a mocking and sarcastic gaze. That gaze was like the gaze he used to give when he looked at ants crawling on the ground. It was so disdainful. With a burst of wind, Xia Hongwen screamed and fell to the ground, but when he looked up he found Yang Kai standing quietly in front of him, like a mountain that made his heart heavy. Luyan desert was very hot, but now Xia Hongwen felt very cold, like he had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing his soul, and he couldn't help shivering. A loud dragon roar sounded, and Xia Hongwen's eyes widened as he saw a black dragon emerge from Yang Kai's body, shaking its head and wagging its tail, then chase in the direction Xie Yong fled. A moment later, the sound of fierce fighting and Xie Yong's shouts could be heard. Gradually, the movement over there became smaller and Xie Yong's shouts became weaker and weaker, finally disappearing. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black dragon returned and rushed into Yang Kai's body. Without even thinking about it, Xie Hongwen already knew what Xie Yong's fate would be. Suddenly he began to cry softly, looking at Yang Kai pleadingly, his lips squirming a few times as if he wanted to beg for mercy, but no sound came out. His courage was completely drained at this moment. Yang Kai looked at Xie Hongwen with cold eyes. It was such a piece of trash, secretly letting people attack him and injuring him. You should thank Qian Tong for letting you live last time, but unfortunately you didn't cherish this opportunity and insisted on courting death, so I'll help you. Yang Kai was too lazy to look at Xie Hongwen's disgusting face, and with a wave of his hand, a mass of demonic flames wrapped around him, burning him to ashes in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, Xie Hongwen didn't have any thoughts of resistance, and Yang Kai really didn't know what he was doing all these years. The demonic flames could burn everything, and even Xie Hongwen's soul didn't exist, truly extinguishing his soul. Yang Kai looked at Xie Yun. This person was a bit interesting, knowing that he was going to die, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. Only when Xie Yong died did he show a trace of shock. He didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to kill Xie Yong without personally making a move. This kind of strength was very different from what they had expected. Chapter 1182. In the valley, Yang Kai looked at Xie Yun indifferently. He didn't kill him immediately. Instead he said, "Tell me, how did you know I was here? Don't say it was a coincidence. Luyan Desert is so big. If you don't have a special method, you can't follow me all the time. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I'll leave you with an intact corpse." His face suddenly turned cold and he said coldly, "But if you dare to hide anything, I'll let you know what it means to be dead. Believe me, I can let you recover and then slowly torture you." Xie Yun smiled bitterly and gasped for breath. Then he said, "It's very simple. A disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall tipped us off and told us where you came in. Everyone will follow the guidance of the Yuan magnetic compass and head towards the interior of the flowing flame sand field. As long as they can determine where you entered, it won't be difficult to track you down. Xie Yong, who was killed by you, is a master tracker." Yang Kai nodded slightly, thinking that it was similar to what he expected. After discovering that it was Xie Hongwen and the other two who ambushed him, Yang Kai already had some guesses. Since he entered Luyan Desert, he had only met two people, and they were when he first came in. One of them was wearing the clothes of the Shadow Moon Hall and was a disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai didn't know the other person, but his voice was somewhat familiar. In Yang Kai's mind, Xie Hongwen being able to catch up to him so quickly was definitely because someone had tipped them off, and this person must have been one of the two who had seen his position before. Now he found that it was indeed so. No wonder the disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall had a strange expression when he first entered Luyan Desert. Xie Hongwen must have told him in advance, so he left in a hurry. He was in a hurry to leave, of course, to report to Xie Hongwen. And Yang Kai was sure that Xie Hongwen didn't just say hello to one person. There were 70 people from the Shadow Moon Hall who entered Luyan Desert. Among them, there were definitely a lot of people who were tempted by money. Since ancient times, wealth has always moved people's hearts. "Give me a quick death." After Xie Yun finished speaking, she lay on the ground with an indifferent expression, not moving at all. Yang Kai casually pointed a finger and a burst of qi shot out, piercing Xie Yun's forehead. He was also a man of his word. Since he said that he would leave the other party's corpse intact, he naturally wouldn't burn it with his demonic flames. Yang Kai bent down and picked up the crossbow artifact, but after examining it for a moment, his brow furrowed. This artifact's power was indeed not small, actually being able to injure him, but there were also many restrictions on its use. From Xie Yun's state after using it, Yang Kai could infer that this crossbow would not only crazily devour the user's Saint Qi but also their blood. This was an evil artifact. Yang Kai was not interested in it. Once he used it, he would be at the mercy of others. This artifact could only be used when someone was protecting him. Throwing it into his space ring, Yang Kai picked up Xie Hongwen and Xie Yun's rings, but after inspecting them he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Inside the two's rings, besides some pills and Saint crystals, there was nothing else. But thinking about it, other than Yang Kai himself, who would carry all his precious things with him, any other cultivator who entered Luyan Desert would likely leave their precious things outside, not daring to bring them in. Otherwise, if an accident happened, the losses would be huge. Among these pills, the only one that caught Yang Kai's eye was a bottle of 5 snow and ice pills. He had given all his snow and ice pills to Changqi and Howen, so he didn't have time to refine them after entering this place. Now that he had obtained some, it wasn't bad. Perhaps he would be able to use them in the future. After seeing the shabbiness of Xie Hongwen and Xie Yun, Yang Kai didn't even have the mood to check Xie Yong's space ring and instead directly moved deeper into Luyan Desert. Without the hindrance of the fire spirit beasts, Yang Kai used his wind and thunder wings to accelerate his speed, and it only took him 2 days to completely leave the mountain valley. The further he went, the more powerful the flame area became. Yang Kai's physique was different from ordinary people's, and his Saint Qi was vigorous. Coupled with the fact that he used to cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, now that he had the demonic flame, he wasn't afraid of it and only needed to circulate his Saint Qi slightly to resist the invasion of the fire poison. Yang Kai didn't know how big the flame area was, but as he traveled deeper and deeper, he didn't even encounter a single person along the way, and his harvest was pitifully small. After half a month, in addition to harvesting a few fire crystal stones from 7th order fire spirit beasts, he only collected a dozen or so fire attribute spirit grasses. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized the preciousness and scarcity of fire crystal stones. He had killed an 8th order fire spirit beast by chance and harvested a fire crystal stone the size of a pigeon's egg, followed by a fire crystal stone the size of a millstone in the mountain valley. It could be said that his harvest was greater than anyone who had entered Luyan Desert before. It was precisely because of the scarcity of 7th order fire spirit beasts, and above that fire crystal stones were so precious. The fire crystal stones in the bodies of 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts were too small to play any role and could only be absorbed by a cultivator for cultivation. The dozen or so fire attribute spirit grasses he found were just SO. Some were Saint King grade while others were Origin grade. But in any case, there weren't many of them. After all, there were very few spirit grasses that could grow in the flame area. The only thing that satisfied Yang Kai was that all of them had high medicinal properties. No one had entered this place for 400 years, so naturally they had plenty of time to grow. On this day, Yang Kai was hurrying along when a fiery light suddenly flashed in front of him. This fiery light was like a small spark that had sputtered out of thin air, its speed incredibly fast. The moment he discovered it, Yang Kai's divine sense spread out but was still unable to envelop it. In a flash, it rushed out of Yang Kai's field of vision. Luyan flying fire? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instantly understood what this thing was. Wei Guchang had mentioned to him before about the strangeness of Luyan flying fire. At that time, Yang Kai had intended to use Luyan flying fire to strengthen the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea, but Wei Guchang had said that Luyan flying fire was extremely rare. With so many people entering the Luyan sandfield, some of them might not even see it after half a year, and some of them might not even discover it even if they did. Yang Kai didn't think Wei Guchang was exaggerating, but now he found that he had underestimated the speed of Luyan flying fire. Almost in an instant, Yang Kai chased after it, the sound of wind and thunder rumbling behind him as he pushed his Saint Qi to the limit. Yang Kai's speed was also as fast as lightning. He wanted to see if he could catch up with Luyan flying fire. Yang Kai was soon disappointed. After chasing for half an hour, he found that Luyan flying fire had long since disappeared, forcing him to stop and stand in place with a bitter smile on his face. This kind of thing, this kind of speed, who could catch it? Yang Kai didn't know how these people on Shadowed Star knew that Luyan flying fire could mutate one's soul. Since they knew this information, someone must have tested it before. In other words, someone must have obtained Luyan flying fire. But how? There was no other way but by chance. Yang Kai didn't believe that anyone in this Luyan sandfield could be faster than him. If he couldn't catch up with Luyan flying fire with his own speed, it was even more impossible for others to do so. Standing in place and feeling dejected for a while, Yang Kai helplessly took out his Yuan magnetic compass, determined his direction and continued to fly deeper into Luyan sandfield. 6 days later, Yang Kai stood in a certain position and looked at a few fiery red weeds in front of him with a strange expression. He then walked up to them, reached out and touched these weeds, finding that they were indeed extremely hard and as sharp as knives. He had seen such weeds 3 days ago and they seemed very similar to the ones in front of him, almost identical. Weeds that could survive in Luyan sandfield were definitely extraordinary. At that time Yang Kai had thought they were some kind of spirit grass or spirit medicine, but after running over to take a look he found that they were indeed weeds with no value in alchemy, so he gave up on them. However, their sharpness and hardness surprised Yang Kai. He had seen them 3 days ago and now they were here again. Could it be that he was lost? Yang Kai frowned and took out his yuan magnetic compass again to make sure he wasn't lost. After all, he had been taking out his yuan magnetic compass to check his direction every once in a while, so it was not easy for him to get lost. Laughing involuntarily and shaking his head, Yang Kai continued to walk forward. But soon he walked back and left some marks next to the strange weeds before leaving again. 3 days later Yang Kai stood in front of these weeds with a gloomy expression, his expression extremely ugly. At this time he understood that it wasn't his illusion a few days ago, he really was lost. The marks next to these weeds had not been touched, they were left behind before he left just in case. But how could he have gotten lost? Wei Guchang had said that as long as he followed the direction of the yuan magnetic compass, he would definitely be able to go deep into the treasure area. Is this yuan magnetic compass broken? Yang Kai didn't believe that such an artifact could be so easily damaged, so what was the reason for all this? Why was he constantly walking around in circles in such a large area, wasting a full 9 days? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he stood in place and pondered. Suddenly he seemed to think of something, put his finger in his mouth, bit the tip of his finger and wiped his left eye. Golden blood seeped into his left eye and in an instant, Yang Kai's left eye turned a brilliant golden color, its pupils slender and filled with endless majesty, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai looked around and immediately discovered that something was wrong. The world he saw with his 2 eyes was subtly different. His right eye saw the same thing as before, but the space his left eye saw contained traces of imperceptible energy. Even some hills and slopes had become illusory. A spirit array. Yang Kai was shocked, his heart sinking to the bottom in an instant. The Demon Eye of Annihilation could see through all illusions in the world. Although Great Demon God had only cultivated it to the Saint King realm, this eye of his was a divine technique. The power it could display was definitely not something a Saint King could compare to. Chapter 1183. As soon as Yang Kai used his Demon Eye of Annihilation, he immediately understood what was going on. He had actually inadvertently stepped into a spirit array, one that was most likely a natural bewildering array. Yang Yen was a spirit array grandmaster, and Yang Kai had spent so much time with her that he had gained some knowledge of spirit arrays. For him to walk back and forth in circles without realizing it, it could only be a bewildering array. A spirit array that appeared in this kind of place naturally couldn't have been arranged artificially. The layout of this bewildering array was very large, so the Saint King Realm cultivator who entered here didn't have the ability to arrange such a spirit array, so it could only be natural. After understanding this point, Kai Yang secretly felt bitter in his heart. Yang Yen had said that there was a big difference between artificially arranged spirit arrays and naturally formed spirit arrays. Artificially arranged spirit arrays were always traceable, while naturally formed spirit arrays were like antelopes hanging their horns, rarely showing any flaws. In other words, there was no such thing as an array core or array gate, so it was impossible to use them to break this spirit array. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't proficient in spirit arrays. The Demon Eye of Annihilation could see through illusions and help him see the essence of this place, but it couldn't provide him with a basis to break this spirit array. If he wanted to break this spirit array, he could only rely on himself. This was the reason why Yang Kai was complaining in his heart. If Yang Yen was here with her understanding of spirit arrays, it shouldn't be difficult for her to crack this spirit array, but for Yang Kai to crack it, that was simply too difficult. However, after a moment Yang Kai calmed down. Since he had inadvertently entered this place, he could only look for a way out. The most effective and appropriate method was naturally to tear space. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so tearing space was the best way for him to escape from Wu Yi. Thinking so, Yang Kai directly tore a crack in space and dove in. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared, the void crack quickly disappeared. A moment later, in the same position, another void crack appeared and Yang Kai jumped out. Looking around, Yang Kai's face darkened. After tearing open space and entering the turbulent flow of space, Yang Kai knew that something was wrong. This was because the turbulent flow of space, which used to be very active in the past, was incomparably quiet and lifeless here. Sure enough, when he tore open space again, he returned to his original place without any surprise. This maze not only had the effect of bewitching eyes and ears, it even sealed off this space. This made his spatial tear useless. This was going to be troublesome. After thinking about it, Yang Kai had no choice but to accept the idea that he could only rely on brute force to break the array. Since he couldn't find a suitable way, he could only break the array. Yang Kai only hoped that it wasn't too strong, otherwise he might really be trapped here. Making up his mind, Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and carefully observed his surroundings. After half an hour, he finally determined a position he could attack. All the scenery in this position was more illusory than the others, so it should be a weak link. If he could break this link, perhaps the maze array would collapse on its own. Taking out the 100 Mountains picture, Yang Kai summoned 10 mountain phantoms at once and smashed them towards that position. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk violent explosions rang out incessantly as the entire world began to shake. Yang Kai paid close attention to the place being attacked by the 100 Mountains picture, and after a while, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He found that under the attack of the 100 Mountains picture, the scenery there had become even more illusory and distorted, as if it would collapse at any moment. There's hope. Yang Kai increased the output of his Saint Chi more and more. But soon, his expression froze and he was greatly disappointed. Because the position that had become illusory was actually restored to its original state after a series of distortions, rendering all his previous attacks useless. This maze could even repair the damaged areas on its own. This was simply a sign that it was trying to trap someone to death. Yang Kai grit his teeth and pushed the power of the 100 Mountains picture to its limit, summoning 20 mountain phantoms around him and smashing them towards the maze array. Half a day later, Yang Kai stared forward with a look of resentment on his face. The strength of this maze array was far beyond his expectations. No matter how much strength he used or how he attacked, it was able to repair itself. The 100 Mountains picture had been taken back into Yang Kai's body, so the 20 mountain phantoms were the limit he could use right now. There was no need to try any further, as attacking would only be a waste of energy. Without a decisive attack, there was no way to break this maze array's weak link. In other words, Yang Kai needed to use a powerful blow like the one he had used with Xie Yun's evil artifact. Only by tearing apart this weak point with absolute strength would it be possible to break this maze array. Yang Kai didn't have the time to refine that evil artifact, nor did he want to refine it. What's more, Yang Kai felt that even if that artifact launched a powerful blow, it wouldn't be able to break this illusion. Yang Kai could only use his golden blood. Yang Kai sighed faintly. A single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of hard work, so unless it was a last resort, he was really reluctant to use it. After being wrapped in the blood-red crystal and sleeping in the star field for several years, Yang Kai had condensed nearly 100 drops of golden blood in his body. Since then he had used them intermittently several times, so he wasn't in a hurry to replenish them. Now he had more than 90 drops left. But now was not the time to care about this. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stretched out a finger and slowly forced out a drop of pure golden blood from his body. In an instant, a surge of vitality appeared. The vitality contained in this drop of golden blood were simply terrifying. This drop of golden blood was purer than the golden blood flowing in Yang Kai's body. It quietly condensed at Yang Kai's fingertip, swaying slightly like a golden bean. With a single thought from Yang Kai, this drop of golden blood transformed into a small arrow that instantly broke through the shackles of space and rushed towards the weak point of the bewildering array. A golden light burst forth, so bright that Yang Kai could barely open his eyes. He had no choice but to close his right eye and squint his left, nervously paying attention to what was happening. The sound of cloth tearing rang out, and Yang Kai clearly saw that the weak point of the bewildering array was directly pierced by the small arrow formed by golden blood. The power of the golden blood erupted in all directions, fiercely expanding the gap in the bewildering array. At the same time, the illusory scenery around him distorted violently, and many of the hills Yang Kai had seen before disappeared in an instant. The entire bewildering array was greatly affected. Yang Kai smiled happily and was about to rush forward when a fiery red light suddenly appeared from all directions, covering up the golden light of the golden blood. Not only that, at the same time the fiery red light struck, the originally torn gap in the bewildering array showed signs of quickly closing, as if the arrival of the red light had repaired the damage. Yang Kai became anxious. He had already used a drop of golden blood, so how could he allow the bewildering array to repair itself? Steeling his heart, Yang Kai forced out another drop of golden blood. With the addition of the second drop of golden blood, the red light was finally covered up. In the midst of this brilliant golden light, all the illusory scenery suddenly became like snowflakes under the scorching sun, quickly melting away. At the weak point of the bewildering array, a golden entrance suddenly formed. Without any hesitation, Kai Yang plunged his mouth in. After he left, the golden light gradually weakened and the bewildering array repaired itself again. After leaving his original position, Yang Kai found that he had suddenly stepped onto a straight passage. This passage was made of small stones and was smooth and flat. On both sides of the passage were the same fiery red weeds that Yang Kai had encountered before. However, the weeds here were somewhat different from the ones outside. The weeds outside were lifeless, but the weeds here were blood red and gave off a faint bloody smell. Yang Kai looked around and could vaguely see many skeletons lying among the weeds. Immediately Yang Kai was shocked. He knew that these skeletons should belong to one of the cultivators who had entered Luoyan Sandfield in the past, who had accidentally entered this place and died tragically. However, Yang Kai did not know why their skeletons would appear here instead of in the bewildering array. While he was secretly shocked, Kai Yang suddenly saw the weeds on both sides of the passage grow wildly, like a group of wild beasts dancing about. In the blink of an eye, the originally 1-foot-tall weeds grew to several feet tall, then several tens of feet tall. Their long leaves, which were as hard as knives, also became soft like long whips. One after another they madly swept towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled. He did not know that these weeds could actually change like this. A few days ago he had tested the hardness and sharpness of these weeds. Even he did not dare to cut himself with these weeds because if he used even a little force, it would leave scars on his body and he would not be able to break them. If not for this, Yang Kai would have taken them back and shown them to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation was a strange woman and knew many things that others did not. Perhaps she would recognize these weeds. But now, the countless weeds on both sides of the passage had turned into thousands of sharp whips. So how could he remain calm? However, before he could defend himself, a layer of energy film appeared on both sides of the passage. All the grass whips were blocked by the energy film. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He had thought that the bewildering array was naturally formed, and if he had not encountered it now, he would have thought so. After all, this bewildering array was so clever that even his demon eye of annihilation could not see its array core. However, the current encounter had shaken his initial conjecture. Just the energy membrane of this passage alone couldn't have been naturally formed. This was artificially arranged, and it could even be said that the bewildering array was also artificially arranged. What kind of person had such great ability? Only a Saint King Realm cultivator could enter Luoyan Sandfield. How could such a cultivator arrange such a large array? Unless that person had knowledge of spirit arrays comparable to Yang Inflammation's. But what was the purpose of this person arranging such a thing? Yang Kai walked forward leisurely while his mind was filled with thoughts. The weeds on both sides were still madly sweeping towards him, but Yang Kai simply ignored them. Chapter 1184. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the end of the passage where there was a small stone house. Thinking that since he was already here he might as well take things as they came, Kai Yang stepped into the stone house. By now he was certain that everything in this passage had been artificially arranged, because this stone house was clearly built by someone. When Yang Kai entered, he was extremely cautious, secretly condensing his Saint Qi, ready to act at a moment's notice, for fear of encountering someone inside the stone house. However, after entering, Yang Kai found that there was no one inside, not even anything decent except for a stone block. Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked back and forth inside the stone house a few times, carefully examining it for a long time, but he still couldn't find anything strange. It seemed that after breaking through the bewildering array and walking through the stone passage, he could only enter this stone house and wait for death. Yang Kai used his demon eye of annihilation again but still found nothing. However, Kai Yang found a seed the size of a broad bean on the stone block. Reaching out and picking it up, Yang Kai found that this seed was blood red in color and gave off a strange aura. This aura was similar to the aura of the wild weeds outside. Yang Kai didn't know how many years this seed had been here, but he could still feel that it was full of vitality, so if he planted it, it should be able to survive. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai tossed it into his space ring. He had paid the price of 2 drops of golden blood to break through the weak link of the bewildering array and come here, so he couldn't just return empty-handed. This seed was some kind of consolation. Next, Yang Kai searched the stone house for a long time before finally determining that there was no way out. Did he have to go back the way he came and go deeper into the bewildering array to find another way out? When he thought about the self-repairing function of the bewildering array, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Although he was very unwilling, Kai Yang had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Dejectedly, he walked out of the stone house. But when he stepped out of the stone house, his vision suddenly blurred. The wildly dancing weeds and the passage paved with stones in front of him all disappeared, and what he saw was a red space. In the air, countless fire elemental spiritual energy flowed like spiritual snakes, and beneath his feet was a barren brown earth. Flame area. Yang Kai's spirit shook, fearing that he would fall into that illusory array again. Using his demon eye of annihilation for a third time, he finally determined that he had not returned to the illusory array. Moreover, when Yang Kai looked back again, there was no longer any stone house, only a stone wall behind him. He was now standing at the foot of a barren hill, as if everything he had encountered before was just an illusion. However, Yang Kai knew that it was not an illusion because that fiery red seed was currently in his space ring. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief as he finally got out of that damned place. Even after being trapped in this bewildering array, Yang Kai was still able to find the weakest link and tear it apart. If it were any other Saint King, once they fell into this bewildering array, there would be no other way out but to wait for death, unless they were extremely proficient in spirit arrays. News of this bewildering array had not spread out, not because no one had ever entered, but because those who had entered had no ability to pass on any information to the outside world. They had all died inside, so how could they possibly transmit any information? That bewildering array could even seal space, so naturally, it was not difficult for it to block the transmission of information. As such, Yang Kai estimated that the great forces on Shadowed Star were unaware of the existence of this bewildering array. Yang Kai could only hope that Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, Chong Qi, Howen and the others had not taken the same path as him, otherwise they would have died without a doubt. Just as Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing, he suddenly noticed a few figures flashing a few kilometers away. These figures seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry to rush somewhere. Yang Kai gawked for a moment before suddenly remembering that he had been trapped in this bewildering array for so many days, so the advantage he had gained with his wind and thunder wings had probably already disappeared. Elites like Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer should have already passed him. Taking out his Yuan magnetic compass and looking at it, Yang Kai found that the direction these people were heading in was not towards the treasure area. Now there was no point in hurrying. Yang Kai had wanted to be the first to arrive at the treasure area and search for treasures before others arrived, but he had been delayed by this bewildering array for so long, so this plan was immediately scrapped. Those people must have found something good, otherwise they would not have been in such a hurry. Yang Kai thought for a while before following the direction these people had disappeared. Tracking people in the Luyan Desert was very easy because there was not much vegetation here. Besides bare hills and hills, there was nothing else. Although one's spiritual energy was greatly suppressed by the world principles here, the distance one could see with the naked eye was quite far, so there was no need to worry about losing track. The further he went, the more cultivators Yang Kai found were rushing in that direction, as if everyone had received some kind of shocking news and were converging towards a certain place. Yang Kai was curious. If it wasn't something very precious, it would be impossible to alarm so many cultivator. After all, if there were too many people there would be conflict, and if things went wrong they would not be able to protect their lives. Not far away, there were 2 second-order Saint King cultivator wearing the same uniform. Yang Kai didn't recognize which force they belonged to, but judging from their appearances, they didn't seem to be some kind of villain. Yang Kai immediately turned around and flew towards them, wanting to inquire about some information. If it wasn't something good he wouldn't bother going over. Both of them noticed Yang Kai's actions and couldn't help secretly becoming vigilant. One of the middle-aged men frowned and looked Yang Kai up and down, but after discovering that he was just a first-order Saint King cultivator, he immediately relaxed. He wasn't afraid of a first-order Saint King though, so the vigilance on his face quickly faded. Two friends, Yang Kai rushed over to them and cupped his fists with a smile, his expression friendly. The two didn't reject Yang Kai and nodded lightly before continuing to rush forward with him. The middle-aged man asked, "What's the matter? Why are you all running over there? Did you find something good?" Yang Kai asked bluntly. The middle-aged man smiled in surprise and replied, "We don't know the specific situation, we just followed the flow, but we just heard someone say that some brilliant fire crystal was found over there. We just don't know if it's true or not." An origin-grade high-rank material, brilliant fire crystal? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. And it seems this friend is very clear about the grade of materials. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. "Oh, I've heard some seniors mention it before," Yang Kai casually said. Yang Kai said casually, "Brilliant fire crystal was indeed a good material. Not only could it be used for artifact refining, but it could also be used by a fire attribute cultivator to arrange some special spirit arrays. Yang Inflammation should need these things, but Yang Kai didn't care about them. However, since he had already come here, there was no harm in taking a look. If there really were brilliant fire crystal, he could collect some. After all, origin-grade high-rank materials were not easy to find. Most of the time they couldn't be bought even if one had the money. Yang Inflammation had complained that the grade of materials she used to arrange spirit arrays was too low. Although the materials brought by Qian Tong were all origin grade, there were too few origin grade high-rank ones and even fewer origin king grade ones. Although these things are good, you need to have the ability to collect them. The middle-aged man didn't know what he meant, but he actually said such words. "There are many people rushing over there right now, so I'm afraid there will be some conflicts. Friend, are you sure you want to go?" He seemed to see that Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, so he tried to persuade him in a roundabout way. He didn't say this maliciously or with any other intentions, he was simply trying to persuade him. This middle-aged man has a good heart, Yang Kai thought secretly, not stopping his steps as he chuckled. "Let's go take a look. Even if we can't collect them, at least we can gain some experience." Seeing Kai Yang's insistence, the other party didn't say anything else. He and Kai Yang had only met by chance, so even saying a few words of advice was already a sign of his benevolence. How could he continue to nag and annoy him? None of the three introduced themselves, nor did they intend to make friends with each other. A short time later, the three finally arrived at their destination, and when they looked around, their expressions froze. In front of them was a huge hill several dozen meters high and 1,000 meters in length and width. At this moment, there were at least 30 cultivators on this hill who had rushed over after hearing the news. These cultivators were digging around the hill looking for something. From time to time, someone would laugh out loud and take out pieces of red crystals of various sizes from the holes they had dug. Yang Kai could clearly see that these were indeed brilliant fire crystals. This hill looked inconspicuous, but it was actually the place where brilliant fire crystals were produced. Yang Kai really didn't know how the first person discovered it and how news of it leaked out. However, it was obvious that this place had been excavated for more than a few hours now. The hill was full of holes, and inside each of these holes, the busy figures of cultivators could be seen. Some people were happy while others were sad. Some cultivator found nothing and could only dejectedly look elsewhere to continue their search. Although the scene was lively, there were no conflicts. Everyone lived in peace, each finding a place to search for brilliant fire crystals. The situation Yang Kai imagined where people would fight over brilliant fire crystals did not occur. Over there. The middle-aged man who arrived with Yang Kai suddenly pointed to a deserted spot and quickly rushed over with his companion, took out an artifact and used it as a shovel to dig. Yang Kai sighed slightly and slowly walked over, looking for a place where no one was paying attention, wanting to try his luck. At this time, if only the stone mongoose was here, Yang Kai wouldn't have to do anything at all. All he needed to do was release the stone mongoose and most of the brilliant fire crystals hidden in this hill would fall into his hands. However, the stone mongoose was of great use to Yang Inflammation, so Yang Kai didn't bring it with him. Chapter 1185. After searching for about a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai ran out of the hole he had dug, a look of waning interest on his face. He found that finding brilliant fire crystals here was completely dependent on luck. Because the fire attribute aura here was too rich, the aura of brilliant fire crystals was completely obscured, making it impossible for Yang Kai to use his divine sense to investigate. Unable to use his divine sense to investigate, he could only rely on luck, greatly reducing his interest. These cultivators might be tempted by origin-grade high-rank materials, but Yang Kai wasn't. There was no need for him to waste time here for some brilliant fire crystals. It was better to go to the treasure area. Considering all this, Yang Kai was too lazy to continue digging. Before leaving, Yang Kai glanced over at the middle-aged man casually and found that their luck was off the charts. The brother and junior brother both wore joyful looks on their faces, obviously having a great harvest. Not bothering them anymore, Yang Kai left the hill alone. As he walked forward, from time to time he would run into some cultivator who had received news about what he had found. These cultivators would constantly pull Yang Kai aside and ask him questions, annoying him greatly. These people clearly saw that Yang Kai was alone and his cultivation wasn't high, so they didn't take him seriously. However, these people were only asking questions and Yang Kai didn't want to kill them all, so he could only avoid them. At this time, Yang Kai didn't use his wind and thunder wings again as more and more people gathered here. The wind and thunder wings were too conspicuous, and if they were seen by others, it would likely cause a disturbance. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of trouble, but he also didn't want to cause any trouble, so he obediently used his 2 feet to hurry along. 2 days later, while Yang Kai was hurrying along, he suddenly heard the sound of clothes fluttering behind him, as if someone was running at full speed. Moreover, judging from the movement, this person was actually heading straight in his direction. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stopped and looked back. In the blink of an eye, a figure landed in front of Kai Yang after leaping up and down the hill behind him. When their 4 eyes met, Yang Kai immediately recognized this person. This person was actually the second-order Saint King middle-aged man he had met a few days ago. Yang Kai had a good impression of this middle-aged man whom he had met by chance. After all, the other party had even tried to persuade him back then, so his intentions were quite good. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling and was just about to greet him when his face suddenly sank. He found that the other party's condition was somewhat off. The Saint Chi in this man's body was chaotic and his expression was panicked. He also seemed to be injured, his shoulder was bleeding and half of his clothes red. Furthermore, his eyes were also crimson red. They were filled with anger and unwillingness. After seeing Yang Kai, the middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, as if he hadn't expected someone to be here. A trace of guilt and annoyance flashed across his eyes as he stamped his foot and anxiously said, "If you don't want to die, then leave quickly." After saying this, he didn't stay any longer, turning around and flying off to the left. Yang Kai was confused, but soon he understood what was going on. Less than 30 breaths after the middle-aged man ran off, a group of 4 or 5 cultivators wearing dark green robes arrived in front of Yang Kai. The leader of this group was a young man who seemed to be about the same age as Yang Kai, but his true age was unclear. This young man's face was cold and gloomy, and he was clearly a third-order Saint King. Beside him were several men and women, all of them second-order Saint Kings. As soon as he saw this young man, Yang Kai felt that he was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the young man shouted impolitely, "Speak, which direction did that person run off in?" Yang Kai's face went cold. The other party's impolite questioning made him feel very disgusted. Not to mention that Yang Kai and this middle-aged man had only met once, so it was impossible for him to betray him. Even if they were strangers, Yang Kai wouldn't answer. "Brother Meng, over here." A young woman in this group suddenly pointed in the direction the middle-aged man had fled because there were a few drops of blood spilled in that direction. "Humph." The young man called Brother Meng coldly snorted and led his group in pursuit, but before he left, he waved his hand and a golden light suddenly shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was furious and stretched out his hand in front of him, summoning a grand heavenly shield to block this attack. However, the grand heavenly shield condensed from Yang Kai's Saint Chi was unable to completely resist this golden light, and with a cracking sound, the grand heavenly shield nearly shattered. Yang Kai was stunned, and by the time he recovered, the other party had already run far away. Brother Meng also seemed very surprised that he had failed to kill Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King cultivator, and turned back to stare coldly at Yang Kai as if trying to remember his appearance. However, chasing after the middle-aged man was the most important thing right now, so he didn't bother with Yang Kai any longer. In an instant, the group of 4 or 5 people chased after the middle-aged man. Yang Kai stood in place and thought carefully. He felt like he had seen this young man somewhere before, otherwise he wouldn't have felt so familiar. After a while he finally remembered and couldn't help feeling a bit excited, quickly chasing after them. Whether it was because of this young man or because of the middle-aged man, Yang Kai wasn't ready to give up. The middle-aged man was indeed a good person. Before he had tried to persuade Yang Kai out of goodwill, and when he encountered Yang Kai just now, he had even asked him to quickly leave. There was a clear look of guilt in his eyes, clearly because he had run in front of Yang Kai and implicated Yang Kai, otherwise he wouldn't have changed direction at the last moment. The other party had good intentions, so Yang Kai would naturally return the favor. After a short chase, Yang Kai easily caught up. Because the middle-aged man was basically an arrow at the end of its flight, he couldn't have run far. At this moment, Brother Meng was leading a few junior brothers and junior sisters to surround him and attack him. The middle-aged man's cultivation wasn't high, but the defensive artifact armor he was wearing was quite good and had resisted many fatal blows for him. Even so, at this moment the defensive artifact armor had almost lost its luster and was on the verge of losing its defensive function. Brother Meng, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face and did not join forces with his sect brothers, instead standing in place with his hands behind his back, a look of ridicule on his face. Fortunately, he hadn't taken action, otherwise the middle-aged man wouldn't have been able to resist. Meng Hongliang, you'll die a horrible death. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood after taking a blow from the young woman who had just spoken and roared in grief and indignation. This sentence caused the young man named Meng Hongliang to narrow his eyes and coldly order, "Don't be in a hurry to kill him, just play with him and let him know the consequences of offending my Imperial City sect." Yes. The several Imperial City sect cultivators who were besieging the middle-aged man heard this and immediately slowed down their attacks, instead using the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse to humiliate the middle-aged man, constantly causing him some small pain but not immediately fatal injuries. Meng Hongliang, I've already given you the brilliant fire crystal essence. Why must you be so ruthless? Why do you want to kill my junior brother? The middle-aged man tried his best to avoid the attacks of these people, but the wounds on his body kept increasing and his complexion gradually turned pale due to excessive blood loss. Humph. Meng Hongliang coldly snorted. Do you think you're qualified to possess something as precious as brilliant fire crystal essence? Moreover, the fewer people who know about this, the better. You can only blame your brother and junior brother's good luck for finding such a good thing, but your luck is simply too bad. Not only did you find it, but I also found it. Only I can possess this brilliant fire crystal essence. You two, brother and junior brother, should not be lonely even if you go to the Yellow Springs together. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The middle-aged man roared, and the remaining light from his artifact armor finally dimmed, and after taking another blow, it began to collapse. This defensive artifact armor had been thoroughly damaged and there was no possibility of repairing it. Kill him, a long night may bring many dreams. Meng Hongliang was no longer in the mood to tangle with the middle-aged man and ordered lightly. The attacks of the several Imperial sect disciples surrounding the middle-aged man suddenly became violent as they pushed their Saint Qi and bombarded the middle-aged man with killing intent. The middle-aged man seemed to feel that he would not be able to escape this calamity and did not resist anymore. Before he died, he still glared at Meng Hongliang with a pair of red eyes, as if he wanted to carve his image into the depths of his soul so he could seek revenge after he was reincarnated. Just as the middle-aged man was about to die, a shield formed from burning black flames suddenly appeared around the middle-aged man and blocked all of the killing moves. One of the Imperial sect disciples was unable to withdraw his attack and slammed his palm into the black flame shield. The shield remained unscathed while the cultivator jumped up like a frightened rabbit and screamed loudly. Everyone looked over and their eyes were immediately filled with fear and shock. At this moment, the burning black fire was actually rapidly spreading from the warrior's palm to his body. Wherever the black fire passed, his arms and shoulders were immediately burned to ashes. Soon it had spread to his chest. It seemed that there was no way for him to survive. Brother Meng, save me. The cultivator realized that the situation was bad and hurriedly ran towards Meng Hongliang, who was the strongest among them, hoping he could save his life. But how could Meng Hongliang let him get close? The black flame was extremely strange, causing him great dread. Seeing his fellow disciple rushing towards him, Meng Hongliang's expression changed several times as a fierce light flashed across his eyes. Retreating a few steps, Meng Hongliang raised his hand and shot a golden light into the cultivator's head. The cultivator who was running towards him immediately fell to the ground, his eyes bulging as if he had never expected his brother to do such a thing to him. In the blink of an eye, his body was completely swallowed by the demonic flames. The remaining men and women all turned pale. On one hand, it was because of the tyrannical power of this demonic flame, and on the other hand, it was because they had personally witnessed Meng Hongliang kill their fellow disciples. For a time, all of them were stunned as they stared at Meng Hongliang in disbelief. Chapter 1186. Vicious and merciless friends' methods aren't bad. Yang Kai walked out with a sneer on his face as he stared at Meng Hongliang coldly. He hadn't expected that this person would be so vicious to his fellow sect brother. It seemed he really wasn't a good person. Walking over to the middle-aged man, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The middle-aged man was also dumbfounded at this moment. He had thought he was going to die, but someone had actually run out to save him. And the person who had saved him was Yang Kai, a stranger he had met by chance, giving him a strange feeling for a while. Go to the side and heal yourself first. Yang Kai saw the middle-aged man's miserable appearance and knew he had almost no Saint Qi left, so he tossed him a healing pill and said faintly, "But you." The middle-aged man took the pill with a hesitant look. Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, so the middle-aged man was afraid this young man who had rushed out to save his life would suffer an accident. After all, Meng Hongliang wasn't someone to be trifled with. But when he remembered the power of the black flames and looked at Yang Kai's calm expression, the middle-aged man suddenly nodded, "Good." Saying so, he walked over to the side, swallowed the pill and sat down to meditate. He didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on to face so many people from Imperial City Sect, but since he dared to act, he definitely didn't put Meng Hongliang and the others in his eyes. He subconsciously thought that Yang Kai came from some top force and was the son of an important figure in that force. If this was the case, all he needed to do was say his name and Meng Hongliang would never dare to provoke him. Although Imperial City Sect was strong, it wasn't a first-class force on Shadowed Star, barely above average. On top of that, Meng Hongliang was just someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong, so naturally he wouldn't dare provoke such a strong enemy. Sure enough, Meng Hongliang's expression became gloomy as he carefully observed Yang Kai, comparing him to all the famous young talents of Shadowed Star in his mind, but was unable to find a suitable figure. Coupled with the strange looks his fellow disciples were giving him, Meng Hongliang couldn't help shouting, "Your Excellency killed my fellow disciples, what intentions do you have?" Yang Kai sneered and slowly shook his head, "What you're saying isn't right. The one who killed that person wasn't me but you. And although he would have died even if you hadn't done anything, the cause of his death was still your doing. It has nothing to do with me." Meng Hongliang's face alternated between red and green as he gritted his teeth. "If it weren't for you secretly plotting against me, why would I do that?" After saying this, his expression suddenly calmed down and he nodded. "That's right, I killed junior brother Qi, but I simply couldn't bear to see him suffer the pain of being burned again, so I decided to release him as soon as possible." He had actually found a reason to kill him. When he said this, the men and women from Imperial City Sect all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they still felt that it was inappropriate to kill a fellow disciple, after hearing this reason they felt much better. They had all seen what had happened to junior brother Qi and knew that even if Meng Hongliang hadn't acted, he would have died anyway, so they all gathered around Meng Hongliang. Meng Hongliang sneered. In the blink of an eye, he had broken free from the whirlpool of murdering his fellow sect brother. Still possessing some ability to argue, he stared at Yang Kai coldly and slowly said, "Which sect does this friend come from? If it is convenient, can you reveal it? Although my Imperial City Sect is not a great sect, many of the elders in the sect have a wide range of friends. If this friend is from a sect, I ask that you not intervene in this matter." "Brother Meng, I know who he is." The young woman's brow furrowed slightly. Since approaching Meng Hongliang, her beautiful eyes had been focused on Yang Kai, a look of dread filling her face. Hearing her say this, Meng Hongliang immediately asked in a low voice. The young woman didn't conceal anything and simply recounted the conflict between Blue Sparrow sects Yin Jian and Yang Kai before Lu Yen opened the sand field. At that time, the young woman was not far away and had clearly seen what had happened, so she immediately recognized Yang Kai. Shadow Moon Hall? Meng Hongliang was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly as his expression became ugly. Although Shadow Moon Hall wasn't a top force, it was far more powerful than Imperial City Sect. Shadow Moon Hall had many third-order origin returning realm masters, an existence that Imperial City Sect couldn't compare to. The two sects were separated by thousands of kilometers and usually didn't have much contact with each other. But when he heard the young woman say that Shadow Moon Hall's top genius, Wei Guchang, stood up for Yang Kai, Meng Hongliang couldn't help hesitating. If Wei Guchang came to Imperial City Sect to find trouble with him, it would be difficult to deal with. But now that things had developed to this point, his own sect brother had been ruthlessly killed by him, so retreating with his tail between his legs was a bit inappropriate. What's more, he didn't want the news of the brilliant fire crystal essence to leak out. It was for this reason that he had tried to kill the middle-aged man's brother after obtaining the brilliant fire crystal essence. Only the dead would reveal their secrets. But he said it himself that he is not from the Shadow Moon Palace. The young woman's face was filled with puzzlement as she said softly, "Not from Shadow Moon Hall?" Meng Hongliang's eyes lit up. "Yes, I'm not from Shadow Moon Hall." Yang Kai stood there with an arrogant look on his face. When Meng Hongliang and the young woman were talking, he didn't interrupt until now. "Wei Guchang and I only have a small friendship. You don't need to worry about him finding trouble with you." Meng Hongliang's face couldn't help turning cold when Yang Kai saw through his thoughts, his eyes flashing as he hesitated. When the middle-aged man who was meditating to recover from his injuries heard this, he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood in anger from Yang Kai. Originally, when the situation had eased, the middle-aged man was secretly delighted, thinking that his guess was correct. This young man who had come to save him really had some background. As long as this young man didn't say anything else with Meng Hongliang's personality, he would definitely give up. If that was the case, he and this young man who had come to save him would be able to escape safely. As for revenge, that would naturally be left for later. But he hadn't expected this young man to be such a fool, actually blowing up his only hope in one breath. How could Meng Hongliang let him off so easily? Without a strong backer with his first-order Saint King cultivation, he would die without a doubt. For a moment, the middle-aged man was both angry and anxious. He had never seen such a stupid guy before. However, the other party had come to save him, so he had been dragged into this mess. The middle-aged man could only sigh and secretly decide to restore his strength as soon as possible. Once Meng Hongliang attacked, he would do his best to delay these people and allow Yang Kai to escape. On the other side, Meng Hongliang, whose face was constantly changing, finally came to a decision, his expression gradually becoming firm as he gloomily stared at Yang Kai and said, "Shadow Moon Hall, so what? Wei Guchang, if I want to kill you today, you won't live past tomorrow." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Be careful of his black flames, don't give him a chance to send out a message." He was going to shed all pretenses of cordiality and kill them to silence them. It had to be said that he was a very careful person. While he ordered his junior brothers and sisters to attack, a hidden golden light appeared on his hand. Meng Hongliang was extremely wary of this demonic flame and was only preparing to let his junior brothers distract Yang Kai while he launched a sneak attack to kill him. Furthermore, he absolutely couldn't give Yang Kai time to take out his compass artifact to send out a message. Otherwise everything would be for naught. Once Meng Hongliang's order was given, the next moment four second-order Saint Kings rushed towards Yang Kai with murderous intent, all four of them pushing their Saint Chi as they activated their defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Most of the cultivators who dared to enter the flowing flame sand field were wearing defensive artifact armors. These artifact armors could easily resist the invasion of the fire poison and had a very strong defensive effect. At the very least, when these cultivators fought against cultivators of the same level, they often relied on these artifact armors to protect them from harm. The black flames were too terrifying, and although the four of them rushed forward, none of them dared to approach Yang Kai. The young woman casually took out a whip-like artifact and swung it, releasing a faint thunderous sound as it transformed into a blue streak of light that shot towards Yang Kai, a ruthless look filling her pretty face. The other three also used long-range offensive artifacts and martial skills to bombard Yang Kai's position. At the same time, a golden light quietly shot out from Meng Hongliang's hand. It was unknown what kind of trick he used, but the moment this golden light shot out, it was actually covered up. 4 second-order Saint Kings and 1 third-order Saint King joining forces to attack a first-order Saint King. the result was obvious. As such, after taking action, Meng Hongliang's lips curled into a smile. But in the next moment his smile stiffened on his face. He saw a sword made of black flames appear in the hands of the besieged youth. He slashed out a pitch-black sword ray that seemed to want to devour all light. Not only did it scatter the attacks of his two junior brothers, the sword ray also directly cut through their bodies as if it were rotten wood. Their defensive artifact armors were as fragile as paper, and even the Saint Qi they had been circulating around their bodies was unable to play any defensive role. The bodies of these two junior brothers were cut in half in an instant. This was not the end. A black spear appeared in the man's hand. He seemed to have casually thrown it, and the spear broke through the young woman's whip. The long whip bounced back and directly pierced a hole in the young woman's abdomen. From beginning to end, this young woman didn't even have time to react. Soon after, a purple shield appeared beside him. Ding ding dang dang dang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as sparks flew from the purple shield, accompanied by a flash of golden light. The shield was intact, but the golden light returned to Meng Hongliang's position. Yang Kai frowned, knowing that this Meng Hongliang's artifact was really extraordinary. Before, when he had been attacked by this golden light, his grand heavenly shield had almost been shattered. Now Yang Kai naturally didn't dare act carelessly and immediately summoned his purple shield to defend himself. Taking a quick glance, Yang Kai realized that this was actually a flying needle artifact as thin as an ox's hair. This type of artifact was quite rare. Because flying needle artifacts were quite weak, artifact refiners needed to refine a large number of them in order to create effective damage, and the more they refined, the more difficult it would be to refine them. Chapter 1187. Flying needle artifacts were rare, but it was undeniable that flying needles were the best artifacts for breaking through defenses and were also the most suitable for breaking through a cultivator's protective Saint Qi. No wonder that golden light almost broke through the grand heavenly shield, so it was this kind of thing Yang Kai suddenly realized. While Yang Kai was stunned, the only Imperial City sect disciple who had not been killed by him had enough time to react. 4 of his fellow disciples had attacked together, but 3 of them had been killed in an instant. If it weren't for Brother Meng's sneak attack diverting this guy's attention, this Imperial City sect disciple felt he would have died already. How could he dare to stay where he was? With a look of horror on his face, he quickly retreated. In an instant he had retreated more than 100 meters away. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a pitch-black rope suddenly came down on him. That rope seemed to have sealed off all his escape routes, making him unable to move at all. With a whoosh, the black rope wrapped around his entire body. Only at this moment did he see that this black rope was actually condensed from black flames. Remembering what had happened to junior brother Qi before, this Imperial City sect disciple's face instantly paled. Opening his mouth, this Imperial City sect disciple was unable to make a sound as the demonic flame not only burned his body to ashes but also his soul. The 9 heavens divine skills imprisoning heaven lock had the power to bind one's soul and was a martial skill specifically designed to capture fleeing enemies. Coupled with Yang Kai's unique Saint Qi, the imprisoning heaven lock's power had been reborn. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people who had besieged Yang Kai were all wiped out. Meng Hongliang's eyes trembled violently as a look of disbelief and panic appeared on his face. The middle-aged man who had been meditating and healing just happened to rush over to Yang Kai's side at this moment. The moment the 4 Imperial City sect disciples attacked, he had rushed over to help Yang Kai, but how could he have known that there would be no place for him in this battle? By the time he arrived, all 4 of his fellow disciples were dead, and even Meng Hongliang's sneak attack had failed. The middle-aged man's expression wasn't much better than Meng Hongliang's. The only difference was that he wasn't afraid of Yang Kai. He just looked at him from head to toe as if he was looking at a monster. At this moment he understood that Yang Kai was not an idiot. He did not need to rely on the name of the Shadow Moon Hall to protect himself because he had the ability to kill everyone present. Could it be? Meng Hongliang's face suddenly paled, but he didn't finish his sentence. Yang Kai didn't know what he wanted to say, but after he finished speaking, Meng Hongliang hurriedly cupped his fists and hurriedly said, "This Meng has offended you, please don't take offense. Today's matter only the heavens, earth, you and I know about it. This Meng will not reveal it to a third person, so please let this Meng off." As he said this, he didn't wait for Yang Kai to respond and immediately retreated. He avoided Yang Kai as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. His face was full of horror. "You want to leave?" Yang Kai sneered and fiercely pushed his palm forward. With things having gotten to this point, how could he allow this Meng Hongliang to escape unscathed? Whether it was because of this person's attitude and killing intent towards him or because he wanted to silence him, the moment Yang Kai recognized this person, he had already made up his mind not to let him live. This person had only himself to blame for provoking him. A huge palm print descended from the sky, covering the entire world as well as the light in front of Meng Hongliang. This palm print contained enough power to destroy the heavens and earth, causing Meng Hongliang's mind to tremble as an aura of death filled his heart. Letting out a strange cry, the golden light in his hand shot out again. Countless thin needles pierced through the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Immediately, a golden light erupted as the needles converged in midair, condensing into a long sword, the tip of the sword trembling as it met the heaven-covering hand's palm print head-on. With a loud bang, the golden light dimmed, but the heaven-covering hand seemed to have a hole pierced through it, allowing Meng Hongliang to take this opportunity to break free from this oppressive shackles and quickly flee. His figure had only moved a few dozen meters when a burning hot and evil aura rushed towards him from behind. Turning his head to look, Meng Hongliang's soul nearly jumped out of his body. At some unknown time, this enemy had appeared behind him, a long sword covered in black flames thrusting towards him. Meng Hongliang's body felt like it was burning hot, but even more so because of this evil aura. Meng Hongliang finally understood why junior brother Qi had panicked so much before his death. Looking down, all Meng Hongliang saw was a black sword tip protruding from his chest, and with that position as its center, a raging fire was quickly spreading throughout his body. Without waiting for Meng Hongliang's body to be completely incinerated, Yang Kai directly snatched his space ring and impatiently swept it with his divine sense, suddenly grinning happily. Meng Hongliang's space ring did not have many good things. His space ring was similar to that of the 3 Xia family masters Yang Kai had killed before, basically filled with restorative pills and saint crystals, as well as a dozen or so fire crystal stones of various sizes. However, inside Meng Hongliang's space ring, there was another fire crystal that gave off a burning hot aura. This was not a fire crystal stone from a fire spirit beast, but rather brilliant fire crystal essence, an origin king grade material. Brilliant fire crystal was only an origin grade material, and depending on its quality, it could be classified into high, medium or low rank. Below the hill Yang Kai had been to before, there should be a brilliant fire crystal lode. There was a very small chance that a brilliant fire crystal lode would produce brilliant fire crystal essence, which was a much higher grade material. Judging from the color of this brilliant fire crystal essence, it was only an origin king grade low rank material, but even so, it was still extremely rare on Shadowed Star. No wonder Yang Kai had snatched it from this middle-aged man and even tried to kill him to silence him. Yang Kai casually threw this brilliant fire crystal essence into his space ring before taking out a piece of the map fragment. What really made Yang Kai happy was this map fragment, the one that had once appeared at the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction. At that time, this map fragment was bought by a second-order Saint King. Before the auction ended, this second-order Saint King had quietly slipped away but was followed by countless people. In the end, this map fragment was obtained by a young man, Meng Hongliang. When Yang Kai saw Meng Hongliang for the first time, he didn't remember who he was, only feeling that the other party looked familiar, but soon remembered what happened outside Heavenly Fate City. At that time, after the map fragment was taken away by Meng Hongliang, Yang Kai no longer had any expectations. After all, whether the location indicated on this map fragment could be found was still unknown, and whether there was anything good there was no way to know. Everything was unknown, so Yang Kai felt there was no need to waste his energy and effort on an uncertain map fragment. But Kai Yang really hadn't thought that this map fragment would end up in his hands after going through so many people's hands. Yang Yun still had another map fragment in his hands, so if he pieced the two together he should be able to find some clues. When he had some free time in the future he would search for it and perhaps find some opportunities. While Yang Kai was searching through the other party's space ring, the middle-aged man was extremely surprised. Yang Kai's actions at this moment were no different from a bandit's. However, he didn't think much of it. Murdering others for treasures was normal. After Yang Kai finished, the middle-aged man walked over weakly and cupped his fists, Extreme Path Sex Huang Shiran, thanks friend for saving me. If it weren't for you, this Huang would not have been able to escape this calamity. Please accept this Huang's bow. Saying so, he bowed respectfully to Yang Kai. It wasn't a big deal, brother Huang is too polite. Yang Kai smiled and helped him up. Although Huang Shiran's face showed some relief, there was even more sadness as he said in a low voice. Of course, if it weren't for this friend, junior brother's revenge would not have been possible. Perhaps no one in this world would know that it was Meng Hongliang who killed my brother and junior brother. Yang Kai gently nodded. How could you be so careless and let him know you found the brilliant fire crystal essence? Speaking of this, Huang Shiran's face became even more gloomy as he smiled bitterly. We were careful enough. Junior brother and I were lucky enough to find a lot of brilliant fire crystal in the area we found. Not long after you left, friend, we even managed to collect some brilliant fire crystal essence. At that time we carefully hid it and immediately left with junior brother. But on the way out we ran into Meng Hongliang, who had received the news and was rushing over. He saw that there were many people on that hill, so he decided to rob us and ask us to give him our rings. The brilliant fire crystal essence was in junior brother's ring, but junior brother was naturally unwilling, so Meng Hongliang killed junior brother and the brilliant fire crystal essence fell into his hands. This Huang was no match for him and had no choice but to flee. So that's how it is. This was exactly what the heavens were talking about. Huang Shiran and his senior apprentice brother were not to be blamed for revealing their wealth. It was just that their luck was really bad. I haven't asked for this friend's honored name. Huang Shiran cupped his fist solemnly. Yang Kai had saved him and even helped him get revenge, so Huang Shiran was naturally grateful. On top of that, Yang Kai was obviously not an ordinary cultivator, so Huang Shiran wanted to make friends with him. Yang Kai. So it's brother Yang, could it be? Huang Shiran hesitated for a moment before suddenly shaking and laughing. This Huang has been rude, brother Yang, please don't take offense. Yang Kai looked at him strangely, confused. Meng Hongliang had said the same thing a moment ago, and now Huang Shiran was saying the same thing. Did the two of them have some kind of misunderstanding about who he was? However, Yang Kai was too lazy to bother with these things, so he simply asked, what does brother Huang plan to do now? Huang Shiran thought seriously for a moment before replying, first I'll find a place to heal. In this Huang's current state, I can't go any deeper into the flame area. If I go any further, my injuries will only worsen. Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about this Huang. I can contact the other brothers of the Extreme Peak sect. Perhaps there are other brothers and sisters nearby. That's also good. Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fists. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Brother Yang, please do as you wish. If there is a chance in the future, brother Yang, please come to my Extreme Path sect and this Huang will welcome you with open arms. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not saying anything, before turning around and rushing off in the direction of the treasure area. Looking at Yang Kai's back, Huang Shiran felt an inexplicable excitement. Like Meng Hongliang, he believed that Yang Kai was from that place. Otherwise, how could a First-Order Saint King easily kill 5 opponents whose cultivations were far higher than his? Chapter 1188. In this world, only in that place would such an earth-shattering genius appear, which was why Meng Hongliang had panicked so much at the last moment. He had heard that the people there were indifferent and ruthless, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. At the very least, this guy named Yang Kai was quite good. It seemed that rumors really couldn't be trusted. Yang Kai didn't mention anything about the brilliant fire crystal essence, and Huang Shiran didn't ask, the two of them having a tacit understanding. For Huang Shiran, being able to get his revenge was already good enough, so how could he ask Yang Kai for the brilliant fire crystal essence? After all, it could already be considered the other party's spoils of war. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared, Huang Shiran hurriedly picked up the few space rings scattered on the ground, took out the saint crystals and pills inside, and quickly left the place, preparing to find a secluded place to heal himself and see if he could contact his fellow sect brothers to help protect him. 5 days later, Yang Kai passed through the flame area and suddenly came to a place where the world energy was extremely rich. This place didn't have the ubiquitous heat of the flame area, nor did it have the fire poison that constantly invaded one's body. Looking around, there was lush greenery, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers filling the air. This place was simply like a paradise. The treasure area. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that he had finally passed through the first layer's flame area and arrived at the second layer's treasure area. The Luoyan Desert was really strange. Each layer of territory was distinctly different from the other. But at the intersection of each territory, the flame area and treasure area were perfectly separated. The heat and fire poison were unable to penetrate this place at all. Since separating from Huang Shiran of Extreme Path sect, Yang Kai had been on the move for the past 5 days. As Yang Kai moved deeper in, he also encountered several cultivators from various forces. These cultivators were in groups and did nothing else but search for fire spirit beasts in the flame area, as well as looking for fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Of course, if there were precious ores like brilliant fire crystals, it would be even better. Basically, most of the cultivators from the major forces who entered this place would stay in the flame area to do this kind of thing, while the rest would enter the treasure area to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Those who were qualified to enter were the elites of their respective sects. It didn't seem very fair. Those with low strength and poor aptitude were fighting outside while those with high strength and good aptitude were peacefully searching for treasures. However, this was how the world worked. The higher the aptitude and strength of a person, the better the treatment they would receive. This was the same principle as the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. If he wanted to get good resources, he had to increase his strength first. Yang Kai's journey was peaceful and he didn't encounter anyone like Meng Hongliang who liked to cause trouble. Except for the strange looks that the cultivator gave him, everything else was fine. When the cultivator saw that Yang Kai's cultivation was low and that he was walking alone in the flame area, they simply thought that this guy didn't know the difference between life and death. Most of them just wanted to watch a good show, but there was a delicate woman that Yang Kai didn't know who ran over and advised him to turn back and not seek his own death. Yang Kai casually replied with a few perfunctory words. Seeing that Yang Kai insisted on going deeper, the woman no longer wasted her breath and just shook her head and sighed, thinking that there really were fools who didn't care about their own lives in this world. Originally, the flame area should have been completed in about 10 days, but because of the delay of the strange valley and the bewildering array, it took Yang Kai about a month to complete. By now, many people must have entered the treasure area, but Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Releasing his divine sense, he calmly began searching for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Wei Guchang had said that although there was no fire spirit beast in the treasure area, there were many monster beasts here, so Yang Kai still had to pay attention. For a few days, Yang Kai didn't encounter anyone. His harvest wasn't great, and he didn't know if it was because others had beaten him to it or because this place was simply like this. But after so many days, Yang Kai's expectations for this place had gradually decreased. Moreover, he had seen the bountiful resources of the floating continent. The floating continent was a place rich in resources. There were spirit grasses and spirit medicines everywhere, with countless origin grade and origin king grade ones. Most of the herbs harvested in the treasure area were Saint King grade mid-high rank, with a small number of origin grade herbs. Such a harvest would be huge for anyone else, but Yang Kai didn't care. He hadn't been able to find the herbs he was looking for. After Lu Yen closed the sand field, Yang Kai wanted to refine some pills for Wu Yi and the others to enhance their strength. After all, Wu Yi and Yu Feng's strength was too low. On this day, Yang Kai was walking when he suddenly sniffed the air with a strange expression. He smelled a familiar scent, a very special one that carried a faint bitterness to it. The smell of emerald silk grass. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Emerald silk grass was one of the purposes of his trip. It wasn't that emerald silk grass didn't exist on Shadowed Star, but once it appeared, it would be snatched up by all the great forces because it was the main ingredient for refining origin condensing pills. Although the highest grade of alchemist on Shadowed Star was origin grade low rank, they could still attempt to refine origin condensing pills. Out of 10 batches of pills, they might be able to refine a single batch, which meant there was a high chance of producing an origin returning realm master. It was for this reason that emerald silk grass was one of the most sought-after herbs on the market. If Yang Kai wanted one, he could only pin his hopes on this trip to Lu Yan's sand field. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would actually discover something. This faint bitterness could only be emitted by emerald silk grass, and judging from the richness of this aura, there seemed to be a lot of them, otherwise, it would be impossible for their medicinal fragrance to spread so far. Yang Kai was so excited that he didn't even need to use his divine sense to quickly follow the source of this medicinal fragrance. After about half an hour, Yang Kai finally arrived at his destination. He didn't rush to collect the emerald silk grass but instead concealed his aura and looked around. Because he knew that where emerald silk grass grew, there was a high chance that there would be several special monster beasts. Yang Kai decided to first see if there were any traces of a monster beast here. Looking over there, Kai Yang's heart began to beat wildly, unable to contain his joy. Because in this large area, there were actually more than a dozen green grasses with 7 small leaves. Having 7 leaves meant that these emerald silk grasses were at least 500 years old and were fully mature herbs. In Yang Kai's hands, they were equivalent to more than a dozen origin condensing pills. Not far from these dozen emerald silk grasses, there was also a human-sized hole in the ground. This hole faintly exuded a fishy smell and there were some slimy marks at the entrance of this hole. Seeing this, Yang Kai understood what the monster beast accompanying these emerald silk grasses was. Silver-horned lightning python. The silver-horned lightning python was a 7th order or 8th order monster beast. When it grew to its peak, it could transform into a flood dragon, a 9th order monster beast. Moreover, the silver-horned lightning python liked the bitter smell of emerald silk grasses, so it chose to live here. Yang Kai had obtained this information from the ancient books given to him by Rainfall Star's Zhong Ao. Otherwise, he would not have known so much about the herbs that existed in Rainfall Star's territory. Whether it was a 7th order monster beast or an 8th order monster beast, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. He believed that after collecting these emerald silk grasses he could quickly leave. Sweeping the hole with his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately noticed that there were 2 silver-horned lightning pythons inside, both of which had reached the 8th order. These 2 monster beasts had lived here for who knows how many years, so it was not surprising that they had reached the 8th order. However, what made Yang Kai a little concerned was that he was not the only one here. There were 2 other cultivators who had arrived before him. The other 2 obviously knew that there was an existence in the hole that was not to be trifled with, so even if they had arrived before Yang Kai, they did not dare act rashly, seemingly discussing how to collect these emerald silk grasses. The best way was naturally for one person to lure the snake out of its hole while the other would be responsible for collecting the emerald silk grasses. However, both of them were only 2nd order Saint Kings, so facing one silver-horned lightning python wasn't a big deal. If they couldn't win they could still run, but if they had to deal with 2 at the same time, it would be extremely dangerous. Neither of them was willing to take such a risk, so they hesitated. But before they could come to a conclusion, they saw a man in black robes walk out from nearby and quickly approach the dozen or so emerald silk grasses. Both of them were stunned for a moment before realizing that someone was trying to steal their treasures. The man in black robes didn't seem to realize the potential crisis at all, a joyful smile still hanging on his face. After being stunned for a moment, the 2 could no longer hold back. Regardless of whether this person could collect the emerald silk grasses or not, once he stepped forward and alerted the snake with their strength, they would never be able to obtain them again. Hurriedly both of them rushed out. Yang Kai frowned, but after noticing the movements of these 2, he increased his speed and arrived in front of the dozen or so emerald silk grasses in an instant. Gathering the dozen or so emerald silk grasses into his hand, Yang Kai threw them directly into his space ring. Only then did the 2 silver-horned lightning pythons in the hole in front of him become alarmed and a blue arc of lightning suddenly shot out from the hole towards Yang Kai's abdomen. At the same time, a table-sized python head poked out of the cave. Its 2 triangular eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai as it flicked its forked tongue, and a single silver horn on its head exuded an incomparably dense lightning attribute aura. With a rumble, the huge body of the silver-horned lightning python crawled out of the hole, causing the ground to shake. Yang Kai's action of collecting the emerald silk grasses had obviously angered it. Not only that, but the other silver-horned lightning python also ran out. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he avoided the first bolt of lightning, but just as he was about to flee, he heard an anxious shout. "If you don't want to die, leave the emerald silk grasses behind." As soon as these words fell, St. Chi surged and a majestic tiger head appeared, baring its fangs as it pounced towards Yang Kai. How could he give away something he had already obtained? Yang Kai knew that these 2 were a little anxious, otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed out so hastily. His figure flickered again and he easily avoided the tiger head's attack. The tiger head coincidentally attacked the 2nd silver-horned lightning python that had run out of the hole. With a loud roar, this silver-horned lightning python's body flashed with lightning. Although it wasn't injured, it was angered by this attack. Chapter 1189. With a crackling sound, a black ball of lightning appeared on the horn of the second enraged silver-horned lightning python. With a flick of its head, the black ball of lightning shot straight towards the two cultivators at an incredible speed. One of the cultivators' expression changed drastically as he hurriedly dodged, while the other seemed to have focused most of his attention on Yang Kai, who was trying to escape, so he was unable to avoid the ball of lightning and was instantly enveloped by it. With a crackling sound, the cultivator's body twitched as his hair stood on end. Panicking, he hurriedly circulated his Saint Qi to resist the electric current that was invading his body. However, a huge whip shadow struck him head-on, causing him to be frightened out of his wits. Enveloped by the electric current, the cultivator's body was paralyzed for a moment, making it impossible for him to effectively dodge. He was directly struck by the whip shadow and was sent flying several dozen meters. The sound of bones breaking filled the air. This martial artist's body was caved in by a large margin and he vomited a mouthful of blood. An abnormal flush appeared on his face. It was only now that he could clearly see that what had attacked him wasn't a whip shadow, but the silver-horned lightning python's tail. After landing on the ground, the cultivator's body twitched a few times before he managed to stand up, but he staggered and fell down again before finally stopping moving. Struck by an 8th-order monster beast's lightning attack, coupled with a heavy tail whip strike, this second-order Saint King cultivator only managed to survive for a moment before dying. The remaining cultivator's expression changed drastically, never having expected such an outcome. In his plan, he had first launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai and snatched the space ring from Yang Kai's hand. Then, while the silver-horned lightning python was attacking Yang Kai, he and his companions could easily retreat without encountering any danger. However, reality was very different from what he had expected. Yang Kai was unscathed while his companion had been killed on the spot. Now he had no time to find trouble with Yang Kai because, like Yang Kai, he was also entangled by one of the silver-horned lightning pythons. A second-order Saint King facing an 8th-order monster beast was barely enough to survive, so he didn't dare to continue fighting. Quickly retreating, he took the silver-horned lightning python and left Yang Kai's line of sight. However, before he left, the resentful look he gave Yang Kai let him know that this enmity had been inexplicably planted on his head. The other party had launched a sneak attack first, trying to kill him and steal his treasures, and now they held a grudge against him, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let them go. What's more, if he let them escape, he would definitely be in trouble. Once news of the emerald silk grass spread, it would inevitably attract people's attention. This wasn't a good place to silence people. The silver-horned lightning python was extremely difficult to deal with, and Yang Kai found that his demonic flame didn't cause much damage to it. Its tough skin was simply impervious to fire and water, and it even looked like it was covered in scales. This was a peak 8th-order monster beast that was on the verge of evolving into a 9th-order flood dragon. As long as it was given a dozen years, it would definitely succeed. On top of that, this silver-horned lightning python seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation. Not only could it use the thunder attribute divine technique, but it could also spit out a green poisonous mist from its mouth, giving Yang Kai a headache. It would take a lot of effort to kill it. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before giving up on the idea of killing it. Killing such a monster beast would only net him an 8th-order monster core and some artifact refining materials. The gains simply weren't worth the losses. Yang Kai was in a hurry to silence it. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately took the initiative to leave the battlefield and chase in the direction the cultivator fled, soon shaking off the silver-horned lightning python that had been tailing him. Halfway through, Yang Kai saw the other silver-horned lightning python that had chased after him return to the cave. He immediately knew that the other cultivator, like himself, should have escaped from this difficult opponent. Inside a jungle, a second-order Saint King cultivator leaned against a large tree, releasing his divine sense as he panted heavily, cursing under his breath as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He could have obtained a dozen or so emerald silk grasses, but the heavens didn't let him. Now, not only had he failed to collect the herbs, his companion had also died. He completely hated Yang Kai in his heart and felt that the reason he had encountered such a situation was all because of Yang Kai. If this person hadn't appeared out of nowhere and acted rashly, how could he have ended up in such a sorry state? A dozen or so emerald silk grasses. If he had been able to bring them out safely and hand them over to the elders of his sect, he would have definitely received a huge reward, but now there was nothing left. He couldn't let this go no matter what. He had to take the emerald silk grasses back from that person. Taking out his communication artifact from his space ring, he poured his divine sense into it and was about to inform his fellow sect brothers about what had just happened when a cold, hot, righteous and evil aura suddenly descended from the sky. He raised his head in a daze, only to see a gigantic pitch-black palm ruthlessly slapping down at him. With a scream, he immediately pushed his defensive artifact and leapt out, crossing several dozen meters in an instant, narrowly avoiding the attack of the huge palm. Someone had attacked him. The cultivator was frightened out of his wits. He had already spread out his divine sense, but he still couldn't find any trace of this person. This meant that the other party's cultivation was higher than his, but what kind of person would attack him? In the next moment he understood. A dark flame enveloped him and he stared at Yang Kai, who was walking over from not far away, exclaiming in horror, "It's you?" The demonic flames wrapped around his body, but he didn't have the hard skin of the silver-horned lightning python, so he was unable to resist them and was instantly reduced to ashes. His space ring fell to the ground along with a compass artifact. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this compass artifact, he knew that his guess was right. The other party had been preparing to contact his companions as soon as he escaped from the silver-horned lightning python. Fortunately, he had arrived in time, otherwise there would have been a lot of trouble. Bending down, Yang Kai picked up the space ring and checked its contents. Unsurprisingly, it was filled with Saint crystals and pills. In addition, there were a few Saint King grade high-rank herbs and a few bean-sized fire crystal stones. It seemed that this was the harvest he had obtained along the way. Casually taking these things for himself, Kai Yang then picked up the compass artifact. Just as he was about to throw it into his space ring, a divine sense fluctuation came from the compass artifact. Someone was sending a message. Yang Kai was startled, wondering if he had come too late. Had the other party already contacted someone else? Frowning, Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, and after a brief investigation, his expression became strange. Someone was indeed sending a message, but it wasn't because of what had just happened. Instead, it was because the cultivator's companions were gathering people, seemingly having found some incredible treasure. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to it. After all, he had just killed someone else's people, so there was no reason for him to contact these people. But in this divine sense message, the words soul-cleansing divine water were mentioned. This surprised Yang Kai greatly. When he was on Rainfall Star, Zhong Ao had read a lot of ancient books, not only information about herbs and pill recipes, but also many other secrets. Soul-cleansing divine water was one of them. This kind of treasure was not a naturally occurring treasure, but was instead born due to some coincidental opportunities. For soul-cleansing divine water to be born, 3 conditions must be met. First, the world energy aura must be extremely rich, preferably above an earth vein or spirit spring. Second, an Origin King Realm Master must have died here. Third, after the death of the Origin King Realm Master, their spiritual energy must not dissipate but instead perfectly integrate with the earth vein or spirit spring. Only then would there be a slim chance of producing soul-cleansing divine water. Of these conditions, the third one was the most difficult to achieve, because no matter how strong a cultivator was, once they died, their spiritual energy would overflow their body and quickly dissipate from the world. This was something no one could avoid. However, there were some exceptions. For example, the soul-warming lotus had the function of preserving spiritual energy. When Yang Kai obtained the soul-warming lotus, it was surrounded by a huge amount of spiritual energy because the soul-warming lotus itself had the function of preserving spiritual energy. If Yang Kai accidentally died, the same would happen. His spiritual energy would not dissipate but instead be preserved by the soul-warming lotus. The birth of soul-cleansing divine water was one of these exceptions. A person's spiritual energy contained their life experiences and memories, so no one dared to devour it at will. Yang Kai had to use his demon eye of annihilation to purify it before he could do so. But soul-cleansing divine water was different. It was a mixture of spiritual energy and a huge amount of world energy and was only born because of certain conditions. It did not contain the memories or life experiences of the deceased master. It could be said that these impurities had been wiped out by the countless years of the flowing time great emperor. Soul-cleansing divine water could not only rapidly improve a cultivator's spiritual energy, but if one was lucky enough to meditate in soul-cleansing divine water, They might even be able to comprehend the divine technique of the Origin King Realm Cultivator. Of course, the chances of this happening were even lower than the chances of soul-cleansing divine water being born. Zhou Xian's ancient book had recorded this, but soul-cleansing divine water was simply too rare. An Origin King Realm Cultivator was already a peak master within the star territory and had a long lifespan. How could one die casually, especially in a place with rich world energy? As such, Zhou Xian had only heard about it and had never had a chance to see it. What surprised Yang Kai was not that soul-cleansing divine water was actually here, but rather that Yang Kai was surprised by one of the conditions for its birth. If this was really soul-cleansing divine water, didn't that mean that an Origin King Realm Master had once died on Shadowed Star? Since there had been Origin Kings before, why were there none now? The overall low level of alchemy and artifact refining on Shadowed Star was also a strange phenomenon. While Yang Kai was contemplating this, the compass artifact in his hand was constantly sending out divine sense messages to the cultivator. Many people were inquiring about this in surprise while quickly gathering towards a certain place. Should I go take a look? Yang Kai frowned. If this was really soul-cleansing divine water, it was worth seeing, but if it wasn't, there seemed to be no loss. At most, it would just be a waste of time. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. While secretly paying attention to the messages from the compass artifact, he rushed towards the location indicated by the cultivator. Chapter 1190. It took Yang Kai some time to determine the location, but fortunately, the location of the soul-cleansing divine water wasn't too far from where he was, otherwise the communication artifact wouldn't have responded. When Yang Kai finally arrived, he discovered that it was actually a stalactite cave. The entrance to this cave was pitch black and seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. He couldn't see what was inside with his naked eye and couldn't extend his divine sense very far. The soul-cleansing divine water is in this place. As soon as Yang Kai arrived, a group of 3 people quickly approached from the side. Yang Kai glanced around casually and was stunned because he found that 2 of these 3 were wearing the same robes as the cultivator who had snatched the emerald silk grass from him. In other words, this group of 3 belonged to the same force as the 2 who had snatched the emerald silk grass from him. Yang Kai secretly paid attention to them and immediately knew what kind of force they belonged to. It was actually Heaven Battling Union. Because of this group of 3, the one leading them was none other than the extremely arrogant Chu Changfeng. Heaven Battling Union's entrance to the Lu Yen Sandfield was not the same as the one in the Shadow Moon Hall. When Yang Kai had passed through the flame area, he hadn't met anyone from Heaven Battling Union, but now that he had entered the treasure area, it seemed that everyone would gradually have a chance to meet. After all, the deeper one went into the Lu Yen Sandfield, the less space there was to move around. At this moment, Chu Changfeng's face was filled with excitement and ecstasy as he led his 2 fellow disciples towards this place. Obviously, he had also received a divine sense message and couldn't wait to investigate. Soul-cleansing divine water was a huge attraction to anyone, not just a Saint King Realm cultivator, but even Origin Returning Realm and Origin Kings could benefit from it. Unfortunately, those who could enter the Lu Yen Sandfield were only Saint Kings. Otherwise, Saint Kings would never have been able to enjoy such a treasure. Concerned about the soul-cleansing divine water, Chu Changfeng didn't seem to have any intention of looking for trouble with Yang Kai, simply shooting him a glance before rushing into the stalactite cave. After his figure disappeared, another 2 to 3 cultivator rushed over from different directions. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and followed Chu Changfeng into the cave. The treasure was right in front of him. If he was fast, he would get it. If he was slow, he would get nothing. How could Yang Kai fall behind? There were countless cone-shaped stalactites hanging above the cave. They were pinkish-white in color. The air in the cave was clear and the spirit energy was extremely dense. It seemed that there was some kind of spirit source hidden inside the cave. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai nodded inwardly. Of the several conditions for the birth of the soul-cleansing divine water, this place should have fulfilled the first one. The world energy here was indeed rich, and this was only the periphery. If they went deeper, the world energy density would only increase. The stone cave was completely silent. Only a few drops of water dripped from the ceiling, making a light dripping sound. Yang Kai went all the way in. The further he went, the denser the spirit chi became. After walking for a full incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly rushed into a huge stone room. Looking around, Yang Kai's expression froze. There were a lot of people gathered in the stone room at this time, at least 20 of them. Chu Changfeng was among them, and at this moment he was staring greedily at a certain spot. Beside him were 5 Saint King Realm cultivators. These people were naturally cultivators from Heaven Battling Union. In addition to the 6 cultivators from Heaven Battling Union, the remaining dozen or so people were divided into 4 groups, each of which only had 3 to 5 people. There was even a man with a chiseled face and a resolute expression who, like Kai Yang, stood there alone, looking like he was all alone. However, when Yang Kai saw this person, he inexplicably felt a sense of danger. This guy was not weak, at least a third-order Saint King. Yang Kai had always been able to kill enemies above his realm. He had even killed a few third-order Saint Kings before. Ordinary third-order Saint Kings would not give him such a feeling. Being able to make him feel a sense of danger meant this person was very powerful. When facing Chu Changfeng and Feng Tianzhong, Yang Kai did not feel this way. Who was this person? Sure enough, after Chu Changfeng withdrew his greedy gaze and saw this person, his brow could not help furrowing slightly as a trace of dread and annoyance flashed across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai was greatly surprised. He had experienced Chu Changfeng's arrogance and disdain for others. He didn't even put Feng Tianzhong in his eyes, so what was the background of this chiseled face and resolute expression that could make Chu Changfeng show such an expression? Just as he was thinking this, Chu Changfeng suddenly cast his gaze over, a trace of anger flashing across his eyes, as if he was mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself, daring to come here alone with just a first-order Saint King realm cultivation. According to Chu Changfeng's character, he would definitely clear this place at this moment, and Yang Kai was his primary target. After all, who didn't want to monopolize such a good thing? But after some thought, Chu Changfeng's anger and unwillingness gradually subsided. Seeing that Chu Changfeng had no intention of finding trouble with him, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the front, wanting to see if the soul-cleansing divine water really existed. At the place where everyone's eyes gathered, there was a pool. This pool was less than 200 meters wide and was overflowing with golden water. This pool was extremely thick and gave off a soul-cleansing charm. All the cultivators standing next to the pool were enveloped by this aura and felt refreshed. Several of them even showed joyful and thoughtful expressions. Obviously, they had made some breakthroughs in their divine senses and cultivations. Is this really soul-cleansing divine water? Yang Kai's brow twitched. Feeling the power of this pool of water, Yang Kai immediately determined that this was indeed the legendary soul-cleansing divine water. But what Yang Kai didn't quite understand was why this soul-cleansing divine water was golden in color. According to Zhou Xian's ancient book, soul-cleansing divine water was generally milky white, but if the quality was good enough and it was stored for a long enough time, it might turn silver. Golden soul-cleansing divine water had never been recorded in Zhou Xian's ancient book, and it seemed that no one had ever had a chance to see it. Could it be that the soul-cleansing divine water here was better than the silver one? Was there some kind of problem? Yang Kai frowned as he thought to himself, turning his eyes to the others from time to time, wanting to see if they had any idea what was going on. But soon Yang Kai was disappointed. The cultivator standing here only showed 2 kinds of expressions. One was a desire for the soul-cleansing divine water, while the other was a dread towards Chu Changfeng. Only the third-order Saint King with the chiseled face remained calm and unperturbed. These people obviously didn't know much about the soul-cleansing divine water, so trying to pry information from them was undoubtedly a mistake. With a treasure in front of them, no one could remain unmoved. However, the reason why no one was in a hurry to jump into the pool to cleanse their soul was because there was a layer of dazzling golden restriction above the pool. It was like a semicircular cover that enveloped the pool. Obviously, someone had tested the power of this barrier before, and before it was broken, no one could enter the pool. On the other side of the pool, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was unknown how long this skeleton had been dead, but even the armor-like artifact he wore had become dim and tattered. There was no space ring on his hand, so it was unknown whether it had been taken away in advance or never existed. This person must have been an Origin King before he died. Only when an Origin King Realm Master died here would their spiritual energy dissipate and combine with the spirit spring here to form the soul-cleansing divine water. When everyone looked at this skeleton, they couldn't help showing a look of pity, because an artifact armor worn by an Origin King Realm cultivator was definitely not low-grade, possibly even more powerful than the highest-grade artifacts on Shadowed Star. However, this artifact armor was clearly damaged and could no longer be used, so it was impossible to say how many years this Origin King Realm Master had been dead here. After Yang Kai entered, a dozen more people rushed in one after another, obviously all of them having received the news. Chu Changfeng's face became more and more gloomy, clearly dissatisfied that so many people had come to compete with him for this treasure. Even if he was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. There were already 7 or 8 cultivator forces gathered here, so even if Heaven Battling Union was tyrannical, Chu Changfeng couldn't afford to offend them all. What's more, there were only 8 cultivator forces gathered around him at this moment, so he couldn't afford to offend everyone present. Why haven't Junior Brother Fu and Junior Brother Lu come yet? They should be active around here. Logically speaking, they should have received the message long ago. Next to Chu Changfeng, a thin man whispered softly, glancing out of the cave from time to time, trying to see if Junior Brother Fu and Junior Brother Lu were coming. Although the strength of these two wasn't very high, if they could come, Heaven Battling Union's side would increase their strength, and when it came time to divide the treasures, they would naturally be able to take more advantages. But now, not only had they not come, they had also not responded to any of their messages. If they haven't come yet, then they won't be able to come, Chu Changfeng coldly snorted. The thin man's face changed as he understood the meaning behind Chu Changfeng's words. Indeed, if they could come, they would have already come, but now that they hadn't, it meant that they might have encountered some kind of accident. The treasure area was not a safe place and there were many dangers lurking inside. However, none of them could have imagined that Junior Brother Fu and Junior Brother Lu had died at the hands of Yang Kai and the silver-horned lightning python's tail whip, so naturally they wouldn't be able to come back. Seeing more and more people coming in, the cultivator who had come here earlier finally couldn't sit still. If they waited any longer, the situation would be bad. Once more people arrived, the benefits they could get would only decrease. From one of the 5-person teams, a blue-robed man suddenly walked out and cupped his fists to Chu Changfeng. "Young Master Chu, what do you think we should do now? Shouldn't we take some action?" He spoke politely and respectfully, as if he was following Chu Changfeng's lead because he knew better than anyone that the person with the highest status here was Chu Changfeng. Not only was he the #1 genius of Heaven Battling Union, he was also the strongest person here. How to deal with this soul-cleansing divine water had to be asked for his opinion first. Acting rashly would only arouse everyone's hostility. In this situation, the only way was for everyone to discuss a solution and then distribute the benefits. Chapter 1191. Yes, young Master Chu, more and more people are gathering here. If we continue to wait, I'm afraid a long night will bring many dreams. Immediately, someone chimed in and the leaders of the 7 or 8 teams gathered here quickly expressed their approval for Chu Changfeng to come up with a plan. Chu Changfeng himself seemed to enjoy the feeling of being praised by so many people. Hearing this, his gloomy expression finally eased as he frowned and pondered for a while before saying, "Naturally, we need to act. As long as everyone works together to break this barrier, the soul-cleansing divine water will naturally be at our fingertips." We also have the same idea. Just now, this Mistress Junior Brother tested the power of this barrier and found that although it has existed for a long time, it is extremely strong. I'm afraid 2 or 3 people won't be able to break it. Only by working together will we have a chance. A beautiful woman nodded with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Young Master Chu gives the order. Everyone should attack together. I don't believe that with so many people present we can't break this barrier. A burly man with a full beard shouted as he took out a hammer artifact and gripped it tightly with both hands, seemingly waiting for Chu Changfeng to speak before taking the lead. Chu Changfeng smiled lightly, giving off a refreshing feeling. At this moment he finally restored his previous elegant temperament and said lightly, "Breaking this barrier isn't a problem. It's only a matter of time before we obtain the soul-cleansing divine water. But before that, this Chu thinks we should discuss how to distribute it." Many people furrowed their brows when they heard what he said. The barrier hadn't been broken yet Chu Changfeng was already talking about distributing the benefits. Clearly he was up to no good. However, they had no way to stop him. If they really angered Chu Changfeng, the consequences wouldn't be something they could afford. Heaven Battling Union had caused trouble for others more than once or twice, and many people who had offended them had ended up miserable. Young Master Chu, how do you think we should distribute this soul-cleansing divine water? The beautiful woman who spoke before smiled lightly, her beautiful eyes darting around as she asked this question, giving off a sense of charm. She wasn't trying to seduce Chu Changfeng. She knew that with her own ability, it was impossible to seduce a genius from Heaven Battling Union. She just wanted to show some goodwill so that Chu Changfeng would give her more benefits when the time came. Chu Changfeng, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to her flirtatious charms as he already had a plan in mind. Sweeping his eyes across the crowd, he said, "There are friends from 8 great forces present, so this Chu suggests dividing this pool of divine water into 4 portions." 4 portions? The beautiful woman frowned slightly and forced a smile. "If we divide it into 4 parts, how should we divide it?" Chu Changfeng proudly declared, "My Heaven Battling Union won't take too much, only 1 share." Hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief as they couldn't help feeling a little surprised that Chu Changfeng would be so magnanimous this time. In their imagination, Chu Changfeng would ask for half, but now he only asked for a quarter. He had to accept this. Who would be stupid enough to refuse? Everyone nodded vigorously. No one had any objections. They all looked like they had taken advantage of the situation. Seeing that all of them agreed to his proposal, Chu Changfeng was quite satisfied and his smile became even wider. "Then young Master Chu, how should we divide the remaining 3 portions? I'll have to trouble you to inform us so that when the barrier is broken, we won't be able to abide by the rules. We all live on Shadowed Star, so there's no need to quarrel over something as trivial as this." Someone else spoke up. This person's force had the fewest members, only 3. He knew he was alone, so he had let Chu Changfeng decide the distribution of the soul-cleansing divine water. Otherwise, if they fought over it, they would only get less. As soon as this person spoke, many people glared at him fiercely. However, Chu Changfeng nodded without any trace of politeness. "That's a good idea. If none of you have any objections, this Chu will also divide the remaining 3 portions." Although some people were reluctant, who would be stupid enough to stand up and question Chu Changfeng's status at this time? All of them could only pinch their noses and hope that Chu Changfeng wouldn't be too biased. After all, some of the forces here had good relations with Heaven Battling Union. Regardless of everyone's expression, Chu Changfeng just laughed and said, "Since that's the case, this Chu won't be polite. And of the remaining 3 portions, this friend will take 1. Does anyone have any objections?" To everyone's surprise, Chu Changfeng actually assigned the first portion to the male cultivator standing alone to the side, his face as sharp as a knife. "Ah!" Exclamations sounded as everyone stared at Chu Changfeng in amazement, then at the man, wondering what Chu Changfeng was trying to do. In their minds, Heaven Battling Union taking a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water was indisputable, but this man and Yang Kai were alone, so they had no ability or qualification to divide the treasures. They had long since subconsciously excluded these 2 people from the equation. Who knew that Chu Changfeng would suddenly give a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water to one of them, the same amount as Heaven Battling Union? Was there something fishy going on here? Many people began to wonder if Chu Changfeng was waiting for this man to take a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water before snatching it from him. However, if he really wanted to do this, the other First Order Saint King cultivator would undoubtedly be a better target. So why did Chu Changfeng specifically choose this Third Order Saint King? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? However, the other party didn't seem surprised at all, as if he already knew this would be the result, nodding slightly and saying lightly, "Good." He spoke matter-of-factly without the slightest trace of embarrassment or flattery. This caused the faces of the leaders of the other forces to change slightly as they all frowned, seemingly thinking of something, but none of them refuted Chu Changfeng's allocation plan and simply acquiesced. At this moment, all of them turned to look at this man with a firm expression, their eyes filled with dread. Yang Kai frowned as he vaguely guessed the origins of this man, but he wasn't sure. After all, he hadn't been on Shadowed Star for long and didn't know much about the customs here. Next, Chu Changfeng overstepped his authority and distributed the remaining half of the soul-cleansing divine water to the various great forces present. The principle of distribution was based on the number of people present. The more people who came, the more shares they would get, the fewer who came, the less shares they would get. This distribution was barely fair and didn't deliberately favor anyone. Even the beautiful woman who had been flirting with Chu Changfeng didn't receive any benefits, causing her to feel quite depressed, her pretty face becoming so cold it was as if a layer of frost could be scraped from it. Of all the people present, the only one who wasn't distributed was Yang Kai. No one was surprised because they had already excluded Yang Kai in their hearts, so it would be strange if Chu Changfeng really gave Yang Kai some of the soul-cleansing divine water. After the distribution of benefits was completed, many cultivators turned to look at Yang Kai, some ridiculing him, some mocking him, some sympathizing with him. Everyone's expressions varied, but no one showed any intention of standing up for him. Yang Kai stood in place with an indifferent expression and didn't say anything. He was also amused in his heart. He wasn't sure whether this golden pond water was soul-cleansing divine water or not before, so pinning his hopes on someone else was no different from hoping a pig could climb a tree. These people didn't understand soul-cleansing divine water at all. The barrier hadn't even been broken yet, but they had already discussed the distribution of benefits. Yang Kai wanted to see what they were going to use to take away this soul-cleansing divine water. Once the soul-cleansing divine water left the pool where it was born, the soul-cleansing divine water would immediately disappear. If they really took the soul-cleansing divine water out of the pool, they would only get a pile of spirit liquid instead of the soul-cleansing divine water. So no matter how extravagant Chu Changfeng's distribution was, no matter how these people tried to exclude him, Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. If these things couldn't be taken out of the pond, what was the point of a good distribution? In the end, they would still have to soak themselves in it. Once their distribution plan failed, the situation would become chaotic, and Yang Kai would be able to fish in troubled waters and fish for benefits. After the distribution of benefits was completed, everyone immediately began to attack the golden barrier covering the pond under Chu Changfeng's command. For a time, the light of various artifacts and martial skills filled the air, causing ripples to appear on the golden semicircular membrane covering the pond. In order to avoid any unexpected surprises, everyone put forth their full strength. As soon as they began fighting, everyone's strengths and weaknesses were immediately apparent. The strength of the third order Saint King cultivator was almost the same, but Chu Changfeng's performance was like a crane in a flock of chickens. The artifact he used was an origin-grade high-rank artifact, a bronze-colored long spear. Although he couldn't display the full power of this artifact with his third order Saint King cultivation, every strike he made was powerful enough to cause the barrier around the semicircular membrane to tremble considerably. It was not surprising that Chu Changfeng had such ability. After all, he was a genius of Heaven Battling Union and enjoyed a great reputation on Shadowed Star, so it was normal for him to have such a powerful artifact. What was surprising though was the man with the firm expression. He didn't use any powerful artifact, simply wearing a pair of black gloves on his fists as he smashed down on the barrier. This light attack was no weaker than the one Chu Changfeng had made. Everyone confirmed their previous conjecture and understood why Chu Changfeng was willing to share a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water with this person. After figuring this out, everyone silently displayed the power of their artifacts and martial skills, no longer paying attention to this person. Chu Changfeng, on the other hand, seemed to want to compete. He couldn't casually find this person to exchange pointers with, so he only wanted to suppress the other party in terms of attacking the barrier. The more Saint Chi he pushed, the bigger the commotion he created. However, no matter how Chu Changfeng pushed his Saint Chi, this person's attacks remained neither fast nor slow, as if he didn't put Chu Changfeng in his eyes at all. This made the genius disciple of Heaven Battling Union so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Punching out heavily but hitting nothing but cotton, this was the feeling of being frustrated. Chapter 1192. While everyone was cracking the barrier, Yang Kai didn't stay idle either and instead helped out. After all, he was going to reap the benefits later, so if he just stood by and watched, it would only give others an excuse to expel him. So, under everyone's surprised gazes, Yang Kai condensed his Saint Chi into a long sword, not daring to use his demonic flames, and calmly slashed at the golden barrier. Yang Kai's attack was neither strong nor weak, only capable of displaying the strength of a first-order Saint King cultivator. The others just thought he was bored and didn't pay any attention to him, but they all secretly shook their heads and sighed, thinking that no matter how hard this person tried, the soul-cleansing divine water wouldn't be available for him, so why bother making a fool of himself? If he really wanted to snatch it, anyone here would be able to kill him on the spot. The beautiful woman was standing beside Yang Kai, using an artifact that transformed into countless flaming birds that constantly flew towards the barrier, wearing it down. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai struggle and couldn't help trying to persuade him, "Little brother, don't fight, it's useless." If you have the time, it's better to leave this place and look around outside to see if you can find an opportunity of your own. You're just wasting time here. With your cultivation, it's not easy for you to break into the treasure area. She obviously thought that Yang Kai's luck had been off the charts all this time, allowing him to pass through the flame area and arrive at the second layer's treasure area. In her opinion, since Yang Kai had such luck, he should naturally make good use of it. Why waste time here? Since she was trying to persuade him out of goodwill, Yang Kai didn't say she was meddling in other people's business and simply smiled faintly, putting on a silly look. The beautiful woman saw how insistent he was and couldn't help her pretty face turning cold, feeling that he didn't know how to appreciate kindness and no longer paid any attention to him. At that moment, one of the cultivators suddenly shouted excitedly, "The barrier is about to break, everyone put in more effort." As his voice fell, the entire golden semicircular membrane shook even more violently. Layer after layer of ripples spread out from the surface, layer after layer, as if someone had thrown countless stones into a calm lake. There was no need for Yang Kai to remind them, as everyone had already noticed the changes in the barrier. This barrier was indeed powerful. There were 30 to 40 Saint King realm elites from the various great forces present, but after attacking it for a stick of incense worth of time, they were barely able to break it. Moreover, this barrier itself had existed for countless years. If this barrier had been intact, no one would have been able to break it open no matter what they did. As the barrier began to crumble, everyone's eyes filled with joy as they increased the output of their Saint Qi. After half a cup of tea's time, along with a soft cracking sound, a small crack, a moment later it disappeared. The moment the barrier, however, was broken, an invisible wave of energy spread out from the pool and swept everyone present. In an instant, everyone showed a look of shock and immediately became overjoyed. Because in this instant, everyone felt that their spiritual consciousness had some subtle changes. It seemed that the power of their spiritual consciousness had become a little stronger. Soul-cleansing divine water, it really lived up to its reputation. Excitement and anticipation filled everyone's faces. If it were any other time, everyone would have already rushed up to grab this treasure. But after all, everyone had just discussed how to divide up the benefits, so even if they were excited at this moment, they could still suppress their excitement and turn their eyes to Chu Changfeng. Seeing this, Chu Changfeng smiled lightly. "Many thanks for everyone's hard work. We've finally broken this damned barrier. And I hope everyone will continue to collect the soul-cleansing divine water in an orderly manner. If anyone dares to ruin what we've discussed before, don't blame this Chu for being ruthless." As he finished speaking, his expression became cold and gloomy. Everyone hurriedly said they wouldn't dare. Chu Changfeng was probably looking forward to someone not following the rules so he could have an excuse to kill them and take their share. Everyone present was an elite from one of the great forces, so how could they not understand what he was thinking? Naturally, they wouldn't comply with his wishes. A trace of hidden regret flashed across the depths of Chu Changfeng's eyes before he unceremoniously motioned to a male cultivator with disheveled hair next to him. "Go." The cultivator nodded excitedly before rushing over to the pool, condensing his Saint Qi into the shape of a bowl before scooping up some of the soul-cleansing divine water from the pool and preparing to put it into the space ring he had prepared in advance. Seeing this, Yang Kai's brow twitched as he felt his heart ache. Sure enough, the soul-cleansing divine water that Yang Kai had scooped up had undergone an astonishing transformation under everyone's watchful eyes. Originally, it was a golden liquid, but as soon as it left the pool, it immediately transformed into countless strands of golden energy that filled the sky. These strands of golden energy only lasted for 3 breaths of time in the air before suddenly dissipating. This scene caused everyone to be taken aback. "Brother Chu, something's wrong." The cultivator responsible for scooping up the soul-cleansing divine water suddenly exclaimed. "What's wrong?" After scooping it out, the effect of the soul-cleansing divine water seems to have disappeared. The cultivator pointed to the big bowl he had condensed with his Saint Qi with a sad face. "What?" Chu Changfeng was startled. Looking around, he saw that the soul-cleansing divine water in the bowl was no longer golden and thick like before and had instead turned into a pool of clear spirit liquid. Although this spirit liquid was very good, even better than high-rank saint crystals, how could it compare to the value of soul-cleansing divine water? How could this be? Chu Changfeng's face was gloomy as he reached out and dipped a drop of spirit liquid from the big bowl of Saint Qi into his mouth, confirming that it was just spirit liquid and no longer had any soul-cleansing effect. Refusing to believe such nonsense, Chu Changfeng personally stepped forward and scooped up a handful of water from the golden pool. The exact same situation as before played out. When Chu Changfeng took the soul-cleansing divine water out of the pool, countless wisps of golden energy immediately flew up into the air and disappeared. Young Master Chu, could it be that the soul-cleansing divine water can't be taken away? Someone guessed. It's possible, otherwise, why would the soul-cleansing divine water in the pool be fine but lose its effect once it is taken out? How could such a thing happen? I don't know, I've only heard that soul-cleansing divine water is one of the 3 great spirit liquids of the world, but I don't know how to collect it. I don't know either. 3 great spirit liquids. Yang Kai's brow rose as he listened. He didn't know what these 3 great spirit liquids were, but soul-cleansing divine water was undoubtedly one of them. Chu Changfeng's face was extremely ugly at the moment. Listening to everyone's noisy discussion, he could no longer maintain his gentle and refined temperament, his expression becoming fierce as he shouted, "If we can't take the soul-cleansing divine water away from here, how can we collect it?" The group of people was rendered speechless by this question. Just now, Chu Changfeng was responsible for dividing up the benefits and everyone had agreed to give him face. But now that the soul-cleansing divine water couldn't be taken away, the division just now was obviously a joke. Chu Changfeng was obviously a little angry because of this, so who would dare remind him at this time that they should all go in together? Chu Changfeng wasn't stupid, he must have thought of this himself, he just didn't want to say it out loud. The reason he didn't say it out loud was obviously because he wanted to redistribute the benefits. Others didn't dare to say anything, but the man who had always looked indifferent took the initiative to speak for the first time. It's very simple. Just go in and absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. Saying so, ignoring everyone else, he leapt up and landed directly in the center of the pool. This pool was so thick that one's divine sense couldn't penetrate it, but it was clearly not deep because this man sat cross-legged in it, exposing his chest. Everyone was dumbfounded as they turned to look at Chu Changfeng. The cultivator who followed Chu Changfeng was even more furious. But even though they were angry, they didn't dare casually scold this cultivator for acting on his own accord. Chu Changfeng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot and his breathing was obviously heavy. Just now, when he was distributing the soul-cleansing divine water, he had scruples about the other party's identity and face, giving them a quarter each, but now the other party didn't give him any face at all, making Chu Changfeng very angry. Even Fang Tianzhong couldn't ignore him like this. Chu Changfeng stared at the man with a gloomy face, but the other party didn't say anything, just closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, his expression faintly showing a hint of joy. It seemed that he was already absorbing the great benefits of the soul-cleansing divine water. The other party had already taken the initiative. So many cultivators were anxious and couldn't wait for Chu Changfeng to speak. What's more, looking at Chu Changfeng's expression, it seemed he didn't dare to say anything. Many people secretly looked at each other and then jumped into the pool together. With someone taking the lead, naturally others would follow. Everyone was afraid of falling behind, so the scene suddenly became chaotic. Except for the few cultivators from Heaven Battling Union who didn't move, everyone else rushed into the pool. This pool wasn't small, more than enough to accommodate a few dozen people. Although there seemed to be a lot of soul-cleansing divine water, in fact the medicinal efficacies it contained were only a part of it, so everyone who jumped in wanted to occupy an advantageous position. Naturally, the most advantageous position was in the middle. Among the dozen or so people who jumped in first, 5 or 6 of them landed in the middle. However, the indifferent man suddenly opened his eyes and swung his fists twice. With 2 punches, the air in the entire stone room seemed to have been sucked out, and the incomparably violent fist force sent the 5 or 6 people flying. They all spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and when they landed on the ground, their expressions were filled with shock and dispirited. They knew this man wasn't to be trifled with, but they didn't expect him to be so fierce. 1 against many, 2 simple punches had repelled all of them. Although there was some suspicion that this was a sneak attack, he had clearly shown mercy. No one doubted this. If he had really intended to kill, at least half of the 5 or 6 cultivators would have died. Anyone who comes within 3 meters of me will die. After throwing out 2 punches, he said indifferently before closing his eyes again. He wanted to monopolize the 3-meter area in the center. Chapter 1193. The indifferent man declared that he wanted to monopolize the surrounding 10 meters, his tone extremely overbearing. However, no one thought there was anything wrong with this. Even Chu Changfeng, after witnessing the power of the other party, was slightly shocked. Yang Kai's body trembled slightly, not out of fear, but an inexplicable excitement surging in his heart. He had met many geniuses on Shadowed Star during this time, but no matter who they were, none gave him the same impulse to fight this indifferent man. Because Yang Kai didn't know if he could win against this person with his current means, he couldn't wait to test this uncertainty. However, now was not the time to find this person to fight. The soul-cleansing divine water was the most important thing right now. Yang Kai still had to move around Shadowed Star in the future, so sooner or later he would have a chance to compete with this person. So soon Yang Kai's expression returned to normal. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't acted rashly when he first entered this place. When he entered the stone room for a moment, Yang Kai even had the idea of driving everyone away so he could enjoy the effects of the soul-cleansing divine water alone. If he had attacked at that time, he might not have been able to win against this person, and if he had fought with him, not only would he have exposed his true strength, it would only have allowed Chu Changfeng and the others to reap the benefits. This world was big and there were indeed many strange geniuses. This indifferent man was the most powerful Saint King Yang Kai had seen so far. Even Shui Yu of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce was not his opponent, causing Yang Kai to secretly become vigilant and feel that he could no longer casually underestimate a cultivator in the same realm. Inside the stone room, except for the few people from Heaven Battling Union who stood still, everyone else found a place to sit down cross-legged and began to absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, beginning to cleanse their souls. Everyone's face showed an inexplicable look of joy, some even moaning as if they were extremely comfortable. Enter. Chu Changfeng no longer wasted any time and waved his hand with a gloomy face. The several Heaven Battling Union disciples who had been waiting for Yang Kai to make a decision all entered the pool in a single file and sat down cross-legged. Chu Changfeng's face was gloomy as the anger in his heart could not be quelled, but even if he was given more courage, he wouldn't dare find trouble with this stern-faced man. Not to mention whether or not he was this man's opponent, the behemoth behind him was something even Heaven Battling Union feared. Unable to vent the anger in his heart, Chu Changfeng felt very uncomfortable, so for some unknown reason he actually rushed over to Yang Kai and coldly shouted, "Scram, this position is mine." Yang Kai's position wasn't too good, but it wasn't too bad either. Just now, when Yang Kai had entered this place with everyone else, he hadn't paid much attention to it and had just casually found a place to occupy, but how could he have known that Chu Changfeng would also be eyeing it? Yang Kai knew in his heart that Chu Changfeng was just venting his anger and didn't really want to occupy this position, because there were many better positions than this one. Chu Changfeng deliberately acting this way was clearly looking for trouble. Because Yang Kai's strength was the lowest and he was alone. If Chu Changfeng didn't find trouble with him, who else could he find trouble with? Obviously, he was also concerned about this stern-faced man. Yang Kai's expression went cold, but after thinking about it for a moment he didn't act up and instead stood up obediently and sat down in an empty spot nearby. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted, very satisfied with Yang Kai's performance. Seemingly recovering some face for himself, his expression gradually eased, and after sitting down cross-legged and beginning to absorb the efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, his face immediately filled with joy, all his previous displeasure disappearing. "Little brother, your luck is really good." The beautiful woman who had advised Yang Kai not to waste time before was actually not far from Yang Kai at this moment. Seeing him being driven away by Chu Changfeng, she smiled and comforted him. "It seems you were right to insist on staying here. Compared to this great opportunity, there's no need to worry about anything else. Elder sister has been sitting here for a while now and feels that the bottleneck of her soul cultivation has loosened a little. You should quickly absorb the efficacies here, perhaps you'll be able to comprehend something." Yang Kai didn't want to say much to her and simply nodded before beginning to absorb the efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. The reason why the function of soul-cleansing divine water was so wondrous was entirely because of the strength of the soul of an Origin King Realm Master. When an Origin King Realm Master died here, their spiritual energy would fuse perfectly with the spirit liquid here, and after countless years of transformation, it would form soul-cleansing divine water. Although Yang Kai didn't know why the soul-cleansing divine water here was golden, after a short period of absorption he was certain that this was indeed soul-cleansing divine water. Naturally, he wouldn't waste any more time. The beautiful woman was right. Cultivating here could not only enhance one's soul, but also allow one's spiritual energy to become more condensed and solid. If one's luck was good enough, they may be able to comprehend some of the dead Origin King Realm Master's soul skills. How could the methods of an Origin King Realm Master be lacking? As long as one could comprehend even a tiny bit of that master's divine technique, it would be enough to benefit them for the rest of their life. So far, the only Origin King Yang Kai had seen was Guizhou. However, Guizhou's earth-shattering methods were something Yang Kai couldn't help but yearn for. Presumably, other Origin Kings weren't any worse than Guizhou. Opening his pores, Yang Kai's physique wriggled and a trace of golden energy drilled into Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs before rushing straight to the top of his head and into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai sensed his surroundings carefully, dividing half of his consciousness to guard against any movement outside to avoid being attacked at this critical moment, while the other half entered his knowledge sea to observe the magical effects of the soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai could clearly see that within his knowledge sea, which was burning like a raging inferno, there were many golden threads pouring into it. Although there weren't many of these golden threads, their colors were very distinct, and they were particularly eye-catching in the red sea of flames, like golden fish swimming freely. Half of the golden threads quickly merged with the seawater in his sea of consciousness, increasing the strength of his sea of consciousness and tempering the tenacity of his sea of consciousness. Although the increase was negligible, it was already amazing. A cultivator's cultivation could be summed up in 4 aspects: the strengthening of one's physical body, the accumulation of Saint Qi, the tempering of one's soul, and the comprehension of one's realm. The simplest of these was the accumulation of Saint Qi, because this kind of accumulation could be achieved by relying on external materials, such as pills and saint crystals. When a cultivator cultivated, they would use these 2 things. The most difficult aspect was the comprehension of one's realm. Many cultivators had reached the requirements for advancement in the other 3 aspects, but were unable to break through their bottleneck because their comprehension of their realm was insufficient. 90% of the 3rd Order Origin returning realm masters on Shadowed Star were stuck in their comprehension of their realm, unable to advance any further for the rest of their lives. As for the strengthening of one's physical body, it was relatively easy in the early stages and could be done with the help of external forces. But as one cultivated to the later stages, it would become more and more difficult. It was almost impossible to reach the peak. Yang Kai's powerful physical body was only possible because he had encountered countless opportunities, but his physical body was still far from its peak, so he would still suffer some damage from powerful attacks. It could only be said that compared to a cultivator in the same realm, or even an Origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai's physical body was countless times stronger. On top of that, the massive vitality contained in his golden blood gave him a terrifying restorative power, so after being injured he would be able to restore himself to his original state in a very short time. The cultivation of spiritual energy was countless times more difficult than the accumulation of Saint Qi, and it was even more difficult than the enhancement of one's physical body, second only to the comprehension of one's realm. Many cultivators, after breaking through to a new realm, would deliberately choose to enter retreat for a period of time to focus on cultivating their spiritual energy in order to enhance it. The effect of taking pills to cultivate one's spiritual energy was not very obvious, and no matter where one went, soul cultivation secret arts were extremely rare, each one extremely precious. This was the case in Zhou Xian realm, and it was the same in Star Territory. 80% of cultivators cultivated their spiritual energy by cultivating soul skills, constantly using soul skills to exhaust their spiritual energy and then replenish it. This cycle repeated over and over again, and in this cycle of exhaustion and recovery, one's spiritual energy would slowly increase. This was a stupid method, but it was the simplest and most practical one. Yang Kai did not need to use this method to enhance his spiritual energy because he had the soul-warming lotus. What's more, he did not have much time to spend in retreat to cultivate his spiritual energy, but his spiritual energy was still much stronger than any other cultivator in the same realm, comparable to that of an Origin returning realm master. The reason for this was none other than the soul-warming lotus. This supreme soul-nourishing treasure had been obtained by Yang Kai when he was still very weak and had coexisted with him for more than 20 years. With his spiritual energy and the soul-warming lotus complementing each other, not only did his spiritual energy grow, but the soul-warming lotus also continued to grow. Now the effects of the soul-cleansing divine water had been displayed, and even though it was only a small amount, it had allowed Yang Kai to reap great benefits. His spiritual energy seemed to have become stronger, comparable to what he had accumulated over many days, making him very happy. Under the watchful gaze of his spiritual energy, some of the golden threads that had not yet been integrated into his knowledge sea seemed to be attracted by something and quickly rushed towards the location of the six-colored island in his knowledge sea, quickly disappearing into it. This phenomenon did not surprise Yang Kai. Because the soul-warming lotus had such a function, Yang Kai had swallowed some spiritual energy-enhancing pills in the past. The soul-warming lotus would absorb a lot of it and use it to grow. Although in the short term, Yang Kai's benefits were taken away by the soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy and the soul-warming lotus complemented each other. Over the years, the benefits provided by the soul-warming lotus were far greater than the nutrients he provided to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-cleansing divine water could cleanse and purify one's soul, so it was naturally effective for the growth of the soul-warming lotus. But to Yang Kai's surprise, after the soul-warming lotus swallowed these golden threads, it actually took the initiative to emit an incomparably powerful attractive force. In an instant, the golden threads several dozen times larger than before were absorbed into Yang Kai's body and rushed into his knowledge sea. Chapter 1194. Yang Kai only had time to absorb 1% of the golden threads that had been drawn into his knowledge sea by the soul-warming lotus. The rest was snatched away by the soul-warming lotus, causing the six-colored light to become even more dazzling than before. Startled, Yang Kai quickly controlled the attractive force produced by the soul-warming lotus, not daring to make such a big commotion again. If he had been alone here, Yang Kai would have been pleasantly surprised instead of suppressing himself. But now there were more than 30 people here. Once he made such a big commotion, he would definitely be targeted and expelled. If he could absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water so crazily, how could anyone else? Although Kai Yang had suppressed it very quickly, he had still alarmed the beautiful woman who had been talking to him earlier and was standing right next to him. The beautiful woman opened her beautiful eyes suspiciously and stared at Yang Kai strangely. Just now she had clearly noticed an abnormal attractive force coming from this first-order Saint King, but when she tried to sense it carefully she couldn't find anything. Shaking her head secretly, she thought it was just an illusion and quickly closed her beautiful eyes again to continue absorbing the benefits of the soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai secretly sighed in his heart. He hadn't known that the soul-warming lotus would desire the soul-cleansing divine water so much. If he had known earlier, he would have simply found a more remote corner where he could act more freely. Although he could do so now, Yang Kai had to be extremely careful not to arouse suspicion, especially when it came to the beautiful woman not far away. Thinking so, Yang Kai gradually released his suppression of the soul-warming lotus, only stopping when it reached a certain level. In an instant, 10 times more golden threads than before poured into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. 1% of them was swallowed by Yang Kai's knowledge sea while the rest poured into the six-colored island as usual. This speed was just right. Not only would he not be discovered, but Yang Kai would also be able to reap enough benefits. Now, the medicinal efficacies he absorbed from the soul-cleansing divine water were comparable to the sum of the other 10 people combined. However, Yang Kai was still not satisfied. He could not help but feel a little anxious. There was only one pool of soul-cleansing divine water. Everyone was fighting for it, and there would be a time when it would run out. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. At this time it was naturally better to fight for as much as possible. Unlike the others who were wholeheartedly absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, Yang Kai's spiritual consciousness was extremely powerful. At this time he was able to divert his attention to other things. He was prepared to secretly observe the others. If these people were immersed in the pool and unable to extricate themselves, he decided to increase the speed of absorption. As long as he was careful, he should not be discovered by others. Moreover, it was best to stay away from that beautiful woman. Her strength wasn't high, only a third-order Saint King, but she was still a bit too sensitive. With that in mind, Yang Kai quietly swam to a remote corner. Although his movements alarmed a few cultivator, causing them to open their eyes and look at Yang Kai with some dissatisfaction, no one had the time to criticize him. They simply glanced around before closing their eyes again, racing against time. A moment later, Yang Kai finally arrived at a corner of the pool. This location was very remote and almost no one would choose to stay here, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. Just as he sat down cross-legged and was about to relax a bit, Kai Yang suddenly felt something poking him from under his buttocks. Quickly reaching out and picking it up, Kai Yang felt that it was slightly warm, but before he had time to investigate what it was, he suddenly felt a strange energy flow from his fingertips into his body, all the way to his mind. Wherever this energy passed, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively felt a sense of crisis. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai hurriedly condensed his Saint Qi to block it. The demonic flame burned fiercely in his meridians and Yang Kai seemed to hear a faint howl in his ears. The cold energy seemed to know the terror of his demonic flame and didn't dare to go any further, instead quickly retreating and was smoothly forced out of his body by Yang Kai, disappearing into the pool. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai looked around in the direction of the others and was surprised to find that no one had noticed the movement here, as if he was the only one who had heard the miserable howl just now. Not only that, the thing he had just held in his hand was no longer warm and had become ordinary. No matter what it was, if it could appear in the soul-cleansing divine water, it was definitely extraordinary. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly threw it into his space ring, preparing to investigate it carefully after leaving this place. His brow furrowed as he looked around the golden pool, trying to find the cold energy that had just rushed into his body, but this pool was invisible to the naked eye and his divine sense was also unable to penetrate it. Yang Kai searched for a long time but was unable to find anything. However, since this energy was afraid of his demonic flame, Yang Kai wasn't worried that it would harm him again. What made Yang Kai puzzled was what this thing was and why it was here. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai no longer thought about it and quietly released the suppression of the soul-warming lotus, allowing the soul-warming lotus to attract the golden threads faster. The stone room was quiet for a while. Everyone was frantically tempering their divine sense in the pool. Moreover, everyone's luck seemed to be very good. Ever since everyone jumped into the pool, no one else found this stalactite cave. Most likely, everyone who had received the news had come here. About half an hour later, a sudden change occurred. A huge amount of spiritual energy suddenly rippled out and the strength of this spiritual energy was comparable to that of a master from the First Order origin returning realm, sweeping across the entire stone room. All the cultivators sitting in the pool opened their eyes in horror and looked in the direction of the source of this spiritual energy. At first glance there were those who were shocked, those who were envious and those who were stunned. The source of the movement was actually the indifferent man sitting in the center of the pool. At this moment his face was trembling slightly as a strange look appeared on his face. Sometimes he was happy, sometimes he was frowning. It was a very strange sight. Around his body, there was a conspicuous circle of golden light. His body seemed to have become a bottomless pit. Countless golden threads were madly drilling into his body. This movement was so obvious that it caused the entire pool to become turbulent. He really comprehended it. The beautiful woman's cherry lips opened slightly as she looked at the indifferent man in disbelief and exclaimed. Hearing what the beautiful woman said, everyone suddenly realized that the benefits this stern-faced man obtained from the pool were not only tempering his soul, allowing his spiritual energy to reach the level of a first-order origin returning realm master, but also allowing him to comprehend a soul skill that the origin king who died here had mastered before his death. This made everyone's eyes turn red. Compared with the soul skill of an origin king, the small benefits they had just obtained were simply negligible. For a time, everyone stared at him in a daze, forgetting to continue absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. Among them, Chu Changfeng's expression was the ugliest. Before he had vented his anger on Yang Kai and had finally calmed down a lot. In any case, he could still obtain benefits from his current position, so there was no need to be so calculative. But now, this man had actually comprehended an origin king realm soul skill while he had only tempered his soul slightly. In comparison, the benefits he had obtained were simply heaven and earth. Why was this person able to comprehend a soul skill? Why wasn't it his turn yet? He was also a peerless genius who wore countless dazzling halos in Heaven Battling Union and was worshipped and admired by many of his fellow disciples. He was the most dazzling star of Heaven Battling Union, so why couldn't he comprehend a soul skill? Just because he occupied the best spot in the center with a radius of 30 feet all to himself? Chu Changfeng was so depressed he almost vomited blood. But he could only watch helplessly with a look of jealousy on his face, not daring to interfere. Although this was the best opportunity to interfere with the indifferent man's comprehension, who knew how powerful this man's angry blow would be. So Chu Changfeng could only watch helplessly, his heart filled with jealousy and resentment. While everyone else was shocked, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had been suppressing the attractive force of the soul-warming lotus because he was afraid of causing too much of a commotion and attracting the attention of others. But now, this stern-faced man had attracted everyone's attention, causing the entire pool to become restless. At this moment, even if Yang Kai made a big noise, it would be covered up. How could he hesitate? Immediately releasing all his suppression of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai allowed it to absorb the golden threads here. In an instant, a large amount of golden light poured into Yang Kai's fiery red knowledge sea, so much so that it almost overshadowed the original fiery red knowledge sea. The energy contained in this golden light was so shocking that even with Yang Kai's ability, he was unable to refine and absorb it in time. Instead, all of it was given to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus had become even more terrifying than the cold man's body, and no matter how many golden threads it received, it was able to absorb them. The originally dazzling golden color of the soul-cleansing divine water in the pool began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye, but everyone was immersed in horror and envy. Not a single one of them noticed this change. As a result, Yang Kai became even more unscrupulous. Although Yang Kai was somewhat envious of the cold-faced man's opportunity, he was more open-minded than anyone else. Soul skills were just a clever use of spiritual energy, just like martial skills. They were ingenious uses of Saint Qi, allowing one to exert the greatest amount of power at the lowest cost. So what if it was an Origin King Realm soul skill? When he grew stronger in the future, Yang Kai felt that he could even create his own soul skill. But the benefits he was receiving now were a kind of fundamental change. Although the indifferent man's soul skill was incredible, compared to the benefits he was receiving, it was still far from enough. While he was eating meat, he had to let others drink some soup as well. Everyone had their own opportunities, so jealousy was useless. How did the color of the pool become so light? A sudden exclamation pulled everyone's attention back. When everyone looked down, their faces all paled. In just a cup of tea's worth of time, the originally thick golden liquid in the pool had become extremely dim, with only a few traces of golden light flowing through it. The pool was no longer as thick as before, and it was now possible to see the bottom of the pool with one's physical body and use one's divine sense to penetrate it. Chapter 1195. The originally rich golden light in the pool was now extremely dim. Everyone hurriedly circulated their Saint Qi to try and absorb it, only to find that the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water contained in this pool were incredibly weak. This both shocked and angered everyone. "It's him." Chu Changfeng ground his teeth as he glared at the indifferent man and couldn't help shouting. In an instant, several dozen pairs of eyes turned towards the indifferent man, their expressions filled with dissatisfaction. Yang Kai also grit his teeth as if the benefits that should have been his had been snatched away. At the same time, he once again suppressed the soul-warming lotus. In that short period of time, almost 90% of the soul-cleansing divine water's medicinal efficacies had been absorbed into his knowledge sea and into the six-colored soul-warming lotus. As for the remaining 10%, half of it had been absorbed by everyone, so there was at most half left in the pool. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to continue absorbing it, but that the mood of the cultivator here was very unstable and extremely vigilant. If he continued to act as he did just now, he may be discovered by others. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't allow himself to become the target of public criticism. Yang Kai decided to let the indifferent man take the blame. In any case, not only was this indifferent man's personal strength tyrannical, but the force behind him was also extremely powerful. Presumably, no matter how dissatisfied and angry these people were, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him. Sure enough, although the 30 or so cultivator were glaring at him with murderous eyes, none of them dared to make a move. Even Chu Changfeng didn't have such intentions. After a while, Everyone closed their eyes again and raced against time to absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water contained in the pool. Now that there was only so much soul-cleansing divine water left, if they didn't fight for it now, others would only benefit them. The indifferent man seemed to have reached a critical juncture in his comprehension and was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He also didn't know that he had become Yang Kai's scapegoat. Immersed in comprehending the subtleties of an Origin King Realm Master's soul skill, this indifferent man's harvest was simply unimaginable. The little remaining soul-cleansing divine water in the pool rushed madly towards him. About a day later, sitting cross-legged in the pool, nearly 30 cultivators opened their eyes one after another. Everyone's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, but within that surprise, there was also a lot of regret and indignation. Everyone who soaked in this place had obtained a great improvement in their spiritual sense cultivation. In just one day, the growth of their spiritual sense was almost equivalent to many years of painstaking cultivation. Furthermore, after being purified by the soul-washing divine water, some of the hidden dangers left behind by the injured divine sense of the cultivator in his early years were all gone. Running their divine senses, they all found that their divine senses were clearer and more condensed than ever before. They also seemed to have obtained some fundamental benefits which made them very happy. The fundamental change of their spiritual energy meant that it would be easier for them to cultivate their spiritual energy in the future. Such a huge change happened in just one day. What would happen if it took longer? But it was a pity. If it wasn't for someone taking all the benefits, they could have soaked in this place for at least 10 days. No one dared to imagine what kind of improvement and change their divine sense would have in 10 days. For a time, everyone's eyes towards the indifferent man once again became filled with hatred. The indifferent man had also thoroughly comprehended an Origin King Realm soul skill at this moment, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on his inflexible face. However, when he found that everyone present was staring at him with hostile eyes, he was still a little confused, wondering what he had done to provoke such indignation. But soon he attributed the hostility of these people to jealousy. Although the disappearance of the soul-washing divine water's medicinal efficacies surprised him, when he thought about the fierce improvement of his spiritual energy after comprehending the soul skill just now, he seemed to have found another reason. Did I really absorb more than half of the soul-washing divine water? Is that why they are so angry? The indifferent man also couldn't figure out the situation, but he had no intention of getting entangled with these people. Letting out a cold snort, he stood up from the pool and flew out. Mid-air, he circulated his Saint Qi to dry the water on his body before landing on the ground and walking away without looking back. The biggest benefit of this place had been taken away, so he naturally didn't want to stay and be treated with hostility. The remaining 30 or so people glanced at each other, none of them having expected this man to be so carefree. He got off too easy this time. Chu Changfeng ground his teeth bitterly as he smashed his fist into the pool, his expression fierce. No one else dared to answer casually, and after a while, they all stood up from the pool one by one, sighing and walking outside. Looking at the pool of spirit liquid, everyone's expression became a little dispirited. If it had been any other time or place, encountering such a pool of spirit liquid would have made everyone ecstatic. After all, spirit liquid was a rare treasure that took countless years to form. It was far more beneficial to a cultivator than a high-rank saint crystal, whether it was used for cultivation or for restoring one's strength. However, after witnessing the wonders of the soul-washing divine water, this spirit liquid didn't count for much. After all, it was a remnant of something that had lost its soul-washing effect. Even so, with such a precious treasure in front of them, it would be unreasonable not to take it, but everyone's mood was somewhat indescribable. Young Master Chu, how should we distribute this spirit liquid? The beautiful woman looked at Chu Changfeng cautiously and asked for his opinion, a trace of self-mockery appearing on her charming face as she said, "Our family's business is small, unlike that person who doesn't even put this pool of spirit liquid in his eyes. This spirit liquid is also a good thing for us." "Yes, young Master Chu, what do you say? Everyone will listen to you. If anyone dares to disobey, we'll kill them together." Immediately, a cultivator from a force that had a good relationship with Heaven Battling Union expressed his support. Just now, when they were distributing the soul-washing divine water, Chu Changfeng had taken care of him. Although the distribution plan had become a joke, now was the time for him to show his loyalty. Hearing this, Chu Changfeng angrily said, If that's the case, my heaven battling union will take half of this spirit liquid. His anger didn't disappear because of everyone's praise. As long as he thought about how he hadn't obtained much of this soul-washing divine water, Chu Changfeng couldn't help feeling resentful. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed slightly, some of them even muttering in a low voice, "Didn't you say it would be a quarter before? What, do you have an opinion?" Chu Changfeng glared at the speaker coldly, a clear murderous intent flashing across his eyes. "Young Master Chu misunderstands, this one's junior brother just doesn't know how to speak, how could he dare have an opinion? Young Master Chu, Master is magnanimous, please don't lower yourself to his level." Immediately, a man dressed like a scholar stood up and looked at Chu Changfeng cautiously before shouting at the speaker, "If you don't know how to speak, then shut up, no one will treat you as a mute. Quickly apologize to young Master Chu." Everyone knew that Chu Changfeng couldn't be provoked at this time. He was clearly angry and couldn't find an excuse to vent. Only a fool would try to provoke him. If the Confucian scholar didn't speak up for his junior brother, Chu Changfeng would definitely go on a killing spree. Whether or not Chu Changfeng would give up now, the Confucian scholar didn't know. He only hoped that Chu Changfeng wouldn't vent his anger on his junior brother. The person who spoke before was also tactful. Knowing that he had spoken without thinking, he hurriedly stood up and respectfully apologized. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted, "Only this once, next time you dare speak nonsense, I'll directly take your life. So what if you take half of the spirit liquid? Even if this young master monopolizes this place, what complaints do you have?" "We wouldn't dare." Everyone nodded, looking embarrassed. The biggest benefit had been taken away by that indifferent man, so if Chu Changfeng really monopolized this place, they really wouldn't gain anything this time. "Go get it." Chu Changfeng ordered one of his sect brothers, who immediately stepped forward and began collecting the spirit liquid. Everyone stood aside and waited quietly, hoping that Chu Changfeng would really keep his word and only take half. Chu Changfeng's eyes suddenly turned to Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across his eyes. The moment Chu Changfeng looked over, Yang Kai knew what he wanted to do. This guy was really looking for an opportunity to vent his anger. Everyone else was in groups of 3 or 5 and the forces behind them weren't weak, so Chu Changfeng couldn't really attack them. Instead, he had set his sights on Yang Kai, a lone cultivator with no background. Grinning at him, Yang Kai quickly retreated and rushed out of the stone room. Yang Kai didn't want to get entangled with this guy. Although he wasn't afraid of him, if he accidentally killed him, he would only provoke heaven battling union. With so many people here, unless he killed them all, news would definitely leak out. Yang Kai didn't want to face a behemoth like heaven battling union right now. Chu Changfeng's strength wasn't bad, so Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be able to kill him in a short time. The origin-grade high-rank artifact Chu Changfeng used before was already extraordinary. The drop of spirit liquid wasn't a necessity, it was only better than high-rank saint crystals and wasn't a precious treasure, so Yang Kai decisively left without any hesitation. He ran fast. Chu Changfeng was stunned, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's actions to be so fast, but he didn't chase after him and instead just shouted angrily. This pool of spirit liquid seemed like a lot, but after it was divided among the 8 forces present, it was quickly emptied. The milky white crystals that had accumulated at the bottom of the pool were all scraped clean by them. After searching the stone room for a while and confirming that there was nothing to be gained, everyone left the stone room one after another. Their expressions were somewhat reluctant to part with the stone room. Outside, everyone bid farewell to Chu Changfeng and walked off in different directions. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a group of 3 people stopped in a valley 10 miles away from the stalagmite cave. These 3 people were from the group with the least number of people in the stone room. Of these 3 people, 2 were 3rd Order Saint Kings while 1 was a 2nd Order Saint King. At this moment, the 2nd Order Saint King was cursing and scolding Chu Changfeng for being overbearing. When the soul-cleansing divine water was first distributed, they were allocated the smallest share, and when the spirit liquid was distributed later, they were also allocated the least. The reason was simple: they had the smallest number of people. Chapter 1196. Among this group of 3, the elderly man who was the leader of the group listened to his companion's endless cursing and finally couldn't help but interject. "Forget it, who told them to be so powerful? Our flowing cloud valley can't afford to provoke them, we'll just have to endure." It's not like you don't know what kind of people Heaven Battling Union is, so why keep complaining? I just can't swallow this insult, the man angrily said. So what if it's Heaven Battling Union? Does Chu Chongfeng really think he's some big shot? If it weren't for Heaven Battling Union supporting him, how could he dare act like this? I think this man's reputation is unwarranted. If we really fought, he would definitely not be your two brothers' opponent. The elderly man's face sank as he reprimanded, "You're wrong. Although Chu Chongfeng is an overbearing playboy with a bad reputation, he does have genuine ability. Otherwise, with just the prestige of Heaven Battling Union, how could his name be known to all of Shadowed Star? Do you know Thunder Typhoon Sex Fong Tianzhong? I heard that he and Chu Chongfeng have exchanged pointers no less than 10 times, but every time the two ended in a draw. Since he can fight Fong Tianzhong to a draw, this brother is definitely not his opponent. In the future, you must not underestimate those with reputations. With their reputation, they naturally have their own confidence. Even Fong Tianzhong couldn't beat him? The junior brother was shocked, realizing that he had underestimated Chu Chongfeng's ability. Naturally, that's why every time these two met, they would oppose each other as if they were water and fire. Your brother Lu Yi is very clear about this. When the elderly man spoke, he glanced towards the third person. Why does brother Lu Yi know about this? The elderly man said, because brother Lu Yi was once outside and happened to encounter these two fighting. Junior brother Lu Yi told him about the situation at that time, lest he look down on the heroes of this world in the future and lose his life without even knowing why. In an instant, the second-order Saint King Cultivator turned a curious look towards his brother Lu Yi. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was frowning as if he was thinking about something. His face was gloomy and uncertain, as if he hadn't heard the elderly man's words. Junior brother Lu, what are you thinking about? The elderly man asked suspiciously. Since coming out of the stone room, Lu Ye's soul seemed to be a little out of place, as if he was sleepwalking. Even now he still hadn't recovered. Heh. Lu Yi suddenly let out a low chuckle. For some reason, when this chuckle reached the ears of the elderly man and the second-order Saint King Cultivator, they couldn't help shivering as goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. The elderly man was startled, mistakenly thinking that something had happened to Lu Yi while he was soaking in the soul-cleansing divine water, hurriedly asking, "Junior brother Lu, are you all right?" "Me? Of course I'm fine, I'm better than ever before." Saying so, two strange green lights suddenly appeared in Lu Ye's eyes. These green lights were like two flickering ghostly flames, giving anyone who saw them a feeling of dread. Lu Ye's originally calm face became extremely ferocious at this moment as he suddenly stretched out his hand, pushed his Saint Qi into the second-order Saint King's chest, and plunged it directly into this second-order Saint King's chest. How could the cultivator have imagined that brother Lu Yi, who was usually gentle and polite to everyone, would actually try to kill him? When he felt the pain in his chest, he looked down and saw that Lu Ye's hand had already pierced into his chest. His heart inexplicably convulsed as he saw Lu Yi pull his hand out of his chest, revealing a blood-red hand holding a still-beating heart. "Is this my heart?" This was the only doubt that flashed across the cultivator's mind before he fell backwards, a large amount of blood gushing out from the big hole in his chest. "Lu Yi, what are you doing?" The elderly man's expression changed greatly. He had never expected that such a thing like killing his fellow disciples would actually happen right under his nose. Shouting angrily, he condensed his Saint Qi and prepared to attack this person who had just killed his fellow sect brother. But how could he have imagined that a shocking spiritual energy would suddenly rush straight into his knowledge sea, instantly breaking through his defenses and causing his knowledge sea to turn upside down? The elderly man let out a muffled groan as his knowledge sea was damaged, and the Saint Qi he had condensed dissipated without a trace. Immediately, he saw Lu Yi rushing towards him with a ferocious smile on his face, the green fluorescence in his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. "You're not." The elderly man opened his mouth and exclaimed, but before he could finish his words, his entire head was chopped off by Lu Ye's palm, causing blood to spurt out from his headless corpse. Lu Yi stood up lightly, shook off the blood on his hand and coldly snorted, "Of course I'm not." It seemed like he had easily killed two Saint King Realm Cultivator, but Lu Yi still showed a look of dissatisfaction at this moment. This body's aptitude was not bad and was very suitable for cultivating his secret art, but its cultivation was too weak. Compared to his peak, it was like an ant that couldn't withstand a single blow. However, Lu Yi was very satisfied because he had finally escaped from that damned place. How many years had it been? 5,000 years? 10,000 years? 20,000 years? It had been so long that he couldn't even remember. If no one had found that stone room in another 1,000 years, his soul would likely have really dissipated from this world. In order to break through some of the barriers surrounding that stone room and allow others to discover it, he had not hesitated to consume the energy of his soul source. If not for that, the stone room would likely still be covered in dust. Fortunately, all his efforts had been worth it. Someone had really gone to that place, allowing him to fulfill his wish of many years. Lu Ye's face paled slightly for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it. Forcibly using his secret technique had placed a great burden on his body, and even now he had not fully familiarized himself with this new body. It seemed that he would not be able to use any more secret techniques in the short term. Lu Yi raised his head to look at the blue dome of heaven, then looked at the fiery red flames of the flame area on the horizon. He sneered, 3 suns ring of fire, what a grand move. After saying such inexplicable words, Lu Yi searched the rings of the elderly man and the second-order Saint King cultivator, burned their bodies, then immediately turned around and ran towards the stalactite cave. A moment later Lu Yi returned. There was nothing left in the stone room and the pool had been scraped clean. Even the skeletons that had been lying on the side had been attacked by someone before they left, and now they were all over the floor. Seeing this scene, a trace of annoyance flashed across Lu Ye's eyes as he walked over to the scattered bones, bent down and carefully sorted them out, putting them all into his space ring. As he did this, Lu Ye's expression became somewhat strange, a mixture of sadness and nostalgia. After collecting the bones, Lu Yi jumped into the empty pool and stood there contemplating for a while before suddenly walking forward at an irregular pace. Every time he took a step he would pour some Saint Qi into the bottom of the pool, alternating between light and heavy. Lu Ye's expression was also extremely serious, as if he was doing something extremely important. After walking like this for the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, Lu Ye's eyes gradually filled with expectation. A moment later Lu Ye's figure paused and he took a final step while pouring just enough Saint Qi into the pool. Kacha. At the center of the bottom of the pool a crack suddenly opened, revealing a secret compartment. Seeing this, Lu Yi smiled and quickly stepped forward, picked up a space ring hidden in the secret compartment, and put it on his finger, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. As long as he had this space ring he could easily make a comeback. However, the only thing that annoyed him was that his most important possession had been taken away by this first-order Saint King cultivator. On top of that, the power in this cultivator's body was too strange, a kind of burning black flame. When Lu Yi had entered his body and tried to seize it, he had almost been burned to death. Lu Yi had never seen this kind of black flame before, one that alternated between hot and cold, good and evil, a contradiction to the extreme. Lu Yi panicked and hurriedly tried to escape. If he had remained inside this cultivator's body for another 3 breaths, Lu Yi had no doubt he would have been burned to ashes. That was a good body, if only he could seize it. Lu Yi couldn't help feeling a little regretful. How could you take away something that belongs to me? Lu Yi sneered as he released his divine sense. He believed that as long as Yang Kai was carrying that thing, even if it was hidden in his space ring, Lu Yi would be able to accurately find it. Because that thing was his to begin with. However, after investigating it, Lu Yi was shocked as he couldn't feel the aura of that thing at all, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Impossible. Lu Yi roared madly, his face filled with hysteria, unable to believe that the aura of that thing had disappeared. The only possibility was that the other party had fused with it. But a trivial first-order Saint King, even if he had great ability, was incapable of fusing with it. Doing so would only result in his death. That thing was Lu Ye's most important possession. If he had taken it out, it would have set off a bloodbath across the entire star territory. Now that it had disappeared, how could he not be angry? Without it, it would take Lu Yi at least 2,000 or 3,000 years to restore his soul and cultivation. At this moment Yang Kai was already 50 kilometers away from the stalactite cave. After perceiving Chu Chongfeng's murderous intent, Yang Kai immediately left without any particular target, simply moving as he pleased. At first Yang Kai wanted to enter the treasure area to search for treasures, but after entering, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines produced here disappointed him. With the exception of the emerald silk grass, which was a pleasant surprise. The other gains were simply not worth mentioning. Although they were all very expensive, Yang Kai didn't lack money at all, so there was no need to waste time collecting them here. His biggest gain was naturally the benefits he obtained from the stalactite cave. Needless to say, the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water didn't need to be mentioned. Yang Kai himself didn't obtain many benefits from it. Although his spiritual energy had improved somewhat, it wasn't obvious. After all, his soul was much stronger than most cultivators at his level, but the benefits his soul-warming lotus received were unimaginable. Chapter 1197. After the soul-warming lotus swallowed so much golden energy, its six-colored light continued to flicker, as if it only needed to devour a little more to evolve. This made Yang Kai feel very regretful, as he knew how difficult it would be for the soul-warming lotus to evolve. When Yang Kai first obtained this precious treasure that could nourish his soul, the soul-warming lotus was only 5-colored. Even after taking so many pills to strengthen his soul, the soul-warming lotus didn't change much. In the end, Yang Kai had to eat a saint-grade high-rank pill that had formed pill clouds and was thousands of years old to allow the soul-warming lotus to evolve to 6-colored. Yang Kai hadn't held much hope for the soul-warming lotus to evolve into its final 7-colored form before, thinking that being able to achieve this goal in his lifetime would already be a great achievement. But now this lofty goal was actually showing signs of being achieved, which made Yang Kai both excited and somewhat regretful. He was already considering whether he should refine some spiritual energy-enhancing pills after Lu Yan's desert closed and desperately take them to help the soul-warming lotus evolve. How much he could absorb from these pills wasn't the main point, as long as it could help the soul-warming lotus evolve. Even if he had to spend more saint crystals or waste more pills, it would be worth it. Secretly thinking about this for a while, Yang Kai was in a good mood. He was looking forward to what kind of help the soul-warming lotus would bring him after it evolved into its final form. In the past, his strength had been low, so although he could feel the various benefits of the soul-warming lotus, he didn't have a thorough understanding of them. Now, with the improvement of his strength, Yang Kai was more and more aware of the importance of the soul-warming lotus. He had never deliberately cultivated his spiritual energy, but his spiritual energy was far superior to that of any other cultivator in the same realm. 80% of this was due to the soul-warming lotus, but of course the demon eye of annihilation also played an important role. Without the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to freely devour others' insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing his own understanding of cultivation to reach a bottleneck, or allowing his spiritual energy to grow so recklessly. Putting these thoughts aside for the time being, Yang Kai took out something from his space ring. This thing was the unknown object that had hit him in the pool. At that time, Yang Kai didn't have time to investigate it and had simply tossed it into his space ring. Only now did he discover that it was actually a hexagonal crystal about the size of an egg. It looked like a perfect piece of jade. However, other than being beautiful, there was nothing special about it. When Yang Kai touched it in the pool, there was still a trace of warmth. In addition, a cold energy seeped out from it and poured into Yang Kai's body. But now it was completely ordinary. Yang Kai couldn't feel any energy from it at all. After frowning and observing it for a long time, a layer of demonic flame appeared on Yang Kai's hand. The demonic flame roiled and slowly wrapped around it, but no matter how Yang Kai burned it, it didn't change at all. This came as a pleasant surprise to Yang Kai. His current demonic flame was something even ordinary origin-grade artifacts could not resist, let alone a piece of ordinary stone. Unable to feel any energy fluctuations and unable to burn it with his demonic flame, Yang Kai tried to use his divine sense to probe it. Who would have thought that as soon as his spiritual sense touched this hexagonal colorless crystal, it would disappear from his hand. At the same time, a refreshing feeling spread from his mind. Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he quickly sent his consciousness into his knowledge sea. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the fiery red ocean was tumbling, and the six-colored light of the six-colored island was shining brightly. Above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a hexagonal colorless crystal had appeared at some unknown time. It was the same crystal that he had held in his hand before. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As far as he knew, the knowledge sea was an invisible thing, so even if a cultivator's head was cracked open, their knowledge sea would not be able to be discovered with the naked eye. In this invisible sea, only some soul-type artifacts could enter it. The demon eye of annihilation could barely be considered a soul-type artifact, while the soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure used to nourish one's knowledge sea. But what was this hexagonal colorless crystal? The moment he tried to probe it with his divine sense, it had actually entered his knowledge sea? But now it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. It only gave him an unimaginably refreshing feeling that was harmless. Yang Kai originally wanted to investigate it carefully. After all, no matter who it was, having such an inexplicable thing appear in their knowledge sea would cause them to feel uneasy. But before Yang Kai could take any action, the six-colored island suddenly transformed into a six-colored beam of light that shot out from a great distance and wrapped around the colorless crystal like a ribbon. Then, under Yang Kai's dumbfounded gaze, it was dragged back to the island in one fell swoop. The six-colored island wriggled and transformed back into the original form of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, the six-colored light quickly converging. Yang Kai's thoughts flashed and his soul avatar instantly appeared above the six-colored soul-warming lotus. Looking down as he expected, the colorless crystal was lying quietly on the bud of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, reflecting the six colors of the soul-warming lotus. Soon after, the petals of the lotus closed towards the center like an open hand clenched into a fist. Soon it turned into a flower bud. It looked like a budding lotus flower. Yang Kai's complexion changed rapidly as his soul avatar trembled with excitement. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on as the master of the soul-warming lotus, he could still tell that the soul-warming lotus had begun to evolve into its final form. Yang Kai had previously considered refining pills to nourish the soul-warming lotus, but now there was no need for that. And the reason for this change was the colorless hexagonal crystal. The last time the soul-warming lotus evolved, such a situation had not occurred. Its color had only gradually increased with the nourishment of a large amount of energy. But this time before it evolved it had turned into a bud. Yang Kai could almost foresee that when its bud fully bloomed again, it would transform into its final form, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, and be reborn. What was that crystal? It seemed to be even more powerful than the golden energy contained in the soul-cleansing divine water. Otherwise, how could it cause the soul-warming lotus to undergo such a change? Yang Kai was excited, his soul avatar's face filled with an indelible smile. The ups and downs of his mood caused his fiery red knowledge sea to roll up in waves several hundred meters high, like a volcanic eruption full of peerless power. After a long time, Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and fixed his eyes on the soul-warming lotus's bud, discovering that bright halos were spreading out from the soul-warming lotus towards his knowledge sea. These halos were spreading in a very regular pattern like a heartbeat. Every time these halos rippled, subtle changes would occur in his knowledge sea. The fiery red seawater became thicker and purer, and the fire it contained became more fierce. The medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water that Yang Kai had not had time to refine began to gradually melt at this moment, completely integrating into his knowledge sea and strengthening Yang Kai's spiritual energy. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The soul-warming lotus was still evolving, but it had already begun to give him benefits. This made Yang Kai even more eager to see what it would look like after its evolution. Although Kai Yang wanted to stay here for a while longer, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and reveal a displeased expression. This was because the part of his consciousness he had left outside had noticed that several people were approaching him. As a last resort, he could only withdraw his soul avatar from his knowledge sea. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was stunned when he discovered who the people approaching him were. These people turned out to be the beautiful woman and her companions who had spoken a few words to him in the stone room before. There were 5 people in this beautiful woman's group, all of whom were second or third order Saint Kings. Yang Kai didn't know which force they came from, but since so many people could enter at once, this force was definitely not a small family or sect, so it should be quite strong. Why was she following behind him? Could it be that she saw that he was alone and didn't have a high cultivation, so she wanted to kill him? A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he deliberately paid attention to the movements of this group. No matter where they were in the Lu Yen desert, the cultivator's divine sense would be greatly suppressed. Although Yang Kai was also suppressed, he was much stronger than this group of people, so he could easily monitor their movements without being detected. Soon, a faint conversation could be heard. "Senior Sister Chen, why are we looking for that guy? He's just a first-order Saint King cultivator. His strength is pitifully low. Letting him join us won't be of any help to us and will only drag us down," a burly man with a pockmarked face asked with an unwilling expression on his face. "That's right, Senior Sister Chen. That guy doesn't seem to have much skill at first glance. I don't know which small family he's a cultivator, but he was actually qualified to enter this place with such low strength. It seems that family definitely doesn't have a more powerful cultivator. Besides, if we let him join us once we find something good, we'll definitely have to give him a share. It's not worth it." The 4 men and women behind the beautiful woman didn't understand why she wanted to bring Yang Kai along, thinking that she was simply being kind and wanted to help him, but this was the Lu Yen desert. Helping others was fine anywhere but here. There were dangers everywhere, and if they weren't careful they could easily lose their lives. They couldn't even take care of themselves, so how could they spare any effort to help others? After the 4 men and women finished speaking, the beautiful woman let out a faint sigh, her red lips parting slightly as she softly asked, "You all think his strength is low and he has no skill, right? Yes, isn't it obvious? Is he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" The burly man with a pockmarked face stared widely as he thought of a possibility. "That shouldn't be the case," the beautiful woman shook her head. "If that's the case, why bring him along? You all know he has no skill, but why was he able to come here? Why was he able to break through the flame area?" Chapter 1198. As soon as the beautiful woman asked this question, all 4 of them froze for a moment, thinking that it made sense. Just how unbearable the flame area was, they had all experienced it firsthand. At that time, the 5 of them had spent a great deal of effort to break through the flame area and set foot in the treasure area. So how did a little first-order Saint King manage to do so? Senior Sister Chen, do you know the reason? The 4 all looked at the beautiful woman curiously. The beautiful woman shook her head. "I don't know, but I think he's a man of great luck." A man of great luck. The 4 men and women around the beautiful woman looked at each other. The beautiful woman surnamed Chen chuckled and pursed her lips. "I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you this, but I personally believe in this kind of thing. Some people are born with better luck while others are born with worse luck. This is the result of different opportunities, which is why cultivator with the same aptitude can develop differently in life. I've seen many people with such luck over the years, and every time I follow them I can more or less obtain some benefits." The burly man's mouth couldn't help twitching as he hesitantly asked, "Senior Sister Chen, what you mean is that if we take him with us, we may obtain some unexpected benefits?" "Exactly. Think about it. It's already a miracle that a first-order Saint King cultivator like him was able to pass through the flame area. I think he didn't rely on his own ability, but rather found a safe path to enter the treasure area. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to pass through the last section of the flame area. What he relied on was his own luck." The beautiful woman's voice was soft, and although her words weren't convincing enough, they were still very comfortable to listen to. Of course, this alone isn't enough to explain everything, but what happened in that stone room later, I'm sure you all know. That stone room. Everyone thought back for a while, naturally recalling Yang Kai's performance and experience at that time. For a moment, all of them couldn't help feeling a little incredulous. "Do you understand now? At that time I thought that after the soul-cleansing divine water was distributed to Chu Changfeng, it would be impossible for him to obtain any benefits. I even advised him not to waste time and leave as soon as possible, but who could have guessed that in the end, everyone would have to soak in the pool together. No matter how many benefits he obtained, it wasn't as if he gained nothing. There are more than 10,000 cultivators who entered Lu Yen Sandfield, and there are at least 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators who entered the treasure area, but only 30 or so people benefited from the stone room, and he is the only first-order Saint King. From what Senior Sister Shin said, his luck is pretty good." The pockmarked man stroked the short beard on his chin and gently nodded. It seemed that he felt that the beautiful woman's words weren't without reason. Luck was an illusory thing, but no matter how one looked at it, the first-order Saint King cultivator's luck couldn't be too bad. "Senior Sister, there is a saying that from the depths of misfortune comes bliss. What if he runs out of luck?" Another female cultivator in the team secretly worried. There was no such thing as endless wealth in this world, and there was no such thing as inexhaustible luck. "It doesn't matter. In any case, we have nothing to lose by bringing him along. If we really find something good, we'll just share some with him. If we don't find anything, it's just our bad luck. The beautiful woman smiled freely. Since senior sister says so, then let's bring him along. The pockmarked man saw that the beautiful woman was determined and no longer objected. Indeed, as the beautiful woman said, bringing him along wouldn't be a big loss. At most, they would just share some benefits with him. He was just a trivial first-order Saint King, how could he resist? If they really encountered some kind of great danger, he could only pray for his own good fortune. In any case, senior sister Xian said that he was a person of great destiny, so he shouldn't die casually. With the pockmarked man's words, everyone stopped talking and under the guidance of the beautiful woman walked forward. Yang Kai took back his divine sense and wore a strange expression. A person of great destiny? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing dumbly. Being able to find that stone room had something to do with luck, but it was more because he was bold and didn't fear Chu Chongfeng, so he chose to stay behind. If it had been anyone else, they would have left long ago. How could they have obtained any benefits? As for breaking through the flame area, was that really that difficult? It had nothing to do with luck, right? However, now that he had figured out why they had followed him, Yang Kai's displeased look disappeared. After all, these people didn't have any malicious intentions. Relatively speaking, they had good intentions. However, Yang Kai didn't want to act with others. If they thought he was dragging them down, he would think they were dragging him down. It was much more convenient to be alone. If he really found something good, he wouldn't have to share it with others. The beautiful woman's group wasn't far from Yang Kai, and perhaps because they had immediately chased after him after obtaining the spirit liquid, the group of 5 soon appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. In order to avoid any misunderstandings from Yang Kai, the beautiful woman surnamed Chen called out enthusiastically from a distance, "Little brother." Yang Kai pretended to have only just discovered their whereabouts and immediately showed a look of vigilance as he slowly got up. Little brother doesn't need to panic. The beautiful woman seemed to have expected this scene, and her seductive face filled with a kind smile, her beautiful eyes clear as she said, "We have no malicious intentions." Saying so, she quickly led the other 4 men and women over to Yang Kai. After they arrived in front of him, Yang Kai asked in a lukewarm tone, "What do you want?" "It's nothing. I just saw that little brother was alone, so I came to take a look." The beautiful woman replied with a smile. "Did you come here alone?" "You can say so," Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You're really amazing." In her opinion, Yang Kai should come from some small family that had at most 3 spots to enter the flowing flame sand field. The other 2 would probably be stuck in the flame area, but Yang Kai had actually reached the 2nd layer. Naturally, he was quite amazing. Yang Kai's face was filled with a sweet fragrance, and his mouth was also filled with sweetness. In her opinion, Yang Kai should come from some small family that had at most 3 spots to enter the flowing flame sand field. The other 2 would probably only be able to reach the flame area, but Yang Kai had actually reached the 2nd layer. "Young lady, if you have something to say, just say it." Since he knew their purpose, Yang Kai didn't bother to beat around the bush and simply waited for her to bring it up. Quite a temper. The pockmarked man couldn't help sneering. In his opinion, senior sister Chen being willing to bring him along was a direct reflection of his good luck, but he hadn't expected this little brat to not give him any face at all. "Young lady." When the beautiful woman heard Yang Kai address her as such, she couldn't help smiling. She hadn't heard anyone call her this for a long time, so she quickly said, "It's like this, we are from Clear Sky Sect." After reporting her sect, the beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, seemingly thinking that since her sect was not weak, Yang Kai should be a little surprised, but Yang Kai still looked indifferent, making her feel quite embarrassed. Coughing lightly, she continued, "My name is Qin Shi Tao, and these are my junior brother and junior sister. Seeing you wandering here alone, I'm afraid little brother doesn't know much about the dangers of the treasure area, right? Not only are there many monster beasts here, but there are also many inexplicable barriers and traps. It is very dangerous for someone with your cultivation to wander here. If you aren't careful, you may lose your life here." At this point, according to the beautiful woman's estimation, Yang Kai should panic in fear, so she would take advantage of this situation to say a few words of comfort and smoothly win him over, but she never expected him to remain indifferent, as if he didn't know how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was. Qin Shi Tao groaned in her heart, wondering what kind of family this little brat came from. It seemed he didn't know anything about Lu Yen's sandfield. Left with no choice, she could only cut to the chase. If you are willing, you might as well act with us. Although the 5 of us aren't very powerful, it's still better than risking your life here alone. Of course, if we can find something good, we won't treat you unfairly. My Clear Sky Sect's disciples have a very good reputation outside, and there are no scums who bully the weak. What does little brother think? It wasn't good to give a straight answer, so Yang Kai pretended to ponder for a while, but just as he was about to decline, he couldn't help frowning and turning his head to the side. Not far away, a fiery red light was rapidly approaching them like a bolt of lightning, arriving at their side in the blink of an eye. Lu Yen flying fire. Yang Kai's first thought was that this thing was Lu Yen flying fire. But soon he denied this conjecture because this fiery red light was different from the Lu Yen flying fire he had seen before. Although its speed wasn't slow, it was definitely not as fast as Lu Yen flying fire. Yang Kai released his divine sense and was even able to catch a trace of it. What's more, this was the second layer's treasure area, so how could there be a Lu Yen flying fire? Wei Guchang had said that something like Lu Yen flying fire only existed in the flame area, so it was impossible for it to appear in the treasure area. At the same time that Yang Kai discovered this fiery red light, Qin Shi Tao and the others also noticed it. The burly man with the pockmarked face stared in the direction the red light disappeared and after a moment of contemplation exclaimed, "A world spirit treasure?" Everyone else was visibly moved. Yang Kai also saw what that thing was. It was indeed a kind of world spirit treasure, but he couldn't determine its specific type. When that red light flashed in front of him just now, Yang Kai clearly felt a trace of vitality, so if it wasn't a world spirit treasure, what could it be? Not waiting for Kai Yang to give chase, from the direction the red light had come from, a figure hurriedly rushed over. Seeing this person's face, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning as he stood in place. This person soon arrived in front of everyone. Originally, he was still a little vigilant. After all, he was chasing after a treasure and suddenly having 6 people blocking his path made him feel uneasy, but when he saw that one of them was Yang Kai, he immediately relaxed and rushed over. Foreign Elder Chong. Yang Kai hurriedly greeted him. This person was none other than Chong Qi of the Haiku family. Yang Kai, you're here too. Chong Qi's face was filled with excitement as if he had seen a close relative, laughing heartily. Chapter 1199. Chong Qi wasn't surprised that Yang Kai could come here. Others didn't know how great Yang Kai's strength was, but Chong Qi was very clear. He had seen Yang Kai fight with a third-order Saint King cultivator several times, so if such a person couldn't break into the flame area, it would be too unreasonable. Chong Qi was happy that the two of them actually had a chance to meet here. Where's Foreign Elder Hao? Yang Kai looked behind him but didn't see any trace of Howen, so he quickly asked. Old Hao didn't come with me, we haven't seen each other since we came in, but don't worry, although Old Hao is quite old, he should have no problem breaking through the first layer of the flame area with his ability. Chong Qi smiled. It wasn't until this moment that he turned his eyes to Qin Shi Tao and the others and asked in surprise, we're from Clear Sky Sect. Qin Shi Tao smiled, thinking that this old man should be a cultivator from the same family as this young man. It seemed they weren't from a big family, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent out such an old man. Clear Sky Sect. Unlike Yang Kai, when Chong Qi heard these 3 words, his expression immediately became dignified and he quickly cupped his fists. So it's Clear Sky Sect, my apologies for not recognizing you. He looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, unable to figure out how Yang Kai was related to Clear Sky Sect. Clear Sky Sect's forces weren't any weaker than Shadow Moon Hall's, and although it didn't have any outstanding disciples these years, its many years of accumulation and heritage had given it an extremely resounding reputation. So when Chong Qi heard Qin Shi Tao say they were from Clear Sky Sect, he didn't dare act negligently. This is the reaction a person of low birth should have when hearing about Clear Sky Sect. Qin Shi Tao thought to herself, the awkwardness caused by Yang Kai's indifference being swept away. Foreign Elder Chong, were you chasing that world spirit treasure? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. N. Chong Qi patted his thigh, a look of annoyance filling his face. That thing was simply sentient. At first I thought it was just an ordinary little snake, but as soon as I got close, it turned into a streak of fire and flew away. I've never seen anything that can fly in the flowing flame sandfield before. Hearing him say this, everyone was shocked. Just now, when the spiritual object of heaven and earth flashed by, Everyone was so excited that they completely forgot that the laws of heaven and earth here restricted all flying abilities. Now that they thought about it, it was really quite incredible. That thing was extraordinary. This thought popped into everyone's minds, causing the eyes of the 5 Clear Sky sect disciples to burn with excitement. Hurry up and chase after him, Yang Kai said, and immediately rushed in the direction where the red light had disappeared. Changqi was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed and walked side by side with Yang Kai. Senior Sister Shin. The pockmarked face man licked his dry lips and muttered, "He really is a person of great fortune." Before, when Qin Tao said that this young man's luck was extraordinary, they were all skeptical. But how could they have known that just after coming into contact with him, they would encounter a world spirit treasure? This kind of thing was extremely rare and each of them was priceless. With the facts in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it now. Looking at Qin Tao, their eyes were filled with admiration, thinking that she was truly a good judge of character. "What should we do?" another female cultivator asked. "Chase." Qin Tao stomped her foot and shot forward while the other 4 hurriedly used their movement skills and pushed their Saint Qi to their limits. Yang Kai, those Clear Sky sect disciples. Changqi looked back at the 5 people who had caught up with him with some uneasiness. "I'm not familiar with them, we've just met by chance." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Don't worry about them, if we can catch up with that world spirit treasure, just snatch it. It'll belong to whoever grabs it, but if they dare to use force, we won't be polite either." "Good, with your words I can rest assured." Changqi's expression relaxed as he became full of energy. He had come to the Luyan Desert in search of opportunities, and now that such an opportunity was right in front of him, let alone Clear Sky Sect's disciples, even if Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon Sect's disciples stood in his way, he would fight for it. After all, he wouldn't live for many years, so dying for the martial Dao would not be in vain. Although the 6 people in the 2 groups had all raised their speeds to their limits, the fact that they couldn't fly in this place still caused them a lot of trouble. Yang Kai had been delayed for a few breaths while waiting for Changqi, but now it was impossible for him to catch up with the flame, so he could only carefully follow its path and sense the vitality and aura it left behind. This was the only way to avoid losing track of it. "Foreign Elder Chong, tell me more about that world spirit treasure," Yang Kai took the time to ask. "I didn't get a good look at it, but it looked like a small cyan snake that was lying motionless on a patch of soul-nourishing flowers. I only found it when I was collecting those soul-nourishing flowers." Soul-nourishing flowers? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. As an alchemist, Yang Kai naturally had the right to speak about the effects of herbs. Soul-nourishing flowers were Saint King-grade herbs, and the medicinal fragrance they emitted could calm one's mind and nourish one's soul. They could be used to refine several kinds of pills. However, world spirit treasures were essentially spirit grasses and spirit medicines, so why would it absorb the medicinal fragrance of soul-nourishing flowers? Could it be that this small snake-like world spirit treasure had developed a soul and gained sentience? But even so, it shouldn't be interested in soul-nourishing flowers. It was really strange. While Yang Kai and Changqi were talking, Qin Tao and the others behind them were quite surprised, because they discovered that Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, was not slower than any of them, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up to him. Qin Tao was greatly surprised and couldn't understand this first-order Saint King cultivator. Not long after, Yang Kai and Changqi came to a stop in front of a large plain. This plain was covered in thick grass that was 2 to 3 meters tall, but after sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines here. It was as if this fertile land was only suitable for growing weeds. This situation was very unusual. Yang Kai had chased them all the way here, but the vitality and aura left behind by the fiery light had been cut off here. He didn't know whether it was hiding or for some other reason. However, Yang Kai was certain that the small snake-like world spirit treasure was hiding here. "Let's split up and search. With so many weeds, it should be difficult to find it. Pay attention to any special energy fluctuations, maybe there are some kind of barriers here," Yang Kai said lightly. "Okay." Changqi nodded and immediately separated from Yang Kai. A moment later, Qin Tao and the others also arrived. Seeing Yang Kai and Howen disappear into the weeds, the 4 of them immediately turned their eyes to Qin Tao. "Let's also split up and search." Qin Tao made a prompt decision. With a world spirit treasure right in front of them, who wouldn't be tempted? The 5 people from Clear Sky sect also followed Yang Kai and Changqi and scattered in 5 different directions to begin their search. Searching for something in this kind of place was a headache. Even if Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful and could cover a wide range, he didn't have much of an advantage. Who knew how that world spirit treasure was able to conceal itself without revealing the slightest flaw? After searching for 2 hours, Yang Kai was considering whether to give up and not waste any more time here when he suddenly noticed an energy fluctuation coming from a place 10 kilometers away. Did someone discover something? Yang Kai's face lit up and he immediately rushed over. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the location where the energy fluctuation was coming from and found that the 5 people from Clear Sky sect had actually gathered around a large hole, all of them wearing excited expressions. Several of them were peering into the hole, but none of them dared to enter. The burly man with the pockmarked face was talking to Xianxia Tao, and from what he was saying, it was obvious he had inadvertently discovered something unusual here, so he had attacked it, but how could he have known he would create a hole in the ground? However, whether this hole was a blessing or a curse, he wasn't sure, so he sent a message to Xianxia Tao and the others to gather together and carefully discuss what to do next. When Yang Kai arrived, the 5 people all glanced at him but didn't show any intention of driving him away, instead continuing to discuss. A moment later, Changqi also arrived, apparently having heard the same movement as Yang Kai. Did you find it? Changqi stared at the hole and his eyes lit up. I'm not sure. Yang Kai shook his head. He hadn't found anything noteworthy from this hole, but the appearance of a hole here was really intriguing, so naturally it was necessary to explore it. However, this hole had been discovered by others first, so Yang Kai couldn't be the first to enter. If he really did so, he would inevitably draw the ire of the 5 people from Clear Sky sect, so he could only wait. While Xianxia Tao and the others were discussing, they glanced over at Yang Kai from time to time, some shaking their heads while others nodded, as if there was some kind of dispute. However, Xianxia Tao quickly said a few words and those who shook their heads could only nod in agreement. After reaching a consensus, Xianxia Tao suddenly smiled and walked over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained calm, and although he didn't understand what she wanted to do, he didn't feel the slightest malice from her. Little brother, do you and this old man want to explore this hole? Xianxia Tao asked. You're willing to let us in? Yang Kai raised his brow, seeming a little surprised. Naturally, although this hole was discovered by my junior brother in the end, we all chased here together. So discovering this hole is also thanks to your efforts. Xianxia Tao smiled lightly. It's not that simple, is it? Tell me your conditions. Yang Kai smiled thoughtfully. Xianxia Tao was startled for a moment before covering her mouth and giggling. Little brother really is a sensible person. Then I'll be frank, no one knows what's inside this hole, but there may be some kind of opportunity or hidden disaster. You also know that Luyan Desert is full of dangers, so although this hole looks ordinary, who knows what dangers lie below. We don't dare to go down. Yang Kai gently nodded, not interrupting, motioning for her to continue. Xianxia Tao continued, Little brother seems to have very good luck, so I was wondering if you could be the first to explore. With your luck, you should be able to avoid many dangers. Of course, you must consider this matter carefully. If you don't want to, we won't force you. So, they want me to explore the way. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Even if they didn't say anything, Yang Kai would have gone down himself, not to mention now that they had invited him, it was perfectly justifiable. Chapter 1200. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai didn't immediately express his opinion, instead showing a look of hesitation as he rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time. Just as Xianxia Tao was secretly worried that Yang Kai would refuse, Yang Kai finally spoke. There's no problem with being the first one to explore, but how do you plan to distribute the benefits we obtain? Little brother can rest assured, we are not heaven battling union, so we won't act so overbearingly. As for the benefits we obtain, we'll distribute them according to the number of people present. You see, there are 7 people here, so when the time comes, we'll divide the treasures into 7 parts, each of us taking a share. This kind of distribution seemed to give Clear Sky sect an advantage. After all, they had the advantage of numbers, so they would naturally take more, but in reality it was very fair. After all, the other side had 5 second or third order Saint Kings. If it had been Heaven Battling Union's cultivator, they would have driven away Yang Kai and Changqi or even killed them, so how could they share anything with them? Qin Shi Tao being able to make such a proposal was already extremely fair. However, what they didn't know was that if they really dared to drive them away, the only ones who would suffer would be themselves. What if there isn't enough to divide into 7 parts? Yang Kai asked a very sharp question. That's simple. If there really isn't enough to divide into 7 parts, then everyone can bid for the treasures they obtain, the highest bidder wins. In this way, those with financial resources will get treasures while those without will get saint crystals. This is how we usually do things when we go out adventuring. Qin Shi Tao had obviously encountered this kind of situation more than once or twice, so she immediately came up with a plan that satisfied Yang Kai. Since the other party was so sincere, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't say anything more, immediately nodding. Good, then we'll do as you say. I'll take the lead. I'm young and strong, so I don't fear any danger, but this foreign elder Chong is already quite old. I'll bring up the rear. How about this old sir walk in front of this mistress? Qin Shi Tao smiled lightly. She knew what Yang Kai was worried about and immediately took the initiative to assume a certain amount of risk. Good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, having no choice but to admit that this beautiful woman named Qin Shi Tao really had some skill. She was the kind of person who was able to consider the risks and concerns of others and put herself in their shoes. It was no wonder the other 4 men and women all looked at her as if she was their leader. This made Yang Kai have a good impression of her, as there weren't many such people nowadays. Yang Kai estimated that Qin Shi Tao's mind her name. She should have some reputation in Clear Sky sect and was likely a core disciple or something. After discussing this matter, he didn't waste time. Was the first place Qin Shi Tao? Qin Shi Tao, Yang Yangs of Yang Kai, and Qin Shi Yangs, Ants, Yang, this. The 5 Clear Sky sect disciples all looked at each other with strange expressions. Now they were more and more certain that Yang Kai was a man of great destiny. This guy had acted so rashly and impulsively, jumping into an unknown hole without even taking out a defensive artifact to protect himself. Even if he didn't use an artifact, shouldn't he at least circulate his saint qi to protect himself? Yet he had just jumped straight down. If he wasn't a man of great destiny with his style of conduct, he would have died countless times along the way. How could he have survived? Let's follow him. Chang Chi saw the 5 people standing still and couldn't help reminding them. If Yang Kai and the others really encountered some kind of danger down there, it wouldn't be good for them to just stand there. Let's follow. Qin Shi Tao nodded helplessly. The other 4 men and women from Clear Sky sect immediately pushed their saint qi and jumped into the hole one after another. After they jumped in, Chang Chi followed closely behind while Qin Shi Tao brought up the rear. The hole was very deep, so after Yang Kai jumped in, he began sliding down. This hole should have been naturally formed as the walls were as smooth as jade, so he didn't need to expend any effort to descend. Although Yang Kai didn't use a defensive artifact, nor did he push his saint qi to protect himself, his divine sense was always on high alert. If there really was danger, he would immediately take defensive measures. To his surprise, there wasn't the slightest dangerous aura in this hole. After sliding down for half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai estimated that he had descended at least 3,000 or 4,000 meters into the ground without encountering any danger. Suddenly, an extremely pure energy rushed up from below, causing Yang Kai's spirit to shake as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This energy was so rich that it was even purer than the aura of the spirit liquid in the stalactite cave. Being able to produce such a rich aura, it was obvious there was something good down below. After sliding down another 1,000 meters or so, Yang Kai finally stepped onto the ground, his figure flickering as he moved away from his original position to make room for the person behind him. Next, he took out a strange illumination stone from his space ring. Releasing a soft light, Yang Kai used the illumination of the illumination stone to see where he was. This was an underground cavern with an underground river flowing not far away, the water of which was so clear that he could see the bottom. The cavern wasn't very large, only about a few dozen meters in diameter, but around this underground cavern, there were numerous tunnels leading to unknown depths. From each of these tunnels, there was an extremely rich world energy. Looking left and right, Kai Yang's eyes lit up when he saw a certain passageway. He actually found a faint trace at the entrance of the passageway. It was exactly the same as the trace he saw when he was chasing after the small snake-shaped spiritual object of heaven and earth. Although the aura was very faint and quickly dissipated, it was definitely a trace left behind by it. It had actually come here to hide. Yang Kai didn't rush to find it and instead stood in place and waited. A moment later, the 5 people from Clear Sky Sect and Changqi arrived one after another. After discovering the strangeness of this cavern and the richness of the world energy aura here, all of them were overjoyed and excited. Senior Sister Chen, what is this place? What good things are inside? Among the group, another female cultivator couldn't hold back her joy and hurriedly asked Qin Shi Tao. How would I know? Little brother came down first. Did you find anything special? Qin Shi Tao turned her eyes to Yang Kai. No, Yang Kai shook his head. I've been waiting for you here since I came down. Changqi frowned, seemingly thinking of something, and his expression couldn't help changing. Qin Shi Tao observed Yang Kai's expression and couldn't help casting her beautiful eyes towards him. Has old sir discovered something? So please enlighten me. Changqi chuckled. Young lady is too serious. This old man wouldn't dare enlighten you. But if this old man is not mistaken, this place should be a mineral lode. A mineral lode? Qin Shi Tao and the others were surprised. A Saint Crystal mineral lode. Changqi's voice was low as he uttered these words, adding, and it's a rich mineral lode. Is it really a Saint Crystal mineral lode? Qin Shi Tao's beautiful eyes flashed with a thick sense of surprise, while the expressions of the other 4 men and women were not much better, all of them extremely excited. This old man doesn't dare make any guarantees, but he is at least 80% certain, Changqi smiled faintly. Because this old man once mined Saint Crystals from a Saint Crystal mineral lode in Shadow Moon Hall. He is somewhat familiar with this place. As for whether it really is a Saint Crystal mineral lode, we'll know once we investigate it. Everyone thought about it and immediately decided to investigate. There were many passages in the cave, but Yang Kai still took the lead and deliberately chose an inconspicuous entrance to enter. After entering less than 300 meters, Yang Kai came to a stop and stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. Even though he had seen many great storms and had a net worth of over 100 million Saint Crystals, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of him was a huge, intact Saint Crystal mineral lode. This Saint Crystal had not yet been cut and was the size of several houses, blocking the passage ahead. Judging from the purity and impurities of this huge Saint Crystal, as well as the world energy fluctuations it gave off, it was definitely a high-rank Saint Crystal. Even deeper inside, there was no telling how many more Saint Crystals there were. From behind Kai Yang came the sound of someone swallowing their saliva. Gudong gudong gudong. On Shadowed Star, Saint Crystal mineral lodes were extremely rare. Although the great forces and sects were extremely generous at treasure trove pavilions auctions, that was because they had accumulated many years of wealth and heritage. Coupled with the fact that Lu Yen Sandfield was about to open, everyone didn't hesitate to spend more Saint Crystals to purchase defensive items for their disciples so they could obtain as many benefits as possible from the Lu Yen Sandfield. This was a kind of investment, and as long as these disciples could make good use of the items they bought, any benefits they could obtain from the Lu Yen Sandfield would be enough to make up for the Saint Crystals they spent. However, no matter how generous these people were, they still couldn't hide the scarcity of Saint Crystal mineral lodes on this cultivation star. Clear Sky Sect was a great sect, no worse than Shadow Moon Hall. Qin Shi Tao had heard that the sect controlled more than a dozen large and small mineral lodes, of which only 2 were high-rank Saint Crystal lodes while the rest were mid-rank and low-rank Saint Crystal lodes. Moreover, none of them were rich mines. The amount of Saint Crystals they could extract was far from the standard of a rich mine. What was a rich mine? A rich mine was the Saint Crystal lode in front of them. A lode of Saint Crystal that could be seen anywhere was a rich mine. So when she saw this huge high-rank Saint Crystal lode floating in the air, Qin Shi Tao couldn't help feeling excited. If such a lode was completely mined, it would definitely allow Clear Sky Sect's financial resources to rise to a whole new level. There was actually such a coveted lode hidden in the Lu Yen Sandfield, so how come no one had ever discovered it before? There's no need to distribute it, right? Yang Kai suddenly turned around and asked, pulling Qin Shi Tao's attention back from her shock. No need, although I haven't checked the other channels yet. I think they should all be the same. Let's all mine our own and keep whatever we mine. Qin Shi Tao waved her hand quickly. It had only been a little over a month since the opening of the Lu Yen Sandfield, so there was still about 5 months until the deadline. If they stayed here to mine Saint Crystals for such a long time. Chapter 1201. Qin Shitao was already worried about whether or not her space ring was big enough and whether or not she should contact some of her fellow sect brothers and sisters to mine together. This was the biggest opportunity of all. Even if they didn't need the spirit grasses and spirit medicines outside, as long as they had enough saint crystals, how could they not be able to buy anything good? Considering all this, Qin Shitao suddenly turned a burning gaze towards Yang Kai, as if she wanted to see just how strong his hidden destiny was, allowing him to casually lead them to such great benefits. Just in case, everyone went to investigate the other channels, wanting to see if there was anything else besides saint crystals. Unsurprisingly, after exploring a few of the channels, all they saw after entering were huge high-rank saint crystals exposed to the air. There's still plenty of time, let's split up and mine as much as we can before the Luoyan sandfield closes. If we can mine all the mineral lodes here, that's naturally a good thing, but if we can't... A trace of hesitation flashed across Qin Shitao's face as she glanced over at Yang Kai. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't say anything, she could only say, "Then let's bring this news back to the sect and wait until the next time the Luoyan sandfield opens, we'll have others come to mine." According to her thoughts at this moment, it was natural to contact her fellow sect brothers and sisters. The more people there were, the faster the mining speed would be and the more benefits they would obtain. But now, in addition to the 5 people from Clear Sky sect, there was also an outsider, Yang Kai, so Qin Shitao couldn't call others over to avoid arousing disgust. Changqi didn't care, but this young man named Yang Kai's destiny was not small, so Qin Shitao wanted to make friends with him. Perhaps she would be able to obtain some benefits from following him around in the future. Her decision made Yang Kai very satisfied and he immediately nodded in agreement. The 7 of them immediately scattered and each found a channel to enter before using their own methods to mine saint crystals. Yang Kai naturally chose the saint crystal channel he had been eyeing for a long time, but after walking less than 100 meters in, the road ahead was blocked by a huge block of saint crystal. Yang Kai condensed his demonic flame into a sharp knife and easily cut into the saint crystal mine, cutting off large chunks of saint crystal the size of a wash basin before throwing them into his space ring. Although Yang Kai wasn't as keen on mining saint crystals as others, having more saint crystals wasn't necessarily a bad thing. While working hard to mine, Yang Kai carefully looked around, trying to find where the little snake-like spirit creature of heaven and earth was hiding. Although he was sure that it had entered this passage, there was no other way out, and Yang Kai didn't find anything suspicious. The heaven and earth spiritual object seemed to have disappeared after entering this place. This made Yang Kai very puzzled. Thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation other than drilling into the Saint Crystal mine. But could a world spirit treasure drill into a Saint Crystal mine? He didn't know what kind of world spirit creature could have such an ability. On top of that, there was something strange about this place. Logically speaking, with such a large Saint Crystal lode underground, the plains above should have been filled with spirit grasses and spirit medicines, but there was nothing here except weeds. Unable to figure out what was going on, Yang Kai could only dig deeper as he investigated. Large chunks of Saint Crystal were thrown into his space ring, and the Saint Crystal mine in this channel decreased at a rapid rate. The sharp knife condensed from demonic flame was extremely sharp and could easily cut through Saint Crystal, but the demonic flame had the ability to burn everything, so when it cut through it would cause a lot of damage. The loss of 1 or 2 Saint Crystals wasn't great, but over time the loss would become difficult to estimate. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai directly forced out a drop of golden blood and transformed it into the shape of a short sword. The golden blood short sword casually sliced through the Saint Crystal mine like it was tofu. The ease with which it cut through the Saint Crystal was unimaginably easy. Now, not only did his speed increase, but he also didn't lose any Saint Crystals, making Yang Kai quite satisfied. One day later, Yang Kai had harvested a large number of Saint Crystals, but there was still no trace of the little snake-like world spirit creature, and the passage he was in was a dozen or so meters deeper. Just as Yang Kai was working hard to mine Saint Crystals, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the cave and Chong Chi's figure appeared. Foreign Elder Chong wore an excited look at the moment as he suppressed his aura and footsteps. Seeing Yang Kai look over suspiciously, he couldn't help beckoning to him with a mysterious look. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that he must have found something good and his eyes couldn't help lighting up as he quietly walked over. Following Chong Chi out, Yang Kai asked with his divine sense, "Did you find the trace of the world spirit creature? Is it hiding here?" Xianxia gawked, a blank expression appearing on his face. It was hiding here. It went to my passage, but unfortunately I didn't find it. Xianxia shook his head and replied, I didn't come to find you because of it, but because I found something very special. This old man's eyes were too poor to recognize it, nor did he dare touch it rashly. You came from the outside world and are quite knowledgeable, so you must know something about it. Hearing Xianxia say this, Yang Kai was a little disappointed, but he was also a little expectant, immediately falling silent and following him to another passage. Some of the Saint Crystal in this passage had already been mined by Xianxia, but not as much as Yang Kai had, only half of it. Even so, it was still a huge fortune. Take a look, do you recognize this? Xianxia pointed forward. Yang Kai looked in the direction Xianxia was pointing and his eyes couldn't help shrinking. Inside the Saint Crystal mine in front of him, there was actually a small tree-like thing. This small tree was about a meter tall, and whether it was its tiny branches or leaves, they all seemed to be polished from crystal stone, pure white and crystal clear, giving it a very beautiful appearance. It seemed to have grown out of the Saint Crystal mine, but at the same time, it also seemed to have been frozen like a fossil, giving it a lifelike appearance. Yang Kai couldn't feel any vitality from it, but there were all kinds of wonderful auras emanating from its branches and leaves. Whether it was Xianxia or Yang Kai, when they sensed this aura, they both felt a sense of enlightenment. Xianxia even noticed that the bottleneck he had been stuck at for many years showed faint signs of loosening. This situation gave him a fright and he quickly suppressed the restless Saint Qi in his body, not daring to have any distracting thoughts. This was the Luoyan Sandfield, and any origin returning realm master who entered the Luoyan Sandfield would die without a doubt. Xianxia was now a peak third order Saint King, but once he broke through here he would reach the origin returning realm. At that time he would only die under the world principles of the Luoyan Sandfield. It was because of this concern that Xianxia hurriedly went to find Yang Kai after discovering this white jade-like tree. Firstly, he didn't recognize this thing and didn't know how to deal with it, and secondly, he didn't dare to touch it casually. If this thing allowed him to break through, it would be a huge mistake, even though he knew it was definitely something good. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was unscrupulously immersed in this wonderful atmosphere, a look of comfort appearing on his face. But soon, he returned to normal and stared at the small tree in the middle of the Saint Crystal mine with a fluctuating expression. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh and said, "This should be the 9-branch jade crystal tree." 9-branch jade crystal tree? Xianxia was obviously hearing this for the first time and couldn't help asking in amazement, "What is that?" "It's a supreme treasure of heaven and earth," Yang Kai said in a low voice. "It's an existence even higher than world spirit treasures. I've read about it in an ancient book before. It can only be found in rich high-rank Saint Crystal mines and has a very small chance of being born. After absorbing the essence of the Saint Crystal mine for 10,000 years, a small seedling will be born. This 9-branch jade crystal tree has already grown to a height of 3 meters, so it must have existed here for at least 20 or 30,000 years, perhaps even longer." Xianxia couldn't help feeling shocked. No matter what it was, existing for 20 or 30,000 years was a very extraordinary existence. Even a weed could gain sentience and become a world spirit treasure. However, this 9-branch jade crystal tree was born from a Saint Crystal lode and was one of the richest high-rank Saint Crystal lodes. Just this alone was already extremely valuable, so it was easy to imagine how astonishing its value was. Yang Kai knew all of this because he had read about it in Rainfall Star's Zhong Ao. Zhong Ao's ancient books were very messy, but thanks to this, Yang Kai was able to learn about some very wonderful things. That ancient book not only recorded the 9-branch jade crystal tree, but also the soul-warming lotus, as well as a variety of other supreme treasures. Although the value of the 9-branch jade crystal tree was not as great as the soul-warming lotus, it was still incomparable to ordinary treasures. However, whether it was the soul-warming lotus or the 9-branch jade crystal tree, in the entire territory of the starry sky, most cultivator had only ever heard of them, never seen them. Only a very long time ago had they appeared for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. What use does it have? Can it be used for alchemy? Xianxia saw that Yang Kai really had some understanding of this thing and immediately asked. Alchemy? Yang Kai chuckled. Naturally it can be used for alchemy, but using it for alchemy is really a waste of heaven's treasures. If those masters who know about the existence of the 9-branch jade crystal tree were to learn of it, I'm afraid they would turn us into ashes. Ahem ahem. Xianxi's face turned bright red, knowing that he had been a bit ignorant and had probably asked a ridiculous question. You should have experienced its greatest use by now. If one cultivates near it, it can help a cultivator break through their bottleneck. It's a very good thing, Xianxia nodded. Most of the things that could help a cultivator break through bottlenecks were special pills, but if a cultivator couldn't break through after taking a pill, taking a second one would have no effect. However, the 9-branch jade crystal tree was different. It could allow a cultivator to integrate their state of mind into their cultivation, naturally eliminating bottlenecks. Taking a pill was an external push, but the wonders of the 9-branch jade crystal tree could fundamentally solve a cultivator's bottleneck. The effects of the two were simply not on the same level. Sure enough, when Xianxia heard this, his eyes lit up and his body trembled with excitement. Chapter 1202. The reason why Xianxia and Howen were unable to break through to the origin returning realm was because they were stuck at a bottleneck. The Haiku family did not have the ability to purchase origin condensing pills for them, so without some kind of special opportunity, they would remain third-order Saint Kings for the rest of their lives, never reaching the origin returning realm. The two of them had come to the Luoyan desert to fulfill their agreement with En and to find an opportunity to break through. But now this little tree in front of them could easily help them break through their bottlenecks, so how could Xianxia not be excited? When he thought about how he and Old How could finally take that step forward, Xianxia couldn't help bursting into tears. There was one thing Xianxia didn't tell Xianxia, and that was the magic of this 9-branch jade crystal tree. It could help a cultivator break through any bottleneck. Whether it was a bottleneck in cultivation, martial skills, or spiritual energy, as long as it was a hindrance to the cultivator's progress, it could help the cultivator. Moreover, the higher the strength of the cultivator, the greater the benefits. When a cultivator cultivated, they pursued the heavenly way and martial Tao, but the further they advanced, the more difficult it would be to break through. This was not only the accumulation of time, but also the comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao. The breaking through to the origin returning realm was so difficult, one could imagine how difficult it would be to break through to the origin king realm. But the 9-branch jade crystal tree could help a cultivator solve this problem. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a priceless treasure. To some extent, it was even more valuable than the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus could only be used by one person, but the 9-branch jade crystal tree could be used by countless people. It's not difficult to explain why there are only weeds growing on the plains above and no spirit grasses or spirit medicines. Xianxia smiled. Xianxia reflexively asked, why? Because it is impossible for there to be any spirit grasses or spirit medicines in this place. It has already absorbed all the heavenly luck within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Xianxia said, suddenly frowning. Xianxia apparently also thought of something and quickly asked, but isn't that world spirit treasure here? Xianxia slowly glanced at him and guessed, that may not be a spirit object of heaven and earth. In any case, with this 9-branch jade crystal tree in hand, Xianxia and Xianxia had completely forgotten about the matter of world spirit treasures. Xianxia didn't dare to touch this precious treasure for fear that he would break through here, but Xianxia didn't have any scruples. Wielding his golden sword, he dug out a large chunk of Saint Crystal from the 9-branch jade crystal tree and threw it directly into the black book space. Inside his space ring, there were only a few unimportant things, while the important ones were all hidden inside the black book space. Exalted Chong, I'll keep this for now. When you return, I'll take it out and return it to you. It'll definitely help you break through to the return to void stage. After all, it was Xianxia who found this item. Although Xianxia coveted it, he wouldn't take it for himself. Xianxia quickly waved his hand and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. You're treating me like an outsider. It's not that this old master doesn't know the value of this thing, but this old master understands his own situation. This kind of treasure is not something I'm qualified to possess. Possessing it is a disaster, not a blessing. This old master is already so old, and his only wish in life is to break through to the origin returning realm. When this old master and Old How were at our most helpless, it was you, Xianxia, who helped us. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter the Luoyan sand field. If you hadn't brought this old master here, this old master wouldn't have been able to reach this place. You can keep this 9-branch jade crystal tree with you. When we leave, Old How and I can cultivate next to it for a while. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai no longer acted polite and immediately nodded. Good. In the future, when you and Foreign Elder How come to Dragon Cave Mountain together, you'll definitely live a better life than you did in the Haiku family. Breaking through to the Origin King realm isn't impossible. Xianxia laughed. That will be my goal in the future. Obviously, he didn't have much hope. He hadn't broken through to the Origin Returning realm yet, so how could he hope to reach the Origin King realm? What's more, it had been countless years since an Origin King realm master had appeared on Shadowed Star, so Xianxia didn't think he could break through this barrier. Yang Kai didn't say anything more. In any case, his goal was to reach the Origin King realm. If Shadowed Star wasn't enough, then he would go to another cultivation star. He wouldn't be trapped here. When the time came, he would take them with him. After obtaining the 9-branched jade crystal tree, Yang Kai returned to his own tunnel and began mining again. The entire underground cavern was quiet, with only the sound of mining coming from inside each tunnel. Whether it was the 5 people from Clear Sky Sect or Yang Kai Xianxia, all of them had a huge harvest. Time flew by and soon 4 days had passed. Yang Kai had already dug more than 300 meters into his tunnel and had obtained a total of 3 million saint crystals, but he still hadn't found any trace of the little snake-like world spirit treasure. Now that the 9-branched jade crystal tree had appeared here, he was even more curious about the little snake-like spiritual being of heaven and earth, because he really wanted to know how it had grown in the place where the 9-branched jade crystal tree was, or if it had accidentally entered this place in order to avoid their pursuit. As such, Yang Kai continued to dig deeper. 2 days later, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he wondered if he should give up. Yang Kai's biggest purpose in entering the Lu Yen sandfield was to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. But the flame area in the first layer didn't meet his requirements, so he didn't stay there for long. Instead, he wanted to go to the flame area behind the treasure area to see what was going on. Wasting time here wasn't worth it. Although saint crystals were valuable, Yang Kai felt that if he wanted them, it would be a simple matter, so there was no need to waste time here. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai made up his mind and decided to dig for 2 more days. After 2 days, no matter what the result was, he would have to leave this place. He didn't know if it was because of his good luck, but half a day after Yang Kai made his decision, after digging out a large piece of saint crystal, he immediately felt a distinctive aura overflow from it. This aura was very strange, and although it was extremely faint, it contained a kind of majesty. Under this aura, Kai Yang even had a feeling of fear and trepidation, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him, ready to kill him at any time. This made Yang Kai's heart tremble, and he quickly immersed himself in resisting this inexplicable majesty. In an instant, Yang Kai felt his body lighten, and when he carefully examined himself, his expression became strange. This kind of majestic aura was very familiar to him. It wasn't the majesty of the demon eye of annihilation, but rather the feeling the golden dragon tattoo on his body gave off when it materialized. Although it was somewhat different, it was fundamentally the same. Sensing this anomaly, Yang Kai immediately became excited and accelerated the movements of his hands, throwing piece after piece of saint crystal into his space ring. As he went deeper, the majestic aura became more and more obvious and rich. Yang Kai even felt a burst of heat coming from his body, not because of anything else, but because the golden dragon tattoo was swimming around his body at this moment, as if it had come to life, and even a faint dragon roar resounded in his ears. Not only that, but the ice phoenix tattoo that had been his brand all this time also seemed to have been stimulated and was now letting out a loud phoenix cry. What was inside that had caused the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances to stir? A few dozen meters further in, when Yang Kai cut out a piece of saint crystal, a blue light suddenly burst out in front of him, illuminating the entire passage in a strange green hue. Yang Kai immediately narrowed his eyes and pushed his saint chi to resist the fierce pressure coming from in front of him. In an instant, his breathing became somewhat difficult and he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, unable to move. Yang Kai's face changed drastically, but in the next moment, this feeling disappeared without a trace, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Only the blue light continued to shine brighter and brighter. Looking forward, Yang Kai's face filled with surprise. In the passage he had dug out, there was a sealed space. This space wasn't very big, only about 10 meters in diameter, and inside this space was a round bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead was colorless, but there was a small green snake swimming inside. This snake seemed to have its own sentience, and when it saw Yang Kai looking at it, it began swimming even faster as if it was alive. Yang Kai felt the aura of a soul from this little snake. It was definitely the little snake that Changqi had chased after and which he had mistakenly thought was a world spirit treasure. But now, Yang Kai discovered that it really wasn't a world spirit treasure but a soul. In other words, there was a reason why Changqi had found it near the soul-nourishing flower. Souls couldn't exist for long, so every once in a while, they would have to go to the soul-nourishing flower to absorb its fragrance to maintain the stability of their soul. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that Changqi would accidentally discover it and chase it all the way here. The dignified green light was emitted by this small snake, but it was clearly very weak at the moment. It seemed to be powerless as it swam within the pillar. The dignified aura only burst out for a moment before subsiding. Its soul was incomplete, so it must have suffered some kind of injury before, so it shouldn't have much of its consciousness left. Yang Kai was curious as to what kind of soul it belonged to and how could it be so powerful. Next to the round bead where the little snake was, there was a bone several feet long. It was as thick as a baby's arm and looked like a crystal jade pillar. Although it had been there for countless years, there wasn't the slightest sign of damage. Instead, there was an extremely fierce aura coming from it, as if a giant beast that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years had suddenly awakened. Feeling this fierce aura, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This bone wasn't the bone of a human but the bone of a monster beast. It couldn't be a dragon bone, right? Yang Kai's eyes bulged. Combining this with the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances, Yang Kai's mind suddenly surged with an incredible idea. Only this could explain why the Golden Dragon tattoo and the Ice Phoenix tattoo were so excited. The little snake inside the round bead didn't look normal either. Not only did it have 2 horns on its head, but it also had claws and 2 whiskers on its chin. It was clearly a miniature version of the legendary ancient dragon. Yang Kai's heart pounded. Even when he obtained the 9-branch jade crystal tree a few days ago, he hadn't been so excited. This was because he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation, so the existence of the 9-branch jade crystal tree was just icing on the cake for him. It wasn't necessary. The biggest use of the 9-branch jade crystal tree was to help his friends and family break through. Chapter 1203. Although the 9-branch jade crystal tree was extremely precious, a priceless treasure, Yang Kai didn't need it, so when he discovered it he was only a little excited before quickly returning to normal. However, when he thought that this long bone in front of him might be the dragon bone of an ancient dragon, Yang Kai couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Dragons and phoenixes were 2 of the most powerful creatures, born from the birth of heaven and earth. They were the emperors of the monster race, but they only existed in legends, whether it was Zhou Xian realm or star territory. No one had ever seen a dragon or a phoenix, but many descendants of these 2 powerful creatures still existed. For example, in Zhou Xian realm, the monster race Great Senior Thunder Dragon had a trace of the ancient dragon's bloodline flowing through his veins. There was also the predecessor of the Thunder Wood that Yang Kai had previously obtained, the 10th Order Thunder Luan monster beast, which had a trace of the phoenix's bloodline flowing through its veins. After the Thunder Luan died, its essence, chi, soul and even its monster core condensed into one, allowing the Thunder Wood to grow and nourish it. The Thunder Wood was still in Yang Kai's black book space and had not been used because it was so precious. Yang Kai was somewhat reluctant to take it out for Yang Yan to use in artifact refining. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances Yang Kai and Su Yan had obtained also contained traces of these 2 powerful creatures, so Thunder Dragon Great Senior had said before that Yang Kai had a faint monster emperor aura. These 2 powerful creatures could be said to be immortal existences with immortal bodies. However, this long bone in front of him was very similar to the legendary dragon bone, which made Yang Kai very confused, not knowing whether his guess was correct or not. Since the dragon and phoenix were immortal existences, where did this dragon bone come from? If his guess was correct, then wouldn't this pigeon egg-sized bead be a dragon bead? Wouldn't the little snake inside the dragon bead be a broken dragon soul? No matter what, I'll keep them first. I'll have plenty of time to study them when I get back. After making up his mind, Yang Kai took a deep breath and reached for the bead in front of him. But before Yang Kai's hand could touch the bead, the small snake that was swimming restlessly in the bead suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a green mist. The mist directly penetrated the bead and covered Yang Kai's big hand. There was no bad feeling, but Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. This was because when the green mist enveloped his hand, he suddenly discovered that he had lost all feeling in his hand. Moreover, a wooden texture quickly appeared on the back of his hand. It was as if his hand would turn into wood in the next moment. Moreover, this phenomenon continued to spread from his hand to his arm, as if it wanted to turn his entire body into wood. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly retracted his hand, circulating his demonic flame. Yang Kai's black flames burned brightly as he tried to disperse this strange energy with his demonic flame, but to his dismay, even with the terrifying power of his demonic flame, he was unable to disperse the blue mist on his hand and was only able to prevent it from spreading further. The feeling in his hand disappeared even more, causing Yang Kai's expression to become gloomy. Even the circulation of his Saint Qi was blocked. Fortunately, his demonic flame was also extraordinary and was not something an ordinary cultivator's Saint Qi could compare to. For a time, the black demonic flame and the green mist confronted each other on Yang Kai's wrist. The green mist was unable to advance and the demonic flame was unable to do anything to it, only able to block it. After secretly observing for a while, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his demonic flame could block the green mist, it was fine. However, after this incident, not only did Yang Kai not feel angry or frightened, he instead became more and more certain that his guess was correct. This little snake's soul was incomplete and extremely weak, otherwise, it would not have remained here and not tried to escape. It was likely that the previous chase had exhausted it. Even so, the green mist it spat out contained such great power. If it had been at its peak, Yang Kai estimated that it would have been able to turn him to ash with a single breath. This was definitely the remnant soul of an ancient dragon, otherwise how could it possess such great power? After spitting out that green mist, the already weak little snake became even more exhausted, its head drooping as its body became translucent, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quickly took out the round bead and the bone, throwing them into his black book space. Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to mine Saint crystals right now. This time he had not only harvested a supreme treasure like the 9-branched jade crystal tree, but also a dragon bead and dragon bone. The harvest from this trip was simply unimaginable. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai began to resist the green mist invading his body with all his strength. Pushing his Saint Qi, Yang Kai urged his demonic flame to gather in his hands, causing the black flames to burn even more fiercely, almost annihilating the surrounding space. The green mist, which had originally been able to compete with the demonic flame, was forced back again and again. Although its speed was quite fast, it was still constantly being forced out of Yang Kai's body. Drop after drop of blue liquid flowed out from Yang Kai's fingertips and dripped onto the ground, emitting a pitter-patter sound. 2 days later, Yang Kai stood up, waved his hand and found that there were no more problems, gently nodded and relaxed. Turning his head to look at the Saint crystal lode he had been mining, Yang Kai began digging out the 10 meters in front of him so as not to leave behind any traces that would lead to him being discovered. After digging out 10 meters of Saint crystals, Yang Kai turned around and left without any reluctance. Arriving at another passage, Changqi was still digging, seemingly feeling that he had hope of breaking through, and with such a huge fortune in front of him, Changqi's face was flushed with happiness. Seeing Yang Kai come over, Changqi couldn't help asking, "Why aren't you mining Saint crystals?" "I don't want to mine anymore." "Foreign Elder Chang, do you still want to stay here?" Yang Kai asked. "Of course I'm staying." Changqi nodded without hesitation. "There are so many Saint crystals here. I'm afraid we won't be able to mine them all even after Lu Yen closes the sand field." "Yang Kai, are you leaving?" "And I still have some things to do, so I can't stay any longer," Yang Kai replied. He didn't try to persuade Changqi. After all, these Saint crystals were indeed a huge fortune for him. Yang Kai had been mining for so many days and had obtained almost 4 million Saint crystals, so even if Changqi's speed was much slower, he would still be able to harvest at least half of what Yang Kai had, which was 2 million Saint crystals. Such a number was something he had never even dared to dream of before. After he broke through to the origin returning realm, he would need to purchase more powerful artifacts, so naturally he wanted to increase his capital. Although the treasure area was also very attractive, it was also filled with danger. Not only was there the threat of the monster beast, but there was also the threat of the cultivator. If one was unlucky enough to run into people like Chu Chongfeng or Meng Hongliang, they might be killed and robbed of their treasures. It was far better to stay here and earn a stable income. Chang Chi was clear about this, and so was Yang Kai, so he didn't try to persuade him otherwise. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, "I'll give you this sword, it'll help you collect saint crystals much faster." Saying so, Yang Kai handed over the golden sword condensed from his golden blood. The reason why Yang Kai's mining speed was faster than others was because he had such a powerful weapon. Chang Chi took the golden sword and gently wiped its blade, a thoughtful expression flashing across his face before he suddenly smiled. "Last time in the starfield, when our starship was surrounded by black rock beasts, it was you who helped us out, right?" When Yang Kai first came here a few days ago, Chang Chi had noticed the golden sword in his hand because it exuded a rich vitality and powerful vitality. At first glance, it didn't seem like a sword but rather a living creature. However, at that time Chang Chi was thinking about the 9-branch jade crystal tree, so he didn't ask much. Now that Yang Kai handed the golden sword to him and directly experienced its aura, Chang Chi naturally understood something. Chang Chi had encountered this kind of aura once before back in the starfield. He still remembered that when the Haiku family starship was in danger, a golden spear suddenly appeared and swept through the entire black rock beast pack, saving several dozen cultivators. The aura exuding from that golden spear was exactly the same as the golden sword in his hand. At that time he and Wu Yi thought some powerful master had just passed by and helped them, but now he understood that there was no such master at all and that it was Yang Kai who had helped them. At that time he was only a third-order saint. Chang Chi remembered this and couldn't help feeling shocked, feeling more and more that Yang Kai was not an ordinary person. Hearing this question, Yang Kai smiled but didn't answer, simply saying, "Although the energy contained in this golden sword decreases each time it is used, it should be able to last 3 or 4 months. With its help you should be able to save yourself a lot of trouble. As for Qin Shi Tao and the others, you don't need to worry, she's a good person and won't have any ill intentions towards you. On top of that, if you leave early, it's even less likely for her to act against you, unless she's willing to accept my revenge. I know that, you can rest assured and leave. After Lu Yen sand field closes, Old Hao and I will go to Dragon Cave Mountain to find you." Chang Chi nodded. "Good." After saying goodbye to Chang Chi, Yang Kai returned to the surface. Although the passage was as smooth as jade, it wasn't a problem for Yang Kai, and after a little effort he was able to climb up. Standing on the grassy plain, Yang Kai released his divine sense, and after confirming that there was no one nearby, he used some means to hide the entrance to the underground cave so no one would discover it again. After that, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass and confirmed the direction to the 3rd layer of Lu Yen sandfield before heading straight there. The plain was very large, so it took Yang Kai 2 days to walk out of it. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't encounter anyone, nor did he find any spirit grasses or spirit medicines to collect. Yang Kai's heart was set on the 3rd layer flame area, so his speed was quite fast. Wei Guchang had said before that no one could enter the 3rd layer flame area. Since ancient times, all those who had tried to enter had died, so before coming to Lu Yen sandfield, Qian Tong had specifically warned them not to enter the 3rd layer. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of dangers there were, but he needed a very hot environment to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. The 1st layer couldn't meet his requirements, so he could only go to the 3rd layer. If the 3rd layer was too dangerous, he would have to think of another way. Chapter 1204. After leaving the plain, Yang Kai walked forward for another 10 days, but strangely he didn't encounter a single person. This phenomenon was very unusual and surprised him greatly. Whether it was in the flame area or the treasure area, although Yang Kai hadn't encountered many people before, at the very least, this kind of situation had never occurred. It was as if all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the treasure area had suddenly disappeared, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of foreboding. He wasn't sure what had happened here. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if something big had happened while he was mining Saint crystals underground. Was that why he couldn't see a single person? Continuing to walk forward for a few days, Yang Kai soon approached the 3rd layer flame area, but the situation was still the same. Half a day later, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the 3rd layer flame area and stared at the fiery red world in front of him with a dignified expression. The 3rd layer flame area looked no different from the outermost flame area, but Yang Kai could feel that there were many dangers hidden inside. At the very least, the fire poison and heat here were not something the outermost flame area could compare to. However, it didn't seem to be as inaccessible as Qian Tong had said. Yang Kai sensed for a while and felt that, let alone himself, even some of the elites from other sects should be able to enter this territory as long as they made sufficient preparations. Could the dangers be more than what he saw on the surface? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, two figures suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away. These two wore the same robes and seemed to be from the same sect, both of them having third-order Saint King cultivations. Yang Kai noticed that the Saint Qi these two had was extremely rich and pure, not something an ordinary third-order Saint King could compare to. Obviously they were elites from some sect. The two of them, one in front and one behind, moved extremely quickly, not even sparing Yang Kai a single glance. When they arrived at the edge of the third-layer flame area, the two of them whispered a few words to each other. Soon after, the leader of the two released a pale blue light and a cold aura enveloped him, seemingly activating some kind of ice attribute artifact to protect his body before plunging into the third-layer flame area. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. Didn't they say that the third floor was a place of no return? Was this guy crazy or stupid? How could he just rush in like that? Wei Guchang wouldn't lie to him. Yang Kai was sure of that. He had warned Yang Kai seriously, but the scene before him was completely different from Wei Guchang's warning. Seeing that the second person was also emitting a cold aura and was about to enter the flame area, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "Friend, wait." Hearing the shout, the man frowned and looked at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression. When he and his fellow disciples arrived here, it wasn't that they didn't notice the existence of Yang Kai, but rather that the other party was just a first-order Saint King cultivator and wasn't worthy of their attention. But now this person had actually called out to him, so he immediately asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and knew that the other party was in a bad mood, so he could only ask with a smile, "Friend, please don't take offense, this one is just curious. Didn't they say that the third-floor flame area was extremely dangerous and that those who entered would never return? Why does your excellency and your fellow disciples have to enter? Never return?" The man sneered when he heard this, squinting at Yang Kai and saying, "That's old news. When Luoyan Sandfield opened before it was indeed like this, but this time it seems to be a little different. I don't know the specifics, but in any case the third-floor flame area can now be entered. Of course, with your cultivation, it's best you don't seek death." Saying so, he rushed into the flame area impatiently, no longer bothering to talk nonsense with Yang Kai. After he left, Yang Kai stood in place with a strange expression on his face. The third floor of Luoyan Sandfield could now be entered? However, listening to the man's words, it seemed that he didn't know the whole story and was just following the others to enter. No wonder there weren't many people in the treasure area. It turned out that many people had gone to the third floor. Yang Kai didn't know how this news had spread and how it was verified, but there were as many as 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators who had entered the second floor, all of whom were elites from their respective sects, so it wasn't surprising that they were able to discover this. Since the opening of Luoyan Sandfield, no one had been able to enter the third floor, so it was hard to imagine how many benefits there were waiting to be discovered. Tracing back the history of Luoyan Sandfield, it had existed for tens of thousands of years. How could a place that no one had set foot in for tens of thousands of years lack good things? No wonder these people were all rushing in as if they didn't care about their lives. Even if they had to take some risks, as long as they could obtain enough benefits, what did it matter? Benefits always coexisted with risks. Cultivators were never afraid of taking risks when they cultivated, and the more dangerous a place was, the more it stimulated their nerves. Since others had already entered, Yang Kai didn't delay any longer, immediately circulating his Saint Qi and stepping into the third-floor flame area. The omnipresent heat wave enveloped Yang Kai from all directions, and in an instant, Yang Kai felt as if his skin was being roasted. On top of that, the fire poison contained in this heat wave was far more potent than the fire poison in the outermost flame area could compare to. The toxicity and power of this fire poison was several times greater. In such a dangerous zone, it was estimated that no one could enter except for a well-prepared and powerful third-order Saint King cultivator. Even if a second-order cultivator entered, they wouldn't be able to stay for more than a few days before they had to leave. In this damned place, the consumption rate was too high, and it was impossible to circulate one's secret art to supplement one's saint chi. If one could only rely on saint crystals, it was absolutely impossible to make ends meet. There were between 3,000 and 4,000 people who entered the second layer treasure area, but Yang Kai estimated that less than 500 would be able to enter the third layer, and as time passed this number would only decrease. Some of these people would die inside while others would withdraw from the third layer. Only the most elite would be able to remain here. The heat here made Yang Kai very excited. Although this heat wasn't enough to meet his requirements for refining the profound Yin sunflower water, as long as he ventured deeper he would naturally be able to find a suitable place. The situation in the third layer flame area was much more dangerous than the first layer. The fire spirit beasts that emerged from the cracks in the ground to launch sneak attacks were all 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts. What's more, these fire spirit beasts usually moved in large groups. It was rare to encounter a single fire spirit beast. In this kind of place, if one didn't form a group once they were besieged by a group of fire spirit beasts, their end would be very miserable. In less than a day, Yang Kai encountered 3 groups of fire spirit beasts. He killed the first 2 groups and harvested a lot of fire crystal stones, but the third group was too many, so Yang Kai could only avoid them for the time being. In the strange valley in the first layer flame area, he was able to fight against 10,000 and slaughter them all because the fire spirit beasts in the valley weren't high in rank. Most of them were 5th order or 6th order, so he could easily kill them in groups. But this place was different. Fighting against those fire spirit beasts would only waste his strength, so Yang Kai tactfully avoided them. At this moment Yang Kai stopped somewhere in the third layer and looked ahead. Not far in front of him there were 2 incomplete corpses. Moreover, the corpses were burnt and emitted a faint rotting smell. These corpses were a man and a woman, and judging from their clothes, they should be elite disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Those who could enter this place must have followed Wei Guchang, so Yang Kai guessed that he had seen them before. When they were waiting for Lu Yan's sandfield to open, there were several people waiting behind Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. These 2 were probably 2 of them. Now they had died tragically here, and judging from their appearances, Wei Guchang didn't even have time to collect their corpses. The situation at the time must have been very dangerous. Could something have happened to him and Dong Xianer? Yang Kai frowned and took out the communication artifact Wei Guchang had given him from his space ring. He poured his divine sense into it, trying to contact Wei Guchang or Dong Xianer. However, even after pouring his divine sense into it and waiting for a long time, Yang Kai did not receive any reply. He didn't know if it was because they were too far away, or because they didn't have time to check the communication artifact, or because they had placed the communication artifact in their space ring. Shaking his head, Yang Kai flicked out 2 balls of demonic flame and burned the corpses of the 2 Shadow Moon Hall disciples to ashes before continuing to move forward. He had not spoken a single word to the 2 Shadow Moon Palace disciples. Out of respect for Qian Tong and Wei Guchang, he had not allowed their corpses to rot in the wilderness. That was already the best he could do. He was not in the mood to find a place to bury them. The third layer was very dangerous, but there were also many good things. Yang Kai soon harvested more than a dozen rare fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Each of these spirit grasses and spirit medicines was extremely old, far superior to those collected on the second layer. Judging from the degree of condensation of their medicinal efficacies, the youngest one was at least 3,000 years old, while the oldest one was so old that even Yang Kai couldn't determine its age. It was at least 10,000 years old. The grade of these herbs was also not low. All of them origin grade high rank, with 2 of them even being origin king grade. These 10,000-year-old origin grade herbs were no less valuable than origin king grade herbs. These herbs were of great use to Yang Kai and couldn't be bought anywhere else. Using them as ingredients in alchemy would allow him to refine the best quality pills he could and even increase the grade of the pills he refined. As for how many layers the Lu Yan sandfield had, Yang Kai didn't know, but at the very least he could confirm that there were 3. The deeper one went, the less space there was for the cultivator to move around and the easier it was for them to run into each other. Yang Kai knew his limits. As a first-order Saint King, being able to enter the second layer was already shocking enough. But if others were to discover that he could move freely in the third layer as well, it would likely shock the world. So, since entering the third layer, Yang Kai had been avoiding others as much as possible. Once he detected the aura of a living person with his divine sense, he would immediately flee. As a result, Yang Kai had been living in peace. Killing fire spirit beasts, collecting spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and looking forward to refining the profound Yin sunflower water, Yang Kai was in a very good mood. Chapter 1205. On this day Yang Kai arrived in front of a canyon. He stopped and looked at the canyon in front of him, frowning. This canyon was only 20 to 30 feet wide, and on both sides were mountains as high as 10,000 feet. It was as if someone had used a great divine technique to split these mountains in half. Yang Kai stood in the same place and hesitated for a full incense stick's worth of time before he decided to break through the canyon. Although the canyon looked dangerous, Yang Kai estimated that if he had to take a detour he would have to waste at least several days. He didn't want to take a detour, so he could only continue to move forward. Of course, he also had the confidence to deal with a certain amount of risk. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone so deep into this place. In the Luoyan desert, where flying was impossible, this kind of terrain was definitely the best choice for setting up a sneak attack. As long as he could block the two entrances of the canyon, then even if he had the ability to enter he would still be trapped and die. However, all the cultivator who entered the Luoyan desert came for all kinds of benefits. Although killing and robbing often happened, who would be so bored as to set up an ambush in this kind of area? Yang Kai estimated that except for himself, no one would take this route, so he boldly stepped into the canyon. The canyon was very long. From one end to the other it was at least a dozen miles long. It was really strange for such a landform to appear in the Luoyan desert. The first few miles were peaceful, but when Yang Kai walked a little less than half of the way from the cracks in the ground, bright flames immediately sprang out. These flames contained amazing energy fluctuations. As soon as these flames appeared, they attacked Yang Kai from the front and back, wriggling and transforming into different shapes of fire spirit beasts. Each one of them looked fierce, bared their fangs and pounced on him. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. A long sword with rolling devil flames appeared in his hand, and the purple shield turned into a purple light, suspended behind him. He didn't care about the fire spirit beasts that pounced on him from behind, and just slashed at the fire spirit beasts that rushed from the front. For this situation Yang Kai had already expected it, so he hesitated for a while before entering the canyon. Entering this place no one would ambush him, but there were fire spirit beasts. If he didn't kill all of them he wouldn't be able to leave the canyon. The purple shield on Yang Kai's back emitted a series of clanging sounds as the fire spirit beasts were blocked by the purple shield. At the same time, the demonic flame sword in Yang Kai's hand smoothly pierced into the eye of a lion-like fire spirit beast. With a fierce twist, the demonic flame poured into this fire spirit beast's body, causing the red light around its body to suddenly turn black. This black color quickly spread throughout its body, causing its originally brilliant red body to become a mixture of black and red, creating a strange sight. 7th step fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai could kill them with a full blow, but there were many fire spirit beasts here, so he couldn't use his full strength every time. He could only use the devil flame's special characteristics to burn their bodies bit by bit. The devil flame sword was pulled out of the lion's head, and regardless of whether it lived or died, it almost didn't stop, directly chopping at the body of another fire spirit beast that was rushing in front of him. The devil flame immediately adhered to its body, and its somewhat solid body quickly burned with black flowers, gradually spreading to other parts of its body. This kind of terrain was not conducive for Yang Kai to use all of his methods, but it was also very disadvantageous for the fire spirit beasts. Because the canyon was only 2 to 3 meters wide, Yang Kai could only face 5 or 6 fire spirit beasts at most. The other fire spirit beasts were all blocked by their companions. The strange power of alternating cold and heat, the coexistence of good and evil, was not something that these 7th and 8th step fire spirit beasts could resist. One by one, the fire spirit beasts that blocked in front of Yang Kai were turned into nothingness, and pieces of fire crystal stones of different sizes fell from the sky. While Yang Kai was killing the fire spirit beasts, he still had the spare energy to fish for these valuable fire crystal stones, making a lot of money in a short period of time. The number of fire spirit beasts in the canyon was not small, no less than several hundred, but no matter how many there were, they couldn't withstand such a slaughter. These fire spirit beasts were not the same as those in the valley. Each of them had fire crystal stones in their body, so Yang Kai's efforts were not in vain. As time passed, the originally endless number of fire spirit beasts seemed to gradually decrease, and Yang Kai also pushed forward about a kilometer. Another fire spirit beast died under his sword. Yang Kai took a step forward, waving his hand to block the attack of another fire spirit beast, while reaching out to grab the fire crystal stones that fell. He had repeated this action countless times, so naturally he was familiar with it. Unexpectedly, when he took this step forward, he seemed to have stepped into an incredible place. An inexplicable dignified feeling suddenly came from all directions, and Yang Kai even felt that the space around his body had solidified. This caused his hand that was reaching for the fire crystal stones to stop in midair, unable to move forward even an inch. Even the demonic flame sword that he was about to slash out suddenly froze, the sword humming endlessly. Yang Kai paled, and under his shocked gaze, the fire spirit beast pouncing over opened its bloody mouth and bit down on his neck, roaring as it spat out an incomparably hot breath mixed with a thick fire poison. Pain came from his neck, probably because his skin had been bitten, and the fire poison that had invaded his body made his neck burn, giving him a feeling of dizziness. While Yang Kai was still in a daze, the fire spirit beasts in front of him suddenly attacked, opening their mouths and sending out fiery snakes and fireball-like energy attacks towards Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai's face went pale. Although he didn't know what had happened to him, it was already too late for him to retreat. In a hurry, he could only push his Saint Chi with all his strength to forcibly break free from the frozen space around him. Immediately, demonic flame burst out from his body, making him look like a burning man. Hong hong hong. A series of explosions rang out as several of the fire spirit beasts that had pounced on Yang Kai were sent flying, whimpering as they were incinerated by the demonic flame midair. After the flames disappeared, Yang Kai's distressed figure appeared. At this moment his face was extremely ugly. His clothes were torn and tattered. His neck, cheeks and wrists were full of tiny wounds from being bitten by the fire spirit beasts. Within those wounds, a little bit of black fire poison gathered at the wounds, like a black gas that would not disperse. However, Yang Kai's Saint Chi forced out all of this fire poison and his wounds quickly healed under the powerful restorative power of his golden blood. Yang Kai stared at the space in front of him with an unprecedentedly dignified expression. Just taking a single step forward had almost caused him to fall into an irrecoverable situation. If he had broken free a moment later, Yang Kai estimated he would have suffered even more serious injuries. But after taking a step back, everything returned to normal. Yang Kai didn't have time to think about why the space in front of him was so strange and could only continue to focus on dealing with the fire spirit beasts that were attacking him from both sides. Keeping this matter in mind, Yang Kai's attacks became more ruthless. In just one day, all the fire spirit beasts in the canyon had been cleared out, allowing Yang Kai to harvest a total of 400 to 500 fire crystal stones. Such a number was quite sensational and likely more than most of the great forces that had stayed in the first layer to hunt for fire spirit beasts. After all, the number of fire spirit beasts in the first layer's flame area wasn't too high, so the value of the fire crystal stones harvested was naturally not great. Standing in place and resting for a while, Yang Kai released his divine sense again to scan his surroundings. After confirming that there was no potential danger, he took a step forward. The same experience as the previous day appeared in his mind. When he took this step, Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a groan as his tall and straight body suddenly shrank, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making him feel unbearable. Not only that, but this space was extremely condensed and viscous, clearly different from the surrounding space. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space, but when confronting the fire spirit beasts before, he didn't have time to carefully examine this space. But now that he had investigated it, he immediately understood the strangeness of this space. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened here, nor did he know why this space had undergone such a change, but in this canyon in front of him, there was a strange space that was more than 100 meters in length. If walking before was like swimming in water, then after entering this space, it was as if the water he was swimming in had suddenly turned into ice. This condensed space could bind anyone to this place, making it impossible for them to move. If Yang Kai hadn't been proficient in the Tao of space, he would have never been able to discover this. This was not a result of some kind of barrier or spirit array, but rather the power of space. Yang Kai found that even taking a breath here was extremely difficult. The air was so condensed that it took a lot of effort to suck it into his lungs. But why were the fire spirit beasts not suppressed by this space? Instead they were able to move freely. Yang Kai didn't quite understand. With great difficulty, Kai Yang's slightly bent body straightened up. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as his entire body twitched and spasmed. Despite exerting every ounce of strength in his body, he was still unable to take a single step forward. Sweat dripped from his forehead, but it didn't fall down at all. Instead, as soon as it left Yang Kai's body, it was squeezed into powder by the condensed space and dissipated into the surrounding space. Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi harder and harder, but Yang Kai was shocked to find that no matter how hard he pushed his Saint Chi, the demonic flames that should have been burning around his body were suppressed in his meridians, unable to move at all. If he wanted to rely on his Saint Chi, he wouldn't be able to walk around here. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he no longer pushed his Saint Chi but instead condensed his space force. The huge pressure pressing down on his body suddenly lightened, and although it wasn't enough to restore him to normal, it was no problem for him to slowly move his hands and feet. Sure enough, Yang Kai needed to find the right remedy. There were clearly some changes in this space that could only be dealt with by using his space force. Moreover, as soon as he used his space force, Yang Kai suddenly found that this strange space had a mysterious resonance with him. A kind of wonderful enlightenment welled up in his heart, allowing Yang Kai's understanding of the Tao of space to a whole new level. This made him overjoyed. Chapter 1206. As the saying went, blessings and misfortunes came hand in hand, and Yang Kai understood this very well at this moment. He hadn't expected that there would be such a strange space in the Luoyan sand field that would allow him to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of space. Yang Kai decided not to leave this place for the time being and instead stood in place, constantly condensing his space force and resonating with everything around him, allowing the wisps of enlightenment to flow into his mind and be engraved into the depths of his soul. The Tao of space was extremely difficult to cultivate because there were very few people who understood this Tao of space. There was no clear way to cultivate it and no one could impart any insights to it. When Yang Kai first began cultivating the Tao of space, he relied on tearing space and entering the void's turbulence to deepen his understanding of the Tao of space. However, this kind of cultivation only lasted for a short time before it became useless. As Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space deepened, he was able to walk through the void's turbulence as if he was walking on flat ground, so naturally he was unable to comprehend anything. Later, however, he began absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals. This kind of cultivation was a wasteful act, but Yang Kai had no choice but to do it. Fortunately, the space spirit crystal lode discovered by the stone mongoose was rich in space spirit crystals, enough for Yang Kai to squander for a long time, but once the space spirit crystals were used up, it would not be easy for him to find more. If one did not consider the future, one would have immediate worries. Space spirit crystals were a rare resource no matter where one went because they could be used to forge space rings, and space rings were essential storage artifacts for every cultivator. Now that there was a place here that was very suitable for cultivating the Tao of space, Yang Kai naturally wanted to take advantage of it. Moreover, cultivating here seemed to be more effective than simply absorbing space spirit crystals, and the harvest was much greater. After realizing this, Yang Kai immediately made up his mind to not leave for the time being. The Luoyan sandfield would not close for another 4 months, which was enough time for Yang Kai to find a suitable place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water, so there was no need to rush. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai slowly sat down. In this strange space, even though Yang Kai was proficient in the mysteries of the Tao of space, he was still as slow as a turtle crawling. If an outsider were to see this scene, they would definitely think it was strange and wonder what kind of trick Yang Kai was playing, because the strangeness of this space could not be detected with one's divine sense. Only by entering it personally would one be able to discover it. After sitting down, Kai Yang calmed the tumbling blood qi in his heart, his eyes shining brightly as he stretched out his hand and gently waved it forward. A simple wave of his hand consumed a great deal of Kai Yang's strength and time, but as he waved his hand, a black crack as thin as hair suddenly appeared, but disappeared without a trace in the next instant. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was not surprised and instead grinned happily. Since he had decided to use this rare environment to cultivate his space force, naturally he would use his space blade to do so. In the stone room on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had comprehended the space blade technique, but at that time no matter how hard he tried to cultivate it, the power of his space blade was not great and could not be used against real enemies. Against weak enemies he did not need to use his space force, but against powerful enemies, this method was useless. As such, Yang Kai wanted to cultivate this unique divine technique, but he had not been able to find the right conditions and environment to do so. This place was definitely the best place to cultivate it. Yang Kai could foresee that once he could condense his space blade in this place, once he left this place his space blade would be able to exert a certain amount of power. After trying it out just now, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. The space here was thick and viscous, so tearing it was not easy. Cultivating his space blade here would not only enhance his understanding of the mysteries of Space Force, but it would also allow him to quickly perfect his attack. Unhurriedly and calmly Yang Kai tore space again and again, casting his space blade. Every time the hair-thin space crack appeared, it would immediately disappear without a trace under the huge pressure here. Yang Kai cultivated for an entire day, consuming all of his spiritual energy but making no progress. However, he didn't panic at all because he could already feel that he was much more proficient in using Space Force than before. Naturally, he also had many methods to tear through space. He believed that as long as he continued cultivating he would definitely make a breakthrough. With his spiritual energy exhausted, Yang Kai could no longer cultivate and could only take some pills to supplement his soul and meditate to restore himself. Although the soul-warming lotus was in the process of evolving, its ability to restore and nourish Yang Kai's soul had not weakened at all. In fact, it was even stronger than before. It only took Yang Kai 2 hours to replenish his dried-up knowledge sea. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and was about to use his space blade again when he suddenly saw a streak of spark-like light flying towards him from a very distant location. This streak of light followed the narrow canyon passage and approached Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. Lu Yen flying fire. Yang Kai exclaimed. He had seen Lu Yen flying fire once before in the first layer flame area, so now that he saw it again, Yang Kai naturally recognized it at a glance. The last time he saw it, Lu Yen flying fire quickly passed through Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai chased after it for a long time but was unable to catch it, causing him to feel extremely disappointed. This Lu Yen flying fire was exactly the same as the one he saw last time. It was incredibly fast, even faster than the spread of his divine sense. Yang Kai had only just discovered it a moment ago at the end of the canyon when it had already arrived in front of him. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to avoid it. He no longer had any hope of harvesting this kind of thing because the speed of Lu Yen flying fire was simply not something he could catch up with. However, as soon as he moved he suddenly remembered that the space he was in was not ordinary. It was solidified and sticky, making it impossible for him to move. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his eyes widened as he stared at the Lu Yen flying fire that was quickly flying towards him, secretly looking forward to it. Chi. With a soft sound, when the streak of light rushed into this strange space that covered an area of more than 100 feet, just as Yang Kai had expected, its speed suddenly slowed down countless times. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Just now he had been wondering whether this solidified space would be useful in blocking Lu Yen flying fire. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he immediately knew that his guess was correct. This solidified space could not stop the movement of the fire spirit beast, but it could stop the abnormal speed of Lu Yen flying fire. At least Yang Kai could now see what Lu Yen flying fire looked like. It was like a spark sputtering from a red-hot charcoal, burning with a fiery red light. Although it was very small, it contained an amazing amount of energy. After falling into the strange space, Lu Yen flying fire was not frozen, but slowly broke through the encirclement at a human's natural walking speed. Yang Kai made a little calculation and soon found that if he did nothing and stayed in place, he would definitely miss this rare Lu Yen flying fire, because according to its flight trajectory, it would fly away from him. How could Yang Kai tolerate such a thing? Hurriedly using his space force, he slowly and painstakingly moved closer to the Lu Yen flying fire's path. Little by little, inch by inch, Yang Kai felt like an old man on the verge of death, trying to move his hands and feet when his life force was running out. Every inch of movement consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength and spiritual energy. In just a moment his body trembled violently, and his flesh was in incomparable pain. As for the flowing flame flying fire, it was still flying towards them at a leisurely pace. A moment later, it flew to a spot not far from Yang Kai. Yang Kai was anxious. He stretched out a trembling hand trying to catch the Lu Yen flying fire, but the other party was about 3 inches away from his fingertips and slowly drifting away. Yang Kai's nose was crooked with anger. He felt that if this Lu Yen flying fire had a mind of its own, it must have mocked him for overestimating himself just now. Turning his head with difficulty, Yang Kai helplessly watched as this thing brushed past him, his face filled with annoyance. He still failed. Since it had already flown away, Yang Kai knew that it was impossible for him to catch it. Sure enough, a moment later Lu Yen flying fire rushed out of the blockade of this strange space, once again restoring its previous abnormal speed, flashing out of sight and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to obtain this treasure that could mutate his spiritual energy. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel regret, but Yang Kai quickly adjusted his state of mind, no longer thinking about Lu Yen flying fire, and instead began to focus on tempering his space blade. Not only did he fail to catch Lu Yen flying fire, but the most important thing right now was to cultivate the Tao of space. Sending out a space blade, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the space blade seemed to have increased a little. Although it was still as thin as hair, and although it only appeared for a moment before disappearing, its duration was obviously longer than yesterday. Yang Kai's heart was greatly shaken, and he quickly put the matter of Lu Yen flying fire to the back of his mind and began to concentrate on comprehending the mysteries of space. 3 days later, Yang Kai watched as a half-inch wide space blade flew out less than a foot before disappearing, a satisfied and excited expression appearing on his face. This damned place was indeed the best place to cultivate the mysteries of space. He had only been cultivating here for 3 days, but he already felt that his understanding of the Tao of space had become somewhat comprehensive. With his understanding of the Tao of space, the power of his space blade was countless times stronger than it was 3 days ago. Whether it was the size of the space blade, the length of time it could exist in this strange space, or the distance it could tear apart, all of it had grown tremendously. At this rate of growth, Yang Kai estimated that he would be able to use his space blade to fight enemies in just 1 more month. At that time he might even be able to contend with the Shi of an Origin Returning Realm Master. After all, although Shi was a power unique to Origin Returning Realm Masters, the space blade was also unpredictable and impossible to guard against. It was a killing move that no one other than Yang Kai could use. Chapter 1207. The reason why Yang Kai was willing to delay here was firstly because the environment here was rare and he didn't want to miss it, and secondly because he felt a sense of crisis deep in his heart. With his current strength, Yang Kai had no problem dealing with Saint Kings, but dealing with an Origin Returning Realm Master was beyond his ability. Even the indifferent man he had met in the stalactite cave was not someone Yang Kai was confident he could defeat. On Shadowed Star in its territory, Yang Kai had no one to rely on and could only rely on himself for everything. Qian Tong had been good to him, but it was also because of the fake artifact refining grandmaster behind Yang Kai's back that Qian Tong had opened the door for him. If Qian Tong learned that this so-called grandmaster of his didn't exist, Yang Kai didn't know if he would immediately change his attitude. Therefore, Yang Kai had to make himself as strong as possible so that when dealing with others, he wouldn't be in a passive position and be led by the nose. He wasn't alone in this world and had many concerns in his heart. At the end of the canyon, a red light flashed and Yang Kai, who was tempering his space blade, instantly sensed it. Looking up, he couldn't help being stunned. It was another Lu Yen flying fire. Just like 3 days ago, the Lu Yen flying fire was flying towards him from the end of the canyon at an extremely fast speed. When Yang Kai discovered it, it fell into the strange space's seal. The abnormally fast speed of the flowing flame flying fire instantly slowed down and the flowing flame flying fire slowly floated across the several dozen meter space. With the experience from a few days ago, Yang Kai immediately took action, moving his body with difficulty while trying to determine where the Lu Yen flying fire would pass. This time his luck didn't seem to be very good. The flowing flame flying fire that appeared now was flying a meter away from him, so Yang Kai had to reach that position before it flew past him in order to have any hope of catching it. Although Yang Kai had become familiar with the stickiness and solidification of this strange space and was gradually becoming more proficient in using space force, it was still extremely difficult for him to move around here. When he finally got close to the fixed position, Lu Yan's flying fire had already flown over again. Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he looked at the treasure he had missed out on for the 3rd time, a thoughtful look on his face. According to what Wei Guchang said before, Lu Yan's flying fire was very precious, but it was also very rare in the Lu Yan desert. Many people who entered the desert didn't even have the chance to encounter it. In fact, this was indeed the case. When Yang Kai was walking in the first layer flame area, he had only seen Lu Yan's flying fire by chance. If it weren't for his strong divine sense, he probably wouldn't have noticed it even if Lu Yan's flying fire flew past him. But Wei Guchang's words only targeted the first level. Now that Yang Kai was in the heat zone of the third layer, would there be more Lu Yan's flying fire here? Was the two Lu Yan's flying fire the same? Is it flying in a fixed flight path? If it was the same, then its flight path was very likely fixed. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai see it again 3 days later? If it was not the same, then was there something strange about this canyon that could attract Lu Yan's flying fire to fly in and pass through it? All kinds of questions intertwined in Yang Kai's mind, and Yang Kai's expression also changed constantly. For a time he didn't cultivate his space force. Soon Yang Kai shook his head. Whether the two Lu Yan's flying fire he saw were the same or not, and whether this canyon was the only way for Lu Yan's flying fire to fly through, he should be able to verify the results in a few days. Once again Yang Kai began to temper his space force, but he also began to pay attention to the movements at the end of the canyon, intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to know which of his conjectures was correct. Time flew by, and 3 days later, because he was worried about Lu Yan's flying fire, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the end of the canyon early, waving his space blade while paying attention to the movements there. But to his surprise, after observing for half a day, there was still no movement at the end of the canyon, and there was no trace of Lu Yan's flying fire at all. This made him very annoyed. But in this way he could be sure that the two Lu Yan's flying fires he saw before were not the same. If they were the same, they wouldn't be so irregular and should have flown over from that side a long time ago. Since there was no pattern, they shouldn't be the same. On the 4th day, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and immediately looked towards the end of the canyon. The scene he saw made him both excited and surprised. He was excited because one of his conjectures was correct. That was, this canyon was indeed the only way for Lu Yan's flying fire, because at this moment, there was a red light at the end of the canyon. What surprised him was that there was not one red light, but two, one after the other, almost at the same time, and then their speed decreased greatly and they slowly floated towards this side. Yang Kai immediately took action. The previous 2 failures had given him enough experience, and he was sure that he wouldn't fail again this time. But what made him hesitate was that there were 2 Lu Yan's flying fires this time, and there was a distance of more than 10 feet between them. It was impossible to catch them at the same time. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai moved closer to the Lu Yan's flying fire that was closer to him, and at the same time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Wei Guchang had only told Yang Kai about the wonders and strangeness of Lu Yan's flying fire, but he hadn't told him how to collect it, so it was likely that Yang Kai didn't know either. Yang Kai could only try using this jade bottle first, and if it didn't work he would think of another way. After so many days of familiarization and tempering, Yang Kai was now much faster than before. Before the Lu Yan's flying fire floated over, Yang Kai had already blocked its path. Staring at this Lu Yan's flying fire, Yang Kai secretly circulated his Saint Qi, and when it was close enough he suddenly pushed forward with his palm. The Lu Yan's flying fire, which was not fast to begin with, was hit by this blow and became even slower. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly raised the jade bottle he had prepared and pointed it towards the Lu Yan's flying fire. The whole process went extremely smoothly, and the Lu Yan's flying fire fell directly into the jade bottle. But in the blink of an eye, the jade bottle was burned to ashes by the scorching heat. Yang Kai frowned, knowing that he had taken this for granted, so he no longer hesitated and reached out to grab the Lu Yan's flying fire. Grabbing it in the palm of his hand without waiting for it to erupt, Yang Kai's demonic flame enveloped it in layer after layer of demonic flame. Yang Kai clearly felt that Lu Yan's flying fire was resisting his demonic flame's heat, but neither could do anything to the other. What's more, the Lu Yan's flying fire was still struggling, trying to break through the demonic flame's blockade. But how could Yang Kai give it this opportunity? Seeing that this method was working, Yang Kai immediately released more Saint Qi and transformed it into a more violent demonic flame, firmly binding Lu Yan's flying fire. A short time later, Lu Yan's flying fire, which was wrapped in demonic flame, calmed down and stopped moving. Looking at the fist-sized black fireball in his hand, Yang Kai grinned. Finally, he had harvested one Lu Yan's flying fire. It had not been easy, but the other one had managed to escape when Yang Kai was dealing with its companion. Yang Kai had no regrets though. Since he had determined that this canyon was the place Lu Yan's flying fire had to pass through, all he had to do was wait here for it and he should be able to harvest even more. The black fireball formed by demonic flame could not be placed into a space ring and could only be thrown into the black book space. After returning, Yang Kai would be able to use the magic of Lu Yan's flying fire to its fullest potential. With his first harvest, Yang Kai was in a wonderful mood. Refining his space blade and comprehending the Tao of space had become easier and easier, and he was also becoming more proficient in using his space force. At the same time, the restrictions placed on him by this strange space were becoming smaller and smaller. More than a month later, Yang Kai used the same method to harvest a Lu Yan's flying fire, but his expression was neither sad nor happy as he casually threw it into his space ring. Yang Kai had been cultivating here for about a month and a half and had obtained a total of 9 Lu Yan's flying fires. This number was not small. No one had ever obtained so many Lu Yan's flying fires before, but Yang Kai's brow still showed a faint trace of regret. Because as his understanding of the Tao of space increased, the effect of this strange space on his cultivation had become smaller and smaller. On top of that, he had constantly used his space blade here to tear space apart, which seemed to have damaged the density of this space, allowing this rare cultivation place to become more and more normal. Without the powerful shackles of this space, after the Lu Yan's flying fire entered this place, its speed did not drop as much as before. If it weren't for Yang Kai's experience, the Lu Yan's flying fire just now would have flown past him. Yang Kai estimated that he could only cultivate here for about 10 more days at most before this place would no longer have any effect on him. Since that was the case, Yang Kai decided to use this place until the last moment before leaving. Making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer wasted any time. Through the Lu Yan's flying fire he harvested into the black book space, and immersed himself in cultivation. After waiting for several days, no more Lu Yan's flying fires appeared. It seemed that because of Yang Kai's unscrupulous attempts to capture Lu Yan's flying fires had all disappeared. On this day, Yang Kai finally sensed the aura of Lu Yan's flying fire again and did not dare to neglect, immediately taking action. After he quickly arrived at the right position, the Lu Yan's flying fire just happened to crash into this strange space. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, grasped it in his palm, and then pushed his Saint Qi into his demonic flame, wrapping it in layers. A moment later, a black fireball appeared in Yang Kai's hand. But before Yang Kai could throw it into the black book space, a soft cry suddenly sounded behind him, followed by the sound of clothes fluttering. It seemed that several cultivators were quickly approaching. Yang Kai frowned and immediately threw the black fireball into the black book space before turning around to look at the newcomers. At first glance, Yang Kai's brow couldn't help flashing a look of disgust, because the newcomers were actually several cultivators from Heaven Battling Union.